Xinger anxiously turned towards the shout, only to see that the person who said that was Lin Tianyin. Lin Tianyin. What are you doing? My young master just saved your life, is that how you're planning on thanking him? Xinger was enraged. What, dealing with him or not? That's too nasty. Lin Tianyin shook his head. Su Yun previously used evil qi inside the sacred palace, proving he is an evil realm person. Evil realm beings are all ruthless and fierce beings. He had plotted against the spirit demon beings, seized Princess Mui as captive. We can all tell he is crafty. Who knows whether or not he is planning against us, so I am actually thinking for everybody. With that said, uproars started to surface. What? Su Yun? This man is Su Yun? He is limitless? Why would limitless appear here? Lin Tianyin, what did you just say? He is an evil realm being? How is that possible? Isn't Su Yun a demonic qi cultivator? What the fuck, is he human or not? What the hell is going on? All the perplexed questions all started to flow non-stop. Everyone was confused. But in the next second, Valkyrie snapped in a cold voice. Lin Tianyin. You truly are worse than trash. Su Yun just saved our lives. No matter how he did it, our lives are his. If he truly wanted to hurt us, we can only allow him to do so. Regardless of anything, he is our benefactor. For you to actually speak such disgraceful words, it just shows that you are a vile person. Heh, Valkyrie, seems like you are siding with Su Yun now. Lin Tianyin sneered. After that he walked towards the four officials, and cupped his fists as he knelt down on one knee. Esteemed masters, Limitless has shown himself, and I believe that everyone had heard about his vile and nasty misdeeds in the past. Now that he is here, Junior Lin Tianyin humbly seeks Master to order for us to capture Wu Yun and tie him up. But he just saved us, how can we repay his kindness with such acts? Yan Yu hesitated. Saving us is one thing, but the safety and peace of Sky Martial Continent is another. He is an evil realm being, and that is an undeniable fact. Lin Tianyin spoke earnestly. With that, Yan Yu did not know what to say. Su Yun, I truly never thought that there would be such cruel and unscrupulous trash amongst you humans. You went through so much difficulty to save them, yet they are biting the hand that saved them. That is something even as spirit demon beings will not do. I see that you are unable to stay with your humans anymore. Why not you let me go, and swear loyalty to me? If you do that, I will place you in a high position. Mui laughed with disdain. Su Yun did not say anything. Poochie. Just then, a cold sword pierced into Lin Tianyin's chest and twisted in his body. Everyone were stunned and stared at the owner of the sword. Xinger stood beside Lin Tianyin coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. What is evil and what is just? Lin Tianyin. You are just lusting over the treasures on my young master's body. Do not think we cannot see what you are trying to do. If you dare to continue speaking of such words to harm my young master, I will cut your heart. She spoke coldly. Xinger then raised her sword again and fiercely swung at Lin Tianyin. She wanted to kill Lin Tianyin. You better not hurt young Master Lin. Suddenly a person at the side took action. Although Xinger was heavily injured, she was still strong. Her sword was suddenly layered with the power of frost. The person by the side extended his sword out to deflect hers, but was struck and turned into ice by the layer of frost. Xinger's sword continued down, destroying the sword, and directly sliced off Lin Tianyin's arm. Ayo ayo weowa. The painful howl came out. Everyone became quiet. The officials closed their eyes and did not say a thing. It was obvious that even they understood that Lin Tianyin's methods were wrong. His arm dropped. Lin Tianyin fell to the ground, blood flowing all over. The atmosphere had become extremely heavy. The people who were siding with Lin Tianyin dare not make a sound, because the officials themselves have taken their stand. Stop quarreling over all of this. Just at that moment, a powerful and pressurizing voice bellowed, 3 light auras shot down from the sky in unison, and 3 figures appeared before everyone. It was the 3 senior Guardian Masters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308. Evil Sword Sovereign King, 16. We respectfully greet Senior Master Guardians. Practically everyone knelt down and shouted out loud. Of course, this excluded Su-Yun, who was holding Mu-Yi captive. Su-Yun's eyes darkened as he looked at the 3 almighty beings. They were 2 males and 1 female. One of the man and the woman looked old, around 60 years of age. They were dressed in gray gowns, without any sense of chi from their bodies. They were oddly mysterious, while the other man was actually young with tender skin. Even his eyes seemed to have the sincerity of a youth. Everyone knew that the old man and woman were named Yuan Shaolin and Gu Chunwu. The young Guardian Master was Yi Liao. There are enemies here, everyone, there is no need for the courtesy. Yi Liao waved his hand and spoke with an indifferent expression. Yes, Senior Master Guardian. Everyone stood up. Just then, 2 cultivators rushed out of the ground and knelt down in front of the Guardian. They were weeping, their faces were of sorrow as they screamed, Senior Master Guardian, we beg you to seek justice for our family's young master. Evil realm being Su-Yun hurt our family young master. We beg masters to seek justice. Seek justice? Yi Liao seemed to not understand, but Yuan Shaolin and Gu Chunwu, who had previously sensed the disturbance, immediately spoke out. Hearing that, Yi Liao's eyes released a gold light, and looked at Su-Yun. His eyes flickered with a strange luster, and in the next moment he revealed a surprised expression. This cultivator's body truly has evil spirit essence, he is definitely an evil realm person. The evil realm is our Sky Martial Continent enemy. My family's young master is not wrong to seek everyone to subdue the evil, and only had the safety of Sky Martial Continent's countless of lives in mind when he said those words. My family's young master was being righteous, yet was resented by these nasty people. Master, please seek justice for my family's young master. Just then, an old man walked out of the group, and spoke respectfully towards the Guardian Masters. He was the old man that had followed Lin Tian all the way. Just that, his words did not receive any sympathy from the people. Lin Tian had previously challenged many of them, and made them sign the agreements, with many of them losing to him. According to the agreement, they had to do something for him unconditionally, causing them to be unhappy. Because of that, no one was willing to him help when he was in trouble. You may speak like that, but coming back to the matter, Su-Yun saved our lives. Right at that moment, the old lady amongst the 4 officials spoke out. We did not know that participant Wu Yun was an evil realm being, just that, in the time of need, he did not cower back and protect himself, and did not try to come to an agreement with the spirit demon Dao, but persevered without giving way to resist the spirit demon Dao, and saved all of our lives. Although according to the Sky Martial Continent rules, we must exterminate evil realm beings, but this old one is unable to comply to that rule today. To ask this old one to personally kill my benefactor, that is impossible. The old lady spoke earnestly, her words were resolute. It seemed that whoever wanted to refute her words would mean that they were going against her. I agree. Another official spoke up. And I too. The official with last name Wang also spoke out. Yes. Revealing their stand in this, Yi Liao nodded his head, and did not even seem angered. Let us first bring our cultivator friend to receive treatment. He pointed at Lin Tian, and then looked towards Su-Yun. After thinking for a long time, he started to speak. Regarding this cultivator friend as an evil realm being, we can speak of it after we defeat our enemies. Everyone retreat first, we need to handle things against the greater enemy. After that, we will handle our matters by ourselves. Do not lose focus, and forget about the enemy right in front of us. Master, Princess Mu-Yi is already our captive. We have already won. What do we have to fear against them? One person spoke up. Yes, Master, we can just take Mu-Yi, and get the army of spirit demon beings to surrender. Heh, even without Mui, with our senior guardian masters here, what do we have to fear against these spirit demon beasts? The restless chatterings started again. Be that as it may, Suyun did not dare have any neglect anymore. He thought for a moment, then spoke up. In the end, I, Suyun, am but just one man. The reason for me being here today is for nothing else but to find Qinger. Now that Qinger is back with me, I, Suyun, have no regrets. With regards to the spirit demons and demonic beings, I do not have any interest. I can hand over Princess Mui to all of you, but I hope, great seniors, that you will not make things difficult for this lowly one. Although I, Suyun, has both evil spirit essence and spirit essence in my body, I am not an evil realm being, and will not do anything to harm Sky Martial Continent. I will immediately leave now, and not dally any further. He turned and left. Cultivator Suyun, do not worry. You have saved these people, and have done a great favor to my Qin Creek. Although Qin Creek detests the demons, but we are not inflexible with our thoughts and are pragmatic, we will never repay kindness with harm. If you are uneasy about us, you can go now. We can handle the matters here. Yi Liao cupped his fist, and then spoke to Yuan Shaolin behind him. Junior brother Yuan, Cultivator Suyun has many valuable treasures on him, and he is also gravely injured. There would definitely be people wanting to do harm to him once he leaves Qin Creek. Send them on their way and help them leave. Yes, senior brother. Yuan Shaolin nodded. Seeing that, Suyun heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like the Qin Creek people were not as traitorous and evil as I thought. Thinking about it, with their cultivation, they wouldn't be so inflexible and narrow-minded. Although my treasures are good, it is not worth it for them to lose their reputation and bear the consequences of trying to seize them away. Thinking about that, Suyun was not worried any longer. He tightly held onto Mui's hand, and spoke softly, so what now? My honorable Princess Mui, do you have anything else to say? Mui did not say anything. Suyun then let go of his hand, and pushed Mui to the three guardian masters, and then rushed to Qinger. Let's go, Qinger. Yes, young master. Qinger, whose complexion was pale white, nodded, and immediately followed behind him. But, before the two of them could leave the place, the sky suddenly changed. The blue dome suddenly released a bizarre chi mist. This chi mist was a moss green color. It was weirdly pungent, covering up the entire sky, turning the light auras green. A burst of unclean and unknown intent surged and passed into everyone's mind, causing them to lose consciousness. It was extremely hard to defend against, and cultivators with lower cultivation were already losing their minds, while those who were not affected too greatly were perspiring in cold sweat. No one dared to relax themselves. Spirit Demon Chi. Suddenly, the old lady official screamed. All of you, activate your profound spirit force and protect your state of mind. Do not allow the spirit demon chi to corrode your mind. If not, you will be caught in the illusion and lose your rationality. Hearing that, everyone instigated their profound spirit chi. The faces of the three senior guardian masters were ugly, as they faced the incoming large spirit demon army. All of the spirit demon beings started to emit spirit demon chi that automatically congealed and started to mix together, and at the end, it transformed into a gigantic jade green spirit door that floated in the sky. Instantly, the jade door opened, and out poured tens of thousands of spirit demon beings, all of them howling and wailing. Their screeches sounded out in all directions. Qin Creek immediately transformed into purgatory, the sinister and terrifying demons all wreaking havoc everywhere. Everyone started to panic. All of them started to retreat as they witnessed the bizarre scene. The expressions of the officials were still affable, but when they saw the spirit demons, their faces all became extremely pale. The old lady wailed, "Does heavens truly want Qin Creek dead? Why did he come here? Isn't he worried at all?" Yi Liao's face became ugly, as his eyes became gloomier while staring at the jade door. When Yuan Shaolin saw the jade door, he immediately turned and walked back to Yi Liao. His actions indicated that he did not plan to send Suyun out of Qin Creek anymore. Without Yuan Shaolin's protection, Suyun did not dare to leave. The heavenly crystal could not sustain him any longer, and Qinger was injured. If they left Sheen Creek like that, most probably, they would be killed shortly after leaving. Just that, why would 4th stage spirit star cultivators be afraid? Did an almighty being much stronger than them arrive? Su Yun did not understand. Everyone were perspiring profusely. Boom! A low-pitched sound rumbled out, followed with the spirit demon chi in the sky dissipating frantically, rendering the entire sky to look like the spirit demon realm. The army of spirit demons suddenly knelt down and shouted loudly towards the jade door, "We greet the spirit demon emperor, our immortal emperor with everlasting life, who will pass into eternity, our supreme emperor under the heavens. Our immortal emperor with everlasting life, who will pass into eternity, our supreme emperor under the heavens." The shouts became a huge wave, booming through the mountains and shaking the seas with overflowing power. It was rhythmic. Su Yun was startled. He went to Mui and asked, "Did you call for reinforcements?" "No, it was your fault." Mui spoke indifferently. "Su Yun, I have already gave you many chances, but you did not know how to cherish them. Now that he is here, it is too late. Even if I wanted to let you go, he will never do it." "Hey, woman, you truly think you're something, eh? You think the backup you've called can handle the 3 senior Guardian Masters?" "Guardian Masters?" Mui sneered. "Look at their faces before you speak." Su Yun squinted his eyes. He turned and looked over, to see the ugly faces of the 3 Guardian Masters. All of them had strange worried looks, as though they were meeting a great enemy. Su Yun became alarmed and asked softly, "Who did you call?" Mui shook her head. "I did not call for him, and the person that had arrived is not someone I can call for. He is the emperor of the entire spirit demon Dao, and also my father. Su Yun, you forced my father's man to break his own arms, and even hold his daughter captive. How can he let you go? Father possesses remarkable abilities. He knew about what had transpired very well. All of your actions had deeply humiliated him. He will definitely not let you leave Sheen Creek alive, so just obediently sit still and wait for your death." Su Yun's face immediately turned white. But he did not hesitate, and instantly extended his hand, wanting to hold Mui captive again. But in that instant, a powerful and mighty low voice sounded out from the green door. "Aunt! Don't you dare!" When the voice came out, Su Yun's arm immediately froze. It was like an invisible energy had wrapped around his limbs, and he was unable to move any further. "Don't act without thinking," Yi Lia shouted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, the green door in the sky opened, and a humongous spirit demon figure shot out, bringing along thousands of spirit demons. In the center stood a middle-aged man dressed in jade gowns. He rode on a black shadow, flying out of the jade door and floated in the sky. He glanced at the entire place with disdain in his eyes, and then at the mass of people beneath him. At that moment, the officials, the Guardian Masters, the Spirit Star existences, all lost color in their faces. No one was able to contend with the being above them. No one was able to break through his might. He was the unmatched and unrivaled existence right there and then. Everyone could only look up to him, with either the devout respect and cautiousness that made them swear their allegiance to him, or the despair in their hearts knowing that they were at death's door. This being was a true emperor great existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309. Evil Sword Sovereign King, 17. "Father!" Mui shouted aloud as she ran over. Gu Chengwu acted at the same time. She stood in her place, but a hand suddenly shot out. Like a vine, it twisted towards Mui, as though it wanted to pull her back. But in the next second, a greenish jade flicker appeared in the sky. No one knew why, but they watched as a circle of ripples gradually flowed through the air and struck Gu Chengwu's body. Her face instantly turned pale, she shuddered, and the mystical technique she had used instantly stopped. Her entire being was forced back a few steps. She opened her mouth and spat out blood. What? The scene shook countless of people. Gu Chengwu was a guardian master, a 4th stage spirit star realm existence. Before they even saw the opponent make a move, Gu Chengwu was actually injured severely. What kind of existence could do that? Seeing that, Su Yun's heart thumped as he felt the chill. If a fourth-stage spirit star cultivator was unable to withstand his attack, didn't that mean that his cultivation is at least of the fifth stage of the spirit star realm? Or the sixth stage? Or even the seventh? Thinking about that, he suddenly felt cold sweat dripping down his back. A fifth-stage spirit star realm existence in Sky Martial Continent was already a peak figure. Regardless of where he went, he would definitely be the ruler. And if he was at the sixth stage, he definitely held an honorary rank and was a definite expert. The seventh stage was only a rumored level. And the eighth stage? That was practically a god. To have 3 fourth-stage spirit star cultivators appearing in Chin Creek was already an eye-opener to countless of people. They were definitely shaken to the core, and to have an even stronger expert that was far more powerful than these fourth-stage spirit star realm experts, everyone would definitely be mind-blown. The Sky Martial Continent was so huge, with crouching tigers, hidden dragons everywhere, but Su Yun did not know who the strongest cultivator was in the Sky Martial Continent. However, thinking about it, they would not be so strong to such an extent either. "Ear, come here." The middle-aged man in the sky spoke out. Mui nodded, and started to move. But in the next second, Yi Liao and Yuan Shaolin made their moves. The two of them flickered and immediately stood in front of Mui, blocking her from moving. Mui stopped in her tracks and stared at the two of them coldly. "Make way. Miss Mui, can you wait for a moment? You have affected countless of lives here in Chin Creek, so you cannot go back to your father yet." Yi Liao cupped his fists at Mui, turned and stared at the middle-aged man, and then shouted, "My name is Yi Liao, and I greet Senior Spirit Demon Emperor." "Yi Liao?" The middle-aged man in the sky asked, "Are you the disciple of Qin Zhongxian?" "My master is Qin Zhongxian." Yi Liao replied. "Humph. Qin Zhongxian can be considered someone. But his disciple? Yi Liao, for me to even remember your name is already giving you face. Now, immediately send my daughter over, or I will massacre your entire Chin Creek." The Spirit Demon Emperor was extremely tyrannical. His voice was like flames. As his words entered the ears of the humans, it felt like their ears were set aflame. "Senior Spirit Demon Emperor, if you agree to withdraw your troops, your daughter will naturally be sent back into your arms safe and sound." Yi Liao spoke out. Although he was hailed as the god protector of Chin Creek, at times, he still had to make compromises. Who is the Spirit Demon Emperor? He is in the same generation as Yi Liao's master. His cultivation level was through the sky, and no one was capable of contending against him. Under this situation, he can only put down his prestige and call the spirit demon being senior. Seeing their god protector showing such grace, no one in Chin Creek felt embarrassed. Instead, they felt proud being a part of Chin Creek. Because they knew that Yi Liao was doing it for them. Since he was the protector, he had to forsake everything and protect them. Outrageous. The moment Yi Liao spoke, Spirit Demon Emperor bellowed with his thunderous voice. Yi Liao's face instantly whitened by 30%, his body swayed slightly. He was obviously injured. "What are you? To dare and haggle with this emperor? You want to die?" He spoke out. Yi Liao was forced to retreat, all the way to his 7th step. He opened his mouth and spat out gold blood. Blood essence. The blood that circulated in the arteries around the spirit essences had strong, profound spirit qi accumulated in them. To spit these blood out indicated the severity of injuries. Every single word, phrase, and sentence of the emperor seemed to hold millions of blades. With just his words, he had injured Yi Liao. How terrifying was that? Master Yi Liao. Everyone behind were shocked, and rushed to support Yi Liao, who was staggering. Humph. Mui glanced coldly at the people, and then headed straight towards the army of spirit demons. This time, no one dared to stop her. Spirit Demon Emperor's green-lit eyes swept past Mui, and then at Pu Yao. Pu Yao. Puyao immediately knelt down, kowtowing fiercely. He did not dare raise his head, and shouted, "Your Majesty! This slave is here. I allowed you to protect the princess, why did this happen? This slave. This slave." Puyao was trembling all over. He muttered for so long, but did not know what to say, and could only reply, "This slave was inattentive, and almost let the princess suffer under their hands. This slave deserves 1,000 deaths, Your Majesty, punish me. Although you have followed me for so many years, you have disappointed me today. Men, bring Puyao to the phantom spirit purgatory, and make him suffer the pain of 10,000 spirits biting and tearing his flesh." The spirit demon emperor said without any expressions. Hearing that, the eyes of countless of the spirit demon Dao higher-ups twitched. A few of them thought that it was an extremely bad thing, and their faces turned green. Puyao did not dare to refute, and exclaimed out, "Thank you, Your Majesty." But his body was trembling even more severely. Very quickly, 2 spirit demon beings walked over and brought out a moss green chain and lock, tying around his neck and bringing him away. After settling Puyao and getting Mui back, the spirit demon emperor did not seem to be finished. His eyes were stern, he swept across everyone, his voice seemed to come from the highest heaven. "Chin Creek humans, how dare you? To actually hold this emperor's daughter captive, although she is safe, but this emperor will not let this go. Now, all of you humans better kneel down, and swear your allegiance to me. If not, I will make sure Chin Creek disappear from the face of this world." When he said that, it instantly brought upon an uproar. Swear allegiance? To spirit demons? Are we going to be killed by them? Guardian Masters, what are we to do now? Do we truly need to kneel to these spirit demons? If that is the case, we should just fight to the death with them. We would rather die than to bow to these demons. Yes, we will never yield. The shoutings came out non-stop, without a thread of fear. Everywhere, passionate youths could be seen. Everywhere, everyone were righteous and honorable. Seeing that the Chin Creek people were ironclad and unwilling to yield, Yi Liao was flooded with emotions. He got out of the support from the people and walked up a few steps. With stern eyes he stared at Spirit Demon Emperor, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Senior Spirit Demon Emperor. You barged into Sky Marshal Continent without permission. According to the agreement that you had signed with them in the past, you have already violated the agreements. Are you not afraid the almighty beings of Sky Marshal Continent will come to suppress you?" Hearing that, Spirit Demon Emperor's eyes flashed a weird look, but he did not panic, and instead asked, "My sister was under duress because of you all. I have the qualifications to step through realms to enter Sky Marshal Continent. Even if he was here, I will say the same thing. If you do not give me an explanation, do not blame me for being merciless." Hearing that, Yi Liao exhaled, and muttered under his breath, "That's good, that's good." "What's good, Master Yi Liao?" The people around him were perspiring profusely, and someone asked anxiously. "He still has restraining fear." Yi Liao spoke out. "Fear? Fear of what? All of you do not know about this, but almighty beings like this Spirit Demon Emperor, when they step through their own realms and enter other realms, they are in fact going against a regulation. The Spirit Demon Emperor is the almighty being of the Spirit Demon Dao, but our Sky Marshal Continent actually also have a few almighty beings, and all of them are not at all inferior to him. With him stepping into Chin Creek, he is actually provoking those few almighty beings, and that will cause an all-out brutal war between the Spirit Demon Dao and Sky Marshal Continent. Although the Spirit Demon Dao eyes our Sky Marshal Continent greatly, it dares not dare go head-on against us, so even though he is here, he will not dare to do anything recklessly, and is only fighting for his daughter." Yi Liao continued, "I initially thought that the Spirit Demon Emperor does not fear anything, but it seems that I was wrong. Everyone, no matter what, do not do anything reckless. He is still a spirit demon being, and if he explodes, and ignores everything, we will be done for. Then, Master Yi, what do we do now? He wants us to give him an explanation. What do we do?" Someone asked. "Don't be anxious. He definitely has a motive for coming here." After explaining, Yi Liao turned to look at the Spirit Demon Emperor, and asked loudly, "Then, Senior Spirit Demon Emperor, how do you wish for us to give you an explanation? Did you not hear me, to swear your allegiance to me?" Spirit Demon Emperor replied coldly, "Senior, you know it is impossible for my Qin Creek to bow down to your Spirit Demon Dao. We would rather be killed by you." Yi Liao replied. With regards to such a matter, he was extremely resolute. "You dare to disobey me?" Spirit Demon Emperor revealed anger in his eyes as he roared. Yi Liao was met once again with the attack. He anxiously activated his mystical technique, forming a crystal barrier that protected his body, preventing him from sustaining the same injury. "Yi Liao, it was on the account that you were Qin Zhongxian's disciple that I talked to you. Do you truly think I am afraid of the fellows of Sky Marshal Continent? This junior dare not, it is just that Senior's request is truly too difficult to fulfill." Yi Liao spoke without being servile or overbearing. Spirit Emperor's expression was sinister. He stared at Yi Liao, but did not say anything. Two races, opposing each other, both with a vast amount of troops. They faced off against one another, with the Spirit Demon Chi still covering the skies of Qin Creek, the mist undulating but not changing. Then, the Spirit Demon Emperor spoke. "Since it is like that, I will not make it difficult for you now, but where is the person that held my daughter captive? Bring him out first, then we will speak." His words were like thunder, and instantly falling onto Su Yun, who was among the crowd. In that moment, everyone's gaze turned and gathered at Su Yun. Xing'er's beautiful and delicate face immediately turned pale white. But she did not step back. She stood by Su Yun's side, holding her sword tightly, her eyes looking around cautiously. Spirit Demon Emperor suddenly extended his hand out, grabbing into the air. Whoosh! Su Yun's entire being was grabbed out of the crowd, and was immediately in the middle of the rift between the two races. "Young master!" Xing'er immediately panicked. Her frail figure staggered as she ran over, trying to reach out for Su Yun, who was being pulled up into the air. "Were you the one who seized my daughter?" Spirit Demon Emperor shot a cold glance as he stared sinisterly at Su Yun. Su Yun gasped. He knew that he would not be able to get out of the trouble easily. But still, he did not reveal any fear, and instead raised his head to look at the Spirit Demon Emperor. "Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 310. Evil Sword Sovereign King, 18. The Spirit Demon Emperor stared at Su Yun with his strange moss-green eyes, without changing his expression, but the more he did that, the more terrifying it was to others. "You're just a 6th-stage spirit soul realm cultivator, and is just plainly lucky to be able to have a few good treasures to use. For such an ant to dare make a move on this Emperor's daughter, are you not putting my spirit Dao in your eyes? Humph, this Emperor will extract your 3 immortal souls in 7 mortal forms, and seal you in my wretched spirit ring, to allow you to suffer the pain from torture for all eternity, and allow you to regret forever." With that, Spirit Demon Emperor did not even hesitate, and started to activate the punishment on Su Yun. Su Yun was not an idiot, the Spirit Demon Emperor was also not an idiot. Under such a situation, there was no possibility whereby the Spirit Demon Emperor would forgive Su Yun, and furthermore, regardless of cultivation or position, it was comparing between heaven and earth. Su Yun was just a small little ant to him. Why show mercy? Su Yun took in a deep breath. He had already done all his preparations, and at that moment, he only needed to let go of his hand. Although the chance of escape was very small, but at least he could contend against him. "Please wait." At that moment, a shout came out. Spirit Demon Emperor frowned, and shouted back angrily, "Who dares to stop me?" At that moment, Yi Liao took a few steps forward and stooped to bow with his hands cupped in front, and replied respectfully, "Senior Spirit Demon Emperor, please hold your hand. Yi Liao has some words to say." Su Yun had held the princess captive, was because he wanted a chance for life, and executed it because of instinct. Although he is guilty, but the punishment is too severe, why not this, Master Spirit Demon Emperor, give Su Yun to me to deal with, what about it? He is such a puny figure, and should not have to dirty Senior's almighty hands. Yi Liao spoke with respect, seemingly as if there was no grievances between the Qin Creek people and the spirit demon Dao. Although Yi Liao had said that Su Yun knew, he was helping himself. But the spirit demon emperor did not buy Yi Liao's words, and replied coldly, outrageous. Who do you think you are? This emperor has not even dealt with you, you can't even protect yourself, and you want to protect others? Humph, you better look after yourself. With that, the spirit demon emperor made his move, ignoring Yi Liao and the other people's words. Seeing that, Yi Liao became anxious, and directly rushed forth, slapping a palm out towards spirit demon emperor. Ha! Yi Liao's sudden actions caused many people to not believe their eyes. Yi Liao was actually willing to make a move against the spirit demon emperor for Su Yun? How dare you! The spirit demon emperor was infuriated. Yi Liao's actions was a complete provocation. The spirit demon emperor opened his mouth and released a large roar. The sound wave resonated outwards, infused with spirit demon chi. It struck Yi Liao thoroughly. Yi Liao was struck into confusion, falling from the sky. The sound wave continued to resonate and exploded a gigantic mountain. Instantly, the gigantic mountain was reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. Terrifying. Seeing that, everyone inhaled in cold air. Yi Liao coughed a few times, blood streaming down the corner of his mouth. After landing, he wavered slightly. Yuan Shaolin and Gu Changwu immediately rushed forward to support him, but was declined by him. Yi Liao, you dare to attack me? Good. Very good. From now on, even if your master Qin Zhongxian is here, he will not be able to protect you. The spirit demon emperor roared in anger, and released another attack. Senior spirit demon emperor. My Qin Creek's people knows how to repay our benefactors, and will never be vile people. Although Su Yun is an evil realm being, he saved over 10 lives here, and have done a great kindness to Qin Creek. How can I just watch him die? On this day, Yi Liao has already decided, I will separate myself from Qin Creek, and will never be associated with Qin Creek again. Now, I will help Su Yun, and that is completely on me alone. I hope that you do not take your anger out on Qin Creek for what I have done. When he finished, Yi Liao once again rushed forward, challenging Spirit Demon Emperor. Yi Liao spoke really quickly, but many people were shaken by his words. Many more Qin Creek people were crying. They understood why Yi Liao did what he did. In his heart, Qin Creek was everything. He did not wish for the people of Qin Creek to bear the guilt of being ingratitude towards their benefactor, and did not wish Qin Creek to be destroyed by the spirit demon Dao. So under that helpless situation, he had decided to sacrifice himself to save Qin Creek from both situations. Master Yi Liao. Countless of people were wailing in anguish. Master Yi Liao. I will fight alongside you. Without hesitation, Yuan Shaolin rushed forward. Seeing that, how could Gu Changwu remain at the back? She followed Yuan Shaolin forward. 3/4 stage Spirit Star cultivators immediately engaged in battle with the Spirit Demon Emperor. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately pulled on Qinger, and spoke with a serious and earnest expression. Qinger, quickly leave first. Young master, you think I will still dare to go? Qinger's flawless face revealed a smile. Young master, this time, you better not lie to me, I will not leave. If you want me to leave again, I would rather die right now. Her eyes revealed determination. I will face against all difficulties with young master. I do not want to escape anymore. I will not hide behind young master and allow young master to bear everything alone. Su Yun looked at the seemingly weak and frail girl in front of him, and his heart shuddered. After a long time, he exhaled a breath of air, and smiled. All right, Qinger, this time, let us fight together. He understood Qinger's feelings and her thoughts. In truth, Su Yun had already become a thorn in the eyes of the Spirit Demon Emperor, and it was impossible for him to leave. Although the Spirit Demon Emperor had difficulty killing Yi Liao and the rest at the moment, it was easy for him to grab onto Su Yun if he tried to escape, as behind him, there was a large number of powerful spirit demon Dao cultivators. Xinger, the spirit demon emperor, is a great figure. If we are to fight against him directly, we are only sending ourselves to death. Since we cannot escape or fight him, we only have one route left to take. Suyin stared at Mui, who was amongst the spirit demon beings, and said, "If we are able to hold Princess Mui captive, we can stop the spirit demon emperor, and he will not dare to do anything to us. The spirit demon emperor is powerful. Even if we hold her captive, we cannot do anything. With just one hand of his, he can easily make us submit. Seizing a hostage will not work." Xinger rationalized his idea. If it were to work, then Mui would not have been able to leave so easily previously, and even Yiliao was unable to stop her, so what could Su Yun and Xinger do? "Xinger, you're right, but if I am successful in my next step, then we have the qualifications to contend against the spirit demon emperor." Su Yun took a deep breath. His heart quivered as he retrieved a red pill from his storage ring. "What's this?" "It's the only thing that can keep us alive." Su Yun breathed fiercely. The great broiled immortal blood pill. After consuming it, a signal will form inside the user's body, attracting the sky-burning fire to envelop the entire ground, and if the signal is sufficient, it will be able to form a connection with the Crossfire Heaven Lord and beg him for protection. "Is that true?" Hearing that, Xinger was ecstatic. The name Crossfire Heaven Lord sounded extraordinary. "But I was the one who refined this pill," Su Yun added. Hearing that, Xinger immediately became speechless. Although Su Yun was extraordinary among his generation, but in truth, his cultivation was not very strong, so how was he able to concoct such a heaven-defying pill? The probability of establishing a connection to the Crossfire Heaven Lord through the great broiled immortal blood pill in his hand was extremely low. "Xinger, don't be too disappointed." Su Yun took a deep breath. "Although this pill was refined by me, the secrets to its concoction is extremely hard to get. I have suffered so much trials and tribulations to obtain the ingredients from the demonic beings. Every single ingredient are all famed and expensive, and in total, the pill is definitely invaluable. So even if I cannot establish a connection with the Crossfire Heaven Lord, at least we are able to use it to delay the Spirit Demon Emperor for a period of time. Young master, no matter what happens, Xinger will stay by your side." Xinger extended out her small hand, unswerving determination shone in her dainty complexion. Su Yun nodded his head. He stared at the pill, and then immediately consumed in. Glurp! The pill entered his belly. There were no reactions initially, but after a moment, a burning sensation attacked his mind. Gradually, the temperature rose higher and higher. The burning sensation felt as though he was being set ablaze. Su Yun started to perspire in great amounts, his pale white skin started to become red, and all of the spirit essence in his body seemed to be enveloped with flames, all of his profound spirit chi instantly transforming into scarlet star spirit chi. Burning! All of his tendons, muscles, 5 viscera, and 6 bowel organs all seemed to be burning. 5 viscera organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. 6 bowel organs, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, gallbladder, urinary bladder, and triple energizer meridians. The pain started to get to his head, but Su Yun did not do anything. He needed to be able to bear the pain of consuming the pill. He slowly leaked out a bit of the profound spirit chi. The burning profound spirit chi was more unique than ordinary scarlet star spirit chi. Upon being released, it soared into the sky and disappeared. But in the next moment, above the clouds, a fire cloud ferociously plummeted and smashed onto the ground. That was the power of the sky-burning fire. By burning his profound spirit chi with the help of the pill, it would attract the intense flames of the heavens. But it was not enough. This is definitely not enough to win against the Spirit Demon Emperor. Su Yun immediately closed his eyes and experienced the changes in the profound spirit chi in his body, hoping to find the critical point, the establishment of the connection to the Crossfire Heaven Lord. Although he did not know if the Crossfire Heaven Lord was willing to help him, at the present, this was the only thing he could rely on. Just that, relying on the mystical force bestowed by the great broiled immortal blood pill to form a connection with the Crossfire Heaven Lord had an extremely low probability of happening. Soo-Yun continued to look inside his body, but was unable to find any changes. Soo-Yun, what's happening? What is this terrifying burst of profound spirit chi inside your body? God, are you fighting with a spirit star realm cultivator? Just at the moment when Soo-Yun was panicking, a clear and beautiful voice came out in his mind. Qingyu? Soo-Yun was startled. When everything was so intense outside, with the swarm of tyrants, she did not wake up, but she suddenly did. Eh? Soo-Yun, what's happening to your body? Why is it so hard? And you actually have a false god seal in your body? That's too mystical. What's going on? Ling Chengyu exclaimed. Hearing that, Soo-Yun's entire body trembled, as though he had found his last life-saving straw of grass, and anxiously shouted, False god seal? What false god seal? Qingyu, where is the god seal? Where is it? Where is it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311. Evil Sword Sovereign King, 19. A false god seal is an artificially created god seal, don't you know? Although the profound spirit chi of this seal resembles one that is a lot like a god's, when you scrutinize it carefully, it is now near the guhu point on your chest. There is only a wee bit difference between it and a god seal. But speaking about it, Soo-Yun, is this false god seal one that you set? Since when did you have this capability? Ling Qingyu exclaimed in surprise. But at that moment, Soo-Yun had no time to reply her. He anxiously sent his consciousness to the guhu point and focused wholeheartedly. Ling Qingyu remained curious. Through the sword sheath, she carefully watched what was happening outside. Previously, she had always been in closed-door cultivation. If not for the many strong profound spirit chi outside that awoke her, she would still be in deep sleep inside the sword sheath. Without much of a hiccup, Soo-Yun truly found a drifting thread of fiery red profound spirit chi inside the guhu point. It wasn't very strong, but it was extremely unique, as it was blazing at a very hot temperature. Qingyu was right. This should be the connection to the Crossfire Heaven Lord, but why was Qingyu able to see it? In the end, Soo-Yun still knew very little about Qingyu. However, now wasn't the time to think about it. He immediately rushed to send his consciousness into the seal, completely activating it. In that moment when he touched the seal, Soo-Yun felt as if the heat in his body had suddenly disappeared, all the boiling in his blood had ceased, the Scarlet Star Spirit Chi had calmed down, and all the pain around his body had also disappeared like smoke. What's going on? This change made him confused. He wanted to open his eyes and retract his consciousness, but realized his body had no strength. At the same time, his awareness went into a state that he had never felt before. Chi 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 chi. Suddenly, a gentle bout of sound exploded in his mind. Following that, in his consciousness, a strange scene occurred. A gigantic blazing palace hovered above the empty layer of the clouds, which seemed to be emitting raging flames, releasing a brilliance that could be seen from miles away, and in front of the palace, floated a powerful existence dressed in flaming armor, holding a fire scepter in his hand. He was blurred, but he had an extremely imposing disposition, and his fiery eyes was staring straight at Soo-Yun. It's been so many years. It's been so many years since someone disturbed me. Human, for 1,000 years, you're the first to create a connection with me through the bogus seal I created. A deep and low oppressive voice that was similar to the pressure of a monolith sounded out. Soo-Yun felt his spirit and soul wavering. The ringing in his ears did not stop. Under the imposing brilliance, he actually had the urge to prostrate himself in worship. He took a breath and calmed his senses, before looking at the imposing and powerful figure, and did his utmost to sound sincere. Can this junior ask, is Senior the Crossfire Heaven Lord? Yes, I am. The man nodded. Junior Soo-Yun respectfully greets Senior. Soo-Yun was elated, and immediately bowed down respectfully. Your flesh body is still in Sky Marshal Continent, but why are there so many different types of chi around you? Are you in danger? Crossfire Heaven Lord asked. I hope Senior will save me. Suyun did not dare to waste time, and immediately explained, the land of Chin Creek is under attack, and was invaded by the spirit demon Dao. To save myself, I held the spirit demon Dao princess as captive, to force the spirit demon Dao experts to leave Chin Creek, but this caused the spirit demon emperor to come, and he wants to kill me. No one in Chin Creek can stop him. Suyun has no way out, and can only seek help from Senior Crossfire Heaven Lord. Oh? Something like that is happening? Crossfire Heaven Lord thought for a moment, then shook his head. Human. There are some things that you most probably will not understand, but since you are here, let me explain it to you. What is it? It is about me. Crossfire Heaven Lord said indifferently, the place where I am residing now is not Sky Marshal Continent, but I am not considered far from it as well. You do not know, but I did not willingly come here. I offended some mighty beings, and was imprisoned by them. So let me tell you honestly, I am unable to leave to come over to the Sky Marshal Continent to aid you. The method to refine the great broiled immortal blood pill that is being spread in the Sky Marshal Continent was actually spread by me. Of course, it is not only a method to refine the pill, but it also creates a false god seal that connects to me. It is truly boring in here, so I did this as a way to find people to talk to. Therefore, if you hope that I can help you, that would be difficult. What? Suyun was stunned. Who would have thought that the communication method to this Crossfire Heaven Lord was just a simple method for him to overcome his boredom? Doesn't that mean I am bound to die? Suyun clenched his fist. He was unwilling. He never thought that the Crossfire Heaven Lord would be undependable. Will he really die in the hands of the Spirit Demon Emperor today? Forget it. I don't care. So be it if I die, at least I will die trying. If he wants to kill me, let's see what he has to say after I bite off a chunk of meat off of him. Suyun thought fiercely. Oh? Can you let me take a look at that sword of yours? Just at that moment, the Crossfire Heaven Lord sensed something. Noticing the black sword in Suyun's hand, he suddenly asked. Sword? Suyun did not understand. Looking at the death sword in his hand, he hesitated for a moment, then walked over and stabbed the death sword into the ground. This is an illusory space I created, although nothing here is real, but it is able to simulate objects using their spirit undulations, so it feels extremely real here. The Crossfire Heaven Lord explained, and walked over to the side of the black sword and looked. Suddenly, he chuckled. What are you laughing at? Suyun asked in confusion. I'm laughing at your capability to save yourself. Why bother running to me for help? Brat, do you truly not know, or are you feigning it? Crossfire Heaven Lord laughed straightforwardly. Save myself? How can I save myself? Heh, with this sword, you can save yourself already, but... Crossfire Heaven Lord threw the death sword back to Suyun. Kid, do you know what this sword is called? Its name is Death Sword. Suyun caught the sword. Death Sword? No, that is not its original name. I caught a few seals inside its blade that was concealed extremely well, and if these seals are broken, it can be reinstated to its original state. Maybe your generation of youths might not be able to recognize its true appearance, but I do. Its original name is not Death Sword, but the Sovereign King Sword. Sovereign King? Suyun's heart jumped. Evil Sword Sect's passed down treasure? Evil Sword Sect? What's that? I do not know about that, but I do know that it was created by an extremely powerful evil realm being. I had once crossed swords with an evil realm being, and it used this exact sword. However, that evil realm being was not able to control the strength of this sword, so he was severely injured by me, and escaped with his wounds. In the process of escaping, because he had insufficient strength and his mental state was not protected, the Sovereign King's sword took over its mind, and transformed into a zombie, completely under the control of the sword. What? Suyun was startled. such a strange occurrence happened before? But why haven't I been devoured? The reason why the Sovereign King's sword had not devoured you is because, somehow for some reason, it was sealed by people, so it has not displayed its terrifying power, and was unable to do anything to you. Once the seals have been abolished, the sword will be an enemy and a friend to you. It can help you kill any strong beings, but it can also take the chance when you are weak, and devour you. It is 100% an extremely evil sword. The so-called accompanying a sovereign can be like accompanying a tiger. Its name might be the Sovereign King, but whether or not it will be the Sovereign King or you will be the Sovereign King, will only depend on you. Coming back to it, the person who was able to seal the Sovereign King's sword was truly a powerful person. I wonder what divine person would be able to do it. Crossfire Heaven Lord said, but he did not inquire on how Su Yun obtained it. Su Yun was always thinking about it. No wonder, when the evil sword sect was looking for the Sovereign King's sword, and when the Stone Lion said that the Sovereign King's sword was already taken by the sword ancestor into the sword sheath, he never thought that the Death Sword would be the Sovereign King's sword. If that was so, it explains why the Death Sword could become a primal sword, and its craftiness would be explainable. Senior, you said it can save me? What should I do for it to save me? To save my own life? Su Yun asked. It is very simple. I will help you remove the seal on the sword, and allow it to regain its strength into the world. With the power of the Sovereign King's sword, you will be able to contend against the Spirit Demon Emperor. Crossfire Heaven Lord replied, but you are still too weak, and I am afraid you are not stable enough, and might be devoured by the Sovereign King's sword and be controlled by it, so you have to be particularly careful. Su Yun's face darkened and his eyebrows sloped down, but he did not say a word. Human, the duration of the connection between us is almost up. Considering that you and I have some fate, I am willing to aid you in this. But if you do not wish for me to do it, that will be on you. You better think hard about it. Crossfire Heaven Lord said, then closed his eyes and waited quietly for Su Yun's answer. Not long later, Su Yun spoke. Senior, please undo the seals on the Death Sword. You're not afraid of being controlled by the Sovereign King's sword? Crossfire Heaven Lord opened his eyes wide and asked. I would die if I do not do it. Perhaps with me doing so, I will have an opportunity to live. Su Yun took a deep breath and said. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. Crossfire Heaven Lord raised his hand and waved. Since you are so sure about it, then never regret for the things that you have to do. Human, tell me your name. Su Yun. He said softly. In the next second, a burst of heat wave smacked his face, causing him to become muddle-headed. The scene before him darkened, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the current Chin Creek, where the intense and dilapidated battlefield image had replaced the image of the fiery palace. A gigantic moss green hand that covered the sky appeared. Yi Liao was already unstable. After being struck, he smashed into the floor, causing the ground to split and the earth to shake. Yi Liao climbed back up with much difficulty, but before he could stand up, he fell again. His chest was bloodied red, his qi was weak and dissipating, he was in such a miserable state. Yuan Shaolin and Gu Changwu were also in bad conditions. The Spirit Demon Emperor fought against them with ease, while the two of them struggled with their lives to remain standing. Great bewitching heart curse! Suddenly, the Spirit Demon Emperor bellowed, chanting out 13 weird words, causing the surrounding of the two persons to suddenly erupt with a great spirit demon illusion that struck the two of them while they were unprepared, and were immediately placed in a difficult situation. Boom! Boom! Yuan Shaolin and Gu Changwu were struck from the sky. They both fell downwards to the ground. Yuan Shaolin was struck even more gravely, with a hole in his chest. His heart was struck and his body was severely injured. There was no positive signs to whether he could live or not. Master Yuan! The Chin Creek people were all in grief and anxiously ran up. Seeing the situation unfolding in front of them, some were in despair while some were in grief. The helplessness attacked their hearts. The Spirit Demon Emperor had devastated and defeated 3 4th-stage Spirit Star cultivators in such an overbearing manner, showing his strength. He soared into the sky and looked down at all the living beings, as though he was a god. At that moment, who was able to stand on the same level and fight against him? He was the god of Cheen Creek. The god of the uncountable lives. Your Majesty, Spirit Demon Emperor is unrivaled and unparalleled, and we wish you everlasting life. Just then, someone shouted excitedly. In a moment, tsunami of shouts immediately erupted. Your Majesty, Spirit Demon Emperor is unrivaled and unparalleled, and we wish you everlasting life. Your Majesty, Spirit Demon Emperor is unrivaled and unparalleled, and we wish you everlasting life. All of the spirit demon beings were excited, frantically shouting their voices out. It was not only fear that they had towards the spirit demon emperor, but more like a zealot veneration. It was the type of veneration that the weak had towards the strong. The spirit demon emperor was the strongest. Whoosh! Just then, a thunderous boom sounded out from the sky. Following that, a scarlet red light ripped through the dense spirit demon chi and discharged down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312. Evil Sword Sovereign King, XX. The spirit demon emperor who was flying above Guqing Wu raised his head and stared at the sky. He had already sensed the bizarre chi. Which divine being has come? The spirit demon emperor shouted. The burning light aura became more intense, as though it was the light of daybreak shining down onto the land. In the next moment, a deep and resounding voice boomed from the sky. Master Spirit Demon Emperor, all these people are my younger generation. On account of my face, can you not squabble with them? Hearing that, all the Cheen Creek people became confused, while Yi Liao's eyes glowed as he exhaled. Could some masters have come? Some master? Who? Someone beside asked. The masters that protect Sky Marshal Continent. Although I have not seen any of them, but to be able to cause the spirit demon emperor to be fearful, it means that Cheen Creek can be saved. Yi Liao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But what he heard after that did not make him relaxed anymore. Who are you? Spirit Demon Emperor questioned. Crossfire Heaven Lord. The voice contained some degree of might. Crossfire Heaven Lord? Spirit Demon Emperor thought for a while, then spoke. This emperor has heard of your name before, but I did not know that you have a relation with the Cheen Creek humans. Heaven Lord, if you have the capability, come out and stop this emperor. If you do not have the ability to do so, do not disturb this emperor. Today, this emperor must definitely make the Cheen Creek humans regret what they have done. They need to accept the punishment this emperor is bestowing them. You mean that there is no space for discussion between us? Maybe some force from you could help with that. Spirit Demon Emperor, I truly hope to battle with you, but this is just a strand of thought form. I am personally unable to come to Sky Marshal Continent, so we are unable to fight. Doesn't that mean you are unable to stop this emperor? Spirit Demon Emperor laughed out, then continued, It is a pity, Heaven Lord, you can only witness as I destroy Cheen Creek. With that, Spirit Demon Emperor made his move. When the Cheen Creek people heard Heaven Lord's words, all of their hearts dropped. It was the feeling of being on cloud 9 and falling straight into the deepest ravine. Just a second ago they thought they would be saved, with an expert that could save them, but the next second later he said he was unable to save them. That kind of drop was so intense it made a few of them almost go insane. Yi Liao's face turned white, he looked at the scarlet light in the sky, his eyes hollowed as he muttered to himself, Does the heavens truly want my Cheen Creek to die today? Spirit Emperor Demon, although I am not able to fight a good bout with you, but maybe there is someone who will be able to give you a good fight. Just then, Crossfire Heaven Lord spoke out again. Spirit Demon Emperor frowned, as he swept across the skies, he asked, Which divine being will it be? You don't have to look to the sky already, he is right below you. Crossfire Heaven Lord said. Below? The Spirit Demon Emperor was startled. Just then, a scarlet red light pillar shot down from the sky, straight into the Cheen Creek people crowd, directly smashing towards Su Yun, or more accurately, shining onto the pitch-black sword in his hand. Whoosh! The death sword immediately started trembling as though lightning was flowing through its body. It shook frantically, and started to rise by itself. At the same time, it released a large quantity of pitch-black evil spirits, who started to revolve frantically around the sword blade, and a bizarre supreme sword might started to circulate with the death sword as the center. Ah! The evil spirits released sharp and blood-curdling screams. Suyun watched blankly. All the evil spirits were the evil spirits that the death sword had devoured before. Such a dense evil chi, what terrifying evil spirits, Suyun! What happened to the death sword? Why is it being like that? Xingyu, who was inside the sword sheath, started to panic and question. Xing'er walked over to Suyun's side and looked at him, holding onto her sword even tighter. You're saying this man can give me a good fight? Spirit Demon Emperor looked at Suyun, disdain spreading across his face while he frowned. And wants to fight with me? Heaven Lord, if you personally came over, maybe we can have a few bouts as equals, but him? Humph! Any general of this emperor's can easily destroy him. With that said, a huge seven-headed spirit demon being rushed up. Seven-headed spirit demon general, a second-stage spirit star realm cultivator, able to unleash 7 different mystical techniques at the same time. When he landed on the ground, a boom sound came out, and the ground beneath him split, releasing a wave strong enough to topple mountains and break the sea towards Suyun. Seeing that the seven-headed spirit demon general was rushing towards him, Suyun immediately jumped and grabbed the death sword sheath, wanting to engage in battle. But the death sword was as stuck as a mountain, rooted to the ground. What's going on? Suyun was startled. Human, how can it be so fast? Releasing the seals requires time. Fuck! Then what were you doing ridiculing the spirit demon emperor? Why didn't you use the time before releasing the seals first? Suyun was baffled. Didn't I tell you I haven't talked to people in a long time? I wanted to chat a bit. You just have to hold on for a while more, releasing the seal is very fast. Crossfire Heaven Lord shouted. Although he said that, the seven-headed spirit demon general was already rushing over. Too late. Suyun became focused. He did not bother speaking as he anxiously retreated, and retrieved immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Before heavenly crystal's power dissipates, I'll fight with him. Upon drawing the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, the sword sheath trembled, as many flying swords rushed out and formed a long tornado directed at the seven-headed spirit demon general. Unbreakable Vajra. Spirit demon turtle god armor. Spirit demon laceration. Degeneration palm. Heaven spirit demon chi. Calamitous suffering. Roar of fury. Just as Suyun made his move, the seven-headed spirit demon general suddenly roared in unison. Every head of his summoned different mystical techniques, and at that moment, his entire body was enveloped with 2 different profound spirit chi, one of gold and one green. The 1,000 swords struck his body, producing exploding ding-dang sounds, with sparks and profound spirit chi resonating outwards, but none touched the seven-headed spirit demon general's body. And he did not only concentrate on defense. When Suyun released his attack, a burst of spirit demon chi diffused towards him. Taking the chance when Suyun was not prepared, it quickly transformed into a rope and entangled him, immediately unleashing many terrifying mystical techniques onto him. Suyun's chest was inflicted with serious damage, his breastbone had cracked, he spat out blood. The direct impact had struck him down to the ground. Seven-headed spirit demon general had the second-stage spirit star realm cultivation, with extremely thick spirit demon force in him. Even after utilizing 7 mystical techniques, he looked as if he did not exhaust much strength. Although Suyun had the help of the heavenly crystal to have the cultivation of the first stage of the spirit star realm, but as the opponent was higher than him by 1 whole stage, even if it was just 1 stage difference, in the spirit star realm, a 1 stage difference was practically the difference between heaven and earth. Human, just with your strength, you dare challenge my almighty master, the spirit demon emperor? You truly do not want to live. Let me extract your 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal forms, and become my 8th head. The 7-headed spirit demon general roared and then began a chant, seemingly to activate a divine skill. The 7-headed spirit demon general's strength did not lie in the 7 separated divine skills, but rather the combination of all his divine skills, which was directly going to be unleashed on Su Yun. The turn of events was not encouraging. Su Yun stared at the 7-headed spirit demon general in the air. Whoosh! Just then, a set of white light burst out from the sword sheath, and Qingyu suddenly appeared beside Su Yun. Qingyu? Su Yun was surprised. She was holding onto a jade sword, her delicate and beautiful face was looking solemn. She quickly spoke, Su Yun. Quick! With that, the jade sword in her hand flickered with a light aura. Roar! The 7-headed spirit demon general heads all roared in unison, their 7 mouths spewing 7 bursts of bewitching light. Upon leaving their mouths, they gathered together and formed a gigantic light ball which smashed towards Su Yun. In that instant, all of the Qin Creek people could clearly feel the terrifying destruction force coming from the light ball. But just as the light ball was about to explode onto Su Yun swung his arm, releasing a snow-white long sword out, which struck the light ball. Crack! The scene was like a bright moon smashing into the bewitching light ball. And when that happened, the light ball was actually sliced into 2, and was instantly defeated. What? 7-headed spirit demon general was shocked. What is that sword? Everyone below all opened their eyes to see. This is a sword that I have personally created out of my own cultivation, and is not one that can be easily blocked by any mediocre person. Go and die obediently. Ling Chengyu snorted, and then shouted at Su Yun, quickly kill him. Su Yun nodded his head, and then looked at Qinger who was nearby. Qinger, protect her. With that, he rushed towards the 7-headed spirit demon general. Qinger was stunned, as she looked at Ling Chengyu in a daze. What is going on? Upon releasing the contracted victory sword, Su Yun was like a heavenly being. Swinging his arms frantically, the contracted victory sword seemed to be like a whip that could extend infinitely, frantically cutting the 7-headed spirit demon general. What bewildered the people was that the contracted victory sword seemed to be unstoppable. Even the spirit demon general's unbreakable Vajra was unable to stop the onslaught from the contracted victory sword, and was instantly cut apart. What is that sword? Yi Liao looked at Su Yun who was dancing frantically in the air, and asked in shock. That sword has an intense and powerful swift wind spirit chi. It seems to be a sword made completely from profound spirit chi. Yuan Shaolin who was at the side said. A few people noticed Ling Qingyu who was standing beside Qinger. Everyone had witnessed that Su Yun had pulled out the sword from the lady's hand. Formless battle god seal. Just then, Su Yun bellowed out loud, his finger moving at an extremely fast speed, flickering like light, and a battle god seal appeared in the sky, striking towards the 7-headed spirit demon general. The 7-headed spirit demon general immediately activated a mystical technique and tried to block the formless battle god seal, but Su Yun was already wielding the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword while rushing towards him. The thousands of swords approached him, causing the 7-headed spirit demon general to become anxious. He retrieved a stone bowl from his storage ring and threw it at Su Yun. The stone bowl flew in the air and quickly became bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into the size of a hill, flying ferociously straight at Su Yun. I'll let you taste the power of the stone bowl I had refined. As long as you are suppressed inside it, I can refine you into my food in an instant, ha 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 ha. The 7-headed spirit demon general laughed out loud as though he had one. But in the next second, a white light swept through the refined stone bowl, splitting it into pieces, with sword chi disintegrating them. What? The 7-headed spirit demon general was stunned. Even the stone bowl I had refined could be slashed through? How is that possible? But, in the moment that he was stunned, the formless battle god seal had struck onto his broad back. Bang! The 7-headed spirit demon general was struck, and his entire body was trembling furiously. Chance! A light aura flashed past Su Yun's eyes. Wielding the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, he controlled the 1,000 swords to hack at the spirit demon general. Don't look down on me. Watch my strongest defense. Sacrificial spirit demon execution. The 7-headed spirit demon general was forced to a corner, and was forced to activate his trump card. His 7 heads started to chant extremely quickly, his 2 thick arms moving along with his chants to form seals. In a moment, a gigantic spirit demon chi apparition soared down from the sky, and completely isolated the 7-headed spirit demon general. The 1,000 swords slashed on the apparition, and was immediately flung back. None of them were able to penetrate one bit. Go and die. Then, the 7-headed spirit demon being moved again, and the gigantic apparition raised its hand, grabbing a bunch of the flying swords and slapped towards Su Yun. Su Yun was stunned. Su Yun! Don't be afraid. Cut that bastard down. In that imminent peril, Ling Qingyu, who was below, suddenly shouted. Hearing that, Su Yun did not dare to hesitate any further. He activated the monarch occult force in his body, causing a tide of profound spirit chi to surge from his body. He wielded his sword tightly while staring at the 7-headed spirit demon general inside the apparition, and directly controlled the contracted victory sword, slashing towards his head. Poochie! 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 As though it was cutting through paper windows, the sharp contracted victory sword slashed through the apparition and cut through the 7-headed spirit demon general's defense, and directly cut down his 7 heads. The entire Cheen Creek battlefield went silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313. Evil Sword Sovereign King, XXI. What is that divine sword? That is a true divine sword. That is a divine sword that could overcome everything. Su Yun looked at the body of the 7-headed spirit demon general that was gradually collapsing, still in astonishment. He turned to look at Ling Qingyu and saw her crossing her arms, hugging her soft chest. Her delicate mouth was curving at the corners, and her completely crescent-shaped eyes revealing a proud smile. Why is your sword suddenly so powerful? He turned his head and asked. Hee, I broke through with my cultivation, and that is why my sword is so powerful. Furthermore, my profound spirit chi suppresses spirit demon chi. Using my sword, much less the 7-headed spirit demon, you can even slice off that spirit demon emperor's head. Ling Qingyu said complacently, her face brimming with arrogance. Su Yun did not doubt her. The 7-headed spirit demon general had revealed his strongest defense technique, but the contracted victory sword still cut through it like paper, as though there were no defense at all. Good. Good. Very good. Ant. You actually killed my 7-headed spirit demon general. It seems like I've looked down on you. With the death of his 7-headed spirit demon general, the spirit demon emperor's anger had skyrocketed. He had already lost his patience. His eyes flickering with green light, the spirit demon chi around his body had started to go berserk, revealing killing intent. Seeing that, Su Yun's face became serious. Just then, Ling Qingyu, who was by the side, spoke softly, Su Yun. Be careful. When her words just reached him, a formless attractive force enveloped Su Yun, pulling his entire being directly straight towards the spirit demon emperor. Su Yun did his utmost to stop himself from moving, wanting to control his own body. However, the force was much too strong for him to resist, and no matter how he tried, he was unable to resist. The spirit demon emperor started to chant something. With a move of a finger, a square-shaped seal array appeared in front of him, while Su Yun was forced straight into the formation. Since you killed my general, then I will transform you into a spirit demon to replace him and be my servant forever. Spirit demon emperor growled. Go fuck yourself. Su Yun roared in anger, and slashed his sword at the seal array. The snow-white sword body looked like a rainbow cutting across the horizon as it nimbly and quickly slashed towards the seal array. But the spirit demon emperor seemed to be prepared. He waved his finger and caused a burst of strong, profound spirit chi that was not spirit demon chi to erupt from the seal array. It transformed into the shape of a needle to stop the contracted victory sword. Just as the sword body touched the needle, it was immediately flung back. Boom! Suyun's arm went numb. Contracted victory sword's light became slightly dimmer, while Ling Qingyu received some damage as well. Her throat suddenly had a strong taste as she spat blood out. Big sister Qingyu, are you okay? Xing'er immediately grabbed onto Ling Qingyu and supported her as she wavered. I'm fine. Ling Qingyu shook her head, then looked up in the sky and saw that Suyun was still being pulled towards the seal array, and was about to be absorbed in. Suyun! Be careful! The spirit demon emperor has a dual-element cultivation, and has the chaste right scripture spirit chi. The powerful attacks you deal against him, he will be able to return an attack equivalent to you. Do not use force against him. Those words reached Suyun's ears, causing him to clench his teeth. He controlled the 1,000 swords to stop in front of him, and also gave up using the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword to attack the seal array. Little doll, you can actually recognize this emperor's chaste right scripture spirit chi. Knowledgeable. But today, no one can save this man. The spirit demon emperor roared, producing a force that dispersed the 1,000 swords, and then increased the attractive pulling force on Suyun, causing Suyun to be sucked towards the seal array faster. But just at that moment, Suyun disappeared. Ha! The spirit demon emperor frowned, and immediately sent out profound spirit chi to sense his surroundings, but to no avail. Suyun had disappeared into thin air, without leaving a trace of himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, the seal array in front of the spirit demon emperor broke, and a person stepping on a red cloud emerged. Holding onto a long spear, he thrusted fiercely at the spirit demon emperor. The spirit demon emperor could not react in time, and was immediately pierced by the spear at his chest. Then the spear tip exploded, where a burst of devastating destructive force resonated out, terrifying all of the Chin Creek people as they witnessed the burst of shocking force. Everyone immediately went into a mess due to the trembling of the air and ground, developing into a scene of chaos. The spirit demon emperor was caught unprepared and was flung backwards, colliding into a tall mountain nearby. Due to the strong impact, the entire mountain immediately crumbled, and boulders were created which flew in all directions. After the attack, the man on the red cloud holding the spear immediately disappeared, and Suyun's original person came back. Flame Immortal Monarch? That is the celestial force. This emperor recognizes this mystical technique. Upon activation, your entire body will transform into one strike, and is a mystical technique of Herculean celestial sect. But a pity, the Herculean celestial sect was obliterated by this emperor 300 years ago. I thought no one would know of this technique, and never expected that you would have learned it. The spirit demon emperor was surprised. Suyun did not bother replying. He did not know what a celestial force was. What he had done was a consummate skill of the sprite's shadow. There would be nothing to see if he used his own mystical techniques against the spirit demon emperor. He retreated back a few steps. He did not dare to force the spirit demon emperor too tightly, and looked over to the death sword. Why is the Crossfire Heaven Lord's unsealing of the sword taking so long? Suyun thought anxiously. Whoosh! A strange burst of force appeared, and continued to become more intense, causing the profound spirit chi inside his body to retreat like a receding tide, very quickly dropping and dropping. In that instant, Suyun dropped from the first stage of the spirit star realm to the 6th stage of the spirit soul realm. Shit, the heavenly crystal's power is used up. Suyun cursed. The heavenly crystal was his last treasure. If it was not able to help him, he definitely had no qualifications to fight against the spirit demon emperor. Human! Just then, Crossfire Heaven Lord's voice came out from the sky, and then a scarlet light erupted out, causing the temperature of the air to rise, and the black death sword that was enveloped by the red light became extremely different. Has the seal been removed? Suyun turned his head and looked towards the death sword, only to see the death sword that was floating downwards suddenly falling to the ground. The death sword's entire aura was gloomy, as if it had not recovered the name of Sovereign King. The seal has been removed, now it all depends on you. Though you are unable to completely display its true power with your current strength, but as long as it is here, even the Spirit Demon Emperor cannot kill you so easily. If you do pick this sword up, you would already be dead, so consider it carefully, and all the best to you. The words from Crossfire Heaven Lord lingered on in the sky. After that the scarlet slowly disappeared, and the temperature returned to normal. In the next moment, all traces of the Crossfire Heaven Lord ceased to exist. Suyun frowned. He did not know what the Crossfire Heaven Lord meant, but at the moment, he had no extra time to think, so how could he hesitate? He immediately rushed forward, releasing the contracted victory sword, and extended his right hand out to hold onto the death sword. Skying. He took and picked the death sword up. But, the so-called Sovereign King's sword did not have any movement, no change, and did not even bestow any absolute strength to Suyun, it just remained as it was. That is a good sword. Good. A truly good sword. Ha ha, but it belongs to me now. The Spirit Demon Emperor laughed, as though he had sensed something. He flickered, and rushed towards Suyun like a maniac. He extended his right hand, which grew extremely large as a mountain. Suyun's face tensed up. He wanted to escape, but the palm seemed to envelope the entire sky. He had nowhere to run. In that helplessness, he clenched his teeth, and used his might to slash with the death sword. The moment he used the death sword to slash, its body released a burst of throbbing. Following that, Suyun felt that the palm holding the death sword became numb, as though something had linked onto his own palm, and his mental state was struck, his thoughts suddenly blanking for a moment, and only had one thought: to destroy the Spirit Demon Emperor. What is this bizarre feeling? He swore he had never felt such a weird feeling in his entire 2 lives before. Whoosh! The death sword released a fierce light. The dense evil chi converged into a mystical blade, and swept towards the Spirit Demon Emperor with an unstoppable momentum. The Spirit Demon Emperor's face changed. He anxiously retracted his hand, but he was slightly too slow. The black light flickered, cutting through the sky, instantly breaking apart the gigantic palm. Poochie! A hand dropped onto the ground. Spirit Demon Chi surged out frantically, causing the entirety of Chin Creek to be enveloped with it. The Spirit Demon Emperor retreated a few steps back. His moss-green eyes looked at the sword in shock, looking at it with an inconceivable expression. What a strange power that sword has! What exactly is that sword? This power does not belong to you. Human! What weapon are you controlling? What do you care what weapon is it? As long as it can kill you, it is a good weapon. Suyun clenched his teeth. He ignored the feeling that the death sword was giving him, and following up with his successive attack, he once again went towards the Spirit Demon Emperor. Dense evil chi exploded out from the death sword. It was like a gigantic ferocious beast's mouth, wanting to devour Suyun. Suyun only felt himself becoming unable to have rational thought, his mind becoming more and more blank, as though the death sword was already disrupting his thoughts. But the more he got from the feeling, the stronger the power the death sword released. It was as if it was using his body, to use its own technique, to kill with its mightiest attack. At the rate it is going, I will definitely be devoured by death sword and becoming a walking zombie. But, who cares? Since we are already here, what other choice do I have? Suyun turned to look at Ling Qingyu and Qinger, resolution becoming more apparent in his eyes. Do you know what you are doing? This sword is devouring you. It will take control of you. Human! Don't tell me you are willing to give up your life? Hurry up and stop! Spirit Demon Emperor roared. But it was no use. Death sword, death sword! Since you can use your own method to defeat the Spirit Demon Emperor, then dominate me. I can admit to dying by your hand. He roared softly, not resisting the death sword any further, allowing his body to be completely controlled by the sword. If I give up the death sword, I will die. So why not take it and fight it out all the way? In the next moment, evil spirit chi was imparted into his body. It was like a never-ending evil spirit chi spring, frantically sending its evil spirit force into Su Yun's body. The spirit demon emperor was completely shocked, but also enraged. Seeing that Su Yun was so suicidal, he became even angrier. He activated spirit demon chi, then grew out another hand, clasped his palms together, and tried to cover Su Yun. A great amount of spirit demon chi leaked between the two palms, transforming into a tornado that whirled crazily, sweeping Su Yun inside. His entire body were being pulled and injured by the spirit demon chi, and could be ripped apart at any moment. But it did not last long before the death sword released an even more ferocious evil spirit force that enveloped Su Yun's body, immediately dispersing the spirit demon force. Power that was not inferior to the spirit demon emperor. It was definite that the sovereign king's sword's ranking was at least the same rank as the spirit demon emperor, possibly even stronger. Su Yun leaped out with the death sword in hand towards the spirit demon emperor. At this time, the death sword released a light, erupting with evil chi, as though it was the opening of a volcano. It released wave after wave of evil spirit force towards the spirit demon emperor. Bang! The violent sound exploded above Chin Creek. Everyone below watched absolutely dumbstruck. In the sky, Su Yun, who was wielding the death sword, was slashing at the spirit demon emperor, but the spirit demon emperor had transformed spirit demon chi into a shield to block his attacks. The spirit demon emperor's expression was stern, doing his best to defend against the strange sword, while Su Yun's pale white face was overloading with evil chi. Berserkly using his strength, with the death sword trembling in his hand, the sword edge slowly cut the shield of chi up, slowly getting closer to the spirit demon emperor. He could hardly support himself, and secretly activated another chant, releasing a large quantity of spirit demon hands from his body, extending towards Su Yun. Shie! Just then, a loud ripping sound came out. The death sword's body released a terrifying evil spirit. Its body was extremely pitch black with a sinister appearance. With the death sword as its base, it suddenly jumped out and revealed a pair of claws, instantly grabbing the spirit demon emperor's head. What? The spirit demon emperor's heart tensed up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314. Evil Sword Sovereign King, XXII. The evil spirit ripped apart the spirit demon hands and went straight for spirit demon emperor with its ferocious claws. It can actually break through my spirit demon chi. Could the power hidden inside that sword be stronger than my power? The spirit demon emperor immediately halted his attacks. His body flickered and suddenly disappeared, making the death sword cut through air. Su Yun raised his head to look and saw that the spirit demon emperor was already 100 m away. At the moment, Su Yun's entire body was enveloped with evil chi. His face was pale white, his eyes pitch black, and his breathing was erratic. He only felt it was taking a toll on his mind and consciousness, with his mind almost degenerating. But the more he lost control, the more powerful the death sword became, as though the existence of humanity was meant to suppress the death sword. Su Yun growled, then pushed himself forward again, the imposing aura being released again. However, the spirit demon emperor seemed to have sensed something, and actually dare not fight Su Yun head-on, but instead kept on retreating. Su Yun slashed out a few times. The vast sword chi seemed to slice open the sky. What a terrifying might! Since when did that sword become so strong? The spirit demon emperor was stunned, and his eyes revealed his deep thoughts. But after a moment, he seemed to have understood something. He stared at Su Yun coldly and said, "Truly an ignorant human, with your strength, you are incapable of controlling that sword. If you continue like this, you will only be devoured by the sword. At that time I will not even need to do anything, and you will die to it. When you die, then I will make my move, and take that sword for myself." Hearing that, a thought swept through his blurred mind, and his body involuntarily trembled for a moment, cold sweat dripping down from his body. That's right, if this continues, I will definitely die without a doubt. If my consciousness is being devoured by the death sword, wouldn't everyone be unable to escape from the spirit demon beings when the spirit demon emperor takes the death sword? I can't let death sword make a mess out of everything now. He suddenly thought about what the Crossfire Heaven Lord had said before, whether it or you will be the sovereign king? If the sword becomes the sovereign king, I would lose everything, but if I become sovereign king, I can control everything. Thinking about that, Suyun clenched his teeth, his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared fiercely at the death sword. Whoosh! Just then, the death sword suddenly moved, moving Suyun towards the spirit demon emperor. But Suyun suddenly released strength, and forcefully stopped the death sword's attack, doing his utmost to hold the sword back. The death sword and him were struggling for a moment, the sword trembling in mid-air. Seeing this, the spirit demon emperor's eyes revealed killing intent, and immediately made his move towards Suyun. Suyun's expression tensed, and with all his might, he forced the death sword to block at his chest area. Clang! The spirit demon emperor's palm struck the death sword's body, but the immense force flowed through the sword and into Suyun's body, causing him to be struck down, smashing straight into the ground. At that moment, it felt as if all the bones in his body had broken. It was extremely painful. Seeing that, Qing'er's eyes were filled with pain. She bit down on her lips, and turned to run towards Yi Liao. Senior Yi Liao, don't tell me you all want to watch as my young master dies? Please send the command, all of us need to take action and kill the spirit demons. What nonsense are you talking about, Qing'er? The spirit demon emperor and Suyun are fighting a 1-against-1 battle. How are we supposed to take action? That's right, we shouldn't do anything. If the spirit demon beings also make their move, at that time everything will go out of hand. You want Qin Creek to become a battleground? People behind were arguing noisily. All of you. Qing'er was enraged. A group of craven and cowardly people. Are you all still thinking that the spirit demon emperor will let all of you go? If he kills my young master, he will definitely find trouble with all of you, so none of you should think about not getting involved and staying safe. Now, my young master still has the ability to contend against the spirit demon emperor. If we do take action together, maybe we can still kill the spirit demon beings while they are unprepared. If all of you are here watching by the sidelines until they are exhausted, and my young master makes a mistake, causing the spirit demon emperor to not fear anymore, at that time, which of you will fight him? If it truly gets to that point, no one should think about leaving Qin Creek alive. Saying that, many people were left speechless. That's right, who set the rules that it was a one-on-one battle? Miss Su is right. At this time, it is our best chance to kill the spirit demon beings. Ultimately, the spirit demon emperor is still a spirit demon. How can we believe his words? If we do not take action now, when will it be a good time? Yi Liao nodded his head and stood up. He then leaped into the air and flew. Looking at the countless and densely packed human side, he shouted out loud, "My fellow cultivator friends, our Sky Martial continent had always been peaceful and safe for over hundreds of years, and today the demonic beings have infiltrated. As a citizen of Sky Martial continent, how can I watch by the side? Kill the spirit demons and get rid of these demonic beings. I will not neglect my duty and be dishonored. Everyone follow me to kill the spirit demon emperor. Chase all of these demonic beings out. Kill." With that said, Yi Liao took the lead to rush forth. Seeing Yi Liao making his move, Yuan Shaolin, Gu Qingwu and the rest did not dare hesitate and all followed along. The 4 officials had recovered their qi, and immediately howled as they rushed forth to kill the spirit demons. It was as if the Qin Creek people were like river torrents flowing in one after another towards the spirit demon army. The huge war had begun. Yi Liao was not an idiot, he understood where Qing'er was coming from. The reason that the spirit demon emperor wanted to kill Suyun was because of Mui, and did not say anything about Suyun killing the other spirit demons, or Pu Yao. Now that Suyun had the ability to suppress the spirit demon emperor, if the Qin Creek people did not make their move, then they would be serving themselves up on a silver platter. There were many intelligent people, so when Yi Liao had spoken, many of them responded. A tide of people rushed towards the spirit demon beings, a great quantity of light auras exploded, while many smoke signals were shot into the air. These signals would fly into the sky and explode. The beautiful fireworks would envelope the entire sky, meant for the northern part of the continent to see. It was a signal to seek assistance, and at that moment, countless tyrannical and powerful cultivators of the northern continent along with sects and prominent heroes all rushed over. How dare you! How dare you! You all dare to go against this emperor, and are provoking this emperor. Ha ha ha, since it is so, then do not blame this emperor for having no mercy. Seeing that the Cheen Creek people were actually taking action, the spirit demon emperor looked to be thoroughly enraged, but in his heart he was rejoicing. He was waiting for this chance. Now that Yi Liao had made his move, he could make his move outright against the people of Cheen Creek. My 10 great spirit demon generals, my 15 spirit demon guards and 7 spirit demon grandmasters, listen to my order. Massacre Cheen Creek for me, baptize Cheen Creek with blood, and leave not one man standing. Then bring all of their souls back to the spirit demon realm, where we will enslave them for eternity. The spirit demon emperor roared. Yes, your majesty. The spirit demon army collectively shouted in excitement. Following that, a green tide burst forth, rushing towards the Cheen Creek army. The battle broke out, as intense killings unfolded. Mui was surrounded by a few spirit demon guards, and retreated to the back. But in the end, the target was still him. Although 3/4 stage Spirit Star Realm experts were still at the losing end against the Spirit Demon Emperor, even with their injuries, they were still considered a formidable force. They took the lead, leading the group of Cheen Creek ranking participants into the Spirit Demon army, with all of them killing their way through without a care for life. No one dared to hold back, because once they lose, their souls would be held captive and forever be tortured by the Spirit Demon beings. In the air, Su Yun held on to the death sword tightly. It was moving about endlessly, with evil spirit force enveloping and entering Su Yun's body, wanting to urge him to kill the spirit demon emperor, but at that moment, Su Yun had given up on attacking. I am the man who wields the sword, it is not the sword that wields me. Su Yun focused on that thought, holding the death sword more ferociously by the second. If you resist that sword, you will be unable to win against me, and if you are unable to resist that sword, you will be devoured by it. Regardless of anything, you still lose. Human, you are too naive. The spirit demon emperor sneered, then released a palm attack. Seeing that, Su Yun anxiously brought out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, planning to control the 1,000 swords to block his attack, but it was obviously not doable. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was a twin sword, and because Su Yun's cultivation was too low, he was unable to wield its potential to stop the Spirit Demon Emperor. Spirit Demon Emperor, you truly think that Cheen Creek is that weak? Just at that moment, Yi Liao rushed forward and faced against the palm attack. Bang! The Spirit Demon Emperor was sent flying, but under the attack, Yi Liao did not have it easy either. The spirit demon chi imbued in the palm pervaded Yi Liao's body, causing his skin to tear as it slammed him to the ground. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. He was already suffering from severe injuries. How could he take another full-force attack? Seeing that Yi Liao had taken the palm attack in place of him, Su Yun's eyes revealed an inexhaustible rage. He stared at the death sword, looking at the black sword body. He easily waved it, forcefully urging the death sword to strike at the spirit demon emperor. The death sword desired and urged his body to strike at the spirit demon emperor's head, but Su Yun resisted it fully, and thrusted the death sword towards the spirit demon emperor's heart. The sword edge trembled profusely, although it was sufficiently overbearing, its might was still cut substantially. The spirit demon emperor snorted, he aimed with his finger, and shot out countless spirit demon chi blades at Su Yun. Bang 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 bang! The spirit demon chi blade struck his body, causing the large quantity of evil chi around his body to dissipate, but then, the spirit demon chi blades transformed into spirit demon souls, tugging onto Su Yun's limbs, wanting to tear his body apart. Su Yun once again brandished the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, cutting apart the spirit demon souls, and then using all his might, he swung the death sword against the spirit demon emperor. This time, the Death Sword wanted to attack the Spirit Demon Emperor's lower body, but Suyun resisted it again, and controlled it to attack the Spirit Demon Emperor's head. Boom! The Spirit Demon Emperor released another mystical technique, causing the atmosphere to shake. The retaliation caused the Death Sword to be flung back, bringing Suyun along, crashing heavily into the ground. The Death Sword seemed to be enraged, trembling frantically, trying to struggle free from Suyun's hand and break away from his control. But Suyun urged all of the profound spirit chi in his body and suppressed the Death Sword. At such a time, only by completely containing the Death Sword could he live. He thought about the time when he first subdued the Death Sword. Only by using absolute strength to obtain its acknowledgement would he be able to control it freely. Thinking about it, he made a decision. Using the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, he directly struck the Death Sword's body. Clang! The blood-red sword smashed onto the pitch-black sword, inducing sparks. But it did not stop there. The 1,000 sub-swords all struck together. With the Death Sword as their target, they struck the Death Sword in a berserk way. The ping-pang sounds came out endlessly. The Death Sword did not rest either, doing its utmost to strike back. Immediately, the scene of the 1,000 swords and the Death Sword fighting emerged. Oh! The Spirit Demon Emperor who was in the air was astonished, and watched in confusion. But then a black light flashed on Suyun's finger. Following that, the Death Sword flew into the sky. In that moment, a pitch-black mist appeared in the sky, and a gigantic dragon sword flew from the sky, smashing straight into the Death Sword, cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon. Boom! In that moment, the ground trembled, the mountains moved, and the boulders started to crumble. What was he trying to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315. Evil Sword Sovereign King, End. What is that stupid Suyun doing? Is he trying to destroy the Death Sword? That is the only thing he can rely on now. Seeing what was happening, Ling Qingyu was furious. Young master definitely has his reasons for doing so. Miss Qingyu, we better think of a way to retreat, said Qinger. Retreat? How are we going to do that? Where will we retreat to? Ling Qingyu replied back with a question. Qinger did not reply. Cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon caused a deep, large pit to appear on the ground. Suyun was forced to retreat back just by the force, and when it finished, he anxiously ran towards the pit. What he saw was the Death Sword lying inside the pit. All the evil chi had dissipated, and it had regained its previous luster. Seeing that, Suyun immediately picked it up. He was immediately joyous. This time, it was much easier to swing the sword. The Sword Elder had said before that the Death Sword had its own sentience. After repeatedly attacking it, I made it cautious, and although my strength right now is unable to contend against it, it knows my determination. It knows how much I am willing to sacrifice to destroy its determination. Do not go against my will. Suyun took a deep breath, and then sent the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword back into the sword sheath. He held the Death Sword with both hands and stared at the Spirit Demon Emperor who was floating in the air. With bated breath, his figure transformed into a black shadow as he rushed forth. Evil Sword Technique. Out from the black shadow came a large quantity of sword shadows, amounting to the size of a whale swallowing the Spirit Demon Emperor. Oh! It seems that the sword had been conquered by you for now? Merely a small trick, it is useless against this emperor. The Spirit Demon Emperor was not afraid. With a wave of his hand, a long moss-green halberd appeared in his hand. He watched attentively at Suyun's incoming Death Sword, and then thrusted the halberd. Clang! The long halberd had accurately struck the Death Sword's blade edge. Ha! Suyun revealed a sinister smile. Roar! The Death Sword's body suddenly released an extremely ferocious and sinister evil spirit that pounced onto the Spirit Demon Emperor. Not this again? Sad to say, using the same techniques on this emperor is not enough to be a threat. The spirit demon emperor roared, his hand grabbed onto the evil spirit, then he suddenly punched at it, immediately destroying the evil spirit. However, a snow-white sword appeared straight after, instantly cutting off the spirit demon emperor's wrist, then it pierced straight into his chest. The spirit demon emperor opened his eyes wide as he looked in shock, and saw that Su Yun's hand had an additional snow-white sword that resembled a whip. Contracted victory sword? Father! Mui, who was at the back, shouted anxiously. She ran forward intending to support her father. Su Yun, don't hesitate, kill him. Xingyu, who was beneath them, shouted weakly. It was such a good chance, with the contracted victory sword suppressing the spirit demon Qi, he could easily break through the spirit demon emperor's defense. A cold glint passed in Su Yun's eyes. Moving his arm while holding tightly onto the contracted victory sword, he forced the sword upwards with power. Shi-yi-yi. The hole in the spirit demon emperor's chest was pulled wider, causing the moss green interior and even the bones to appear in front of Su Yun. Great! Seeing the success, the Qin Creek experts were all joyous. Yuan Shaolin immediately rushed forward, in an attempt to support Su Yun against Mui. Master Su! Let us handle the rest, quickly kill the spirit demon emperor, and get rid of the evil from Sky Martial Continent. Yuan Shaolin shouted. You think you can kill me with the help of that small girl? Stop indulging in fantasies. The spirit demon emperor roared. Qi ripples erupted from his body, causing Su Yun to be blown away. Going against the tearing pain from his chest, he extended his arms out, activating a mystical technique, causing a ball of moss-green spirit demon Qi to spin in his palm, which quickly disappeared. He then slammed his hands together, and bellowed, endless lacerations. Pop! Su Yun heard a low resounding sound on his body, and felt as if he was struck by something, followed by intense pain from all over his body. He felt as if he was being torn and ripped everywhere, causing him to suddenly stop thinking, and his heart almost stopped. Let me rip you to shreds! The spirit demon emperor roared, and then he slowly pulled apart his palms to the left and right, and the more distance he made between his palms, the more Su Yun felt as if the ripping sensation got more intense. At this rate I will definitely die. Su Yun used all of his strength to raise the death sword that was in his hand, staring fiercely at the spirit demon emperor. He suddenly relaxed his fingers, the death sword flew out and went straight for the spirit demon emperor. Limitless Sword Manual. This time the might that Su Yun was using to control the death sword was extremely powerful. Even the spirit demon emperor did not dare look down on the attack. He immediately stopped his technique, and grabbed hold of the incoming death sword. Whoosh! Just as the death sword was being struck back, the contracted victory sword came in. The spirit demon emperor could not defend in time and was struck in his shoulder, causing a deep sword wound to appear, and the mystical technique was broken. It's my turn! Su Yun's eyes was leaking with evil qi, all the thousands of evil spirit essence in his body erupted, and he rushed forward. With a move of his hand, the death sword flew over, the two black and white swords danced frantically like two ferocious berserk dragons. They attacked the spirit demon emperor. The spirit demon emperor swung his halberd again, but this time he was unable to stop Su Yun's attack. With the great evil sword technique, the death sword was extremely difficult to catch, and by the time it appeared, it was already slashing downwards, and the sword body would release evil spirits that would attack as well, causing the opponent to be unable to defend. The contracted victory sword was even more terrifying. It was extremely good at restraining the spirit demon Qi, and seemed to be invincible against it. No matter what mystical techniques the spirit demon emperor tried to deploy, it would be destroyed by it. The sky filled with sword images was a sight to behold, as if the entire dome of heaven was covered with swords. Impossible! This is impossible. You are just a sixth-stage spirit soul cultivator. How can you win against me? Even with the aid of your sword, you are definitely not my opponent. The spirit demon emperor's eyes widened, looking at the black-clothed man in disbelief. But gradually, he realized he was wrong. Su-Yun continued to swing the death sword and attacked him persistently. Su-Yun's the profound spirit chi was quickly increasing. In a blink of an eye, he was already past the realm of the first stage of the spirit star realm. The spirit demon emperor was panicking. He looked carefully, only to see that the death sword was flooding his body with evil profound spirit chi. That sword is bestowing him strength that is on par with me. Father, be careful. Just then, Mui shouted out anxiously. The spirit demon emperor's heart tightened. Before he was able to react, a ray of white light swept past. Poochie! His arm was actually slashed off. It's over. Su-Yun bellowed, and then thrusted the death sword straight for the spirit demon emperor's heart. Poochie! The ear-piercing sound came out. The spirit demon emperor's entire body shivered, then completely stopped moving. Su-Yun stared straight at spirit demon emperor's weird face sinisterly, his eyes revealing an unspeakable malevolence. If anyone else's heart was pierced through, they would have already died. But even if he did not die, he had suffered an extreme loss. Furthermore, one of his arms were cut off, so his fighting ability was greatly reduced. And at the moment, the death sword was bestowing a great amount of power to Su-Yun, leaving him with no worries. Ha 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 ha. Just then, the spirit demon emperor laughed out loud, his moss green eyes revealing a strange light. Su-Yun frowned. What are you laughing for? I'm laughing at how naive you truly are. You think that by relying on those treasures, you can attempt to kill this emperor? Hee, have you forgotten who this emperor is? I am the spirit demon emperor. How can I be so easily be hurt by you? You are too ignorant. An ant is just an ant. Ha 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 ha. The spirit demon emperor laughed, and his face turned serious, the corner of his mouth revealing a sneer. Actually, with your strength, this emperor can kill you as easily as flipping my palm, but this emperor sees something in your sword. I do not know what that sword is, but I do know that only you are able to force its potential out. With all of its might being displayed to saturation now, it is the time for me to act. With that said, the spirit demon emperor extended his hand out and grabbed onto the death sword's body, then laughed. Let me show you the spirit demon Dao's divine technique, spirit extraction divine technique. Not only will your spirit be taken, even the power of your sword will all be absorbed by me, and transformed into my strength. He shouted out loud while still holding onto the death sword, which was stabbed into his heart area tightly, releasing a huge quantity of intense light. After that, Su-Yun felt as if his body was being locked in place and had difficulty moving. The profound spirit chi started to leak out like it was gushing out from a spoiled tap, flowing through the death sword and into the spirit demon emperor. And at the same time, all of the spirit essence in his body were closing at a rapid rate. He could clearly feel that his cultivation was dropping rapidly. The power bestowed from the death sword was quickly becoming spent, and he was reverting back to the 6th stage of the spirit soul realm. And then the 5th stage. 4th stage. It continued, and in less than 20 breaths of time, Su-Yun was actually reverted back to the spirit novice realm. However, while the spirit demon emperor was basking in the absorption, Su-Yun did not reveal any fear, even so much as not revealing any surprised expression. The spirit demon emperor quickly noticed this, and his mind tensed up, sensing that something was amiss. Are you not afraid? Why are you no resisting? Why should I be afraid? Why should I resist? Su-Yun raised his hand, and the black storage ring on his finger flickered with a light aura. He laughed, and his pale white face revealed a strange expression. Do you know about Sprite's shadow? About the 72 consummate techniques sealed in the storage ring. Its consummate skills hailed from the different Dao Sect's 72 divine intense chart diagram. The first shadow corresponds to Shadow Lotus, the second technique cleave corresponds to cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon, the third Tiger King multidirectional roar, fourth Space Meteor Arrow, the fifth Formless Battle God Seal, the sixth Blood Tombstone, the seventh Celestial Force. Following the 72 divine intense chart diagram, do you know what the 10th word in corresponding technique is? Tian, I have no idea what this 72, it is apparently some chart path of 72 Chinese words that might be fictitious and might be explored further into the story. For example, the seventh technique, Celestial Force, was known by the Spirit Demon Emperor to be from the Flame Immortal Monarch and is a technique under Herculean Celestial Sect. Different Tao Sects 72 Divine Intense Chart Diagram? The 10th word should be reflect? Spirit Demon Emperor's eyes dilated, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? That's right, the 10th is reflect, and the technique corresponding to it is the high-grade core-level consummate technique, Reverse Yin-Yang Dragon Art. I wanted to use it too against you, and right now seems to be the best time. Suyin said softly. The instant he said that, a strange profound spirit chi shot out from Suyun's finger, and the energy that was frantically being transferred from Suyun to the death sword stopped, and then, turned in the other direction. Instead of being taken by the Spirit Demon Emperor, the astonishing power in the Spirit Demon Emperor started to flow like a raging flood into Suyun's body instead. Third stage Spirit Soul Realm. Fourth stage Spirit Soul Realm. Fifth stage Spirit Soul Realm. Sixth stage Spirit Soul Realm. Seventh stage Spirit Soul Realm. Eighth stage Spirit Soul Realm. In a short span of time, Suyun actually rushed straight from the sixth stage of the Spirit Soul Realm into the second stage of the Spirit Star Realm. The look in the Spirit Demon Emperor's eyes faltered. He immediately tried to stop the activation of the Spirit Extraction Divine Technique, but the Reverse Yin-Yang Dragon Art had already recorded his consummate technique, and it still continued to work. Bang! In his panic, the Spirit Demon Emperor immediately detonated his own heart. The intense explosion formed a hole in his chest, and he fell from the sky straight towards the Spirit Demon army beneath. He actually detonated his own heart. Can he still survive that? Suyun stared at the Spirit Demon Emperor, whose face was ashen, his eyes still revealing a sinister glare. The Spirit Demon Emperor definitely would not commit suicide. Maybe he is not dead yet. Now that I have his large cultivation, and have the power of a third-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator, what do I have to fear? At that moment, Suyun immediately took his sword and rushed towards the Spirit Demon Emperor's body. Retreat! Retreat! Quickly retreat! The Spirit Demon Emperor, who had a hole in his chest, bellowed. His voice was strangely hoarse. The Spirit Demon Emperor was utterly defeated, and the Spirit Demons no longer had the ability to battle. The Battle of Cheen Creek was concluded. At that moment, no matter what judgment people had of Suyun with his evil chi, his name would spread throughout the entire Sky Martial continent, and even to the Spirit Demon Dao and Evil Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316. Standpoint. Father! Mui screamed out loud. No one would have thought that the devastating battle would have such a turn of events. How could the Spirit Demon Emperor have been defeated? His heart was destroyed, and his arm cut off? If not for them personally witnessing it, no one would believe their own eyes. Is this for real? Tell me that I'm not dreaming, that man called Suyun had actually defeated the Spirit Demon Emperor? Who exactly is he? Is that Spirit Demon Emperor the real Spirit Demon Emperor? Countless of questions popped, and even more people stared dumbstruck. But in the next second, a stern and loud voice boomed. This is not a dream. Master Suyun has defeated the Spirit Demon Emperor. Everyone, for Sky Martial Continent, for the billions of lives, kill the Spirit Demon Emperor. Yuan Shaolin flew in the air and shouted out loud. The fierce echoes reverberated, causing everyone to awaken from their stupor. One after another, they all woke up and rushed like maniacs towards the Spirit Demons. Killing the Spirit Demon Emperor would gain supreme honor, countless wealth, and unthinkable treasures. It was such a good thing, how could anyone let it go? Who wouldn't want to seize the chance? At this time, many powerful mystical techniques smashed towards the Spirit Demon Emperor simultaneously, covering the sky and ground. It was a spectacle. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The Spirit Demon Emperor had already lost all of his willpower. Although he was not dead yet, still, he was severely injured. Most of his strength was lost to Su Yun. How could he continue fighting? But it's weird, I have already taken much of his cultivation, and have even broken through to the third stage of the Spirit Star Realm, but why can't I see through his cultivation with the heavenly scale divine eye? Could there be a treasure on him that conceals his cultivation? Whatever, I won't bother about that. Su Yun focused on the Spirit Demon Emperor's body, holding the Sovereign King's sword in hand, he attacked. Edie, just in case you guys forgot, Sovereign King's sword is the Death Sword's real name. The Sovereign King's sword released a sharp sword cry when slashing. The evil spirits on its body burst out, producing a fierce pressure that killed its way over. Root out and completely destroy his enemies, that had always been Su Yun's style of doing things. Boom! A moss green mirror-like barrier suddenly appeared, protecting the Spirit Demon Emperor from the incoming Death Sword. The barrier kept on vibrating, its surface was being ripped apart by the Death Sword, seemingly unable to last for long. And beneath the barrier was a delicate figure. It was Mu-Yi. Her face was pale white, she clenched her teeth as she struggled to maintain the barrier while staring at Su Yun with her emerald eyes. "Father! Go!" Mu-Yi screamed. "Ear!" The Spirit Demon Emperor was completely enraged. He anxiously waved his arm and shouted, "Where are the Spirit Demon Guards and Generals? Your subordinate is here." A large group of fierce spirit demons killed their way forward, and all rushed towards Su Yun with no regards to their life. Seeking death. Su Yun was furious. At the moment, he was at the peak of his condition. Like an unstoppable god of war, seeing that his profound spirit chi was stable, he conjured the evil chi which quickly transformed into two large evil spirits which extended their claws out towards the spirit demon generals. The evil spirits were powerful, and were beings that none of the Spirit Star Realm beings could block, and after a few bouts, the group of spirit demon generals were all flung to the side. Whoosh! Just then, in the center of the sacred palace, a gargantuan moss-green whirling gateway was formed, and once the portal appeared, many spirit demons rushed in. "Ear, let's leave!" The Spirit Demon Emperor roared weakly, and then he swung his one hand, releasing a burst of energy that enveloped Mu-Yi. With the protection of the Spirit Demon Generals, they rushed towards the whirling gateway portal. "The spirit demons are escaping. Chase them! Do not let them leave Chin Creek." Behind, people shouted excitedly inside the Chin Creek army. Seeing that the spirit demon soldiers were falling, they seemed to be high on adrenaline. With their fighting spirit and morale raised, they started to become even more ferocious, and more spirit demons were falling in the hands of Chin Creek's people, causing the dense spirit demon chi that pervaded the sky to gradually dissipate. Su Yun slashed the spirit demon in front of him, and looked towards the whirling gateway, only to see that Spirit Demon Emperor, Mu-Yi, and the rest were already very close to the portal. The Spirit Demon Emperor turned his head, revealing an ugly expression, his moss-green eyes filled with viciousness. "Human! The matters of today is not over yet. You have humiliated my spirit demon Dao. In the coming days, I will return this humiliation multiple folds to Chin Creek. Remember that. I will find you." The Spirit Demon Emperor swore on his hatred, and then brought the spirit demons into the portal and disappeared. The spirit demons anxiously ran into the portal, but when the Chin Creek army managed to catch up, the portal had already closed, leaving only a few tens of spirit demons as cannon fodder, who were all killed on the spot. It finally ended. Seeing the aftermath on the battlefield, Su Yun sighed. He held onto the death sword and flew down, slowly getting rid of all the spirit force in his body while looking at the dilapidated sacred palace with a complicated look in his eyes. What had happened was completely out of hand. I never thought that before I could resolve the issue with the profound sky sect, I would have already provoked the spirit demon Dao. But to be able to preserve my life in front of these countless experts, my luck is truly good. Young master! Su Yun! Just then, two sweet voices resounded in his ears, and he saw Ling Chengyu and Qinger running towards him together. Qinger, with her pale white face and teary eyes, rushed over anxiously. When she reached him, she looked all over him carefully. After seeing that he was fine, she whimpered, then rushed into his embrace and hugged him tightly. Ling Qingyu, who was at the side, looked at the two of them with a complicated look in her eyes. She secretly sighed, but then quickly covered up the look and changed into a stern expression. Su-yun, stop delaying. We have to leave quickly. Leave? Su-yun was startled. Yes, we need to quickly leave Qin Creek. Quickly. Su-yun was perspiring all over as he looked at her with a strange look, but seeing that she was serious, he did not joke around, nodded his head and pulled the death sword back. He hugged onto Qinger, then jumped onto the death sword. Ling Qingyu did not say anything and transformed into a white light and flew back into the sword sheath. The death sword then flew and they transformed into a black light, flying into the horizon. Su-yun! Master Su-yun! Yuan Shaolin and the rest were shouting for him anxiously below. But Su-yun could not hear them, and had already left Qin Creek. Why did Su-yun just leave? The rest were baffled. I never expected Su-yun to actually defeat the Spirit Demon Emperor. What exactly did he rely on to be able to do that? The people around were still in a daze and disbelief. He relied on treasures. And relied on that sword. Gu Changwu held onto her chest, which was in pain, and staggered over. She spoke while looking at the horizon. Master Gu, how is Master Yi Liao? He is out of the danger zone. He was already sent away to be treated. That is good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But what was that sword Su-yun was using, to actually be so powerful, and where did his imperial sword technique truly come from? Is it from the evil realm? Evil realm? Various masters present. Today Su-yun had displayed power and profound spirit chi of the evil techniques and evil spirit chi, and that is without question. Even if he is not an evil realm being, he is definitely closely linked to them, so forgive Xiaochuo to brazenly ask, various masters, what do you plan to do now, and how do you see Su-yun after this? Will you treat him as an evil realm being? Valkyrie Xiaochuo walked out of the group and asked Yuan Shaolin and the other experts. Is there a need to say? He is an evil realm being, evil beings need to be killed. The next time we meet Su-yun, we cannot let him go that easily. One person immediately stated his stand. That's right, spirit demons and evil creatures are all bad stuff. They are always thinking of ways to obtain our sky martial continent humans' power and souls, to aid in their training and cultivation, for them to enjoy. Humans will forever be enemies against those beings, so why should we give mercy to him? Oh! Everyone, you cannot say that. If not for Master Su-yun single-handedly taking down the Spirit Demon Emperor today, I am afraid Qin Creek will be flowing with rivers of blood already. In truth, he is everybody's benefactor. That's right. Although Master Su-yun used evil spirit force, but other than that, he did not state that he is an evil being. Who said that to use evil spirit force meant that he is an evil being? That is too far-fetched. He saved all of you, yet you are all here discussing about killing him. Truly, isn't that kicking your benefactor in his teeth? No matter what, if I meet Master Su-yun from now on, I will definitely not see him as an enemy. Everyone present started to give their own opinions, and started to argue. Xiaochua's expression turned cold. She turned her head, and looked at the people who planned to kill Su-yun in the name of protecting Sky Martial Continent, and said, all of you, do you think you have the power to fight Su-yun? They looked at each other. What a joke, he had just fought against the Spirit Demon Emperor, causing the Spirit Demon Emperor to flee. How could I fight against him? If you do not have the power to, I hope that all of you do not speak such brazen words. Today, if not for Su-yun, not only would we be dead, but I am afraid the Sky Martial Continent would have even more deaths. I Xiaochuo might be a fool for cultivation, but I do know the difference between grace and revenge. Finished, Xiaochuo brought the blade, sword, the young Xiao and left without saying any other words. She was very clear-cut. Everyone was petrified. Yan Fire Yan Yu looked at Yuan Shaolin, and asked after hesitating for a moment, Master Yuan, how do you see Su-yun? Yuan Shaolin was obviously asked about this prior. After hesitating for a long while, he looked at Gu Changwu and replied, "If Su Yun does not do anything that lets Sky Marshal Continent down, I will not see him as an evil realm being. Of course, other than that, if he has any difficulties, Sheen Creek will definitely aid him." Yuan Shaolin's words were conservative, but everyone understood that Yuan Shaolin was inclined to siding Su Yun. If they were to provoke Su Yun again, Yuan Shaolin knew that he could not go against him, and had to consider whether or not he could protect Sheen Creek. Near Sheen Creek, the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect had gathered. Just then, a snow-white figure flew out from the sky. It was Long Xianli. When the spirit demons appeared, the first thing she did was to arrange for her disciples to be sent out of Sheen Creek, and then she turned back to join in the battle. "This is an absolutely good opportunity. I will definitely kill Su Yun in the chaos and seek vengeance for clan elder Shin Hong." Long Xianli thought, but when she returned to the battlefield, she could not take action, and even when Su Yun was in difficulty, she had the urge to rush up to help him. "It must be because I am not willing to see him die in other people's hands, so I have this feeling, it must be." Long Xianli kept imagining, her state of mind was in total mess. And Su Yun's display of absolute strength caused her to be stunned, as she thought about what Su Yun had to go through to have that, as she could still clearly remember back in the Su family when Su Yun was just a meager spirit intermediate realm cultivator. But now, he was able to fight against the spirit demon emperor. Seeing Su Yun suddenly leaving, Long Xianli's mind became blank, and she became extreme lost. She completely did not understand what she was doing, and did not know if she truly had hatred for Su Yun. She was not sure if she truly wanted to take revenge for Clan Elder Shin Hong. "Clan Elder Long, what's wrong?" Bai Yenshan, who was by the side, asked curiously. "Nothing." Long Xianli took a deep breath, she stabilized her thoughts and recovered her indifferent, graceful, and cold manner. "Let us return to Immortal Sword Mountain." "Yes," the disciples answered. But no one knew that Long Xianli's state of mind had completely transformed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317. Black Prison Forest. In the sky. Two people stepped on a pitch-black longsword and soared through the sky quickly. The clouds swept by them quickly, and grand birds soared beneath their feet. Cold wind blew endlessly, causing their robes to flutter and ruffle. "Quickly! Quickly! Quickly! We need to keep flying and leave this place." Ling Changyu's anxious voice kept on coming out from the sword sheath. Su Yun was perspiring all over while flying and controlling the death sword. He asked, "Changyu, what's going on? Why are you so anxious to leave? If you don't leave, you will not make it." Ling Qingyu immediately said, "If you stay in Sheen Creek, you will only be at risk. It is best for you to leave." "Understand? Understand what? You're really an idiot, you still don't get it?" Regardless of whether it was the power bestowed by the Death Sword or the power absorbed from the Spirit Demon Emperor, they are not power that you cultivated out by your own. What does that matter? Furthermore, I am already a third stage of the Spirit Star Realm cultivator. Even if I stay in Sheen Creek, other than the three lords, who would dare to do anything against me? That's where you are wrong. Ling Qingyu shook her head. Power taken from others are still powers from outside, and is basically different from power that you cultivated yourself. It is like a bag that can only carry 50 gene of weight, but forced to carry another 100 gene of weight, although it is already heavy enough, but the consequences are not just as simple as it sounds. TN, 1 gene is about 0.5 kilograms. What you mean is, although your cultivation is now at the third stage of the Spirit Star Realm, your body is far from strong enough to contain it. Furthermore, the power is from a technique that was forcibly snatched from others. If I am not wrong, when the power bestowed to you by the Death Sword disappears, you will most probably. Before Ling Qingyu could finish her sentence, Su Yun's eyes rolled back. He suddenly became strengthless, and immediately fell amidst the blackout. The Death Sword wavered, and finally dropped from the sky. Seeing this, Qing'er immediately caught Suyun's body, grabbed onto the death sword, activated her profound spirit chi, then slowed down the impact of falling and landed into a forest. She immediately placed Suyun on the ground and checked on him. After finding out that he had just fainted, she heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Suyun gradually opened his eyes, seeing Qing'er's haggard face sitting and guarding him by his side. His heart ached. "Qing'er, what happened? What happened to me?" "Young master, you fainted." Big Sister Qingyu said that when the power that the death sword granted you disappears, your body will be unable to bear the stress from going through so many battles, and will definitely faint, so she anxiously made you escape while using the time before the power from the death sword disappears. Young master had used the mystical techniques of the evil realm, adding that the death sword is such a miraculous sword, you will definitely attract the animosity and jealousy of others. Whether or not Qin Creek knows the right and wrong of the matter, if you stay, even if you and Shaolin, Yiliao, and the rest does not find trouble with young master, there is no guarantee that the rest would not, so it is the best choice to leave earlier. If you had fainted in Qin Creek, the consequences would be inconceivable. Ling Chengyu was right. Suyun nodded his head and breathed with difficulty. He took a deep breath, then put the death sword back in its sword sheath. He sat down leaning against a tree. Now that the death sword seal has been removed, it is no longer an ordinary primal sword, it is currently much stronger than the twin swords, and while fighting against the spirit demon emperor, I relied on the sprite shadow's consummate technique reverse yin-yang dragon art to steal the spirit demon emperor's cultivation, resulting in the unprecedented swelling in my body. I already could not sustain the power of the death sword, and to even last till now is considered a miracle. I have thought about it, but at that time, too many things were happening, so in the end, I overlooked it. Initially, Suyun thought that it was a good time to use the reverse yin-yang dragon art to absorb the spirit demon emperor's cultivation. After all, not everyone knew the spirit demon emperor's spirit extraction divine technique, adding that his own fleshly body was too weak. By drawing external power without restraint, it would only result in his death with his body exploding. To absorb energy and raise his cultivation all the way to the third stage of the spirit star realm was already a miraculous matter. Now that the death sword had been unsealed, its might had been amplified. I have absorbed the spirit demon emperor's cultivation, and my body is incapable of containing the profound spirit force. I will need to temper and train my body for the coming days, to be able to at least use the death sword and avoid injuring my body and destroying my cultivation. "All right, where's Chengyu?" Suyun suddenly asked. Big Sister Qingyu said she would return to the limitless sword sheath to rest, and she does not want us to disturb her. "Tian, I have changed everlasting sword sheath to limitless sword sheath." "Oh." After using the contracted victory sword and after the long wear and tear, Ling Qingyu had suffered much. Every time Ling Qingyu had just recovered, he would have to use her sword, and always made things difficult for her. Suyun was feeling very guilty, and thought to make it up to her. "Young master, the mystical techniques of the evil realm, did you learn it from over there?" Just then, Qing'er suddenly asked. "Yes." Suyun nodded his head. After a slight hesitation, he then told her about the majority of what had happened in the evil realm. Qing'er listened attentively. After a long while, she smiled, and then held onto Suyun's hands with her small hand, and said gently, "Young master, no matter what you turn into or look like, Qing'er doesn't care, regardless of whether you are human or an evil realm being, Qing'er will always stay by your side." "Qing'er." Suyun was extremely touched. Thinking about the torment and deprivation they had suffered, his heart sighed endlessly. But after leaving the Su family and finally meeting after being separated for so long, they felt that everything was over. "Young master, let us find a place where there is no one but us, and avoid all the wars and struggles, so we can live the lives we have always wanted to live." Qing'er said gently, her eyes filled with the longing. For so many years, so many nights, she had been looking forward to it. "Yes." Suyun nodded his head, "But before that, I need to look for Sacred Sky Mountain, and revive Sword Elder." Suyun never forgot the kindness Sword Elder had for him, and regardless of anything, he need to look for Sacred Sky Mountain, and look for the Limitless Sword Sect. Qinger nodded her head adorably. Although the two of them had just broken away from the danger zone, but for some reason, Qinger felt that she was in the best time of her life. Young master, where do we go now? Are we going to look for Sacred Sky Mountain now? I do not know where Sacred Sky Mountain is, and to look for it blindly is a waste of time. I do not have any clues to start from, and can only take one step at a time. Truth to be told, we still have to be careful of the Su family and the Profound Sky sect. But now that I have the Spirit Demon Emperor's power, my own strength has increased, and the Profound Sky sect should not be able to do anything to us. Yes. Qinger nodded her head. It was the first time she became aware that her young master was so reliable. Crack! Just then, an extremely soft sound came out. There's people! Su Yun tensed up. Qinger's delicate and small ears pricked up. She listened for a moment, then said, "There's a 9th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivator, and other Spirit Soul Realm cultivators of various stages. There are a total of 5 of them." Upon hearing that, Su Yun was secretly surprised. "Qinger, you are able to sense their cultivation?" "This is a consummate technique I learned in the Snow Jade Palace. I am able to hear the undulations in the remnants of a person's profound spirit chi, and then I can discern from there." Qinger's face flushed red, and said, "Comparing against young master's techniques, this is just a small skill. All of those are from treasures. I do not have much talent." Su Yun laughed, then said, "Then Qinger, that Snow Jade Palace, how do you plan to resolve it?" "I will write a letter and have someone send it back to the sect, and inform the palace master." Qinger sighed. "To avoid the people from the Profound Sky sect, I hid inside the palace and went under the tutelage of the palace master. The palace master saw that I have talent, and planned to use me. She wants to groom me and use me to marry into the Ink Blade Pavilion. I know about all of those, but I did not stop her. I was thinking to leave after the Mountain River List ranking competition was over, and since it has already ended, and I have obtained the top 100 rank for the Snow Jade Palace, it can be considered thanking her." Hearing what she had said, Su Yun was slightly pissed off. That palace master of Snow Jade Palace actually wants to marry you off? How can she do that? Even if you want to marry, it should be to me. Su Yun is an earnest person, but to blab his mouth off in front of Qinger with those words, it immediately made her face flush red, and she instantly lowered her head, showing her shyness. Su Yun was not the least bit ashamed. But it was not the time for them to chat idly, because the footsteps were heading towards them. The 2 of them had sensed the 5 of them, and naturally the 5 would have sensed something as well. It was a quiet forest. Why were there so many Spirit Soul Realm experts? If it was back in Cheen Creek, it was more probable. The matter between the Mountain River List and the Spirit Demons had caused a din in the Sky Martial continent, and many experts had gathered at Cheen Creek. Even the peak experts who had been in seclusion for so long all rushed over, causing the Spirit Star Realm to not look like an unreachable place anymore. The 2 of them stood up, and looked further deeper into the forest, to see the 5 people walking over. "Qinger, do you know where this is?" Su Yun asked. Young master had flown for around half an hour. Qinger has estimated that this should be the Mongol West Zone. Qinger said. "The Mongol West Zone is very far from Cheen Creek." Su Yun muttered. Just then, the 5 of them came closer. The 2 of them looked over and looked at the small group of 3 males and 2 females. The men were more ordinary looking. One of them looked extremely frail and extremely unremarkable, but no one could tell that he was the strongest out of the 5. He was the 9th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivator. The other 2 men were more sturdy looking. The flat-top man was a 4th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivator, and the other man with a pigtail at the back of his head was a 5th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivator. The 2 ladies were weaker, at the 3rd stage Spirit Soul Realm. One of them was in simple clothes, and looked to be older at the age of 30 to 40. The other lady was completely in contrast of her. She was extremely alluring, her figure was flawless, her butt was raised and perked up, her purple clothes wrapping tightly around her body, as though everything was being flaunted. Her eyes were enchanting and seductive, and her red lips were raised slightly, causing every single one of the men to think that she had something for them. Out of the 3 males, other than the 9th stage spirit soul cultivator, the other 2 were occasionally running up and down the woman's body with their eyes. Oh. I still thought it was a wild beast. I never thought that there would be a sneaky couple here. He, the 2 of you actually chose the black prison forest to be unfaithful. There certainly is the mood, ah. The beautiful lady smiled and said. But when she looked at Su-yun, her eyes immediately lit up, and she walked a few steps closer. Oh, this brother is rather handsome. Who are you under? What sect are you from? Who are you guys? Qinger asked. When she spoke, all of them looked to her, and seeing her beautiful and delicate features, they were all praising in their hearts, a beauty unmatched in her generation. Tien, there is another phrase complimenting her about her bright eyes and white teeth, but seriously, white teeth? So I left it out. Although the charming lady was also beautiful, but in terms of bearing, she was incomparable to Qinger. However, she was not annoyed by it and still maintained her smile. We are all from various sects. Why are the 2 of you here? Just then, the 9th stage spirit soul expert spoke out. His eyes had a look of prudence, as though he was worried about something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318. Profound Sky Sects Treasury. From different sects? Since they are all from different sects, why are they gathered together? Su-yun stood up and secretly sized them all up before speaking. We are from the Snow Jade Palace. I am Wu Yun, and she is Wu Qinger. Today we are here to gather some ingredients for our master. Gather ingredients? Snow Jade Palace? His eyes flashed with a look of distrust, but Qinger took out a translucent badge and showed it to them. The middle-aged lady in simple clothes saw it and nodded her head. That's right, that is truly the Snow Jade Palace's disciples' badge. I recognize it. But since when did Snow Jade Palace begin to accept male disciples? The 9th stage spirit soul realm expert asked. This year. Su-yun lied, but coming back to this, you guys, why are you all in Black Prison Forest? And you are all from different sects? Why would people from different sects gather together? The question he asked was important, and prior to it, Qinger was somewhat unable to restrain a smile from Su-yun's nonsense, but when he asked these questions, Qinger's face also became serious. The 9th stage spirit soul cultivator had accidentally let it slip that they were all from different sects, and to be inside the Black Prison Forest, there had to be a reason. Although it did not matter to Su-yun and Qinger, but since they had met with them, they had to be careful. The 9th stage spirit soul cultivator frowned. He could not see through Su-yun's cultivation, but he could roughly guess Qinger's strength. From her profound spirit chi, he could feel that she was around the 6th or 7th stage of the spirit soul realm, and compared to the rest, she was naturally much stronger, but facing him, she was still rather lacking. Just then, the seductive and alluring lady smiled and stood forward. Hey, everyone, stop making it so tense. We are all brought together here from thousands of li away by fate, so shouldn't it count for something that we all met here? Since it is fate, we can make friends. Come, the 2 of you, let me introduce us. This old-fashioned man is called Dijin. He dresses like an old-fashioned person, but he is a 9th stage spirit soul realm expert. And this man with a braid behind his Zhanghu, that guy is called Li Fuzai. This is Lu Jia, you can call her Big Sister Lu, and last but not least, I am called Song Hong Chang, and as what Master Dijin said, we are all from different sects, and the goal for us being here today, truth be told, we are looking for treasure. Looking for treasure? Su-yun pretended to reveal a look of astonishment, but he quietly looked at the other people's expressions. When Song Hong Chang said that, it caused them all to be unhappy. All of their expressions seemed to be gloomy, and from that, it seemed that Song Hong Chang was speaking the truth. Young master, they are looking for treasure. I think that we should not join them to avoid more side issues from coming up. Qinger lightly pulled on Su-yun's sleeves and said softly. She was not a greedy person, treasures were like passing smoke to her, she preferred to be safe and sound with Su-yun. Su-yun nodded his head, he agreed with Qinger and was about to speak. But then, Song Hong Chang spoke again. Big Brother Wu Yun, you might not know, but this treasure deposit is a treasure deposit left by the ancestor of the Profound Sky sect. Do you know of the Profound Sky sect? That is one of the largest great sects in the continent. It is said that the treasure deposit holds countless of powerful treasures and pills of the Profound Sky sect, and even unique consummate techniques that are only for the sect masters. If we are able to find this treasure deposit, we will be free from worries for our entire life. Right now I am the only one who knows of this treasure deposit, but just I alone am not enough to look for it, so on the road, I invited Master Jinde, Master Zhanghu, and Li Fuzai along with Big Sister Lu. I did not know any of them previously, and it is because of this matter that we met. But right now we are still lacking 2 people. If you two would not mind, why not join us to look for the treasure deposit? Hearing that, Su Yun's astonished face immediately got replaced by shock. What did you say? Profound Sky Sect's treasures? Yes. Where did you get the news regarding this treasure? Qinger interrogated. Big Sister Qinger, you don't have to know about this, it is also considered my little secret. Song Hongchang laughed. She was not as powerful as Qinger, although she was older, but she still called Qinger Big Sister. But I can tell all of you that the matter regarding this treasure is absolutely true, and not only that, I also know that inside this treasure deposit is a grand plan regarding Profound Sky Sect, but what it is about, that I do not know. Who cares what grand plan it is? What is important is that we obtain those treasures. What do we cultivators lack the most? Isn't it good treasures and good pills? Once we find the treasure deposit, we will share them equally, and then take our separate roads. So stop delaying. If you guys are not willing, then fine, anyway we have sufficient people, with or without you guys, it doesn't make any difference. Zhang Hu shouted coarsely. He was impatient, as though he was unhappy that Song Hongchang had invited 2 more to join them. Having more people meant having to divide the loot further. Big Brother Zhang Hu, you cannot speak like that. According to the information that I have regarding the treasure deposit, it requires us to have 2 more people to join for it to be possible. It isn't enough to do it by ourselves. I will take the position of 2 then. Big Sister Qinger has a 6th stage spirit soul realm cultivation though. Song Hongchang laughed and said. Zhang Hu. At their cultivation level, it was not strange for them to have treasures that can see through cultivation levels, and upon going out, they had to be careful who they were looking at. If they come across a master who disguises himself as a pig but eats tigers, then they would die without knowing anything. Honestly though, Big Brother Wu Yun, what cultivation realm are you in? Why can't I see your strength? Sung Hongchang giggled as she asked. My cultivation level is low, but I am wearing a screening treasure, that is why you are unable to tell. Su Yun said casually. I see, so when you go out, to prevent anything from happening, when other people cannot see your cultivation level, they would not dare to do anything to you, right? Sung Hongchang laughed and expressed understanding. However, the rest appeared to be looking down on him, because majority of the cultivators who used treasures to hide their cultivation were the weaker cultivators. The experts despised such actions, and if they were able to intimidate cultivators stronger than them, it would earn themselves respect. Sung Hongchang looked at Su Yun with her bright big eyes, and asked, then, are the 2 of you interested in joining us to look for Profound Sky Sect's treasure deposit? Hearing that, Su Yun lowered his head and started pondering. Young master. Seeing that Su Yun did not reject them directly, Qinger was confused, so she asked, are you interested in the treasure deposit? Who doesn't like treasures? But Qinger, you said it before, you're not willing to mix in with them, and I truly want to refuse them, but when she said that the treasure belongs to Profound Sky Sect, and that it conceals a grand plan of theirs, I became interested. Su Yun took a breath. Qinger, do you remember that Su family originally wanted to marry you into the Profound Sky sect leader's son Tianxi? I feel that the marriage is not that simple. If the Su family was prepared to marry you to Tianxi, why did they conduct training and groomed you? Was it to show the well-matched link between the 2? With the Su family's strength, no matter how hard they try to groom a patriarch's daughter, it is unable to match up against Profound Sky Sect's son, so I feel that they have another purpose. And since Profound Sky Sect is not willing to let us go, I want to see if we can find any clues through this treasure deposit, especially the grand plan that Song Hong Chang spoke of. If we are lucky, there will be some connection, and if we do stumble upon some clues, wouldn't it be easier for us in the future to handle the Profound Sky Sect? Hearing that, Chinger nodded. Young master is right. Although we can hide, we cannot hide forever. Ultimately, we have to deal with the Profound Sky Sect. Since it is so, then we should join them. Yes. Hearing her confirmation, Suyin did not think further, and said, since everyone invited us so passionately, I think we will stay in the Black Prison Forest with you guys. That's great. That means we have reached the required number of people. Song Hong Chang revealed a happy expression. But come to think of it, Mist Song, this is a fortuitous event. Why did you not look for your close friends to help? Why look for strangers? Or is it more convenient to do it with strangers than benefit your close friends? Just then, Suyin asked. That is a good question. Song Hong Chang obviously knew that Suyin would ask that, and revealed an alluring smile and said, initially, I had truly thought about asking my close friends to help, but after thinking about it for a few nights, I decided that strangers are more appropriate, because I do not want to see my close friends betray me. She spoke till there, and stopped. But the people around understood what she meant. In front of such a large sum of wealth, a human's heart would change. She did not want to see the people she cared about betray her for the sake of wealth, so to prevent such a thing from happening, she would rather team up with strangers. Her train of thought was good, but in truth, her reason was still far-fetched. However, I do like to take advantage of strangers. Song Hong Chang, with her bright eyes looking straight at Suyin, suddenly perked up her snow-white twin peaks, and giggled. Seeing that, Chinger immediately pulled onto Suyin's arm, looking at Song Hong Chang as though she was looking at her greatest nemesis. Her actions caused Song Hong Chang to laugh. After they had decided to join the group, they moved out. The surprising thing was, although Song Hong Chang was the one who held the information regarding the treasure deposit, the leader of the group was the one with the highest cultivation, De Jun. De Jun maintained his indifferent expression the whole time, and before they did something, there would be a discussion and everyone would state their opinion before deciding. But after interacting with them for a while, Suyin realized that Zhang Hu and Li Fuzai had a strange hostility against him, which made him puzzled. What have I done to provoke them? Black Prison Forest is Mongol West's largest forest, and it is said that there are 2 massive dragon forest regions inside the forest itself. Inside the dragon forest regions, there is an abundance of dragon forest trees, which is an uncommon material. If we can find these 2 dragon forest regions, we can still profit from it. However, comparing it to the treasure deposit, the dragon forest regions are simply not enough. According to the information I have, the Profound Sky Sect's treasure deposit is inside one of the 2 dragon forest regions. As Song Hong Chang explained, everyone were nodding their heads. Lu Jiu had a unique mystical technique, and was able to easily navigate inside the forest. She found the accurate direction, and immediately everyone sped forward. Black Prison was the biggest forest in the Mongol West Zone, and was also the most dangerous forest with many ferocious beasts lurking in it. Everyone knew how to fly, but in order to not attract the ferocious beasts, they could only travel by foot. After traveling for an unknown period of time, whoosh! Bursts of wind swept past their ears. Wind in the forest? Everyone could sense something amiss, perspiration dripping down their heads. Amongst the tall and strong trees, floated pale white mists. There's something. Young master, be careful. Chinger, who was always following behind Suyin's face, changed. She immediately appeared in front of Suyin, her eyes looking around cautiously. Seeing that, Suyin laughed involuntarily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319. Wandering Palea Beasts. A huge statue stood tall in the middle of the wide open plaza. Countless people crouched down in front of it with their heads lowered devoutly. A man right in front of the statue with his back facing the people bowed respectfully. No one dared to be willful, no one dared to make a racket, even to the point that they were cautiously breathing. An old man supporting himself with a cane walked over. When he reached the front, he immediately knelt down on his knees, leaned down with his hands and head and kowtowed. "What's the matter?" the man in front of him asked without turning his head. Reporting to the Lord, Su-yun and Chinger appeared at Chin Creek, and when the spirit demon emperor suddenly brought people to infiltrate Chin Creek, Su-yun was the one who took action and defeated the spirit demon emperor. The old man said respectfully. This lord already knew of this matter. The man then said indifferently, "I never expected Su-yun to actually have the power to go against the spirit demon emperor. It seems like he had been through a lot and had fortuitous encounters." This time, Su-yun had even killed Lei Tiandong, Li Muqing and crippled Sun Ximiao. All of them are our sex elites, especially Li Muqing. Li Muqing is able to be the top 15 amongst the generation, but he was actually brutally killed in the Mountain River List competition. A loss is a loss. Since we lost, we are the incapable ones. In this lord's eyes, the three of them are already useless trash, and are not able to do anything. Death was their destiny. The man cut the old man's words. Hearing that, the old man immediately kept quiet. "Now, do you know where Su-yun is?" After defeating the spirit demon emperor, Su-yun immediately left Chin Creek and no one knew which direction he was heading, but this subordinate had already sent our experts to chase and investigate. The old man said. "The time draws near, our plan is getting closer and closer. Time is of the essence, and all this time you are not able to find a person able to replace Su Chinger. After so long, you guys are unable to catch her. How disappointed do you want me to be?" The man revealed a trace of anger in his tone. "I do not care what methods you use, you must quickly grab hold of that Su Chinger. If you are unable to, come and find me." "Yes, my lord." Other than that, give the Su family a last diplomatic note. If by the date of the plan no one has found Su Chinger, then, the Su family has no reason to live. Yes. The old man respectfully cupped his fist, then arched his back and carefully left the plaza. A gentle wind blew across the plaza, and a strange chi gradually pervaded outwards. Inside the black prison forest, Su-yun frowned, and looked around at his surroundings. The surrounding forest was extremely quiet, and because the trees were so densely clustered, it prevented light from passing through, but since they were all of the spirit soul realm, their vision power was not low and were not affected. However, it was clearly a bright day, so why would white mist suddenly appear in the forest? Is this mist poisonous? Suddenly, Zhang Hu's coarse voice shouted out in panic. Li Fuzai and Li Jie immediately tensed up and used profound spirit chi to isolate their bodies. "Don't worry, this mist is not poisonous," Su-yun said. He had medical knowledge, and could not feel any composition of poison in the mist, and spoke out. "TCH. You think the mist has no poison because you said so? Do you think you are a spirit doctor?" Zhang Hu said with spite. Su-yun was too lazy to bother with him. But Chinger, who was at the side, was unhappy and replied coldly, "Must you be a spirit doctor to judge whether or not the mist has poison? Then are you a spirit doctor? Who gives you the right to decide if it is poisonous or not?" This. Zhang Hu was dumbfounded, he did not know what to reply, and he was perplexed. Chinger's cultivation was higher than his, so he could not afford to offend her, so he kept his mouth shut. Ruffle ruffle. Just then, strange sounds came out from around them. Everyone tensed up, and immediately looked towards the origin of the sound, but the mist around them was getting denser and denser, severely affecting their vision, so they could not see clearly. Ah! Just then, a heart-wrenching scream burst out from the mist. The hair on everyone's back stood immediately, and perspired in cold sweat. What was that? Ignore the sound. Everyone gather together. Do not separate, and keep walking forward, we will get through this dense mist. Dijin immediately said. Everyone complied and immediately huddled together. Black Prison Forest was extremely huge, and was famed for being a ferocious land, no one knew what weird monsters they would meet, so staying close together was the right thing to do. But just at that moment, hurried steps sounded out from inside the mist. Following that, a group of 3 rushed towards them and fell in front of them. "Save us, masters, please save us." One of the men pleaded weakly. He extended his bloodied arm and grabbed onto Zhang Hu's clothes. His expression was filled with pain and despair. "What happened?" Zhang Hu pulled his clothes back and asked loudly. The man turned his body and pointed into the mist. Inside the mist, many figures appeared. They were all figures of fierce beasts. "Everyone be careful, there are fierce beasts," Lu Jia shouted. "So you guys met a bunch of beasts, huh?" Zhang Hu realized. He took a look at the 3 of them and shook his head. "Just a bunch of first and second stage spirit soul cultivators. I say, you guys are truly brave, to dare come into this place with your cultivation." With that, Zhang Hu did not falter and immediately made his move. He rushed towards the beasts that were close by. "Zhang Hu, come back!" Dijin shouted anxiously. "Master Dijin, don't worry, they are just in the 2nd or 3rd stage of the spirit soul realm. It's not enough against me, a 5th stage. Let me warm up a bit." Zhang Hu laughed out loud and brandished a large axe, dancing in berserk with the axe edge slicing through recklessly everywhere. In a moment, all the beasts were killed by Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu truly was strong. "We're saved." Seeing that, the 3 people immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 of them stood up and bowed respectfully at all of them. Then the man spoke out gratefully. "Thank you, benefactors, this lowly one is extremely grateful. Black Prison Forest is a famed fierce land. Although you guys are at the 1st and 2nd stage of the spirit soul realm, it is still extremely difficult to survive in this place. Leave quickly." Dijin spoke out, his eyes still glancing towards the corpses. Yes, we are able to leave." The man immediately answered, and then took out a box from his robes and handed it towards Dijin. "This is just a small gift from this lowly one. I hope master would accept it." "What is this?" Dijin frowned as he looked at the box, but did not accept it. "Oh, this is a treasure that we chanced upon inside Black Prison Forest. For saving my life, I am unable to repay you all, but only have this small gift. Please accept it." Li Fuzai and Lu Jia's eyes lit up. Song Hongchang did not say a word, but Dijin maintained a cautious attitude throughout. He shook his head and replied, "It's fine, you guys have experienced such hardships to get this thing, how can you give it to us? Saving fellow cultivators is the right thing to do, you guys just keep it. Alright, please be careful and leave from this point." But, before Dijin had finished, Zhang Hu, who was at the side, extended his large hands out and took the box. "Are you a fool? Are you blind? They did not even do anything. Only this old master, me, saved you guys, okay? You should be giving your gift to me. Not them. Damn it, don't you know how to be grateful?" Zhang Hu scolded the 3 of them, and then he stared at Dijin and started to open the box. "Zhang Hu, what are you doing? Don't open that box." Dijin shouted anxiously. "Why not?" Zhang Hu scoffed. "They are willing to give it to us, why will you not accept it?" Finished, he ignored Dijin and opened the box, wanting to see what was inside. But the moment the box was opened and activated, bang, the box exploded. Many ferocious and terrifying black vines shot out and started to strike murderously around them. Zhang Hu was not in time to defend himself and was instantly pierced by the black vine. The black vine released poison into his body, and his eyes immediately turned black and he fainted, falling straight into the ground. Li Fuzai and Lu Jie, who was near Zhang Hu, suffered too. They were pricked a few times and sustained different degrees of injuries. Su Yun and Qing'er were always standing by the side, and when the box exploded, Qing'er immediately sensed something and was the first to activate her profound spirit chi to block. Dijin was not injured at all, as though right from the start he was extremely cautious of the box, or maybe the person who gave it to them. Ha 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 ha. Is there truly such stupid people? To be fooled with such a simple trick. It truly is laughable, ha ha ha. The weird voice came out from the man's voice, and the 3 of them immediately started to warp. and transformed into 3 purple beings, with a single horn on their heads, and vines twisting all over their bodies, seemingly resembling spirit demons. However, Dejin recognized what they were. Wandering Palia beasts? Dejin exclaimed. Oh, I never thought there would be humans that could recognize us, but no matter, all of you are going to die today, and will become our food. The wandering Palia beast extended its extremely sharp tongue and licked its lips, laughing sinisterly. I never expected us to meet the wandering Palia beasts, proficient in illusion techniques and can easily take advantage of their prey's state of mind. Suyun was surprised. He had read about such beasts in ancient records before, but had never met one. However, you guys are truly too naive. You think with the 3 of you, you can win against us? You are all just second-stage spirit soul realm trash. Even if this lord was ambushed by you, I can easily take care of all of you. Li Fuzai clenched his teeth and roared in anger. With the 3 of us, we are definitely unable to handle you guys, but you're mistaken. Firstly, we are not third-stage spirit soul realm beings, and there's not only the 3 of us. With that said, the 3 wandering Palia beasts that were chasing after the 3 humans previously who were slashed down by Zhang Hu all started to stand up. Their bodies started to distort, and in a moment, the wounds and injuries on their bodies all disappeared, and they all became even stronger wandering Palia beasts. A total of 13 of them. Suyun secretly used the heavenly scale divine eyes to look. It was just one look, and he was immediately stunned. They are all the 5th stage of the spirit soul realm. One of them is actually in the 7th stage of the spirit soul realm. We are in trouble now. Lu Jia laughed bitterly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320. Treatment. I think the moment that we entered this area, we were already caught by these wandering Palia beasts. Dejin squinted his eyes and said softly, thinking about it, previously, the mist was an illusion released by their profound spirit chi. It seems that they were by our side all these time. So long-winded. The 7th stage spirit soul realm wandering Palia beast scoffed and waved his hand. Alright, quietly surrender, all of you are just food brimming with profound spirit force. With that, all the surrounding wandering Palia beasts rushed over. Seeing that, Qing'er immediately wanted to unsheath her weapon, but was stopped by Su Yun. She was startled, then turned to look at him. Su Yun shook his head. You don't need to do anything, someone else will settle this for us. Someone else will? She was confused, but before she could continue any further, Dejin, who was at the other side, started taking action. Humph, just a group of 5th stage spirit soul realm beasts, what's there to fear? Even if you're in the 7th stage of the spirit soul realm, in front of me, you are all just a group of goods whose heads will be sold in the market on sticks. Killing you? That will be no different from killing ants. Dejin said coldly and immediately moved. He swept through the wandering Palia beasts, releasing a large amount of destructive and dense profound spirit force, which was like plasma, sticking onto the wandering Palia beasts that were swept past by Dejin. Patter, 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 patter. The prominent, clear sounds came out, where all the wandering Palia beasts had Dejin's profound spirit chi plastered on their bodies, and they seemed to be extremely sticky. Upon being plastered onto their bodies, they were unshakable. After releasing 25 palms, he landed in the center of the wandering Palia beasts and moved his fingers. Bang! 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 All their bodies started to explode. The dense, destructive profound spirit chi were like blades cutting into their bodies. Even the 7th stage spirit soul realm wandering Palia beast did not have it easy. Holes were formed in their bodies, and some even lost their arms. Ah! The wandering Palia beasts all screamed in pain. Beasts will always be beasts. As long as you can see that their cultivation is low, you can easily get rid of them. You may think I am a 4th or 5th stage cultivator as well, but you're wrong. I am a 9th stage cultivator. You think you can fight against me? Even if you ambushed us, if I want to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand," Dejin said in a chill voice. After that, he stepped out and smashed at the head of the wandering palo beast who could not defend in time. Upon being trampled on the top of his head, he instantly died. The overwhelming crushing impact showed the gap between the difference of the 4 levels. The disparity was huge. Qinger was shocked, but then she realized why Suyun said not to do anything. It was because Dejin was able to handle everything by himself. After dealing with all of the wandering Palia beasts, Dejin immediately checked on everyone. "Is everyone okay?" Li Fuzai crawled back up. After removing the poisonous thorns from his body, he spoke out. "It was nothing much. I never thought that these wandering Palia beasts would be as crafty as what the legends say. Luckily, we have Master Dejin. If not, I think the consequences would be unthinkable." Lu Jia exhaled and complimented. "Although nothing much happened to us, I think Zhang Hu might have some problems," said Song Hongchang. Hearing that, everyone turned and looked over to Zhang Hu, only to see that his situation was extremely terrifying. His entire body was pierced all over, with many black vines protruding out of his body. It was extremely horrible, and caused their hairs to stand. Dejin walked over and supported Zhang Hu up. He activated some of his profound spirit force as he pulled a thorn out and inspected it. The poison in the thorn is not very strong, but Zhang Hu was pierced too many times. Even though one is not fatal, but with so many of them, I am afraid that the poison has become concentrated. We must clear the poison quickly, otherwise, it would be fatal." Dejin spoke earnestly. At the moment, Zhang Hu was in so much pain that he had fainted. Song Hongchang walked over and pulled out a thorn from Dejin's body. After inspecting it, she revealed a look of consolation. "The poison in this thorn is the rampant green poison. It was formed from the congelation of rampant qi using vegetation. Luckily, I know how to treat this poison." "Really?" Dejin asked. Song Hongchang revealed a bewitching smile. "Of course, Big Brother Dejin, we are all here to look for treasure, and everyone holds an important position. If Zhang Hu falls here, it is also considered a loss for us. Although Black Prison Forest is huge, finding another person to replace Big Brother Zhang Hu is definitely not easy. Relax, I will treat Big Brother Zhang Hu." "That's good." Dejin nodded his head. "But all in all, I cannot guarantee that I can completely cure Big Brother Zhang Hu since I am not a spirit doctor," said Song Hongchang. "Just do your best, little sister Hongchang." Just then, Zhang Hu revealed a weak voice. Hearing that, Song Hongchang nodded her head. Li Fuzai and the rest did not suffer much from the poisonous thorns, and could easily detox themselves by using profound spirit qi. Suyun looked at Hongchang and shook his head slightly. "The sky's getting dark, although many of us would prefer to hurry on as our vision is not affected, but at night, the stronger fierce beasts of the Black Prison Forest would come out of their nests to hunt for food. Everyone, why not we create a barrier enchantment here, and stay for the night?" Song Hongchang looked around, and then spoke. "That's great, I also need time to treat Big Brother Zhang Hu." "Alright." Zhang Di did not refute, and immediately complied. "Everyone doesn't mind, right?" "Not an issue." Everyone agreed, and began to retrieve various materials to create their barrier enchantment. The enchantment was completely isolated from profound spirit qi and from the naked eye. From the outside, it looked like a small tent, and everyone was able to rest safely inside with their own personal privacy. If anyone barged into the enchantment, it would immediately alert everyone inside. Suyun prepared 2 enchantments, but Qinger thought that it was not needed, and insisted to stay with Suyun in one enchantment. Suyun was rather happy from her persistence. In the end, she was still his servant, and should be looked after. The only people who were hurt by the poisonous thorns were Li Fuzai, Lu Jia, and Zhang Hu. The rest who were standing far away were able to dodge in time. Inside the barrier enchantment, Qinger sat cross-legged quietly, with her bright eyes quietly gazing at Suyun, who was recuperating in silence. "You've been staring for over an incense worth of time." Suyun opened his eyes and said with a tinge of helplessness. Xinger's face flushed red. She immediately lowered her head, but her mouth smiled slightly. What are you smiling about? Young master said I have been staring for an incense worth of time, but isn't young master staring at Xinger for an incense worth of time as well? If not, how would you know that I was staring at you? Young master, actually this is nice, too. Xinger laughed, without the bitter training in the Su family, and the anxious feeling back in the Snow Jade Palace. Now that I am with young master without worries, Xinger is satisfied. Dumb girl, the days to come will be better, don't think too much. Suyun caressed Xinger's head. Just then, his mind was alerted, his nose seemed to have caught a scent of a certain qi. It was something like spirit demon qi, but it was not the same, it was also mixed with a trace of savageness. He frowned, and closed his eyes, investigating the source of the strange qi, only to find out in surprise that the qi came from Song Hongchang's enchantment. Isn't Song Hongchang a third-stage spirit soul realm cultivator? But this profound spirit qi released is only released by at least an 8th stage, what's going on? And it is so savage, and so secretive. If not for Suyun being at the 3rd stage of the spirit star realm in terms of cultivation, he would not be able to sense the hidden qi. Young master, what happened? Xinger asked in suspicion. After thinking about it, Suyun felt that there was nothing to hide, and told Xinger about the matter. So young master is too strong, this enchantment barrier is unable to completely block off your perception. Xinger thought while perking up her adorable face, and suddenly said, since it is so, young master, why don't we go check out what's happening at Song Hongchang's side? Check? What's there to check? Although my heavenly scale divine eye can see through cultivation, it cannot see through the barrier. Suyun replied. There were no treasures in the Sky Martial continent that could see through a barrier, or maybe no one was willing to create such a useless treasure. Young master, don't worry, Xinger learned a secret technique in the Snow Jade Palace, and can easily catch anything that happens in a distance of 10 li around me. With that, Xinger went into a meditative stance, her hands swayed gently around like water lilies, her 10 slender fingers moved delicately, causing people who were watching to feel an itch in their hearts, to have the urge to immediately grab her hands to play. A layer of frosty mist appeared between Xinger's fingers, her lips moved faintly, as she muttered a chant, and then at the end, she finished it with, bind. Crack, 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 crack. The frosty mist congealed and transformed into a bright crystal ice mirror. Xinger then extended her finger onto the mirror and drew a few symbols, and in a moment, an image appeared in the mirror. It was Song Hongchang and Zhang Hu inside the image. Suyun's eyes widened as he looked at the image in the mirror. At the moment, all of the poisonous thorns were removed, and Zhang Hu was lying beside Song Hongchang. Although Zhang Hu's expression was one of pain, his eyes for Song Hongchang was brimming with lust. Sister Hongchang, how do you plan to save me? Zhang Hu, whose entire body was black, asked weakly. Big brother Zhang Hu, don't be anxious, we are a man and woman alone here now, if you speak like that, you'll make me embarrassed. Song Hongchang glanced down at Zhang Hu, and spoke with an alluring voice. Her eyes, and with the way she spoke, any man would not be able to tolerate it. At this time, Zhang Hu suddenly sat up with strength that came from nowhere. He resisted the pain and hugged Song Hongchang. Little sister Hongchang, this big brother is unable to hold it back anymore. Quickly treat me, this big brother is feeling terrible. Song Hongchang acted shyly in Zhang Hu's embrace and said with displeasure, Big brother Zhang, you are so mean. Quickly lie down, stop aggravating your wounds, if you really become wounded, this little sister's heart will be in pain. Song Hongchang's mouth seemed to be covered in honey, causing Zhang Hu's heart to feel extremely good. He could not be bothered with the pain anymore, but of course he immediately listened to the beauty, and obediently laid down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321. Zhang Hu's death. Xinger could not only show what was happening, she was also able to produce the sounds that occurred in the location that she wanted to see. This is done by using profound spirit force through the undulations in the air produced by the place captured in the mirror, thus producing the sounds. Any person's actions or words will all release energy, which would affect the surrounding air. This technique is considered a top-tier mystical technique in the Snow Jade Palace. It is the best for surveillance, but Qinger is not strong enough, and can only observe a distance within 10 li around myself. Qinger explained while using the technique. It is already strong enough. Suyun suppressed his surprise and muttered. The two of them focused on the mirror. At the moment, Zhang Hu was actually using his hands to caress Song Hongchang's body, while Song Hongchang kept giving coquettish glances, as though she was enjoying it. No one would have thought that the treatment would be so erotic. This woman is too shameless. Previously, I could tell that she was not a decent girl from her actions, but I did not know that she was so promiscuous. Qinger's face flushed red as she spoke. She turned her head away slightly, but her black pupils continued to stay fixated on the mirror. Suyun laughed, and continued to observe. Big brother Zhang, you are so naughty, you are clearly so severely injured, yet you are still harboring naughty thoughts, and only know how to bully me. Song Hongchang's voice was extremely alluring and seemingly carrying along electric currents. Even when it was being played out by the mirror, it still caused Suyun's entire body to feel numb. Zhang Hu seemed to have eaten some medicine to recover his qi and alleviate the pain. His complexion was much better. Adding Song Hongchang's treatment, he was immediately much more attentive, and looked as though he was about to flip over to suppressed Song Hongchang beneath him, to make love/have sex/engage in sexual intercourse. TN, you guys decide how explicit it will be. It had to be said that beauty itself is a poison, or a remedy, as the previously sick and frail Zhang Hu was no longer in existence. You little wench, still saying no? Wasn't it you who suggested to treat this big brother? He, you say that you don't want it, but your body is more honest. Today this big brother will make you feel good. With that, Zhang Hu tore off all of his clothes, and was about to go up on her. However, Song Hongchang was not anxious. She licked the wounds on Zhang Hu's body, and smiled alluringly. I know that big brother Zhang likes this little sister. Every day when we are walking together, you will steal glances at me. Do you think that I would not know? Who asked you to grow up to be so beautiful? And it isn't only me, even Li Fu Ziyan Dijin has feelings for you. I'm afraid even that pretty boy Wu Yun has an interest in you. But they will never get you, because you are my woman. Zhang Hu laughed out loud. When he said that, Qinger looked at Suyun with a strange glance. Suyun immediately broke out in cold sweat. Qinger, my eyes aren't so bad, right? You are countless times more beautiful than her. Even if I had any interest, the interest will be on you. Hearing that, Qinger's face flushed red again. She lowered her head and gave a soft yeah, and then said, actually, Qinger will not overstep and ask what kind of women young master desires. Inside the mirror. Alright, little sister, a quarter of time in the heat of the night is worth 1,000 gold. This big brother is still feeling terrible. Stop delaying already. Zhang Hu could no longer take it, and did not even have the heart to engage in sweet talk. Seeing that, a pleased look swept across Song Hongchang's eyes, but there was also an additional luster that was not caught by him. It was extremely strange. She stretched out her slender finger and pressed against Zhang Hu's mouth, indicating for him to wait. Then she pointed to a fluorescent array formation and laughed. Big brother Zhang, go and lie there first. What is that formation for? Zhang Hu asked in suspicion. Of course it's an entertainment formation. Song Hongchang licked her lips, then spoke seductively. Big brother Zhang is full of injuries. This junior sister's heart aches seeing you in pain. How can I allow big brother Zhang to continue being in pain? This array formation is a dual cultivation formation that this junior sister had practiced. Later, when we are connected inside this formation, matched with the dual cultivation technique, not only would it be pleasurable, it would also help heal big brother Zhang's injuries, killing two birds with one stone. Isn't that a good thing? Hearing that, Zhang Hu's eyes immediately turned red, his breathing became rapid, and looked as though there was steam coming out from his nostrils. He nodded his head profusely and replied, Good. Good. Little sister, your idea is great. I will lie down now, I will lie down now. With that, he eagerly climbed onto the array formation and laid down quietly. Seeing that, Sung Hong Chang chuckled, then walked to the side of the array formation. She extended her soft hands and gently caressed Jung Hoo's face, then muttered a chant, which activated the array formation. Immediately, the small array formation glowed a pink luster, and a strange chi resonated out. Zhang Hu was not bothered by it. He looked at her with passionate eyes, and spoke out, "Little sister, quickly come here. This big brother has waited for so long." Tien, they are truly calling themselves brother and sister, but it ain't incest. This junior sister is coming now. Sung Hong Chang laughed, then gently removed her upper garments, and took off her pants, revealing her pure white body. She entered the array formation and went into Zhang Hu's embrace. Zhang Hu was completely intoxicated by her, hugging Sung Hong Chang as he kissed and caressed all over her body. "Young master, you cannot watch." Seeing the erotic scene, Xinger quickly and immediately removed the mirror, and said with her flushed red face. Su Yun, who was watching intensely, immediately awoke to his senses, and looked at Xinger unhappily. "Xinger, what are you doing?" "I, young master, wants to clarify the relationship between Sung Hong Chang and Zhang Hu, and is about to clear everything up. Why did you remove your technique? Quickly! Quickly! Put it back! It is important." "No!" Xinger said resolutely, "Their illicit actions are not meant to be watched by you, young master. If not, it will ruin your eyes." "What's that about?" Xinger also don't want you to look at other women's bodies." Seeing Xinger like that, Suyun did not know what to say. Come to think of it, he had never thought that Sung Hong Chang and Zhang Hu would actually have such a relationship. It was too inconceivable. Zhang Hu did not look very handsome. Why would Sung Hong Chang be together with him? Suyun was not jealous, but he felt that it was incomprehensible, since Zhang Hu and Sung Hong Chang did not know each other prior to the group. If there had to be an explanation, it would be that Sung Hong Chang was unconstrained. Xinger was not willing to activate the ice mirror, so Suyun did not continue asking for it, and went back to meditate. Since Suyun had obtained the Spirit Demon Emperor's cultivation, he needed to grasp the time to refine himself, and the best method to refining his own body was to cultivate true divine spirit chi. If it was in the past, Suyun, who had immersed himself in pure divine spirit chi, would definitely not be able to cultivate and train in other profound spirit chi, but ever since he had the monarch occult force, he could completely rely on it to train in any type of profound spirit chi. True divine spirit chi enveloped his body, lightly smoothing out his body and bones, which had the feeling of a young lady's hand caressing him all over. It was extremely gentle. Time passed until the middle of the night. Xinger quietly and carefully opened her eyes and stole a look at Suyun. Seeing that Suyun was immersed in his meditation, she then eased herself as she looked at her young master. Time passed very quickly, and Black Prison Forest became slightly brighter. It was morning. Ah! Not long after daybreak came out, everyone removed their barrier enchantments, and immediately heard a loud and sharp scream. Dajin and the rest tensed up and immediately ran towards the source of the scream. Suyun and Xinger had just removed their barrier enchantment, and also heard the heart-wrenching scream, and immediately rushed over. Inside the barrier enchantment, Sung Hong Chang's face was pale white as she rushed out in panic. Upon seeing everyone, Sung Hong Chang dropped to the ground weakly, and started to cry, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably in grief. What's going on? Suyun and Xinger looked at each other. Both of them were confused. Hong Chang, what happened? Dejin walked over and supported her up as he asked. Sung Hong Chang's eyes were red, she screamed while crying, Big brother Dejin, Zhang Hu? Zhang Hu is dead. Dead? Suyun was shocked. Weren't the two of them so vigorous and lively the night before, the two of them enjoying themselves the whole night? How did Zhang Hu die in the morning? Dejin's face became dark. He immediately tore apart the barrier enchantment, only to see a black corpse lying there. The corpse was only left with skin and bones. His death was horrifying. if not for Song Hongchang saying that it was Zhang Hu, no one would be able to recognize him. How did this happen? Lu Jie's eyes were wide opened, she could not believe her own eyes. Li Fuzai stood by the side with his arms crossed against his chest, the corners of his mouth raised, with a bit of obscurity. He did not seem to be surprised by Zhang Hu's death, instead, he was happy. Dijin frowned, he checked on the corpse, and then stood up and said, "All the muscles and flesh of his body is gone, and only his skin and bones, what the hell is going on?" With that, he stared at Song Hongchang coldly. "Hongchang, what happened last night?" "I don't know." Song Hongchang started crying again, and said, "Last time, Big Brother Zhang Hu came here, and I started to treat him. I made some medicine for him, and even drew an array formation for him, and planned to force the poison from the wandering Palia beasts out of him. At the start it was going smoothly, and more than half of the poison out. Seeing that it was going good, I arranged for Big Brother Zhang Hu to rest, because I had consumed too much profound spirit force myself, and thus meditated at the side. By the time I woke up, I realized Big Brother Zhang Hu was already like that." "Hoo-oo. Ah?" Lu Jia was surprised. Could it be the remaining wandering Palia beast's poison? "Your treatment did not help?" Hearing that, Song Hongchang's face turned white, she was stunned, and then cried even more. "It must definitely be that I'm useless. I did not cure Big Brother Zhang Hu, thus he became like that. It must definitely be my fault. I caused Big Brother Zhang Hu to die, woo." Song Hongchang mourned miserably, causing the people around to soften. Li Fuzai took the chance and walked over, and started to console her. "Alright, Hongchang, don't cry, it's not your fault, this is life. Think about it, if you did not save him, won't he die even faster? You already tried your best, don't put the blame on yourself." Song Hongchang buried her head in her hands and wept. Hearing Li Fuzai's consolation, she immediately flew into his embrace and continued to weep. Li Fuzai was startled for a moment, and immediately became elated. He was extremely joyous, and hugged Hongchang and continued to console her. "Young master, it's weird." Just then, Xinger spoke out. "What's weird?" "Last night, Song Hongchang laid 2 array formations, and I don't see them now. Not only that, this new array formation doesn't look like the ones we saw last night." Hearing that, Su Yun immediately turned to look at the destroyed barrier enchantment, and it was true. The array formation below Zhang Hu's body was different from the previous night, and it was not just that, the array formation seemed like it was drawn not long ago. The seals and ingredients used were still fresh. Su Yun frowned, his gaze turned towards Song Hongchang, who was in Li Fuzai's embrace. He frowned, as if he had thought about something. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 322. Peeping. Dijin buried Zhang Hu in a simple manner. Everyone held different thoughts, and after the temporary stop, they continued on their road. Song Hongchang's mood was obviously at a down low. On the entire road, she had buried her head in Li Fuzai's bosom and wept, blaming herself for Zhang Hu's death, causing other people to feel pain in their heart. Li Fuzai naturally thought that his chance had arrived, and immediately fawned upon Song Hongchang, not coaxing her, but kept on chiding about Zhang Hu, saying that his death was upon him, it was his fault, and that the guilt was on himself. Something like that actually happened. Sigh, truly, life is so unpredictable. Miss Hongchang seemed to like Zhang Hu, and they even messed about last night. Who would have thought that in just a day, their lives would have changed so drastically? Xinger sighed, as she spoke while feeling pity for Hongchang. Su Yun did not say anything, and would occasionally glance at Song Hongchang, who was in Li Fuzai's embrace, and shook his head. "We should be on the right track, right?" Dijin looked around, and started to frown. "The forest here is getting denser and denser. I am afraid there is no more road ahead." "We are on the right path. That region is concealed extremely well. The more it looks like it does not have any more road, the more accurate we are," Song Hongchang said while sniffling, and her eyes were still red. "Hongchang, after we find the treasure deposit, we will quickly leave this place. Let's not stop in this weird place anymore, in case you become more hurt," Li Fuzai said gently. "Thank you, Big Brother Li, you treat me really well." Sung Hong Chang looked at Li Fuzai deeply. Li Fuzai's heart was thumping hard, and he muttered, "Hong Chang." Sung Hong Chang turned her head. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she said softly, "Now, if I were to rest and meditate, I would think about Big Brother Jianhu, and am afraid, Big Brother Li, can you accompany me the next time we rest?" Of course." Li Fuzai's voice trembled, but his eyes were brimming with lust when he looked at Sung Hong Chang. He wanted to eat the little lady up so badly. "Big Brother Li, you're a really nice person." Sung Hong Chang grabbed onto Li Fuzai's big hands and used her finger to move around his palm, causing Li Fuzai's heart to become numb. Sigh. Dejin activated a mystical technique, causing a regiment of flame substance to sprout out from his hand and fiercely scattered on the thistles and thorns on the road ahead of them, clearing a path for them in which they slowly treaded along. The thick jungle was quiet, but the quieter it was, the more it represented danger, and none of them dared to be lax. All of them looked and listened attentively with maximum concentration. On the road, they had met with countless of fierce beasts, but the strongest was but a fifth-stage spirit soul realm beast. With Li Fuzai, Lu Jia, and the rest helping, Dejin could easily dispose of the beasts. A ninth-stage spirit soul realm cultivator was not a force to be trifled with. Just as everyone got close to the location where Sung Hong Chang had specified. "Everyone, be careful!" Sung Hong Chang suddenly screamed from behind. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and stopped advancing. "What's wrong?" "Hong Chang?" Li Fuzai asked gently. Sung Hong Chang's eyes swept around slowly, and then activated her profound spirit chi which swept across their surroundings. Clang! Waves of ripples resonated outwards. In the emptiness around them came large quantities of moss green gas. This gas slowly spread outwards, gradually coming closer towards them. It was odorless and formless, and if not for Sung Hong Chang's warning, everyone would not have even known it existed. "What's this?" Dejin looked at the gas, and started to perspire. Xing'er moved up and took a slight whiff. Her adorable nose moved, and she said, "It seems like poison is mixed in it." "Poison?" Everyone was surprised and immediately retreated, dodging the strange poisonous gas. "What exactly is this gas? Why haven't I seen it before?" Dejin looked at the gas seriously and asked. "I think that this is the poisonous gases released by the corpses of the fierce beasts that had died in Black Prison Forest." Sung Hong Chang walked over and took a whiff, her face becoming serious. "If we were to activate our profound spirit chi to go through this poisonous gas, it would take a toll on all of us, and is not a good choice considering we will need to retreat. If we reach the region and stumble upon strong fierce beasts, without profound spirit chi, that would not be good. The only thing we can do now is to disperse this poisonous gas and open a path." "Disperse the gas?" Dejin suddenly raised his hand and released a burst of wind that struck the poisonous gas. But what surprised them was that the poisonous gas did not dissipate, but instead remained stationary like a mountain. "This is not ordinary gas," Dejin said. "Then, Hong Chang, do you have a method to disperse the poisonous gas?" Lu Jia asked. "I do, but I alone am unable to do it," Sung Hong Chang said. "How many people do you require?" "Just one more person will do, but this person needs to have the Swift Wind Spirit Chi. Only Swift Wind Spirit Chi can match with my technique, and can efficiently disperse the poisonous gas. Does anyone here have the Swift Wind Spirit Chi?" Me. "I have Swift Wind Spirit Chi, Hong Chang." Before Dejin and the rest could say anything, Li Fuzai eagerly shouted out. "That's great, Big Brother Li." Sung Hong Chang smiled. "Seems like I will have to rely on you. This involves everyone. The effort I will be putting in is nothing." Li Fuzai patted his chest and laughed. Sung Hong Chang threw a bewitching look at him and continued, "Everyone, I will need to set up a formation array, but this array's foundation is quite difficult to be found, and I have prepared empty spirit crystals as a replacement." Empty spirit crystals are a type of treasure able to store energy poured into it, and it is extremely suitable to be a replacement for the array foundation. This array formation is rather complicated, after storing energy into the empty spirit crystals, go rest and recover, because after we disperse the gas, it will be extremely tiring, and I will have to rely on all of you for the dangers ahead. No problem, Hong Chang, there's no time to lose, let us begin. Lu Jiao said. Okay. Sung Hong Chang did not delay and immediately began setting up the array formation. After half a day, a perfect array formation appeared. However, not only did the array formation appear, Sung Hong Chang had also set up a barrier enchantment. Everyone, I am embarrassed to say this, but the following dispersing mystical technique is my master's undisclosed technique, so it cannot be used with outsiders, so. We understand, Hong Chang, go and do it. Dejin nodded his head. Thank you. Sung Hong Chang replied. Following that, everyone began to imbue their profound spirit chi into the empty spirit crystals, and after a while, all of the ordinary-looking glass balls were releasing a myriad of colors. It was extremely dazzling. Don't use too much energy, do your best to preserve and conserve your energy. Su Yun told Qinger softly. Qinger was perspiring, but she did not ask anything and listened to him. After imbuing all the crystals, everyone were extremely tired and immediately sat down to rest and recover. Big brotherly, follow me in. Sung Hong Chang smiled and spoke out. Li Fu Zai immediately walked over. Seeing that, Su Yun hesitated for a moment, then said, Qinger, let us create our own barrier enchantment. When he said that, Lu Jia and Dejin looked at the two of them in puzzlement. Young master, we are fine here, why do you want to create a barrier? Qinger asked. Su Yun then laughed, and said, there are some things that is inconvenient to let others see, it'll be better to create a barrier enchantment. With that said, Su Yun pinched Qinger's adorable face. Hearing that, Qinger was stunned, and her face blushed so red that it looked as though blood could leak out any moment. She immediately lowered her head, and shook her body, with a soft and gentle voice, young master, why you really want it? Of course. Hearing Su Yun's resolved voice, Qinger became happy, but was also afraid. However, she would never go against any of Su Yun's wishes, and with a complicated mood in her heart, Qinger started to draw the formation. Her white little hands trembled slightly, she was so embarrassed she wanted to bury her head into her chest. A barrier enchantment that was extremely easy to her, actually took her almost half an hour time to be completed. Young master, I am done. Qinger's voice trembled. Great, let us go in. Su Yun, who had always been looking at Sung Hong Chang's barrier enchantment, retracted his gaze and walked to Qinger, and then pulled her into their enchantment. Upon entering the enchantment, Qinger stood quietly beside Su Yun with her head lowered, and her 10 fingers intercrossed together. Come, Qinger, sit here. Su Yun patted her shoulder and laughed when he spoke. N. Qinger quietly walked over and sat down, but her still flushed red face was kept low, not daring to look at Su Yun. Qinger, do that thing that you did last time. The thing that I did last time? Which one, young master? Qinger looked at him with a confused look. That mystical technique that can peep at other people. Ah. Qinger was startled. Young master, don't tell me you made me create the barrier enchantment just for this? But why did you say those embarrassing words just now? Silly, if I don't say that, wouldn't they become suspicious of us? Su Yun laughed, and then understood why Qinger was behaving so strangely. He was stunned for a short moment. He then directly grabbed Qinger's waist and kissed her tender and beautiful red lips for a long while, kissing her to the point that her chest was undulating quickly, her entire body shivering, before he stopped. Qinger, I will have you, but just not in this disgusting black prison forest. Understand? Forget everything up until now, because from today on, it is not whether you are willing to follow young master, or not, but whether or not this young master is willing to let go of you. He spoke in a gentle yet tyrannical way. Qinger looked at the man in front of her for a long while, her eyes suddenly exposing a few tears, her heart trembling uncontrollably. All the confused thoughts in the past. The mentality of repaying back and being grateful. The unforeseen event that made them dependent on each other. till the anxious feelings she harbored after leaving the Su family. The many years of pain and suffering, to that moment, were totally worth it. There were no large-scale spectacles, no complicated or bizarre stories. It was just that plain and simple, that sudden one-line speech. Just that sentence was enough. "Young master, you must definitely not let go of me," she said, half crying and half laughing. "This whole life, I have just been waiting for those words." The short exchange of words spoken inside the barrier enchantment, revealing their feelings for each other, allowed Qinger to feel an unprecedented contentment. But there was no time. Su Yun had made Qinger create the barrier was not to talk about romance, but for Song Hong Chang. Very quickly, Qinger created the ice mirror that revealed Song Hong Chang's barrier enchantment. Just then, the scene in the mirror caused the two of them to be stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323. Vicious Heart, NSFW. Inside the mirror, the scene became clear, and slightly soft sounds was produced by the ice mirror. At that moment, Li Fuzai and Song Hong Chang were actually embracing each other. The two of them were kissing passionately, and only after a long while did they separate their lips. Song Hong Chang's flushed red look was extremely seductive, which could make any man's blood to boil. Li Fuzai embraced Song Hong Chang tightly as his two large hands were constantly fondling Song Hong Chang's body. He was breathing rapidly as he spoke. "Hong Chang, didn't you say that your mystical technique cannot be seen by others? Why did you allow me in?" "Silly, big brotherly, that was just an excuse." Song Hong Chang kissed Li Fuzai, and then continued, "Furthermore, big brotherly, are you considered an outsider?" These words were like a drug, causing Li Fuzai to instantly become completely aroused. He had always longed to have Song Hong Chang, and always wished to dominate her. At the start, when he had agreed to go with Song Hong Chang to look for treasures, the majority of his reason was because of her. He knew he had been completely captivated by her. But what he had never expected was that she was the one to actually send herself into his embrace. Actually, this junior sister always liked Big Brotherly, but Big Brotherly has always been so well favored, and conducted yourself with the bearing of a noble. Adding that you are so powerful, this junior sister is afraid that she is not compatible with Big Brotherly, and therefore never dared to open her mouth. Today, this junior sister had brazenly used the array formation as an excuse to reveal her feelings to Big Brother. If Big Brother does not like junior sister, then treat this junior sister as though I have spoken nonsense. Big Brother must definitely not hate junior sister because of this. Song Hong Chang said gently. How can that happen? Hong Chang, I like you too. Li Fuzai was ecstatic and immediately replied. Really? Song Hong Chang revealed a joyous look, and it really looked as though the joy came from her heart. Of course, the heavens will be my witness. Li Fuzai said earnestly. Hearing that, Song Hong Chang's eyes started to glisten. She hugged Li Fuzai tightly and said, Big Brotherly, you must love me well. How could Li Fuzai still hold himself back after hearing that? He immediately growled and pushed Song Hong Chang down roughly. Very quickly, the both of them had undressed themselves. Xinger's face turned red again, and was about to stop the technique. Don't! Xinger, you must definitely not remove the technique. You can't. Su Yun immediately said, this is the crucial moment, you can't stop. Young master, what are you saying? Xinger was displeased, then suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face became red, then white. With a trembling voice, she said, Young master, don't tell me that why you have the fetish of peeping? What fetish of peeping? Hearing that, Su Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. I do not wish to peep, I only want to know how Zhang Hu died. Zhang Hu? Xinger stretched her neck out with a puzzled face. Didn't Zhang Hu die because of the poisonous thorns? Could there be something suspicious about his death? There certainly is. Su Yun turned and stared at the ice mirror and said, You said it too, when Zhang Hu died, the array formation inside her barrier enchantment changed. I also felt that it was no coincidence, and what made me even more suspicious was, why would Song Hongchang do it with Zhang Hu? Zhang Hu isn't the best-looking person in Sky Martial Continent, right? And upon Zhang Hu's death, Song Hongchang immediately flew into Li Fuzai's embrace. Isn't that very suspicious? Da Jin and the rest did not see that, so they do not know of the link, but we saw it. How can we possibly ignore this? Since we are following Song Hongchang to look for profound Sky Sex treasure deposit, we cannot be betrayed without knowing what happened. Young master is right. Xinger nodded her head. Song Hongchang is truly a suspicious character. So, Xinger, we need to watch carefully. If Zhang Hu is truly killed by Song Hongchang, that means Li Fuzai will definitely die by the same vicious method. Really? Quickly watch. Just then, Su Yun suddenly exclaimed out. Xinger immediately turned her gaze, only to see Li Fuzai turning and hugging Song Hongchang up. Stirring between each other in the air, Song Hongchang releasing seductive moans, her flawless white skin dazzling about in front of her. The pa-pa-pa sounds came out from the ice mirror. The sound could instantly arouse anyone who heard it. Why is this so shameful, young master? Is this the Tao of dual cultivation? Xinger could no longer watch and turned her head. She did not dare to continue watching, but the passionate love-making sounds caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable, and her legs were shivering. Su Yun was not a saint. As he witnessed the erotic scene in the mirror, his mouth was already dry. He had an unbearable feeling in his heart when he thought about the sweet beauty beside him. It was impossible to say that he did not have any thoughts, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Furthermore, it would be Chinger's first time, so he was not willing to let her experience it in such a broken place. If they had to do it, he would choose a good place for her, and the best would be to choose an auspicious date. They watched as Li Fuzai thrusted intensely for about close to an incense of time. Song Hongchang was about to faint because of him. After that, Li Fuzai released a low moan, unleashing a spurt of his seeds, then sprawled onto Song Hongchang, gasping for breath. No, Hongchang, you're too powerful. This big brother I am unable to hold back. Li Fuzai said while gasping for breath. Big brother, why don't you use a bit of your profound spirit force? Song Hongchang laughed as she asked. How is that possible? Such a thing, when a person's blood and state of mind is not right, upon using profound spirit force, although a person can last longer, if he is not careful, he would lose himself. Li Fuzai said. Big brother, you've never heard of dual cultivation before? Dual cultivation? Li Fuzai's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed down. I heard of it before, but I have never learned it. This junior sister has. Song Hongchang hugged Li Fuzai's sturdy waist, and asked, do you want this junior sister to teach you? Oh. Hongchang, you really will? That's great. I heard that dual cultivation techniques would also increase the cultivation, or both party benefits. If you truly know such mystical techniques, then why are you still delaying? Quickly teach me. Big brother is so impatient. Song Hongchang then used her hand and pointed at his forehead, and then flipped over, placing him beneath her, and then she sat on him. The two of them released soft sounds. Song Hongchang smiled. Big brother, I will recite a chant, and you will activate your profound spirit chi along while reciting the chant, and match up with me, thus creating the dual cultivation. How does that sound? Great. Li Fuzai nodded his head. Song Hongchang then swayed her lower body back and forth on him, and started to recite the chant, and the two began the so-called dual cultivation. Xinger, who was beside Su Yun, could no longer watch any further. She closed her eyes and focused on the ice mirror technique. Such a shameful matter in which she had never ever thought of before, to actually be watching it, how could she accept it? And the scene of the couple in the mirror intertwining was extremely erotic. After a long time. Young master, I am unable to hold it for much longer. Xinger's voice trembled as she spoke. Su Yun was astonished. He turned to see that Xinger's face was red, her eyes were dimmed, a sign of her being weak. He immediately became anxious and checked on her, only to realize that the profound spirit force in her body was in a mess, and she was extremely weakened. What happened? Xinger, quickly stop using the technique. Suyun immediately said. Crack! The ice mirror shattered, and Xinger immediately fell onto the floor. Suyun immediately transferred some profound spirit force into her body, and helped recover some of her strength. But it was nothing serious, Xinger was just tired. Although this mystical technique is not a very high-level technique, the continuous use of it will require a high consumption of profound spirit qi. Actually, with Xinger's strength, I can maintain it for a day, but the actions of the two of them is too shameful, Xinger. Xinger's heart is in a mess, so, Xinger said with a look of embarrassment. Hearing that, Suyun was dumbfounded. Alright, I know you're very shy. Why not do it like this, teach your young master this mystical technique, I'll do it myself. Now. Xinger was startled. Young master, Xinger took a month to be able to spy. Young master, you can learn it now? I can just learn a bit of it, since the distance is very short, and you had said it yourself, the longer you practice and learn it, the sharper and wider distance it allows. Even if young master, I am not a genius, peeping with a distance of 10 meters, that shouldn't be difficult, right? Suyun had the monarch occult force to protect his body, and with the heavenly crystal and the talent bestowed to him by the true emperor of the evil hearts, his talent was already off the charts, and was a complete genius now. Coupled with his third-stage spirit star realm cultivation, learning a minor mystical technique was not difficult. Xinger also had relatively profound understanding of the mystical technique, and very quickly, she explained the technique thoroughly. Suyun immediately started to activate the technique. At the start it was difficult. He turned his profound spirit qi into an ice mist and released it out of his body, but it was unable to congeal to an image, causing Suyun to become disappointed. But Xinger, who was beside him, was extremely shocked. It took her 7 days to transform her profound spirit qi into the ice mist, but Suyun actually only needed an incense stick of time to learn it. Soon after, the ice mist congealed and formed a flat ice symbol. Seeing Suyun adeptly drawing on the symbol, Xinger was completely dumbstruck. Young master, are you really my young master? She muttered. The man once hailed as the cripple of the Su family was actually so capable. Crack! An extremely small ice mirror formed in Suyun's palm, and inside the image, the scene was blur. Although it's small, but it is still good, at least we can watch it clearly. Suyun muttered with perspiration dripping down his head. Hearing that, Xinger could not restrain a smile, her lips curving up. Young master, this is considered good. At that time, to be able to produce this, I spent 10 days. You only need an hour to learn it. If the palace master were to know of this, she will definitely be shocked. N. Suyun laughed, and did not say much as he focused back onto the ice mirror. At that moment, the situation turned weird. The two of them were in dual cultivation for hours, and finally, Song Hong Chang made her move. The swaying of her lower body became faster and faster, and her entire body started to release sets of red light. In contrast to it, Li Fuzai's complexion was extremely pale white. The profound spirit qi from his body was actually leaking out without any restraint. Not only that, his skin started to wither, his eyes started to sink in, his mouth opened wider and wider as though he wanted to scream, but no matter how much he tried, he was unable to make a sound. Instead, Song Hong Chang's eyes were blood red, her face revealed a sinister and horrifying smile. She looked to be deranged, screaming while moving at the same time. How is it? Li Fuzai? Does it feel good? Ha ha ha, it must feel extremely good with me, right? Today, let me show you my capability, ha ha ha. She laughed arrogantly and swung her arms frantically. Li Fuzai's strength got weaker and weaker. Two of them who were connected kept on releasing large amounts of red light, and finally, under Song Hong Chang and her deranged movements, Li Fuzai was completely absorbed into a black corpse, and had completely died. Spirit and vitality absorption. Suyun was shocked. Truly a vicious-hearted person. Song Hong Chang stood up as though nothing had happened, then kicked Li Fuzai's head as though she was kicking sand, and Li Fuzai's head immediately split into pieces. Watching the entire scene, Xing'er's eyes were wide open with her small delicate mouth opened in an O shape. She was completely stunned, while Su Yun's face became gloomy. Why, young master, are we still going to continue to follow Song Hongchang to look for the treasure? Xing'er said in a daze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324. Land of Riches. Of course, we must. Su Yun frowned, and spoke softly. Xing'er, there is no knowing of what a man's heart truly is. I truly never thought that Song Hongchang would be so vicious, but regarding this matter, we must definitely pretend like we do not know, since our goal is for the treasure deposit related to Profound Sky Sect. Before finding the treasure deposit, we cannot scare her away. But, does the treasure deposit truly exist? Xing'er refuted. Song Hongchang said it required 7 people to easily open the treasure deposit, but Song Hongchang is killing us one by one. Doesn't that mean we cannot open the treasure deposit? That should be impossible. Young master, I feel that this so-called treasure deposit is just a scam. Song Hongchang actually planned to lure all of us here to be her food. What you said is reasonable, but if it was fake, why did Song Hongchang have to bring up the Profound Sky Sect? Maybe the treasure deposit is a fake, but the information that Song Hongchang has is something related to Profound Sky Sect, and with just this information, our trip will not be in vain. Furthermore, I want to see why Song Hongchang gathered these people for. Could it truly just be for her to absorb and increase her cultivation? Young master currently wields such a high cultivation, I guess we don't have to be afraid of them. Su Yun continued watching the mirror. Song Hongchang placed her hand on the withered corpse, and gently pushed down. Whoosh! The corpse dissipated like fine powder. That was what would happen to a body when all the energy and vitality had been extracted, transforming into a body that looked like it had been eroded by wind. Following that, Song Hongchang retrieved a moss green ball from her storage ring, and then placed it on the ground, which then was activated. Bang! The ball exploded, causing the entire barrier enchantment to instantly rip apart, and Song Hongchang was struck, flying out of the barrier enchantment, and her entire body covered in mud. Upon hearing the noise, De Jin and the rest who were outside immediately awakened, and opened their eyes at the same time, looking towards the direction of the explosion. The act has begun. Su Yun said coldly, Xing'er, let's go out and see what lies she'll spin. N. Xing'er nodded her head. At that moment she did not have any good feelings towards Song Hongchang anymore, and could be said that all her emotions were of complete loathing and disgust. The two of them removed their barrier enchantment, and headed towards Song Hongchang's direction, only to see that the profound spirit chi around was in a mess, and a strange undulation rippled out, causing people to be startled, and what was even weirder, was that the poisonous mist that had obstructed their path was actually cleared. Song Hongchang sat there in a daze, her eyes were unfocused, and looked to be in extreme pain. What happened? De Jin and Lu Jie immediately ran over, and pulled Song Hongchang up, and asked anxiously. Big brother De Jin, the poison mist has been cleared, but... Song Hongchang bit her lip and said softly. That's a good thing, but what happened? And where's Li Fuzai? De Jin looked around, but could not find Li Fuzai's shadow. Song Hongchang covered her face and wailed painfully. The process to remove the poison mist was smooth, but... Then an accident occurred. Big brother Li Fuzai, he died. What? De Jin and Lu Jie were shocked. They had never expected Li Fuzai to actually die. Then where's his body? If he's alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. Why is Li Fuzai's body not here? De Jin asked. Big brother De Jin, the corpse disappeared. I don't know what happened. Big brother Li Fuzai and I were in unison using our chi to remove the poison mist, but just as we were about to finish, Big brother Li Fuzai suddenly screamed out, transformed into ashes, and died instantly. What? How is that possible? De Jin was shocked, but his eyes were already filled with deep suspicion. Not long ago, Zhang Hu had died, and now Li Fuzai had died mysteriously as well, were at their last moments. They were together with the woman alone. If no one was suspicious, that would be weird. However, Song Hongchang's words that followed on slightly alleviated Dijin's suspicions. Big brother Li Fuzai and I were using the same technique, but when we were about to finish, I realized that the poison mist had strangely gathered around him. Big brother Li Fuzai was unable to fight against the strange poison mist, and then died immediately. That poison mist can actually move to envelop a person? Isn't that strange? And why are you fine, while Li Fuzai suffered? Suyan asked. He was extremely interested in the lies the woman would concoct. I don't know what happened either. Everyone, do you think that the wandering palea beasts are the cause of it? Big brother Li Fuzai was struck slightly by the poison thorns, but I was not, and I heard that the poison of the thorns have a side effect of attracting other poison, perhaps. Perhaps it was the wandering palea beast that caused it. Sung Hongchang revealed a look of enlightenment, and said with a serious face. What you said is reasonable. Recover first. If it truly is the work of the poison mist, you will definitely not be able to escape from it, but at that time, he was closer to Zhang Hu, and might have taken some of the poisonous thorns. I have also heard about the poison attraction before, maybe it was like that. Dijin sighed, and continued, at present, it can only be said that the situation has screwed us over. Although Li Fuzai is dead, our small team cannot disband because of this. Everyone, since the poison mist has been cleared, let us continue. Sigh, I hope that we can leave this scary place soon. Otherwise, I won't even know if I will die or not. Lu Jia sighed. Don't worry, elder sister Lu, after going through this small path, we will enter the Dragon Forest region with the abundance of dragon forest trees. At that time, we will easily find Profound Sky Sect's treasure deposit, and when we split up the treasures, we can immediately leave this place. Sung Hongchang said. Are we going to reach the Dragon Forest region already? From the way I see it, I think it will take about half a day of time. That's great. Lu Jie was elated. The group walked on eagerly, under the lead of Song Hongchang. She is truly capable, to be able to concoct such a thorough lie. Xinger, who was at the back walking with Suyan, said softly. If she did not prepare a good excuse, how could she dare to act so recklessly with Li Fuzai? Suyan shook his head and laughed. A woman's heart is unfathomable, and that has been the truth for the longest time. Although they had seen Song Hongchang's true appearance from the mirror, no one except her knew what she had in her mind. Young master, who do you think Song Hongchang will go for next? I'm not sure, but I don't think she will use this method anymore. For it to occur once, then twice, then thrice, that will only make us more suspicious. She is a clever person, and will definitely change her method. What method will it be? How would I know? Su Yun shrugged his shoulder. After going through the dark forest, they arrived at a rugged stone road, where many dried-up branches covered up the sides of the stone road, which did not look like a forest at all. However, Sung Hongchang navigated and brought everyone ahead as though she was familiar with the road, and only stopped after reaching an area covered with vines. The area was extremely mysterious. Around it was filled with trees, but every tree trunk was extremely thick, and on the trees grew many vines that resembled either dragons or snakes. This was the famed Dragon Forest region of the Black Prison Forest. Sung Hongchang walked over, checked the area once, and began to look for something. What are you looking for? Lu Jia asked. I'm trying to find the entrance. If Profound Sky Sect's treasure deposit is hidden here, that means the entrance is somewhere here. Sung Hongchang said. Oh. Lu Jia nodded, and did not speak further. After around half an incense stick of time. I found it. Sung Hongchang exclaimed out loud. Everyone gathered around her. Sung Hongchang brushed away the loose soil on the ground, and found a mechanism created from stone. It looked to be ancient. Its color and luster revealed that it had been through a long time, and after seeing the mechanism, Su Yun's heart immediately became confused. There truly was a mechanism, and if it truly was the entrance of the treasure deposit, then that meant that Song Hong Chang did not lie, and did not create the lie about the treasure deposit, and there truly was a treasure deposit. Crack! Just then, the clear and crisp sound of the mechanism being used sounded out. Song Hong Chang had already activated the mechanism. In a moment, all of the dragon forest trees around immediately started to sway, their surroundings started to move as the ground trembled, as though an earthquake had occurred. The mechanism suddenly exploded in its place, and a stone step that went underground appeared. This is great. This is great. This is definitely the entrance. This is great. Seeing that, Lu Jia immediately became ecstatic. Who could maintain their previous indifferent demeanor? She ignored everything and started to rush down the stone steps. Lu Jia! Don't be rash! De Jin shouted. Everyone had been through so much for this, and they only had one goal, and that was the treasure deposit. Throughout the journey, everyone were still suspicious about whether or not the treasure deposit was real. Song Hong Chang's information, at the moment, was no longer doubted. Let's not waste time, everyone, follow me in. Song Hong Chang shouted, and took the lead to go down the steps. De Jin shook his head helplessly, but he did not hesitate and followed Song Hong Chang. Young master, what do we do? Xinger looked at them go down the steps, and asked quietly. We are going in, but we have to be extra careful. Previously, Song Hong Chang said that we required 7 people to open the treasure deposit, but in the end she opened it up so easily. How is that not strange? De Jin and Lu Jia have already lost their rationale due to their greed blinding them, and totally overlooked this point. Su Yun said softly. The two of them walked down the stone steps. Below, the stone steps led to a long and straight passageway, and at the end was a stone door that was just tall enough for a human with a width that allowed 2 to pass through. It was closed shut, but to everyone, it was a door to countless treasure and wealth. Lu Jia, who had been indifferent the whole journey, seemed to be extremely fanatical. She approached the door and immediately activated her profound spirit chi, then smashed at the door. Bang bang bang! The stone door exploded. A myriad of colorful lights leaked out from inside the stone door. All the light auras seemed to resemble the splendor of gold and silver treasures, and anyone who saw the light would immediately jump with joy and excitement. Seeing all the light auras, not only Lu Jia, De Jin could no longer hold it in, and immediately ran towards the big door. Were there truly countless of treasures? Su Yun was startled. After considering thrice, he took a deep breath and immediately went ahead. However, the moment he stepped past the big door, he immediately knew that it was a ruse. Behind the stone door, there were no pills or treasures, let alone the so-called treasure deposit, and only a gigantic array formation that had already been activated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325. The Secret Plan of the Profound Sky Sect. At the side of the array formation stood a man holding a long halberd and dressed in a black gown. Upon seeing the group of them entering, the halberd man took a look at them, and released a tsk sound while shaking his head. Song Hong Chang, you took so long, why did you take so much time today? Tell me, did you feast on some on your own while coming here? Master, you really know how to joke. Hong Chang is doing everything wholeheartedly for you. How could I have the gall to do so? Oh. I brought back 4 this time. They should be enough to last you for 2 months, right? Song Hong Chang had her arms wrapped around her breasts. She leaned onto the wall beside the door and chuckled. Let me take a look. The man with the halberd opened his eyes widely and looked at Su Yun, Xinger, De Jin, and Lu Jiu, then nodded his head and replied with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. All of their talents are good, I am satisfied, but I seem to be unable to see that man's talent and cultivation. He has a treasure that shields his cultivation. Song Hong Chang licked her lips. If master, you don't feel right using him, you can give him to me. You troublesome hussy. You've fallen for this pretty boy, right? Heh, But I cannot reward you this time. Your master is about to rise to the spirit star realm in cultivation, and is lacking a few snacks, so all of them will be used by me." With that, the man with the halberd walked over. "He is a 10th stage spirit soul realm expert," Lu Jia exclaimed. "Hong Chang, what exactly is going on? Didn't you say you are bringing us to look for profound Sky Sect's treasure deposit? Why is there nothing here? And what are the two of you talking about? Who is this man?" Dejin was completely stupefied. Not only Dejin, even Su Yun and Qinger were confused. The words between the two people made them extremely cautious. Could it be that everything was fake? "A bunch of idiots, can't you tell?" Sung Hongchang sneered. "You truly think that I am bringing all of you to look for some profound Sky Sect's treasure deposit? I was lying. Under Master's command, I quickly spread the rumors around, to lie and lure profound soul realm cultivators to be food for Master, which he can use to increase cultivation, to train in a godly technique. There was never any treasure deposit. You are all just Master's food." "What?" Lu Jia and Dejin's face turned pale white. Su Yun was also shocked. He had never thought that the truth would be as such. Everything that Song Hongchang did, it was just for the man with the halberd to look for live food? Live humans as food? So on the way, Zhang Hu and Li Fuzai's death were all you're doing? Dejin suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and said in shock, "Could it be that you ate them?" Hearing that, Song Hongchang's face changed, and she anxiously replied, "You bastard, what are you saying?" But at the next second, Chong Hongchang's chest was immediately struck, causing her to fly out, and crashing onto the wall, she spat out blood, and her complexion became rugged. "Song Hongchang, I gave you my spirit-absorbing great technique, because you have served me for so many years with all your heart, but I never thought that you would actually sneakily absorb food that belongs to me. You have truly disappointed me." With that, the man with the halberd extended his hand out and grabbed thin air. Sung Hongchang's body immediately flew and landed into his hand. "Master Wan Qi, I did not steal anything. Master, spare me. I did not steal your food." Sung Hongchang screamed anxiously. But the man with the halberd did not care. While grabbing onto Sung Hongchang's neck, he brought his head closer and directly bit Sung Hongchang on her lips. He then extended his tongue into her mouth and activated a technique, causing layers of gray and white light to form between them. Sung Hongchang's delicate face started to transform quickly. After a short moment her face had become coarse and withered, her hair also became dull and ugly, as though she had aged over 20 years, looking like she skipped the prime of her life. Wan Qi swung his hand, where Sung Hongchang fell to the ground and gasped for breath intensely and weakly. Her profound spirit force was extremely weak, while Wan Qi's profound spirit chi seemed to have gained a fair bit, and was much more lively than before. "Since you stole some of my food, then you have to repay me back with the interest. Hongchang, your master has always been fair to my people, so you will have your own food, but not Master's food, understand?" Wan Qi chuckled. Seeing Sung Hongchang like that, Dejin and Lu Jia's hearts started to panic. Lu Jia's body started to shiver. She was obviously scared, while Dejin forced down the fear in his heart, and asked softly, "What exactly is happening? Who are you guys?" "Us?" Wan Qi laughed. "We are from the Profound Sky Sect." "Profound Sky Sect?" Su Yan's eyebrow moved. He almost could not believe his ears. "Why would Profound Sky Sect's people be here? You are clearly lying." Qinger spoke loudly. A group of naive junior generation. Profound Sky Sect is all over the Sky Martial continent, and this is a formation array positioned by Profound Sky Sect, because it is involved in a big plan of the sect, so all in all, I am lazy to explain in detail to all of you. I am an elite appointed by the sect to stand guard here, and Sung Hongchang was a disciple that I took in while on the way here. She used to be a prostitute who did not know anything, but seeing that her talent is not too bad, I took her into play, and then passed down my soul consummate skill. Who knew that in a just short span of 50 years, she entered the 7th stage spirit soul realm? She is truly powerful. Much more powerful than I, her master. As Wan Shi said that, he revealed a sinister and cold smile, and slowly walked towards Qinger. The moment the four of them had entered, his gaze had immediately landed on Qinger's body. Such a perfect beauty, with such a breathtaking talent. He could not leave the formation place, and thus all the food he needed for his spirit absorption great technique relied on Song Hongchang, but after so many years, Song Hongchang had lured so many people over, but not one of them were as pretty as the one in front of him now. Qinger. Truly a top-grade quality. Wan Shi licked his lips, his heart pounding as he thought. Master, you have previously promised me, after I find this round of livestock, you will clear the poison from my body, and allow me to leave Black Prison Forest. Now I have already done it, Master, please give me the antidote. Song Hongchang, who was lying on the floor, spoke out. Oh, you want the antidote? Aren't you good enough to fly out on your own, and look for your own food outside? How is that possible? You are a good fishing rod that I have groomed with much difficulty, and have not broken through to the spirit star realm. How can I throw away my fishing rod, and throw away my own rice bowl? You have to continue waiting, and wait for this master to truly step into the spirit star realm, then you can get lost. Wan Shi sneered. He did not bother about her any further, and used a palm to grab out. Su Yun's eyes turned cold, his eyes became like a sharp ice dagger, filled with killing intent while staring at Wan Shi. He was about to make a move. But right at that moment, De Jin, who was at the other side, moved. He did not hesitate at all, and immediately turned to the exit direction and rushed towards the big door. He was taking the chance to escape. Wan Shi stopped his hand, turned and sneered, looking at De Jin. You want to leave? It is not so easy. With that said, Wan Shi's body exploded forward, suddenly appearing in front of De Jin, and then used his halberd to strike forward. De Jin immediately used his profound spirit force to block, but the halberd was so powerful, upon smashing onto his body, he felt as if a mountain had struck him instead, along with a herd of horses trampling on him. De Jin was completely unable to withstand the strike, and immediately flew onto the floor, his chest ripped open. Wan Shi turned his hand into claws, and fiercely grabbed and sunk his fingers into De Jin's head, his 5 fingers creating 5 holes on the Tianling points of the head, and as though his fingers were like straws, he frantically absorbed De Jin's vitality. Ah! De Jin's complexion distorted, he was in extreme pain. He raised both of his hands up and activated an undisclosed technique, frantically trying to strike Wan Shi, but Wan Shi's robes seemed to be of an extremely high quality, and completely ignored De Jin's attack as he used his 5 fingers, which were absorbing his spirit and vitality, to disrupt De Jin's attack. Wan Shi was a peak 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator, while De Jin was an early 9th stage, although the difference was of 1 stage, but to be in the realm which was at the boundary of the spirit star realm, the 1 stage difference was like heaven and earth. Time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. De Jin was incapable of stopping Wan Shi, and his vitality and spirit were frantically absorbed. Gradually, De Jin's skin started to dry up and wither, his body became extremely skinny, and in a short time, he became a corpse which resembled Zhang Hu, and died. Lu Jia watched the entire scene in shock, her pupils revealed complete fright. She fell down to the ground weakly, her entire body was trembling, as though her heart was about to jump out of her throat. De Jin was a 9th stage spirit soul realm cultivator, to die like that. She was just a 3rd stage spirit soul cultivator. How could she have the strength to fight against the opponent? Strong people truly taste good. Good food. Good food. Ha 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 ha. Wan Shi laughed fanatically. He licked his lips, looking like he wanted to continue, his eyes brimming with zealotry. He walked towards Qinger, waving both his arms. Now, it's your turn. My beauty. Ha ha. With that, he made his move. Hold up a minute. Just then, Su Yun spoke out. Do you have a deal of some sort you want to do with me? Wan Shi smiled and asked, as if he was extremely patient. I just wanted to ask, what is the plan involving this formation array point? What do you profound sky sect people truly want to do? Su Yun asked with a serious face. According to what I know, your technique should be a spirit demon Dao technique. How did you learn it? Did profound sky sects people pass it down to you? You ask too much. Wan Qi laughed. I am sorry to inform you, I will not say anything. I just want to eat this beauty up right now. With that, Wan Qi made his move, and pounced towards Qinger. But the moment he moved, a vigorous and powerful hand grabbed towards his neck. It was much faster than him, and much stronger than him. Wan Qi did not have any time to react, and was grabbed onto by the hand, and raised high up. Wan Qi was startled. The power coming from his neck made him unable to breathe, his legs were lifted off the ground, and he felt terrible. Song Hongchang, who was at the side, was dumbstruck. Wan Qi, whom she had known to be all-powerful her entire life, right in front of her, was being lifted up by someone else. Suyin then flung his hand and threw Wan Qi to the side, his body flew, and created a big pit in the ground, his skin started to tear, looking to be in a terrible state. You will not be eating anymore today, you better answer my questions obediently. Suyin said. Who are you? Wan Qi ignored the pain in his body and climbed up and asked. Suyun. Suyun? Wan Qi's eyes revealed a slight puzzlement, as though he had never heard of the name before. But Song Hongchang and Lu Jie were completely shocked. Suyun. You're the Suyun that Profound Sky Sect have listed as a wanted criminal? And that Wu Qinger is Su Qinger? Song Hongchang exclaimed. Wan Qi was assigned the task to guard the array formation point by the Profound Sky Sect, and could not leave the place, so he had very few information regarding the outside world, but Song Hongchang was different. She could leave and enter Black Prison Forest and knew of outside information, so she naturally had heard of Suyun. So you are a wanted person from my sect, huh? Wan Qi growled, but his heart became even heavier, although the opponent's strength was unknown, but from the move, Wan Qi knew that the opponent was extremely powerful, more powerful than him. I need to think of a way to destroy him. Wan Qi thought. But in the next second, the opponent had rushed over, his two fingers were like pincers, and directly grabbed onto his arm, and then... Crack! Aoah! A wailing scream came out. Wan Qi's arms were directly pulled off from his body. After all, you are still a 10th stage spirit soul cultivator, just in case, it would be better to cripple both your hands first. Suyin said. His voice was extremely calm, but his method was extremely ruthless and savage. With that move, it stunned everyone watching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326. The Ultimate Array. Lu Jie was completely shocked witnessing everything that was transpiring. To be able to easily toss a person with a cultivation in the peak 10th stage of the Spirit Soul Realm, what cultivation would Suyun be at? The Spirit Star Realm? Are you a Spirit Star Realm cultivator? She murmured. Suyun did not say anything. But those words immediately caused Song Hongchang's face to change completely, with her heart jumping frantically. I was completely unable to defend against his speed and power, and my own profound spirit chi was actually suppressed. I am completely not able to match up against him. He is like an immobile mountain. Spirit Star Realm, he is actually a Spirit Star Realm cultivator. Wan Qi clenched his teeth. Tolerating the pain in both of his arms, he stared dead straight at Song Hongchang, thinking, this stupid woman, she actually lured a Spirit Star Realm cultivator here? Since you're a Spirit Star Realm cultivator, why did you not save Big Bro the Dejun? Lu Jie looked at Suyun, anger and resentment mixed in her voice. If he was willing to stay and fight Wan Qi together with us, I might have saved him. He is, after all, someone who wields a 9th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivation. Although our strengths are not balanced, we will still be a force to be reckoned with, and maybe we would be able to carve a way to live. But he actually tried to escape without a sound, and did not care about our lives. Why should I have saved him? Suyun replied indifferently. Hearing that, Lu Jie was speechless. In truth, ever since they had joined the group, everyone was secretly watching Suyun, and although Lu Jie was the oldest, her thoughts were the most naive. Li Fu Zai and Zhang, whose mind were filled with lust, and had their own ulterior motives in mind, they should not have died so quickly. Song Hong Chang was the most slick and sly, and could always easily talk her way through people, while De Jin was the most secretive and deep person. With only the treasure deposit in mind, he was always cautious about each and every other person. If they had to choose the one that would most probably kill off all the other members after finding the treasure deposit to swallow all of the treasures, that would be De Jin, because only he had the power to do so. Although no one knew whether or not he would do it, judging from his expression towards the death of Zhang Hu and Li Fuzai, he was most definitely not a kind person. Suyin did not feel any remorse towards De Jin dying. Furthermore, he only cared about Profound Sky Sect's great plan. So the reason for wanting Qinger, isn't it for this? Tell me, what use does this array formation point have? What is Profound Sky Sect's great plan? Tell me everything you know, and if you do, not only would I spare you, I would also help you fix your arms. What about it? Suyin knelt down and looked at Wang Qi, who was lying down in pain. I am unable to. If I say it, I will die. Wang Qi clenched his teeth and growled softly. You will die? Are you afraid of Profound Sky Sect people coming to look for you? Don't worry, I will not tell other people. This matter, other than the current people here, no one else will know. Profound Sky Sect will not know that you told me their plan. Really? If I wanted to implicate you, I just only need to make a move now. Do you think you have the ability to go against a third-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator? Suyin spoke with a low voice. He shut off Heavenly Scale Divine Eye, and a dense and powerful profound spirit chi that seemed to cover the entire place rushed towards Wan Qi. Wan Qi froze on the spot. He could not breathe, his senses were being suppressed by the intense weight, and his entire body was tingling with the sense of danger. Is this the feeling that the weak feel in front of the strong? Wan Qi's eyes constricted, and his complexion turned pale. I'll say it, whatever Master wants to know, I will tell you. I will tell you everything I know. Finally, Wan Qi could no longer bear Suyun's oppressiveness, and growled. What's Profound Sky Sect's plan? Suyun squinted his eyes and asked. In truth, I do not understand much about Profound Sky Sect's plan. Although I am an elite disciple of the Profound Sky Sect, I have already been tasked to station here for almost 50 years. However, I heard something from the 32nd clan elder that taught me mystical techniques, that this plan is actually to create, and to link to the cultivation of our sect leader. A plan to create? Create what? And what does that have to do with your sect leader? Suyun asked anxiously. I do not know. This sort of confidential matter, I will definitely not know. Wan Qi shook his head immediately, his voice filled with anxiousness. That is true. Suyun turned his gaze to the gigantic array formation on the floor, and asked, then you should understand what this array formation point is about? This unprecedentedly huge divine array formation point created by the Profound Sky Sect is a secret of Profound Sky Sect, and because I am part of the protection unit, I was fortunate enough to know about a few things. It is said that this array was created long before the second-generation sect leader, and the current sect leader is already the third generation, making the scale of this is extremely huge. The scale of this is huge? How huge is it? How big Sky Marshal continent is how big the array is, because it was laid on top of the entire Sky Marshal continent, which means to say, this array formation's ground is the entire continent. Wan Qi revealed. What? Suyun and the rest were completely shocked. They used the entire continent as the ground for the formation? How is that possible? Qinger muttered. Who could have heard of such a thing before? The Profound Sky Sect is not something you can imagine. There are even some jokers that thought it was just subsidiary sect of the Immortal Sword Sect, but they are gravely mistaken. That is just a facade. The true Profound Sky Sect is one that the Immortal Sword Sect do not even have the qualifications to hold the shoes of. This ultra-huge array that is unprecedented in history has a total of 98,000 array lines, 13,700 array formation points, more than 7,000 array diagrams drawn with 32 array essences, but I do not know the locations of the array foundations. I do not know what the use of this array formation point is either. My only responsibility is to guard the place, and did not participate in the construction of this array formation point. Wan Qi explained. Hearing that, Su Yun's face darkened. In truth, he did not know much about Profound Sky Sect, and in his previous life, he did not have much information regarding the sect leader of the Profound Sky Sect. He only knew that he had slammed Xinger to death with one palm, and had no further information. But from the looks of how the Su family treated the Profound Sky Sect, the strength of Profound Sky Sect was not what people explained it to be. A 10th stage spirit soul cultivator, if placed in a sect such as the Immortal Sword Sect, he would be at least a clan elder or an equivalent rank. Yet you are just an elite disciple and were placed in the Black Prison Forest to guard this array formation point. That truly proves the strength of Profound Sky Sect. Su Yun observed the array formation point for a moment, then noticed that inside the profound spirit chi, he could feel that it was constantly releasing a strange profound spirit force that was extremely ordinary, which then mixes into the energy in the surrounding and then disappearing, so he did not know what it was for. It was because I violated a sect rule and got punished by the sect, so I was sent to watch over this array formation point for 70 years. Usually, such an array formation point will have other people to guard it. With my strength, I should at least be standing watch over the array essences. If what you say is true, then the other people guarding over the array essences should most probably know about half of the plan. I do not know about that, but what I know is, very few people know of what the plan truly is, and I am afraid not one of the elites would know. Most probably, only the administrative clan elders have the right to participate directly. Then, what is this spirit-absorbing great technique? How and where did you learn it from? Is Profound Sky Sect passing down these mystical techniques to extract other people's vitality and spirit? That is something that I learned out of my sect's teachings. Is that so? Su Yun stood up, nodded his head, with a cold intent flashing past his eyes. Seems like I cannot retrieve any more information from you. You said that if I told you everything I knew, you would not kill me. Isn't that right? Wan Qi asked with a trembling voice. Nope, we can always go against words that had been spoken. I am not some righteous prince anyway. Su Yun said indifferently. You? Wan Qi's mouth was wide open, he did not know how to refute. Su Yun pulled out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and walked towards Wan Qi. The moment he reached him, he slashed down. Ah! Wan Qi released his last line of resistance, spitting out a ray light which struck Su Yun's sword. The sword had not reached his forehead. But in the next second, countless lights shot out from the everlasting sword sheath, and in the next moment they struck horizontally at Wan Qi. Poochie! Wan Qi's body became stiff and then fell to the ground. His corpse was split into many pieces, and a large amount of blood leaked out. The scene stunned Lu Jia, while Xinger bit her lips tightly, and a look of complication appeared in her eyes. She looked at Su Yun, holding onto her sleeves lightly. Young master had changed, he had become more meticulous in his thinking and became even more ruthless and fierce, but what is the reason for this great change? Wan Qi has to die. If not, he will inform the Profound Sky Sect about us barging into this place, and if that happens, Profound Sky Sect will summon an even greater force to chase after us, so we have to kill him. That way, the Profound Sky Sect will not know that we came here. I wonder if I have the preliminary information regarding their plan. Su Yun kept his sword, then took a look around the array formation point. Lastly, he turned his gaze towards Song Hong Chang, who was lying at the corner. Her face was extremely pale, and her profound spirit chi was extremely weak. Her eyes were almost void of life. She looked to be on the verge of her last breath, and was about to say goodbye to the mortal world. Su Yun frowned, then walked over and carried her up. Inter-heart link? Seeing that Song Hong Chang's chest area was completely red, Su Yun was astonished. That's right, it is the inter-heart link. Song Hong Chang revealed a weak smile. Wan Qi is very cautious, and thus linked us together. He was worried that I would betray him, so our hearts have a seal. If he perishes, then I will not live for long either. I never thought that I would have implicated you. Su Yun replied. Hee, it doesn't matter to me because right now, dying is better than living. Song Hong Chang laughed weakly. No one could read through the misery in her eyes. Actually, I am not a bad person, I just want to continue living quietly, and training in cultivation was also to earn more spirit coins, but who can understand children like us from a poor family? However, if I could choose again, I would be more willing to be a prostitute than to be lured in by one chi I would have never chosen to cultivate. As she continued speaking, Song Hong Chang's hand slowly drooped down. Pitiful people would definitely have hatred, and people who hated would naturally be pitiful. Su Yun sighed, then placed Song Hong Chang down on the ground. Xinger and Lu Jie stood by the side and did not say anything and watched as Song Hong Chang closed her eyes slowly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, by the side of Wan Chi's corpse, an order badge suddenly released out sets of blue light. The light aura was extremely dazzling, and shot into mid-air, and suddenly started to shake vigorously. That was profound sky sect summoning. In the next moment, a gigantic light door appeared, producing light that shot in all directions, and light that came out from inside the door contained dense, powerful, profound spirit chi. There were actually 3 first-stage Spirit Star Realm Profound Spirit Chi. Damn it! Su Yun's face changed. He immediately grabbed Xinger's hand and shouted at Lu Jie, who was at the side, "Quick, we need to leave!" "Huh?" Oh, Lu Jie, who was stunned, immediately regained focus. Who would actually dare to delay? She immediately followed Su Yun as they rushed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327. Jia Sha Zi. The 3 of them quickly rushed out of the so-called treasure deposit land, and sprinted out of the Dragon Forest region. The profound sky sect is truly unique. It seems that it will not be easy to go against them. Su Yun said while running. Master Su Yun, aren't you a Spirit Star Realm cultivator? Why are we running? Lu Jie asked. Su Yun's identity had been exposed, his cultivation was strong, and the way she talked to him had also changed, becoming more careful, but she was still pleased that she had a relation with a Spirit Star Realm cultivator. Knowing powerful cultivators was also a method for weak cultivators like Spirit Intermediate cultivators to protect themselves, and if there were people in the future who wanted to kill them, they would be able to warn the opponent about their relationship with a strong backer, and use it to preserve their life. They had mobilized 3 Spirit Star Realm cultivators. If we do not run, I am afraid it would be rather troublesome. What? 3 Spirit Star cultivators? How is that possible? If they had sent one, that would be more believable, but how can they send 3 out at once? Master Su Yun, are you sure you were not mistaken? I also wish that I was mistaken. Su Yun frowned, but it is how it is. They are not people whom Profound Sky Sect had casually sent out, but people who caught the scent of my profound spirit chi through the order badge, and after speculating my strength, they then sent out the Spirit Star cultivators to handle me. To be able to send out 3 Spirit Star Realm experts in such a short notice, it seems that the Profound Sky Sect's strength far exceeds what the other sects have. Xinger's voice was filled with a sense of dread. Not only that, what surprised me even more is that the badge of the disciple would actually activate itself immediately upon its owner's death, capturing all of the profound spirit chi around its area to be used as a coordinate and tracker back to the Profound Sky Sect. To allow their people to be able to pinpoint and gauge the strength of the people who killed their disciple, and through the space coordinates, they will open a bridge to allow their experts to be able to directly come over and resolve the situation. I have only seen such techniques in books, and there are already very few records and information regarding this. Furthermore, they are all hypotheses, and no one is able to realize it yet. Su Yun's heart tensed up, his face became distorted. From the looks of it, Wan Qi did not lie. Compared to the Profound Sky Sect, all the sects like the Immortal Sword Sect were nothing. Xinger. Just then, Su Yun called for her. Young master, what is it? My spirit chi is too strong. They will easily track our location down because of my spirit chi. Instead of everyone being captured, I will lure and attract their attention, so you two can easily escape this place. Xinger, follow Lu Jie out first. Leave it to me to stop the Profound Sky Sect's people temporarily. Su Yun instructed. No. The moment Suyun explained his thoughts, Xinger immediately screamed, "Young master, are you lying to me again? I will not be tricked anymore. I will not leave you." Her complexion was extremely pale, she had clenched her fists really tightly, and her eyes actually revealed deep fear. She was afraid. The fear of the events at Blossom Heart Valley transpiring again. "Xinger!" Suyun shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes were red as he stared intently at Xinger. "You need to understand. Battles between Spirit Star cultivators are extremely ruthless and intense. If they want to kill you too, they only need to utter a phrase. You definitely cannot remain here. Do you understand? Promise me. Go. 10 days. We will meet at the tea house at Persevering Pine City. Quickly, go. Young master. If you stay here, I have to split my attention protecting you. Only by leaving can you truly help me." Suyun shouted. Xinger's eyes were filled with tears as she kept on looking at Suyun with grief. She bit her lips and finally turned and left. Suyun could finally exhale after seeing her leave. Lu Jie and Xinger did not delay. After deciding, they immediately turned and left. Seeing that, Suyun immediately activated his profound spirit chi, luring the enemies. The 3 Spirit Star experts were extremely fast. In an incense stick worth of time after separating, Suyun could sense them approaching quickly. 2 second stage Spirit Star realm cultivators, and 1 first stage Spirit Star realm cultivator. Although the 3 of them would not be able to kill him, but if he were to be tangled with them, it would be troublesome. The Order Badge had memorized his location in profound spirit chi, sending 3 men over, but who knew if they would send even stronger existences? At that moment, Suyun did not dare discard the thought that the profound sky sect would even have cultivators stronger than the 3rd stage of the Spirit Star realm. If more terrifying people came, he would be in further danger. "You look like a young one, but your strength is astonishing. Who are you? Why did you kill the disciple of our profound sky sect?" An old man holding a cane and dressed in a gray cloak rushed towards Suyun and questioned him. Suyun squinted his eyes, retrieving out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. He looked at the 3 of them coldly. "I never thought that profound sky sect would come so quickly. I have truly looked down on your sect in the past. Since you do not wish to reveal yourself, fine, you will have to follow me for a stroll. Bring him back to the profound sky sect." The bald-headed middle-aged man standing on the right looked at the other 2, then rushed towards Suyun. "You cannot bring me away." Suyun growled, then threw the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, causing the everlasting sword sheath to tremble violently, and a large quantity of flying swords rushed out towards the 3 cultivators. Sword concept enveloped the sky and the flying swords flew all around, forming countless of densely packed sword images. "These flying swords, You're Suyun?" The bald-headed man was astonished as he retreated and asked. "I can't hide it any further." Suyun initially did not want to reveal his identity, but at the moment, if he did not use the limitless sword arts, he would be unable to contend against them. "I never believed it. Suyun would actually appear here. Since you're here, that means Su Qinger is nearby as well. Suyun, if you hand Su Qinger over, I can let you go. If not, the profound sky sect will personally ruin you." The man in the gray cloak spoke. "I'll hand your mother over." Suyun was enraged, his eyes were burning with anger. He rushed over directly with sword in hand. Qinger was his Achilles heel. No matter who it was that touched upon her as the subject, he would fly into a rage. Evil chi erupted, with the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in hand, along with the dancing 1,000 swords, he transformed into a tornado that struck towards them, every sword releasing terrifying evil spirits, attacking the man in the gray cloak. His expression turned gloomy and immediately released and activated a treasure. A one-handed blade appeared, in which he released wild blade chi that enveloped the blade. But when the evil spirits attacked, the wild blade chi became extremely offensive and attacked crazily, producing many gaps, as though it was about to destroy the evil spirits. "I heard about the matter at Sheen Creek. I never expected that Suyun had truly entered the evil realm. But that is just that, you are unable to go against my profound sky sect. Obediently give up and wait for your sentence. The gray-cloaked man said indifferently. Screw you. Suyun thrusted over. The evil chi on his sword was reckless. The exploding sword concept instantly cut through the blade chi, and struck towards the gray-cloaked man's heart. Powerful. The gray-cloaked man was secretly surprised. He did not dare to fight with Suyun directly, and immediately retreated while holding onto his blade. The moment he retreated, a woman that was almost bald rushed forward. She wielded dual daggers, and was as quick as lightning. Moving her tricks closer towards Suyun, the daggers transformed into two poisonous snakes. Right at that moment, a pitch-black evil spirit suddenly appeared behind Suyun and directly grabbed onto the two daggers. What? The nearly bald woman was secretly shocked. It's evil techniques. He had gained evil techniques from the evil realm. They are known to be vicious and strange. Be careful. The bald-headed man shouted and rushed over for support. Many flying swords ambushed him, stopping the bald man. One man, 1,000 swords, one spirit, were actually able to simultaneously attack the three cultivators and was not inferior, secretly making the three cultivators from the profound sky sect surprised. This man, why is he completely different from our reports? How did he become so strong? The bald man asked secretly. You do not need to worry. We just need to lock him down, and wait for Master Jia Shazi to arrive. Master Jia Shazi can easily take care of him. The man in the gray cloak replied. Oppression of the evil swords. Just then, Suyun roared, and the evil spirit behind him and the 1,000 swords all converged and rushed towards the man in the gray cloak. The evil profound spirit chi swords gushed in like a sea monster, and with the speed of a bullet, it rushed towards the man. Master Shi too. Be careful. Seeing that, the other two shouted out in shock. The gray-cloaked man's eyes tensed up. He wanted to dodge, but Suyun's attack was too sudden and too powerful. He was unable to escape the killing range. Without any options, the gray-cloaked man could only summon up an earth-colored wall of chi to block. Bang! The onslaught continued, and the earth-colored wall of chi could not even sustain 5 seconds and was instantly ripped apart, and the many flying swords stabbed into the man in the gray cloak. The man in the gray cloak was unable to bear the attack and directly fell to the ground. He was stabbed all over. If he wasn't a second-stage spirit star realm cultivator with a powerful body and strong profound spirit chi, the attack would have taken his life, but at the moment, he was just one step away from death. Suyun stepped onto his chest, and raised up immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, about to stab into his heart. Master Shi too. The two other cultivators rushed forward. However, they were not fast enough to catch up. Suddenly, a languid and prominent laughter came out from nearby. The three of you were sent to capture one, but instead, was defeated by the one you were sent to capture. I say, the three of you, are you guys able to do something for the sect? The moment they heard the voice, the two cultivators immediately stopped in their tracks. They revealed looks of joy. Master Jia Shazi, it's you, you're finally here? Jia Shazi? Suyun frowned. He ignored the sound and was about to make his move. But in the next second, the voice came out again. Hey! Suyun, my advice for you is to not take action. In your hands, you can still use him to threaten me, and save your own life. If you kill him, you won't have any insurance. With that said, a young man dressed in purple Blademaster clothing with a purple sword on his back appeared in front of the two cultivators. He was extremely suave, with a pair of purple eyes. He was tall and lanky, his hair almost reaching his waist. The pair of eyes were long and slanted, giving a feeling as though he would never be truly awake. Suyun's heart tensed up. The man's profound spirit chi was stronger than his, as his cultivation could not be read. Although he was unsure, that meant that he was stronger than Suyun. You are right. Suyun nodded his head. With your strength, adding the help of the other two, I am afraid I am unable to escape Black Prison Forest. It seems I will need some bargaining chip. With that, he then placed his sword at Shitu's neck, as though he was holding him hostage. Truly an intelligent man. Jia Shazi laughed, but he was unfazed by Su Yun's actions, and instead spoke lazily. Alright, Su Yun, bring Shitu out of Black Prison Forest. We will not chase you. I just hope that you will let go off that useless trash when you leave Black Prison Forest. As long as he is fine, I am able to account back to the Profound Sky Sect. Since the responsibility of failing to capture you will be on them. Quickly, leave. Oh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328. Ribbon Rings. In front of the quiet and vast public square. A few figures walked over very quickly, and upon reaching, everyone turned, knelt down and greeted the man who had his back facing them. Other than the young man dressed in the purple Blademaster clothes, everyone's face had veneration and sincerity written all over. I heard about it. The man at the front produced a stern and serious voice. The one who appeared in Black Prison Forest and attacked the array formation point was Su Yun, am I right? Your information gathering will forever be much more astute than ours, my great lord. The purple Blademaster clothed man Jia Shazi laughed and said. Why did you not bring him back? About that, you will have to ask Cultivator Shitu about it. Jia Shazi scratched the back of his head and said. What? For Spirit Star Realm cultivators were not able to hold back one Spirit Star Realm cultivator? Shitu? What exactly is happening? Tell me now. The man's voice was obviously starting to become sinister. Shitu's eyes were wide open as he looked at Jia Shazi with astonishment in his eyes. Jia Shazi raised his eyebrow, he chuckled and said softly, Shitu, I saved your life. If not for me, I am afraid you would already be dead from Su Yun's sword. Shitu swallowed his saliva, his eyes were trembling, he crawled up and kowtowed, and spoke out, reporting to Lord, the failure of the mission was completely due to this subordinate being weak. Su Yun is already a third-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator, and although we outnumbered him, we were still unable to fight against him. This subordinate, along with two others, fought against him, and after a while, this subordinate was about to be killed, but Master Jia Shazi rushed over. Su Yun used this subordinate as a bargaining chip against Master Jia Shazi, so to save this subordinate, Master Jia Shazi had no choice but to let Su Yun go. This operation's failure was completely because of this subordinate. Lord, please punish me. The trembling voice resonated. After a moment, everything became quiet again. Jia Shazi, you were wrong. The Lord spoke out, his voice was gloomy, he did not directly scold Shitu or implement a punishment, but instead spoke to the purple-clothed young man. Jia Shazi immediately knelt down and portrayed a devout look. Lord, please tell me explicitly. He is trash, why did you save him? Why not let him be killed by Su Yun, and then you capture Su Yun? Furthermore, wouldn't that save time? After you capture Su Yun, Su Qinger will definitely not run away, and with her captured, our Profound Sky Sect will save so much time. Jia Shazi, you have truly disappointed me. Hearing that, Jia Shazi's face changed, he seemed to have understood the intentions of the Lord. All right. He Ben, Longzhuang Shan, you can go back first. Jia Shazi, Shitu, you two stay. The Lord said indifferently. Yes, Lord, this subordinate will excuse ourselves. The two of them stood up, cupped their fists and slowly left. Jia Shazi frowned, and stared at their lord. Why do you look unhappy? Jia Shazi. The lord did not turn back, but every movement behind him, every expressions, were all captured by him. This subordinate dare not be. Jia Shazi kept his playful attitude and spoke softly. Since you do not dare, then why did you not immediately capture Su Yun? Because she too will die. Jia Shazi said softly. She too was already trembling from head to toe. He had also noticed the attitude of the Lord, but at that moment, who could save him? You reckon Su Yun can kill him? Although it was the first time I had met Su Yun, but I could tell of his mood from his eyes, he was being a protector. Most definitely, he was protecting something he cannot give up. Maybe it might be something else, or it might be Su Qinger, but regardless of what he was protecting, it isn't important, because at that time Su Yun was already crazy. Although he did not display it, I still saw it. A third-stage spirit star cultivator going crazy. Even if I were to make a move, she too will have no way of surviving. Other than letting him leave, I had no other way to save she too. I did not say I wanted she too alive. I want Su Yun. The Lord raised his hand, and she too, who was crouching on the ground, suddenly flew up. Lord, be merciful, Lord. Lord. Don't kill me, Lord. She too screamed. But it was all for naught. My Lord. Stop. Jia Shazi's eyes grew big, he shouted, but it was useless. He immediately rushed to save she too, and although he was powerful, his lord was something else. Poochie. She too's body exploded in midair, his body splitting into pieces, and blood flying everywhere. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. She too's body parts fell all over, and the white slab stones were dyed red. Jia Shazi's eyes were opened wide, his expression was one of shock. The surrounding became quiet again. Everyone else had held their breaths. Jia Shazi looked at Shitu's body, and his hands clenched tightly. Jia Shazi, you should understand from now on, right? The current profound sky sect will not rest until it meets its goals. 1 or 2 people dying is not much, but most importantly, you must complete the task given to you, and do it without sparing anything to complete it, instead of skipping and do what you want to do. Is that so? Jia Shazi walked over expressionlessly, and retrieved out a white cloth from his storage ring and assembled Shitu's body, and wrapped him up. From the start, I have already opposed your so-called plan, and rejected using the blood of live people for the sacrificial ritual. Because of that, what difference is there between profound sky sect and the whatsoever spirit demons and demons? However, all of you continue to make me do such wicked things. Truthfully, I've had enough. He lowered his head while he spoke. You want to betray me? The Lord raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes turning red. I do not think that way. After all, I was raised in the profound sky sect since young. It is good that you think like that. But you have changed, my lord, you are no longer the lord that I used to know. Jia Shazi wrapped Shitu's body, and without turning his head, he left. After leaving Black Prison Forest, Su Yun changed to a purple-horned beast, and without stopping, he rushed towards Persevering Pine City, which was east of Black Prison Forest. If everything had went well, then Qinger would definitely be waiting for me at the tea house in Persevering Pine City. Without any intention to stop, Su Yun rushed all the way without catching a break. With the purple-horned beast's pace, in less than half a day, he rushed into the heart of Persevering Pine City. Persevering Pine City was not any great big city. It did not have any outstanding features, and its only reason for existence was maybe because it was a place for travelers to stop for a break. There were not much people in the city. Su Yun retrieved a cloak and covered himself. Pulling on his lapels, he brought the purple-horned beast towards the tea house. Before he had even entered the tea house, a burst of profound spirit chi resonated from outside the city gate. The profound spirit chi was strong, and if the person who released it was not using any treasures, then that meant that his strength was far stronger than Su Yun's. What kind of person can have such profound spirit chi? Su Yun frowned, his senses stretched taut. Could it be profound sky sect people? Su Yun anxiously retracted his profound spirit chi, and with the protection of heavenly scale divine eye, as long as the person did not specifically check for him, they will not sense his existence. He lowered his head and quickened his pace towards the tea house, and after handing over his purple-horned beast to the waiter, he entered the tea house alone. Young master. Upon entering, a young lady with a veil over her head and red eyes rushed into his embrace. Upon looking, he realized it was Qinger. I disguised myself so much, but you can recognize me? Su Yun was secretly shocked. Of course I can, young master. How could I not recognize you? Qinger grabbed onto Su Yun's sleeve tightly, and cried with joy. Su-Yun was startled for a moment, and then revealed a faint smile. Xinger, this is an open tea house, there are eyes everywhere, let us sit and talk. N. Xinger wiped the tears off her eyes and nodded while smiling. Xinger brought Su-Yun to the second floor, to a table by the window, where Lu Jie was seated, and when they approached, Lu Jie immediately stood up and bowed earnestly, "Greetings, master." "Lu Jie, I'm not some master, just call me Su-Yun, you don't have to regard us as outsiders, sit down." Su-Yun said. "Master Su-Yun, you are a spirit star realm cultivator. When placed in any sect, you are a person that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader, you don't have to be modest," Lu Jie said in a serious tone. As long as she could form a relation with Su-Yun, regardless of it being a sect or a family clan, Lu Jie's position would undoubtedly rise. To be able to have a relation with a spirit star realm cultivator, how many spirit cultivators long to have such a thing? How could Su-Yun not know Lu Jie's intentions? But he could understand it, and did not say anything. Xinger was surprised at Su-Yun's quick escape from the black prison forest, and immediately asked him about what happened. Su-Yun did not hide anything and told everything. And when the two ladies found out that Jia Shezi did not have any intention to chase after him, they were shocked. Just as Su-Yun, Xinger and Lu Jie were talking passionately, the burst of profound spirit qi resonated out again, and passed through the entire tea house. "It's that spirit qi again?" Su-Yun's heart tensed up. He looked out, to see a few figures walking towards the entrance of the stairs. They were all ladies dressed in red and white. They all had snow-white skin and bluish lips, with beautiful stature. Regardless of whether they had long or short hair, they were all rather good-looking. When they walked up, everyone in the tea house were immediately attracted to them. They looked like goddesses. Upon seeing them, Xinger could not help but exhale and comment. "Goddesses?" Su-Yun looked over, to see the 5 ladies have found a table and sat down. But after they sat, they did not request for tea, but instead just sat there looking around with unease, especially the young lady with 2 ponytails. Her eyes that looked like blue gemstones cautiously looked over to Su-Yun. What are they so guarded against? Su-Yun was startled. Of course, they are not possibly profound sky sect people. Wait. Su-Yun suddenly noticed something, as his gaze landed on their fingers. On the little fingers of their right hand, they all had delicate rings which resembled ribbons, which were extremely white, matching their long slender fingers. It was as though their fingers were made to wear the rings, without being out of sorts. Seeing the rings, Su-Yun's eyes immediately became round, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xinger asked in a soft voice. Nothing. Su-Yun retracted his gaze, and spoke in a soft and hurried voice, but his mind started to wander. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 329. Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. An extremely mysterious yet powerful and big sect. It was extremely low profile in Sky Martial Continent, and only appears in the records of other various sects and clans. It was said that the disciples of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace never participated in any of Sky Martial Continent's activities, including the Mountain River List and the Meeting of Heroes. They rarely revealed their strength in front of others, thus, information on them were extremely scarce, and the Cheen Creek people did not dare rank them. Thus, no one could estimate or confirm the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's strength. However, even though the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was extremely secretive to others, and no one knew how profound they were, Su-Yun was different. He knew and understood the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. However, he did not receive the information from Sky Martial Continent's people, but from the beings of the demonic continent. The reason was simple. One of the demonic beings that did not want to live killed a disciple of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace who was traveling, and sustained injuries in the demonic continent. It was said that 3 days after the disciple's death, the clan of the demonic being received a message from Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. The message was clear-cut, simply stating one request: for the demonic clan's clan elder to bring the head of the demonic being who killed their disciple within 3 days to Divine Cloud Immortal Palace as an apology. The Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was different from the rest of Sky Marshal Continent. To them, they viewed even the demonic beings as equal, thus, they did not despise them and maintained neutrality between all races. But when the message was received, it immediately became a joke to the demonic clan. Instead, it was even spread to the other demonic clans, and everyone treated it as a joke. However, 3 days later, the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace came. Suyun, who was in the Devil's sect at that time, did not know what happened, but when he received the news and became informed of it, within half an hour of time, it was said that the 10,000-strong demonic clan were wiped out, regardless of how strong the demonic being or how young they were. Not one were spared, all of them were killed. All the demonic beings were shocked. And it was also from that day on, that all the clans and powerhouses in the demonic continent sent out an agreed order: never provoke people of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. It is that unique ring, I am not mistaken. Suyun thought, his eyes continued to look at all of their fingers. Suddenly, a weird feeling flashed past his eyes for an instant. It was the young lady with the 2 ponytails. One of her hand was on the table, while the other hand was kept unseen at her chest area, and she was quietly revolving her profound spirit force towards her abdomen continuously. She's injured? Suyun was startled. If she is not wearing any treasures to conceal her cultivation, her strength is at least at the 1st or 2nd stage of the Spirit Star Realm. What kind of person could possibly harm such an existence? Who would dare provoke someone from the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? Suyun thought quietly. Master Suyun, Master Suyun? Just then, Lu Jia, who was beside him, called out quietly. Suyun was startled but regained his focus and looked at Lu Jia weirdly. Lu Jia stood up, and then cupped her fists and bowed to Suyun. Master Suyun, Lu Jia has already been delayed inside Black Prison Forest, and still have matters at hand, and thus will not accompany you further. If fate allows in the future, I welcome Master Suyun to grace my Lu family. Our Lu family eagerly awaits you, and welcomes Master to come any time. I hope to be able to go, but if I do, I may only bring trouble to your family. How will that happen? Lu Jia laughed, then cupped her fists again. I will see you again. I won't send you off. With that, Lu Jia left alone. Seeing Lu Jia's figure becoming smaller, Suyun laughed bitterly. She did not receive information from Chin Creek, if not she would not have said that. With a relationship with an evil being, how can the Lu family continue to stand in Sky Marshal Continent? Suyun also believed that Lu Jia would very soon hope that he will not appear at her home. Whoosh! Just then, the few ladies in their white and red clothes all stood up. They rushed down the steps with anxious looks, and quickly left the tea house, leaving Persevering Pine City in a hurry. Seeing that, Suyun immediately stood up, left a few spirit coins on the table, and spoke to Chinger. Chinger, quickly follow me. Ah? Where are we going, young master? Just follow me. With that said, Suyun ran out of the tea house. Chinger had perspiration trickling down her head, but she followed suit. Out of Persevering Pine City, the ladies in white and red all instigated their profound spirit chi and left the city. Seeing their ugly expressions, it seemed as though they were trying to avoid something, or someone. Their speed increased to their maximum. Sigh, 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 sigh. Just then, a tinge of poisonous scent diffused outwards, coming from the direction of the city. The profound spirit chi was very strong, and from Suyun's initial judgment, it seemed to be a 3rd-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator. Since when did 3rd-stage Spirit Star Realm experts become so common? In less than a month's time, I have met with 5 Spirit Star Realm experts. Suyun swallowed his saliva, pulling Chinger to hide at one side, and concealing their chi, they carefully followed along. The ladies had not even left far when the owner of the profound spirit chi caught up. There were a total of 7 people, although the 7 were mostly Spirit Soul Realm cultivators. Their leader was a 3rd-stage Spirit Star cultivator. He was a white-haired old man, wielding a golden snake cane. He had a frail figure but his eyes were malicious. Dressed in a golden robe with a snake insignia imprint, he looked to be out of the ordinary. The Castle Lord of Gold Snake Castle? Su-Yun saw the snake cane, and was secretly shocked. No wonder he would be a third-stage spirit star cultivator. Although the Gold Snake Castle is not a huge powerhouse, nonetheless, all the different castle lords all wielded their own strengths. At one side, the ladies in red and white were huddled together, their backs against each other. They had brandished out their weapons and cautiously looked around their surroundings. What was surprising was that their weapons were not blades, swords, spears or rods, but many magnificent and gorgeous-looking colorful thin silk. So beautiful. Xinger looked at the beautiful silk in a daze, her delicate small mouth involuntarily letting out a compliment. "You demonic women! You killed my son and you still want to run? Humph, today, if you do not pay for my son's life, do not even think about leaving." The Castle Lord of Gold Snake Castle tightened his grip on his snake cane, and his sinister voice shouted fiercely at the ladies. "Your son oppressed the people, acted tyrannically, and have caused the lives of countless of innocent people to become miserable. Not only that, just because he wanted to try and snatch the Zhang's family maiden his wife, he had even killed the entire Zhang family. How can we not kill such a person? You are not any better. Your son is out there doing misdeeds, and you definitely have the knowledge of it, yet you close one eye and let him do as he pleases. Your son has harmed so many people, you are unable to escape the blame as well." Just then, the young lady with the two ponytails said sternly, her face was filled with anger, as she berated the Castle Lord of Gold Snake Castle. "That's right. This time your son actually wanted to do something to our senior apprentice sister, how could we let him off?" One of the junior apprentice sister added. "You." The face of Gold Snake Castle's lord changed, his hand holding the golden snake cane was trembling. "You dare to teach this old man? Good. 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 You stinking little dolls. You think you can truly live past today? Fine. Let this old man wipe all of you out, as a tribute for my son's life. You dare? We are from Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, and our master is about to reach here. If you dare even touch us, our master will eradicate your Gold Snake Castle." What Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? This old man had never heard of it before. This old man only knows that you have to pay for taking my son's life. Humph, it seems that you all are quite a beauty. When I send you to your death, remember to service my son well. With that, the Gold Snake Castle's lord raised his snake cane, and pointed at the group of ladies. "Kill all of them, not one shall survive. Kill." The group of people rushed forward. "Protect senior apprentice sister." The disciples of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace all danced with their colorful silk, releasing dazzling mystical techniques and struck outwards. The myriad of attacks were magical. Sometimes they would produce wind, sometimes fire, sometimes ice, sometimes lightning. It dazzled everyone, it truly was a feast for the eyes. However, the group of people that the Gold Snake Castle Lord had brought were obviously experts. Facing the disciples of the Divine Cloud Immortal sect, they were not a single bit inferior. Humph! Just then, the Gold Snake Castle Lord took action. He arched his body and leapt out directly towards the lady with the two ponytails, smashing his snake cane towards her head. Despicable! All of your God Snake Castle's people are nothing good. I will aid the heavens for justice, and destroy all of you. The lady with the two ponytails' delicate and agile body swerved, then released a colorful light, causing a large amount of mist to dissipate, making her to look like a fairy from a dream. Little doll, you speak big words. The Gold Snake Castle Lord's expression turned gloomy as he immediately retreated. The mist was thick, and he could not locate the opponent. However, he was not afraid and suddenly hit the ground with his cane. The gold snake cane suddenly moved by itself and soared into the air, transforming into a large snake over 10 m big, and directly pounced towards the dense mist. Whoosh! In a moment, the gold light pierced through the dense mist, instigating a large amount of profound spirit chi. A whale came out from the dense mist. Ah! Following that, the mist dissipated, revealing the lady with 2 ponytails as she fell to the ground, blood dripping out from the corner of her mouth. She looked to be in a miserable state. The silk in her hand was tangled by the gold snake, and was actually disintegrating. Without any treasure, she could not utilize many of her mystical techniques, and for a cultivator, that was a huge drop in fighting power. Senior apprentice sister. Seeing that, all the other disciples of the divine Cloud Immortal Palace exclaimed out in panic. A few of them were distracted, and were struck and injured. The situation was terrible. But to Su Yun, who was hiding, it was an extremely good opportunity. Qinger, do you want to join the Divine Cloud Immortal sect? He turned around and asked Qinger. No. Qinger had immediately refused him and shook her head the moment he said that without hesitation. Su Yun. He understood why Qinger had rejected that thought so straightforwardly. But, at the present, it was an extremely God-sent opportunity. If they missed it, there would be no second chances. Su Yun took a deep breath and turned, then looked at Qinger earnestly. Qinger, did you know? Before we found the array formation point inside Black Prison Forest, I actually thought to bring you away to live in seclusion and not care about the world matters anymore. But at the moment, it is difficult. Why do you say that? Because Profound Sky Sect is much stronger and larger than I had ever imagined. Su Yun laughed bitterly. Like this time, the people who were chasing me were actually all existences above the Spirit Star Realm. Do you know what the Spirit Star Realm represents? Any cultivator able to attain the Spirit Star Realm can wield the position of Lord in any power. Regardless of location, they can be an overlord anywhere, respected by thousands of people, but to the Profound Sky Sect, they are just extremely ordinary existences. Isn't that extremely powerful? Furthermore, their plan, that involves the entire continent, is not something we can imagine. So, Qinger, if we want to live well, we need to resolve the threat that the Profound Sky Sect poses to us, but at the moment, we are not able to fight against them, so the only way for us is to find a powerful sect much stronger than the Profound Sky Sect and use it as our backer. A powerful sect much stronger than Profound Sky Sect? Qinger's eyes grew big, and her mouth opened. Are there still such sects in Sky Marshal Continent? There is. The Sky Marshal Continent is enormous with plenty of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Our view of the world is too small, and there are many things we do not know about. In front of us, this Divine Cloud Immortal sect can be said to be a powerful sect that is not inferior to the Profound Sky Sect. Therefore, Qinger, I wish for you to join them, and once you are a disciple, the Profound Sky Sect would dare not do anything to you. As long as you are fine, then I will be fine as well. Su Yun said in a serious tone. Young Master will not be joining? I heard that Divine Cloud Immortal Palace only accepts female disciples. Qinger's eyes were downcast, her expression became gloomy. Must it be like this? Do we truly have to separate yet again? Qinger, we are left with no choice. Su Yun laughed bitterly. Furthermore, I still need to look for the Heaven Lord and revive Sword Elder. We are unable to hide ourselves for the time being, and with our current strength, it is difficult for us to go against the Profound Sky Sect. And if those existences from Black Prison Forest were to appear again, we will not even have the chance to escape anymore. Qinger bit her lips but did not say anything. But then, Qinger suddenly thought about something. She raised her head and looked at Su Yu. Young Master, is this Divine Cloud Immortal Palace really very powerful? They are very powerful. Su Yun nodded his head. Maybe they have existences that are even more powerful than the Spirit Star Realm. What? Qinger was dazed, but she quickly regained her senses and spoke softly. Young Master, if we have such power, maybe we don't need to hide everywhere and keep concealing ourselves? Maybe not so many people will come and try to kill us anymore? What? Qinger spoke too softly, and Su Yun did not catch her words. Nothing. Qinger's eyes flashed a look of disappointment, but displayed a smile. Young Master, if this is what you want, Qinger will do it. I am willing to enter this Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. But such a sect, how can I just enter if I said I wanted to? You don't have to worry about it. Su Yun said and smiled. Isn't this a great opportunity? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330. Saving the Beauties. The divine Cloud Immortal Palace's disciples rarely interacted with other people. Usually, they placed themselves highly, as though they were immortals. But of course, it was not that their attitude were like immortals, it was just that their style was to not discriminate between humans, demons, and spirit demons, treating everything and everyone the same. The most surprising thing about the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was their distinction for gratitudes and grievances. They held their debt to gratitude and duty to avenge highly, and they were all extremely protective of each other. Suyun had seen the opportunity, and without hesitating, he instantly rushed forth, activating the Limitless Sword manual as he used the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword to attack like a poisonous snake, straight towards the Gold Snake Castle Lord. Ha! The Gold Snake Castle Lord was taken for surprise. He dodged immediately, but the speed of the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword was too excessive. In the precarious situation, he could only raise his gold snake cane to block. Clang! The clear ringing sound sounded out. The overbearing force caused the Gold Snake Castle Lord to take a few steps back, and a blood-red dot had appeared on the gold snake cane. The Gold Snake Castle Lord only recovered and stabilized himself after retreating 10 steps. After which, he raised his sunken old eyes, and roared in anger, "Who are you?" "Limitless Sword Lord." Suyun bellowed. The small blood-red dot released a red light, and suddenly the sword sheath on Suyun's back trembled vigorously, and thousands of fearsome swords flew out like a river, and one after the other, they rushed towards the red dot. With their overwhelming force like a mountain, they struck against the Gold Snake Castle Lord, who initially was able to resist it, but due to the overwhelming number of swords, started to tremble, and in the end, was flung out by the swords, immediately being surrounded by them right after. The swords that filled the air had already explicitly declared the identity of the person. Limitless Sword Lord? The Gold Snake Castle Lord's face changed, and looked at the person walking over. He was dressed in a pitch-black cape and had a pale complexion, with a black sword and a sword sheath on his back, and a blood-red sword in his hand. His chi was overwhelming and thick. "Not good, Castle Lord, he is Limitless Sword Lord, the Sword Lord that defeated the Spirit Demon Emperor." The subordinates beside immediately informed the Castle Lord. Defeated the Spirit Demon Emperor? God! What kind of power does he wield? Why is he here? And why is he acting against us? Our Gold Snake Castle has no grievances, nor have we met with him before. I am not sure, but all of you do not move. The Gold Snake Castle Lord said, then put his gold snake cane away and looked coldly towards Suyun. He asked loudly, "Is this noble one Limitless Sword Lord? Do you want me to use my sword techniques to prove it to you?" Suyun replied indifferently, then casually waved the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword in his hand. The 1,000 swords hovering around immediately moved. "Stop, Sword Lord!" Gold Snake Castle Lord immediately cried out. He could clearly sense Suyun's cultivation was at least the 3rd stage of the Spirit Star Realm. Although he did not fear a 3rd stage Spirit Star cultivator, he had never heard of Suyun's methods before. To be able to defeat the Spirit Demon Emperor, how could he be any usual cultivator? Furthermore, the Spirit Demon Emperor was definitely not merely at the 3rd stage of the Spirit Star Realm. He should at least be at the 5th stage. What else do you have to say? Sword Lord, my Gold Snake Castle has no business with you. Why are you making a move on us? Humph. Your men have done misdeeds, are extremely evil, oppress the people, bully the weak and prey on them. Such evil people, how can anyone not do anything? This time, you are actually wanting to make a move on these fairies. How could I not do anything? All of you despicable and evil people, if the heavens do not take care of you, then let me. Suyun spoke righteously and with a sense of justice. Hearing that, the Gold Snake Castle Lord's face changed, the anger in his stomach was flowing out. To be turned into an evil person in such a short moment, while Suyun had proclaimed himself as one of justice, How could he accept that? Limitless Sword Lord. Do not think that just because you defeated the Spirit Demon Emperor, means that I will be afraid of you. This matter is a personal grievance between these people and my Gold Snake Castle. If you are wise, you will quickly leave this place. If not, do not force my Gold Snake Castle to fight to the death with you. The Gold Snake Castle Lord spoke coldly. Oh, fight to the death? Su Yun's eyes turned cold. He suddenly moved his finger, and all the sword blades around released many evil spirits, directly pouncing ferociously towards the Gold Snake Castle's people. The Gold Snake Castle people were caught unprepared and were directly struck by the evil spirits. The treasures in their possession were destroyed as they were flung away. One after another, all of them flew out a few tens of meters, and upon falling, they were instantly incapacitated. The Gold Snake Castle Lord was immediately alone. All of the Gold Snake Castle's experts had fought against the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's disciples and had exhausted themselves. Against Su Yun, who was hailed as a vicious and ruthless character, coupled with an imposing aura, they already had fear in their hearts. Although it was just a display of strength, how could they dare to resist him? In just that short moment, they were all defeated. Furthermore, what Su Yun used was evil technique. Even the Gold Snake Castle Lord could not help but have a cold shiver sent down his spine. You. The Gold Snake Castle Lord's voice was trembling. He was unable to say anything for a long time. He knew that he was at a disadvantage, and did not continue to fight, but clenched his teeth, and transformed into a gold light and streaked away. If a Spirit Star Realm cultivator wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Su Yun to chase, so he watched the Castle Lord leave. Su Yun did not have the intention to chase and kill him. After the Gold Snake Castle Lord left, Su Yun immediately walked over, and with a look of concern he asked, "Are you ladies all right?" The disciples of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace finally regained their senses. All of them seemed to be fine. It is good that everyone is fine. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He swept across everyone, and his gaze landed on the young lady with the two ponytails, and spoke, "Young lady, are you injured? I have some medicine here. If you do not mind, you can consume it. I believe it will help with your pain." With that, Su Yun took out a palm-sized blue and white porcelain bottle and wanted to pass it over. Seeing that, the lady with the two ponytails was startled for a moment. Her pure white skin flushed red, and she lowered her head. "Thank you." But she did not take it. Su Yun chuckled. It was rather awkward and he seemed to sense the other party's fear, so he opened up the bottle, and a burst of intoxicating fragrance emitted out. "Please do not worry. Everyone, this is the congealed purging dew heart pill, and is not poisonous. I do not have the intention of harming any of you." With that said, the many pairs of eyes looked over. "Is that truly the congealed purging dew heart pill? I heard that it is expensive, and it requires many contributions in our immortal palace to be able to change for such a reward. Senior apprentice sister, you were struck by the vile move of the castle lord's dog son, and you're severely injured. Eating that pill will definitely curb the pain and injury. Quickly take it." That's right, this hero was willing to save us, and does not have any ill intention. If he truly did have any ill intention, he could simply just make his move. Why resort to such methods? Senior apprentice sister, he is a sword lord. Maybe you have heard about him? A few of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace disciples whispered and discussed. Although they were speaking softly, but Su Yun could catch every single word. The lady with the two ponytail hesitated for a moment, but ultimately she nodded her head and accepted the pill, and spoke softly, "Thank you, Sword Lord." "You're very welcome." Su Yun laughed. "I never expected us to meet a Sword Lord. Are you really Limitless Sword Lord? I heard you are an evil realm being? But we do not care whether you are or not, as long as you are kind at heart, human or evil being, it doesn't matter. Sword Lord, did you truly win against the Spirit Demon Emperor? What cultivation are you at now? Sword Lord, why did you save us?" All the disciples started to become extremely interested in Su Yun, and after chatting for a while, the ladies became familiar with Su Yun, and surrounded him and started to talk, causing Su Yun to be overwhelmed. Just then, Xing'er walked over, and everyone turned to look over. Dressed in her green garments and jade green belt, with her healthy black hair, gemstone-like eyes with flawless snow-white skin, upon appearing, it seemed to have dulled the beautiful scenery. So beautiful. All the disciples of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace were moved, although she did not have any cosmetics on, but she still gave off a breathtaking feeling. If you truly are Limitless Sword Lord, then that lady is definitely young Lady Su Xing'er? Just then, the short-haired bangs lady beside the ponytail lady asked. Yes. I am young master's servant, I greet fellow senior sisters. Xing'er smiled vibrantly and gently bowed, her words and actions were performed well, delighting the disciples. Junior sister Xing'er is so pretty. The lady in the bangs could not help but praise. Senior sister is flattering me already. Xing'er spoke gently. She immediately understood Su Yun's intentions. She knew that he planned to use these ladies for her to join the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, and thus sweeten the way she spoke. She spoke more nice words to compliment the ladies, until they were unable to conceal their happiness. All of them liked Xing'er more and more, and not long after, they were calling each other senior sister and junior sisters. Seeing that Xing'er had managed to settle the other disciples, Su Yun turned his gaze to the lady with the two ponytails. All of them had called her senior apprentice sister, and he figured she was the most important. He watched as she consumed the pill, and after instigating her chi for a few rounds, her pale white face became slightly rosier, and her eyes became more sharp. She seemed to have recovered from majority of her injuries. Do you feel better? Su Yun asked with concern. The congealed purging dew heart pill truly lives up to its name. The lady with the two ponytails was joyous, she half bowed towards Su Yun. Thank you fellow cultivator, you are my benefactor. I, Chu Qian will never forget this for as long as I live. Young Lady Chu is too courteous, the Gold Snake Castle people are too vile and are corrupted, especially their son who was wicked beyond reputation, hated by gods and humans alike. I had long wanted to do something to them, and for them to actually want to take action against you fairies, how could I take it? Su Yun said shamelessly. Upon hearing that, Chu Qian's face immediately turned red, she was slightly embarrassed, and did not dare to continue with the topic, immediately changing it. You are limitless, right? Come to think of it, although we do not frequent with the affairs of Sky Martial Continent, however, matters about you have reached our sect. If you were to use the term wicked beyond reputation, I think you are more suited for it. I heard you are an evil realm being, is that true? No, it is not. Su Yun shook his head, but I know evil techniques, and the so-called wicked reputation on me was enforced and placed onto me by the people of the continent. They have a natural hatred towards the evil realm, and as I know of evil techniques, they immediately assumed that I was a disciple of the evil realm, and for that I am helpless about it. Anyways, if young lady do not feel that I am a bad person, that is enough. What does you being bad or not have anything to do with me? Chu Qian mumbled softly. Young Lady Chu, what did you say? Oh, nothing, but I do not think you are bad. Chu Qian's face turned red, laughing anxiously. Just as she was about to speak again, bursts of dense profound spirit chi poured towards them like a torrential storm, and the entire region was enveloped with the bursts of chi. A wide and heavy pressure pressed down on them, causing all of them to tense up. Their movements became restricted, and an unspeakable need to revere and bow down surfaced in their hearts. Just then, the disciples of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, along with Chu Qian, all knelt down and greeted out respectfully, "We greet Master." Their clear voices rang out. Hearing that, Su Yun's heart tensed, he immediately turned to look. Chu Qian was a cultivator at the Spirit Star Realm, so what cultivation would her master be at? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331. Shangwan Mei Yang. Rise. Just as Su Yun was still looking around for Chu Qian's master, a soothing and beautiful voice sounded out from behind him. Su Yun perspired in cold sweat, he immediately turned to look and saw a young lady in pink clothes who was standing behind him, with hair combed and knotted into a bun. She seemed to only be 15 or 16 years old, and although her face was still immature, she was extremely adorable, with her small stature and sweet perky butt. Though she did not have much of a chest, which could not be compared to Hu Qianmei, it could not hide her graceful bearing. She did not look old, but she had an implicit charm, and could attract the eyes of countless people. Of course, the most attractive thing about her was not her adorable features, but her hair color. She actually has pink hair. If it was natural, it was extremely rare in Sky Martial Continent. Her strength was profound and Su Yun did not dare stare for long, and immediately looked away. His heart was shaking as he thought, what cultivation level is she truly at? To appear behind me so suddenly and silently, if she was my enemy, I would long be dead. Even the spirit demon emperor was nothing much compared to her. Thank you, master. The disciples all stood up. The young lady walked over to Chu Yuqian. She extended her hand out to Chu Yuqian's abdomen and pressed on it, releasing a warm and surprising blue light. Su Yun, who was well versed in medicine, could clearly feel that the blue light was quickly healing the wounds, and in 10 breaths of time, Chu Yuqian was fully recovered and completely unharmed. Strong. So she is not even afraid of life or death, or wounds to the flesh and bone? Who did this? The young lady's voice turned cold as she asked. Reporting to Master, it was the dog son of the Gold Snake Castle Lord. We were completing the mission that Master had sent us out to do at Suffering Cloud Valley. We chanced upon a small town under the jurisdiction of the Gold Snake Castle and coincidentally chanced upon the son of the castle lord raping a woman, but the townspeople did not dare say anything. Thus Senior Apprentice Sister Chu went to ask around, and found out that the woman was already married. Just to get the woman, the castle lord's son actually murdered the entire family of the woman's husband, so Senior Apprentice Sister was enraged and wanted to stop him, but who knew that he turned his attention towards Senior Apprentice Sister? He was truly too vile. Senior Apprentice Sister was too angry, so she killed him. The lady with the bangs explained. Well done. Before Chu Yuqian could say anything, the young lady with the pink hair turned and said in anger. She raised her head and asked Chu Yuqian, "Did the Gold Snake Castle's people chase after you?" The Gold Snake Castle Lord only has this son, and this disciple had killed his son, so how could he spare this disciple? After the matter, the Castle Lord immediately sent out 20 expert cultivators to chase after us. We were chased until today, where we had to fight with them. Soon after, we're caught in a dire situation, but luckily, Limitless Sword Lord had managed to catch up in time, and aided us to chase away the Gold Snake Castle Lord. He saved these disciples' lives, and prevented a calamity. Chu Yuqian turned and looked towards Su Yun with gratitude. Limitless Sword Lord? The pink-haired young lady turned and looked over to Su Yun curiously, and said, I have not heard of this name before. Young man, you saved my disciples? Young man? Su Yun looked at the young lady who looked to be even younger than him, and could pass off as his younger sister. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he did not display any dissatisfaction. He cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Senior, I only raised my hand to help. Saving is saving. Why are you so modest? The pink-haired young lady snorted, Shangwan Mei Yang owes you a favor. Tell me, what do you want as repayment? I can satisfy any demands of yours. Repayment? There is no need, right? I only saw injustice, and thus helped out. Su Yun portrayed a modest look and said shamelessly. Are you looking down on me? The pink young lady seemed to be unhappy, and said unhappily, I said I will repay you, that means I will. What's with all this bullshit? Tell me, do you have any request or desire? Tell it to me, and I will grant it for you. If you waste any more time, don't blame me for being rude. This girl is such a pain in the ass, she will do what I say? Su Yun could not tolerate such behaviors, but thinking about it, if he continued his way, he would have to continue to work, and thus spoke out, if Senior is truly serious, then I will not be polite anymore. Truth be told, the reason why we are here is because we are hiding from, and are avoiding our enemies. The matter at Chin Creek had made me, Su Yun, the enemy of everyone. I do not care about that, but my younger sister, Xinger, is different. She has still not reached the spirit star realm in cultivation. If we chance upon a few spirit soul realm experts, she can fight, but if she were to chance upon a spirit star realm cultivator, she can do nothing but die. Therefore, I hope to find a place to shelter my younger sister. With that, Su Yun pulled Xinger forward. Shangguan Mei Yang raised her glossy eyes and looked at Xinger, and nodded her head. A flash of appreciation passed her eyes, and asked, "Just this request? Is Senior willing to accept?" "I am willing to bring her back to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace." Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? Where is that? Can it truly protect and shelter my sister safely? Brat, you've never heard of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? Humph, truly a person with low cultivation will have low knowledge, explaining it to you will be useless. You just have to rest easy, I will definitely protect her and keep her safe. As long as she enters my Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, no one will dare to touch even a strand of her hair. I still don't feel at ease about it. Su Yun then said, "Senior, you are powerful, this one has recognized that. Only if you accept her as a disciple will I be able to rest easy. If not, I would rather let Xinger stay by my side." "Oh? Take her in as a disciple?" Shangguan Mei Yang was startled. She squinted her eyes then spoke, "My Divine Cloud Immortal Palace doesn't casually accept disciples, but since you saved my disciples, I have the power to break this rule. Anyways, this girl's talent is not bad, taking her in will not cause me to lose my face." "I agree to it then." Hearing that, Su Yun was ecstatic, and immediately cupped his fists. "Thank you, Senior." He never expected it to be so easy, it truly was surprising. Disciple Xinger greets master. Xinger knelt down and kowtowed, but there was not a look of excitement on her face, but with a look of determination. "Quickly rise." Shangguan Mei Yang supported Xinger up, and then took out a pink square order badge from her storage ring and gave it to Xinger. It was warm to the touch, and on it wrote a large word, Mei. Meaning Shangguan Mei Yang's Mei. "With this order badge, you are my disciple, and using it you can go in and out of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace freely, and no one will stop you," Shangguan Mei Yang said loudly. From the way she acted, it seems as though Shangguan Mei Yang holds a high position in the palace. Seems like I found a good backer for Xinger. Su Yun thought happily. "Thank you, master." Xinger quickly kept her order badge. "All right. That's one thing that's settled." Shangguan Mei Yang turned her head and looked at Chu Yuqian, and asked, "Do you know where this gold snake castle is?" "Yes." "All right. Shaoli, take Yuqian and Xinger back to the palace first, the rest of you follow me to Gold Snake Castle." Shangguan Mei Yang waved her hand, a dense cold killing chi was revealed in her eyes. She spoke sinisterly, "To dare provoke my disciples, I will cleanse the Gold Snake Castle with their blood, and rid the hatred in my heart." "Ah." Hearing that, Chu Yuqian immediately spoke out, "Master, although the Gold Snake Castle Lord deserves to die, the other people are innocent. You cannot kill the innocent, if not, how are we different from them?" "Haha, I was joking. I am only going to kill the Gold Snake Castle Lord, and kill those who deserve to die." Shangguan Mei Yang looked to be impatient. She then leaped up and transformed into a pink light aura, in a moment sweeping through the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. So fast. Su Yun's heart jumped. He was still unable to see through Shangguan Mei Yang's cultivation. He had not heard of her before, but she truly was one of style, doing things straightforwardly without losing out, thinking of accepting Xinger only when she was not at a disadvantage. After Shangguan Mei Yang left, the remaining few disciples immediately followed along, while the disciple called Shaoli was prepared to bring Chu Yuqian and Xinger back to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. And when it came to farewell, Xinger had a forlorn look. She looked at Su Yun with her lips bit tight. She walked a few steps and used her small hands to hold onto Su Yun's big hands. "Young master, Xinger will work hard to become strong, and protect you in the future." She lowered her head and said, "No need." Suyun shook his head bitterly, and rubbed Chinger's head and laughed. "With regards to the profound sky sect, let young master settle it. Just stay and wait in Divine Cloud Immortal Palace safely and healthfully for me. Wait till I've done everything. I will come and find you." Hearing that, Chinger could no longer hold back her tears, and the tears flowed along her face and cheeks. "Chinger, let's go." Xu Qian walked over and said gently. Chinger nodded her head. Without saying anything, she lowered her gaze and turned around. Her footsteps were heavy. The image of the frail lady looked to be so lonely. Suyun's mind was blank, but they were forced to such an extent and he had no other choice. "Truth be told, are you truly siblings? Why does Chinger call you young master?" Xu Qian looked at Chinger strangely, then asked Suyun. "Sorry, I lied. In truth, she is not my sister." Suyun laughed, then did not continue further. "You're so strange, and so different from the rumors." Xu Qian sighed then laughed, "But Suyun, since Chinger is one of us now, we will not be considered outsiders anymore. Hopefully when you are free you can come to visit us as guest in the future." "Alright, I'll take my leave now, take care." "Help me take care of Chinger." "Definitely." Xu Qian nodded her head. Very quickly, the three of them left. Suyun stood in his place blankly, thinking that everything was a dream and not real at all. "After working so hard, I've finally found Chinger, only to have to say goodbye again. But now, I'm not worried for her. I believe there is no other place safer than the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace." It was also a relief for him. With Chinger's issues resolved, I believe I can focus on the profound sky sect now. Suyun thought, then he started to walk. But at that moment, a black light shot out from his storage ring and flickered. Seeing that, Suyun's face changed as he immediately opened the storage ring and took out the order badge from inside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332. Drowned in Calamity. It was the Sovereign King's badge, the Evil Realm's Evil King City's order badge. Did something happen in the Evil Realm? Suyun thought. Just at this moment, the Sovereign King's badge suddenly released a set of black light, followed by a dense and powerful vacuum of qi, causing the base to shake uncontrollably, as though it was trying to get free from his hand. Plop! The Sovereign King's badge dropped on the floor and released a large amount of evil qi. After that, a pitch-black, ferocious and gigantic door dropped down quickly from the sky. Whoosh! Two figures walked out of the evil door. One of them had a blade on his back, while the other had a cane in his hand. Both wore black robes and emitted a dense amount of evil qi, with similar evil face engravings imprinted on the badges hanging on their waists. The two of them were the two experts that Suyun had recruited when he was leaving Evil King City, Quan Yuxia and Huang Dongzhang. "Greetings, Master Sovereign King." Upon leaving the evil door, the two of them immediately knelt in front of Suyun and greeted him in veneration. "What are you two doing here? Quickly stand up." Suyun was surprised as he asked. "Reporting to Master Sovereign King, the construction of the Void Door is complete. We are here to report and receive new orders from Master Sovereign King." Void Door? Suyun was stunned for a moment before immediately reacting. Wasn't the Void Door the one that Ling Qingyu had instructed him to create as a transfer array door formation? With it, he could easily move through the Evil Realm and Sky Martial Continent. In addition, he would be able to easily mobilize the Evil King City's forces. Just that, the time needed to construct the Void Door was long and was estimated to take about 2 years, but 2 years had not even come. How could the array door formation be completed? Did they increase their speed? Suyun was astonished, and when he looked at the two of them again, he was surprised even further. When did the two of you attain the first stage Spirit Star Realm in cultivation? He remembered that when he recruited the two of them, they were just at the 9th stage Spirit Soul Realm in cultivation, and in just a time frame of 1 year, they had crossed one level and directly broke through to the Spirit Star realm. How was that speed not shocking? There was a first-stage Spirit Star Lord that led a group and attempted to attack our evil King City, and fought against the experts in the city. My junior brother and I fought together and surrounded the leader. After killing him, we consumed his corpse, and our cultivation rose at the same time, reaching the Spirit Star realm. Huang Dongzhang explained. So it was like that. If that was so, then that explains things, as some evil realm beings could absorb cultivation through consuming their opponents' corpses. However, it was not wise to underestimate the fighting prowess of the experts in the evil King City, for even a first-stage Spirit Star realm expert was killed and eaten by them. This lowly one has to ask Master, your cultivation is? Kuan Yu Xie hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice. The two of them were shocked to realize they were incapable of seeing through Su Yun's cultivation, and if not for Su Yun accidentally releasing his qi, they would not have realized it. My cultivation? Su Yun then leaked more of his qi out without restraint, causing a powerful pressure to immediately blanket the two of them, causing them to shiver and their faces to turn pale white. Although Su Yun did not say it, but the two of them knew in their hearts that their master sovereign king was far stronger than them. Seeing their reactions, Su Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had to pressure them down. Otherwise, the evil King City would become theirs. We never expected Master's cultivation to attain an even higher level, this subordinate is convinced. Kuan Yu Xie said with veneration. I wonder, when does Master plan to return to evil King City? Huang Dongzhang asked. Why? Is there an auspicious date to return? Or is there trouble at evil King City? Didn't you guys previously say that some people had launched an attack on evil King City? Could it be that many people are vying for our city? Su Yun asked. The people from outside do not know of the situation in evil King City, and thus explains such stupidity and absurdity to try and attack us. Only the experts who are familiar with evil King City will not dare to be reckless. Master, with your absolute strength, you defeated a sovereign lord. No one dares to go against you. Furthermore, with the close relation between evil King City and evil Sword Sect, who would dare to attack evil King City knowing that they would provoke the evil Sword Sect? It is just that recently, the young miss of the evil Sword Sect would come to evil King City to ask about Master's whereabouts. This subordinate dare not offend her, and thus have nothing to answer her. If Master has time, please come back to evil King City. Huang Dongzhang and Kuan Yu Xie overlapped each other with supportive sentences. At the start they were in rhythm, but towards the end, they were all over the place. Could it be Chun Yi-yun? Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief and replied, if evil King City is fine, then I will not return for the time being. Alright, since the void door is already completed, then quickly continue to gather materials to build more void doors. With evil King City's wealth, they could build at least 10 more void doors. At the current moment, the most important was naturally to handle the profound sky sect. Evil King City needed to become a strong force that could help me contend against the profound sky sect, and I need to use it well. I currently have no information about them, so I will need to find out more and investigate them. Your subordinate will obey. Alright, go back first. If there's anything, just use the order badge to inform me. Yes, Master Sovereign King. If Master Sovereign King wants to go back to the evil realm, you can just use your badge to directly access the void door. Huang Dongzhang and Kuan Yu Xie spoke, then stood up and activated their order badge, summoning the void door. The two of them immediately jumped in and disappeared. Su Yun watched the two of them leave quietly, then kept the order badge. He took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, threw it into the air and stepped onto it, flying away. Various spirit doctors from all around the continent were gathering at the beautiful valley entrance. They brought with them diseases, cold, pain, despair, all of it to the sacred and holy land that warms the hearts of people. Regardless of whether they were impoverished children or wealthy nobles, everyone were treated equally here. There were no hierarchy or ranks. To the doctors, everyone were ordinary patients. Guamoju brought his disciples to the valley entrance as usual for a round. The harmonious scene brought about a gratified look on his old face. Without question, it was these ordinary days that were the easiest to make people feel blessed. Save me! Just at this moment, a sharp piercing scream broke the tranquility. The shout immediately brought attention from the valley entrance as all the patients turned to look at the origin of the shout, and a few Blossom Heart Valley disciples sprinted over. It was a male who was covered in blood from head to toe, rushing in a panic. He had wounds all over his body, fear clouded his eyes, he was as scrawny as firewood and was in a terrible shape. Who knew what he had endured? Save me! Save me! I want to meet Su Yun. I need to see young Master Su Yun. He looked at the Blossom Heart Valley and screamed out in a heart-wrenching manner, but after shouting those few words, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Guamoju's face became extremely ugly as he shouted anxiously, "Quickly bring him over to be treated. Quickly!" "Yes, Grandmaster." 2 hours later. Inside the Blossom Heart Valley's great hall, Pilking, second elder Chen Mujun, third elder, as well as Guamoju and a few other elders were gathered. As the previous bloody person was brought awake, he was supported by 2 disciples and brought into the large hall. Su family? Why are people from the Su family here? Anxious voices came out from outside the large hall. It was Su Xinu and Su Xingyang, and upon seeing the injured person, they were stunned. Sugo? It's you? The 2 of them asked in unison. Xinu? Xingyang. He looked at the 2 in a daze, and started crying. He started to run out and screamed, "You 2 are here, so young Master Su Yun is definitely here as well. Quickly ask young Master Su Yun to come out." Our Su family had met with a calamity, and only young Master who had defeated the spirit demon emperor can save the Su family, only he can save the Su family. The Su family had met with calamity? Su Xinu's eyes grew round as she stared at Sugo with a stunned look. "Sugo, what did you say?" Although the Su family and Su Yun, along with Xinu and Xingyang, were not on good terms, that did not mean that they hated everyone inside. There were good people in the Su family as well, along with people they were not willing to forget. What exactly happened? Sugo, quickly speak coherently. Pilking spoke gravely. Sugo clenched his fists tightly. He knelt on the ground with tears still flowing from his eyes. He remained quiet for a moment, then spoke in pain. "The profound sky. Profound sky sect people have come. They rushed into our Su family and started massacring us, young and old, men and women, none were let off. The Patriarch formed a group to counterattack but were not the opponents of Profound Sky Sect's experts. Under that helplessness, the Patriarch could only bring part of the family out and escape into the Martial Bone Mountain. I was instructed by the Patriarch. He ordered me to rush to the Blossom Heart Valley and seek help from Su Yun. Only he, who was able to defeat the spirit demon emperor, can save the Su family from this disaster." Oh? Now the Su family is thinking of Su Yun? At that time, when the Su family patriarch joined with other powerhouses to entrap Su Yun, what were the rest of you thinking? Now that you're in a difficult situation, you're looking for Su Yun for help? He, all of you are shameless. At that time when Su Yun was in a dire situation, why didn't any of you help out? Get lost. A group of helpless people who forget favors and violate justice. We will not let you meet Su Yun. Tell your patriarch, everything that he reaps now, are things he sowed back then. Let him eat this fruit of evil outcome. Second Elder Chen Muyan said coldly. But the innocent people should not suffer from this. Sugo started to bang his head on the ground as he cowed out endlessly and screamed out loud. Su Li Xiang already said, he is willing to bear everything, but the other people of the Su family are innocent. They were just listening to orders. They are not bad at heart, regardless of what enmity there was. Su Li Xiang is willing to bear everything, but please be gracious. Save the Su family cannot be decimated like this. Sugo spoke painfully, his voice was reverberating through everyone and even Xinu and Xingyang were stunned. The other elders did not say anything, but that did not mean that they agreed to help. The Su family has met with a great catastrophe, and I feel extremely terrible for it. I can only say that there are times where mistakes are made, and there won't even be time to repent. Just then, Pil King said that. He then walked over to pull Sugo up, and said calmly, "It is not that my Blossom Heart Valley does not wish to help, but in truth, Suyun is no longer in Blossom Heart Valley anymore. His whereabouts is unknown, and it is extremely difficult for us to get him to come here. Furthermore, Suyun might not help the Su family anymore, since they have hurt him too much. You don't have to worry about that." Sugo wiped the tears off his face, and said, "As long as you can find him, that is enough. The Patriarch told me that if we can find Suyun, I must bring him back, because the Patriarch knows of information that is extremely important to Suyun." "What information?" "Information regarding his parents." Sugo explained. "What?" Xinu and Xingyang were both dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333. Returning to the Su family. Under the gradually setting sun, two purple-horned beasts sprinted across the mountain ridges. There were countless boulders all around them, and although the purple-horned beasts were huge in size, they were extremely agile, so they were still able to run even on the rocky mountainous roads. So, all of these happened 5 days ago? Suyun, who was draped in his black cloak, had a cold expression as he asked Xingyang, who was rushing beside him. "Yes, big brother. Sugo is still in Blossom Heart Valley. If not for some of Blossom Heart Valley's disciples accidentally stumbling on some of your traces, I am afraid we would not have found you that easily. Big brother, what do we do now? Are you prepared to save the people from the Su family?" Xingyang asked. "Save? Honestly, I do not know if I should, because I do not know why, when everything is going well. The Profound Sky sect would attack the Su family, just for revenge? Or could it be that since the Su family is no longer useful, they decided that there was no reason to let the Su family live any longer? Or maybe, them doing this is to lure me out? I do not know anything," Suyun said in a grave voice. "Sounds complicated. Since it is so, big brother, you should just not go," Xingyang thought and said. Suyun did not reply. Sugo said that Su Lixiang knows something about his parents. What could he possibly know? Isn't dad and mom dead? Could there be something else that had been concealed? In addition, I don't even have any confrontations with the Profound Sky sect now, and Su Lixiang had worked with the Profound Sky sect before. If this time, Su Lixiang and the Profound Sky sect are not acting together, does that mean that maybe Su Lixiang can become the breakthrough for me to defeat the Profound Sky sect? No matter what, it would be better for me to see it for myself. Thinking about that, Suyun increased his speed. A few days later, Suyun, who was on the purple-horned beast, rushed into Blossom Heart Valley, where Pil King and the rest were already waiting at the entrance for him. Suyun dared not reveal his identity and used his identity as Grandmaster Guai Moju's good friend Lu Yi instead. He quickly entered Blossom Heart Valley with his disguise, and chatted with the people for a bit. But the most pressing moment was to handle the Su family matter. Inside Blossom Heart Valley's big hall. "Where's Sugo?" Suyun, who was in his black cape and hat, walked in and shouted, and then took off the hat, revealing his pale white face, and stared at the people who were kneeling in the center. Who are you?" Sugo raised his head and looked at the young man with a pale face that seemed to be lacking of blood, and his pitch-black bewitching eyes. "Suyun." The young man looked at Sugo indifferently and spoke calmly. But the two simple words were like a lightning bolt striking down on Sugo, causing his entire body to tremble and his eyes to shrink. He immediately dropped to the ground again and cowed out again and again. "Young Master Suyun, I have longed to see you. Quickly save the Su family, save the Su family." "Su family?" Suyun's expression turned cold, and a chill swept past his eyes. At that time when I was being chased after by the Su family and was forced to a corner without retreat, did anyone from the family save me? Shinra was almost forced to death by the family, yet who came to help? Now that the Su family is in need of help, why should I help them? For what reason should I help them? Hearing that, Sugo's face turned pale. He lowered his head and muttered, "Despite this, young master, regardless of everything, the Su family is still your family. You are still a part of it, and the blood in your veins belongs to the Su family. Even if there were people in the family who wanted to hurt you, there were also people who treated you well, right? Or could it be that in your eyes, you think that everyone in the Su family should die?" When those words were said, Suyin revealed a strange hesitation. After a moment, "You are right." Suyin raised his head and stared at Sugo. "Although countless of people harbored ill intentions against me, there are truly good people who treated me well in the family. Maybe it will not be for the monk, but for the Buddha. Likewise, me helping will not be for Suli Xiong, but for those people." Tien comes from Journey to the West, which basically means to view the thing positively in spite of the negative. With that said, he stood and said indifferently, "Prepare a purple-horned beast for me please, Master Gue." "You're really prepared to go?" "Master Su Yun." "Yes." Su Yun nodded. "All right." Guemoju looked at the disciple behind him and said, "In the period of time when Xingyang went to look for you, Blossom Heart Valley had already sent a small team to aid the Su family. Maybe we can suppress and support for a few days. Master Su Yun, you will be rushing to save them, but please be careful. The Profound Sky sect is no ordinary sect, they have many experts, do not drop your guard. Rest easy Master Gue, I will watch out for my safety." Su Yun nodded his head and turned to leave. "Big brother, let us go with you." Before Su Yun could leave, he saw Xanu and Xingyang rushing over in front of him, and said with serious faces, "You guys?" Su Yun was startled, but when he realized that the profound spirit chi was much stronger than the past, holding the strength of the spirit soul realm, he thought for a bit, then nodded, "All right, you guys will follow me, but be defensive, and don't think of doing anything noteworthy." "Yes." The two siblings replied joyously. With the siblings, Su Yun rejected Guemoju's offer to have experts from Blossom Heart Valley accompanying them, and thus, the three of them sprinted towards Martial Bone Mountain. Su Yun did not know what had occurred between Profound Sky sect and the Su family. If it was a trap, wouldn't he have implicated the Blossom Heart Valley disciples? Su Yun was able to treat everything in the world ruthlessly, but towards people who cared for him, and people that he cared for, he was unable to be ruthless. Instead, he would give it his all to protect them. Save the Su family? Maybe that was not what he was doing, he could just be saving the people he cared about, but of course, the main point was still Suli Xiong. Blossom Heart Valley is located at the site of the Julian region, so their journey to Martial Bone Mountain was just a few days. On the road, Xinu took out a jade white order badge that emitted light aura, and carefully activated a small array formation concealed in it. In the next moment, the order badge lit up as though it had stars in it, and voices floated out from them. "This is something Master Guemoju had given me," he said, that this order badge can connect to the disciples that had already rushed ahead to support the Su family. Xinu explained and added a few more words, but then they suddenly heard screaming from the lit-up order badge. Although it was screaming, the voice was not loud. Up ahead, the leader of the support team, Huang Guishan, had sent a message. The Profound Sky sect had started to sweep and clear the mountain. They are currently sweeping by covering the entire Martial Bone Mountain. The Su family and Blossom Heart Valley support team are retreating towards the rear mountains, but a majority of the exits have been sealed, and they can only escape through the rear. Because everyone is in a panic to escape, many did not prepare antidotes and died from poisoning. The death toll is quite high and is still increasing. Huang Guishan also said he cannot guarantee that he can bring the Su family to the rear mountains efficiently, and according to the development of the situation, there is a possibility that the Su family will be caught and killed before they reach the rear exit. He hopes for us to arrive soon, stop the Profound Sky sect's people from killing, and save as many as we can. Help me ask him if Su Li Xiong is with them? Su Yun asked. Xinu nodded and immediately spoke to the order badge. Then she raised her head. Big brother, Huang Guishan said that Su Li Xiong is there, but he had lost an arm and is severely injured. Severely injured? Su Yun's eyes widened and he asked again, Huang Guishan really saw that? Definitely yes. Su Yun frowned. He secretly clenched his teeth as he said, we will move faster, first to Martial Bone Mountain. Yes. The three of them sprinted while directly using profound spirit chi, increasing the mass of the purple-horned beast while making themselves lighter, causing their mounts to sprint even faster. Cutting short by almost half a day of time, the three of them managed to reach the outskirts of Martial Bone Mountain. They were at the rear area that led to the main road. Ahead of them was the Su family territory which Su Yun had used to escape back then as well. It was extremely quiet. Other than the wind blowing and the rustling of trees and grass, there were no other sounds. Maybe the situation had not reached their location. Su Yun dropped from his purple-horned beast, took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, and directly rushed in using the small path, with the siblings following tightly behind. We should not be far from Su Li Xiong and the rest. We will kill our way through directly. Yes. The two of them complied. Then, before the three of them could advance further, a set of extremely fast jet of speed sound came out, and then a large group of cultivators dressed in blue collided with the three of them. There are 3 people here. Their order badge are from Blossom Heart Valley. My master had ordered, if Blossom Heart Valley insists on intruding, they are seeking their own death. Upon encountering them, we must kill them without mercy. Everyone go up and kill those bastards that do not know their place. Just after the roar, various mystical techniques rushed towards them. Su Yun did not do anything, because the siblings beside him had already taken actions. They were not using the weapons they were trained in the past, but were using needles, and their profound spirit chi had changed into spirit life chi. Xinu was like a graceful butterfly, sweeping through the crowd and adeptly using her delicate hands to lightly touch her opponents, where a strange flickering light would appear at her fingertips. It looked to be extremely intoxicating. Xing Yang took a different approach. He was not beautiful. Allowing a brute like him to use needles was definitely difficult, but what was surprising was that when he used his needles, he had his own personality and uniqueness to it. He was extremely accurate and tyrannical. His enemies could clearly sense where he planned to use his needles on, but they were struck apart by his profound spirit chi. Following that, the needles would pierce in. Imbued with profound spirit force, the needles directly broke into the enemy's body, stopping their chi and paralyzingly their bodies. It was truly a domination. Su Yun sucked in cold air. From what it seems, the two of them had learnt a few skills in Blossom Heart Valley. The majority of their enemies were first-stage spirit soul cultivators, while the siblings were fourth-stage spirit soul cultivators, so handling them was effortless. After sweeping through with the needles, the poison would come into play and all of them would fall onto the ground, fainted. Are they truly Blossom Heart Valley people? Su Yun thought. He figured that the siblings would truly poison people to death. But dead or not, it was not a problem. Su Yun only had eyes on Su Li Xiong. Let's go! He growled, wielding his blood-red sword. He sprinted on. En route, the siblings cleared the path, saving Su Yun a lot of time and energy. They quickly approached the location that Huang Guishan had informed them. Gradually, the sounds of explosions could be heard, shouting, screaming and crying could be heard. More and more chaos appeared in their eyes, and the number of corpses increased as they walked ahead. The air was coated with a strong smell of blood, causing people to want to gag. They are just ahead. Xinu shouted. With one step, Su Yun sped ahead and landed on the slope below, yet behind the large group of profound sky sect people. In front of the profound sky sect people were groups of different aged people. There were around 80 children. Amongst them, there were many healthy males of the Su family all dead on the ground, while the remaining men all wielded their blades, looking anxiously at the profound sky sect people in front of them. Bodies and blood covered the ground, with flesh of meat and bones scattered all over like beans on a plate. If it was truly an act to trap me, the price paid is truly too devastating. Su Yun's eyes grew wide as he looked at the scene ahead of him. Suddenly, a few familiar figures appeared in his vision. Sugo was right, there are people in the Su family that I hate, but there are people that I like as well, and I cannot forget their kindness. I am ultimately still from the Su family, how can I give them up so easily? Who are you people? The leader of the group of Profound Sky sect people standing at the front noticed the three of them rushing from behind and shouted. Su Yun instantly swept through the crowd and headed towards a child's corpse and propped him up. The corpse was still warm, but the child was void of life with a large hole in his chest, as though he was pierced through by a spear. This child was not even a spirit cultivator, his body did not even have an ounce of profound spirit chi. Who did this? Su Yun placed the child on the ground, his pitch-black eyes sweeping across the Profound Sky sect people coldly, and roared in a low voice. Killing intent gushed out from his body, with strands of ice-cold evil chi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334. Complete Extermination. Who is this kid? Su Chi too? Xinu and Xing Yan walked over, looking at the frail and weak corpse, their eyes dilated and their hearts jumped. Su Chi too, 11 years old, did not have much talent, came from a poor family, and adding to that, he isn't really intelligent, so he was not suitable to cultivate profound spirit force. He and Su Yun did not have much interaction in the current life. Nonetheless, in his past life, he was extremely close to Su Yun. As Su Yun had a weak cultivation, and after being pushed out into the outer family, he was shunned by many and suffered for a long time. This caused him to live in dejection, then leading to him giving up on trying. Practically no one bothered about him, and only a few would talk to him. Su Chi too was one of them. Every time Su Yun was famished without food, Su Chi too would steal sweet potatoes or yam for him. Of course, all these were not for free, as Su Yun would have to impart cultivation techniques to Chi Tu, but Chi Tu did not train seriously and was just doing it for fun. He knew that relying on his own talent would not allow him to enter any cultivation realm, so it was just a topic for them to talk about. Although Su Chi Tu was young and not very intelligent, he just had a pure heart, and did not care about Su Yun's past. Whenever Su Yun was dispirited, it was always Su Chi Tu who was by his side, encouraging him. Maybe when he did not have Qinger, as well as the days when Xinu and Xing Yang were not around, the one who talked to him the most was this child who was 10 years younger than him. Damn it! You ingrates! You even killed the children! Presumptuous Profound Sky sect acting like a righteous and upright sect, how are you different from the demons and spirit demons? Su Xingyang's eyes were red as he howled at the Profound Sky sect's people. Orders had been sent from our higher-ups. We are to decimate the entire Su family and not leave any alive. From the way you guys are looking at us, it seems that your relation with the Su family is not shallow. The leader of the Profound Sky sect walked out and said while looking at the three of them. This man was more on the plump side. He was dressed in a large robe, wielding a single-handed blade in his hand, with blood splattered over his body. It seemed like he had killed many people. Listen up, this great lord is Su Xingyang. In a moment, the one to kill all of you is this lord. Su Xingyang snorted. What about you lass? Su Xinu. Xinu replied in anger. And you, kid? Su Yun. The extremely pale white-faced man said in a low voice while standing up, and walked towards the fat leader. When he spoke the name, it caused all the Profound Sky sect's people to shudder, and their eyes all landed towards that man. What did you say your name was? The leader widened his eyes, as if he was in disbelief. I am Su Yun. Are you motherfucking deaf? Su Yun extended his hand out and seized the leader. Pointing at Su Chi Tu's body, he roared, I am asking you. Who killed him? Who? You asshole. Don't you dare be arrogant, kill them. Seeing that their enemies were so arrogant, the few profound sky sect disciples behind roared and rushed towards Su Yun with their blades. But in the next moment, Xinu and Xing Yang had already rushed over. Raising their hands up, a large quantity of numbing mist scattered out and the profound sky sects people could not react in time against it. They were touched by the mist, and all of them dropped to the ground in numbness, as though they were intoxicated by alcohol. None of them had any strength to stand. When the other profound sky sects people saw that, their face turned white. They dare not attack anymore. Is this man the real Su Yun? The one who defeated the spirit demon emperor, that Su Yun? How many Su Yuns are there in the Su family? Why is Su Yun back? Wasn't he chased out by the Su family? Why did he come back to save them? The profound sky sects people did not understand and were unable to comprehend why Su Yun would appear at such a time. Who did he say he is? Young Master Su Yun? Yes. He is Young Master Su Yun. That's him. It's no mistake. Young Master Su Yun is here. Young Master Su Yun is here. We are saved. Saved. Why will Young Master Su Yun come and save us? Shouldn't he hate our Su family to the core? How open-minded is Young Master Su Yun? Why would he be so calculative about all these? This is still his home. How can he watch us die and not help us? The Su family people were cheering as they looked at Su Yun with passion in their eyes. A person who is extremely thirsty will yearn for hot soup the most, and a person who is walking in the coldest place in the world would naturally yearn to be around a bonfire, and Su Yun was the bonfire that just appeared. This brat, at least he came. Su Li Xiang, who was amongst the crowd, heaved a sigh of relief, holding onto the wound where his arm used to be, and said weakly, "Rai are up." Just then, a ruthless sound of bone tearing came out. Everyone's heart jumped as they looked over, only to see Su Yun using his hands and ripping the fat leader's body apart. Fresh blood splattered all across the floor, and the split body was flung to the side. This scene where Su Yun had killed without even blinking had caused a cold chill to surge through everyone's body. If a person who treated killing people as an ordinary matter like eating and drinking, then he was no different from a pervert homicidal maniac. They did not know whether Su Yun was a homicidal maniac or not, but from his actions, it was no different from a pervert. The profound sky sect people were shocked. All of their eyes were as wide as cow eyes. Su Yun, you brat. Don't be overly excessive. Just a mere Su family dares to contend against the profound sky sect? Truly seeking death. Just then, many sets of footsteps could be heard from behind and a team of profound sky sects people arrived. The person at the lead, who was the leader of the group, saw what Su Yun had done and immediately became enraged, directly thrusting out his spear towards Su Yun. Clang! The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was unsheathed and struck at the spear without hesitation. The blood-red sword blade shone with an unstoppable sharp light aura and instantly broke the spear's body, and the sword blade immediately flew towards the man. Shingig! The sharp sword aura instantly cut through at the man's waist. Blood spurted out and scattered all over the floor. Instant kill. The profound sky sects people all sucked in cold breaths. The disparity in strength was too great. It was too wide. The profound sky sects people never expected Su Yun to arrive so quickly. Without cultivation reaching the spirit star realm, don't try to challenge me. Su Yun stared at the group of people, then turned and headed towards the Su family. Su Li Xiong. He roared loudly, "Where is Su Li Xiong?" Hearing and seeing that, the Su family people immediately opened a path straight towards Su Li Xiong. Everyone knew that the Su family patriarch and Su Yun had deep hatred between each other, and the reason why Su Yun was chased out of the Su family was completely because of Su Li Xiong. Maybe Su Yun might be here to save the Su family, but definitely not Su Li Xiong. Su Yun, I'm here. Su Li Xiong's weak voice came out. He was not afraid or panicked, just grieved. However, as Su-Yun walked over, he immediately kicked him down and used the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword to hover at his neck. "Why is the Su family being targeted?" he asked coldly. "We are unable to grab hold of Su Qinger, causing the Lord of the Profound Sky sect to be angry. Placing the anger on our heads, he decided to kill the entire Su family to ease the hatred in his heart. As the saying goes, get rid of somebody after he has served his purpose. Since the fox is unable to even catch the rabbit, what is the point of letting the fox to live?" Su Li Xiong said slowly, his eyes revealing a cold look. "Why does the Profound Sky sect want Qinger? Is it truly for her to marry to the Lord's son Tianxi? And what is this matter regarding my parents? Aren't they already dead? What are you trying to play?" Su-Yun asked with a sinister look in his eyes. Su Li Xiong's mouth was wide opened, and was about to speak when suddenly, a light aura shot out from the sky straight towards his heart. "Kill to silence the man?" Su-Yun threw out his sword and blocked the light aura. Bang 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 bang. Loud explosions came out from the sky. A few men dressed in black robes lined with golden threads rushed over. Without saying a word, they struck towards Su-Yun. "Xing Yang, Xinu, get them out of here!" Su-Yun bellowed and activated the limitless sword arts, sending thousand swords flying out of the everlasting sword sheath to attack the men. They were all 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivators and were powerful. Although they could not match up against Su-Yun, they were enough against the mere Su family. "Kill all the Su family people, and not one shall be left alive. Kill!" The experts of the Profound Sky sect bellowed. "Yes!" Everyone activated mystical techniques. As surging profound spirit force gushed towards the crowd bellowed like a huge tide, the overwhelming power gushed down at the Su family. But at the next second, uncountable swords flew like 10,000 arrows and struck the profound spirit forces. Seeing that, their will to fight dropped as the Profound Sky sect's people dare not move up. "Su-Yun, you dare go against our Profound Sky sect?" The leading man who had short hair stared at Su-Yun in anger and roared. "Haven't all of you always been going against me?" Su-Yun sneered. Without bullshitting, he rushed forth. His sword struck against the person's broad blade, instantly cutting apart the broad blade. Following that, fearsome evil chi pushed forth and an evil spirit was released. It grabbed at the man's shoulders and started to rip him apart. "Rai-yip! Ah!" The man's arms were instantly torn off. Su-Yun easily thrust forward into his heart. Before he could even wail in pain, his body slumped and became soft and dropped from the sky, falling onto the ground, never to move again. A 10th stage spirit soul cultivator had fallen in that instant. Ah! Seeing Su-Yun getting rid of an expert so easily, all the rest were instantly shaken to their bones. Their will had flown away and the hairs on their bodies all stood erect. This man was the one who defeated the spirit demon emperor. We are truly not his match. What do we do now? Attack? If we attack, we are just throwing our lives away. I heard he is at the 3rd stage of the spirit star realm. What? Everyone drew in cold breaths. 3rd stage spirit star realm? Killing us would be as easy as killing ants. We should not make reckless sacrifices. Everyone, we will retreat first and inform the sect. Let the sect send out almighty beings to handle Su-Yun. Yes. Everyone nodded and turned to run. But a figure flashed past and appeared behind them in an instant. He was Su-Yun. Everyone, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Su-Yun laughed sinisterly. Su-Yun, what do you want to do? I want to exterminate all of you. His face turned cruel as he instantly raised his sword. The sky filled up with sword images, as heart-wrenching wails sounded out and completely engulfed the entire Martial Bone Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335. Divine Body. On the craggy small path, one after another, injured people with bloodstains on their clothes and body ran frantically with fear and pain written all over their faces. The old, the young, the pregnant, all of them were injured, either crying or roaring in anger. Bringing their anguish and helplessness, they moved forward. Ah! Just then, a wail sounded out. Su Li Xiong, who had one arm missing, fell on the ground as he tripped over a rock and rolled downwards. After rolling for more than 10 rounds, he landed in a lawn, looking confused. "Are you all right?" Xinu anxiously ran over and supported Su Li Xiong up, but at the moment, he was almost out of breath and could only answer in moans. Seeing that, Xinu immediately took out her silver needles and stabbed into his body in certain locations. After a while, the bleeding on his arm stopped, and his rapid breathing calmed down. He recovered some blood on his face and his situation became somewhat better. This will only temporarily stop and relieve the pain in your wounds, but it cannot save you. After using her needle to treat him, she retracted her hands and said, "I never expected for so many elite geniuses to come from our Su family." "Ha ha, not bad, not bad indeed. Cough 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 cough," Su Li Xiong said and unexpectedly coughed mid-sentence. "From the severity of your wounds, I am afraid we will take too long to reach Blossom Heart Valley." After thinking for a moment, Xinu rushed to Xingyang, who was on the mound. "Brother, bring the rest ahead first, I will follow up with Su Li Xiong behind." "But sister, you..." "Just do it, we don't have time anymore." Big Brother Suyun had appeared. The Profound Sky sect will definitely send out more powerful experts. By that time, all of these people will only become Big Brother Suyun's weakness, so bringing them to the Blossom Heart Valley is the priority. Hearing that, Su Xingyang clenched his fist. He knew that she was right. He turned towards the rest of the Su family's people and shouted, "Everyone follow me, let's go." The Su family's people quickly left, while Su Xinu supported Su Li Xiong and followed along. But just at that time, a figure quickly burst forward and like lightning, he appeared in front of Xinu. He was covered in blood and killing intent filled his eyes. Just by looking at him, there was a sensation of dauntless and shocking fighting intent, as though he was ice cold to the bones. The stench of blood became even stronger now that he was here. Su Xinu became serious and immediately took out her weapons and became defensive. But when she realized who it was, she became ecstatic. "Big brother." "Yes." Su Yun nodded his head. His cape was drenched in fresh blood, almost to the point that it was becoming a red cape, and it was still dripping with blood into the ground. It was evident that he had slaughtered many people. Su Yun extended his hand out and pulled Su Li Xiong, then heavily threw him to the side of the hill. "Tell me everything you know. What are you so anxious about?" Su Li Xiong laughed weakly. Seeing that, Xinu spoke softly, "Big brother, let's bring him back to Blossom Heart Valley to recover first. When he has recuperated and is out of danger, it won't be too late, wouldn't it?" "It's useless." Suyun shook his head. "His wounds are too severe and are difficult to treat. It will continue to bleed without stopping. He will require unique medicine to stop the bleeding, which I am unable to procure in this half hour. With his situation, his breathing will cease before reaching Blossom Heart Valley. He doesn't have much time." "Ah? But I stopped his bleeding with needles? He will still bleed?" Xinu was surprised. Suyun reached out and pulled out the needles from Su Li Xiong's body. Whoosh! The wound on Su Li Xiong's lower abdomen was like a clogged dam as fresh blood splurted out all over. Xinu was shocked. "This. You only sealed his wounds, but did not stop his bleeding." The blood had gathered at his lower abdomen. Once the needles disappear, the blood that should be flowing will all come out. Xinu lowered her head as she put her hands together. Suyun looked at Su Li Xiong and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is Profound Sky Sect's plan? Why did you groom Qinger for them, and why must they get her? What can Qinger bring them? She can bring them supreme dominance, do you believe me?" Su Li Xiong laughed. "Supreme dominance? In truth, I do not know much of their grand plan, but I can tell you this, the amount and vastness of people involved is extremely huge. There are people from the southern continent, northern continent, and not only are there people involved, the demons are also involved. I only know the tip of the iceberg. A few years ago, in the middle of the night, a clan elder of the Profound Sky sect came to find me, and hoped that our Sioux family will be able to collaborate with them, to find and pick a unique person. Unique? Yes. A person who wields a divine body. Suli Xiong said softly. Divine body? What kind of body? Don't tell me Ching or she. She is a person that the Profound Sky sect has been seeking for over 10 years, and the one and only suitable divine body person. Suli Xiong nodded his head. Her talent is not astonishingly high, but she has a divine heart, and I even used a treasure bestowed by the Profound Sky sect on her before as a test, and found that she has an 11th and 12th spirit soul, while a person usually only has 3 spirits and 7 souls. In total she has 4 spirits and 8 souls. The additional spirit and soul are both divine, so there isn't anything wrong. She has a divine body. According to the records passed down by the Profound Sky sect's ancestors, people with divine bodies are reincarnations of almighty beings, and with her qualities, although her current talent is not strong, but in days to come, her talent and cultivation would only become stronger and stronger. Our initial path as cultivations are simple. From the spirit novice realm to the spirit soul realm only requires a few years. At most a decade of time, but to cultivate to the spirit star realm is a totally different thing where only a few manage to break through. However, she is different. Her initial cultivation might be slower, but towards the end, she can quickly reach the spirit star realm cultivation, and even more quickly, she will break through into the spirit master realm. The further she goes, the easier it is for her to break through. It was basically a quality that defied the heavens. Su Yun was secretly shocked. He took in a breath of cold air, his heart jumping quickly. It was definitely the right choice for her to have joined Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. With their capabilities, they will definitely aid Qinger to rise into the spirit star realm, and even rush an attempt to attain even higher realms. In just a few years, Qinger's cultivation will definitely exceed mine. Then what does Profound Sky sect want with Qinger? To become part of them for them to groom her? Su Yun hid the shock and continued to ask. How is that possible, if that was the case? How could I be the one to train her? Why would I not throw her to the Profound Sky sect from the start? Suli Xiong laughed faintly. That was the reason why I let her into the main family. It was because I could not confirm the qualities of her body, so I had trained her, and was only sure at the end and was about to give her to the Profound Sky sect by claiming that she is to wed young Master Tianxi. How the Profound Sky sect would use her would not be known to me, but I am very sure that Profound Sky sect does not plan to groom her. Then what did Profound Sky sect give you? To let you give up on her. If Qinger is what you say she is, isn't her potential stronger than the Profound Sky sect? Su Yun asked. Such heaven-defying innate quality was something that even had the possibility to reach the Spirit Skymaster realm. Spirit Skymaster realm. In that realm, flipping a hand would cause the clouds to appear, and flipping the hand again would cause downpours. In front of a spirit soul cultivator, a spirit skymaster was a true god. A person no one would ever dare to disturb or provoke. Everyone would swear to serve such a person. What spirit soul realm or spirit star realm, these were all ants in front of the almighty being. It was a realm that no one dared to even dream about. It was to the point that the entire Sky Martial continent had never produced a spirit skymaster cultivator before. A realm of the heavens. Su Yun. You do not understand the problems of being a patriarch. Although Qinger's body is unique, you need to understand that the Su family cannot contend against the Profound Sky sect. If I had Qinger and trained her myself, when the Profound Sky sect people finds out, they will decimate our entire family, so I could only give Qinger up, and the Lord of the Profound Sky sect had promised me, as long as I could help them, and fulfill his wishes, they are willing to give me sovereignty over the southern region of Sky Martial continent. At that time, the Su family can truly be considered as coming out at the top and soar to greater heights. Suli Xiong said, with a glimmer in his eyes, as though he was truly looking forward to something. Hearing that, Suyun laughed. Sovereignty over the southern region? Su Li Xiong, you're even a patriarch, and you can't even tell from truth or lie? This is a world where the weak are food for the strong, and the Su family is so much weaker than the Profound Sky sect. You think that just by helping them with one bit, they will give you a big piece of territory? No. As long as they use a bit of strength, they will take everything if you have. This so-called rewards are just some things that they do not need. If they needed it, you will not even get a small bit of it. What sovereignty? Even a 3-year-old kid will not believe that, but you did. Heh, you're right, but even so, what other choice do I have? Don't tell me, I have to reject the Profound Sky sect? Why not tell them that Su family does not have such a person? If it was so, then there would not be so much problems. Su Yun replied coldly. Hearing that, Su Li Xiong became quiet. Today, the Su family is unable to do anything more for the Profound Sky sect, so what can Su family wait for? Annihilation. Ruthless massacre. They will not remember what the Su family has done for them, they only care about being happy or not, and when they are unhappy, that is the time that the Su family would perish. Su Li Xiong remained quiet, but at the moment, he was perspiring in cold sweat. So in the hearts of the Profound Sky Sect's people, the Su family were worse than dogs. Suyun glanced at Su Li Xiong, leaned his head to one side, took a breath and asked, then, other than asking the Su family for Qinger, what else does the Profound Sky Sect want the Su family to do? Construct a strange formation array. Su Li Xiong spoke with a dry throat. Strange formation array? Suyun frowned. Could it be an extremely large formation array point? Then do you know where the formation array is located at? Yes, all these array formations, after completion, will be managed by Profound Sky Sect's people. I had secretly observed them before, and they were all separated. They were placed at early on towards the west, at the White Creek River's opening, at the peak of Groveling Stone Mountain and Koan Yuan Path's entrance. White Creek River opening, peak of Groveling Stone Mountain and Koan Yuan Path's entrance. Si Yun repeated. But when he set out all the locations, Su Yun had already memorized them. Do you know the use of the formation arrays? No, I don't. The Profound Sky sect was also guarded against me. Is that so? Su Yun lowered his head and started to think. After a moment, he opened his mouth and asked coldly, then, you should tell me about my parents. What exactly happened to them? Tell me. Your parents? Su Li Xiong's lips curled as he smiled. Su Yun, do you know how Su Shintian and Shin Shueshui died? Do you know why they left the Su family? Su Yun immediately fended up, his heart seemed to want to jump up from his throat. He rushed forward and grabbed Su Li Xiong by the throat and roared, what happened to them? Spill it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336. Secrets of the Past. Inside a quiet mountain stream, two people stood quietly in front of a dying person. The stench of blood pervaded the air, and the atmosphere became more and more weird. The dying person's body was already dyed red with blood as his lower abdomen continued to bleed. How did my parents truly die? Weren't they killed by powerful wild beasts? Su Yun's eyes turned red as he roared, his roar becoming more and more like a beast himself. Hearing that, Su Li Xiong coughed a few times and laughed weakly. Of course not, die to beasts? Hee, Su Yun, do you know? The strongest in the Su family was not me, and of course, it wasn't your father either, but your mother. Shen Shueshui. If we were to consider the people married into the family, the strongest in the Su family is actually your mother. Maybe your father's strength was not high enough, but your mother Shin Shueshui was definitely not a normal spirit cultivator. From what I know, she was at least of the spirit star realm, so how can such an existence die to some beast? What? Su Yun's eyes grew wide. I do not know what direction they went for after leaving the Su family, but I do know, after observing and listening to the conversations of their people, is that the reason for them leaving is because they found information regarding someone. And they were anxiously looking for her. Who was it? Your younger sister. Su Lixing spoke those words out straightforwardly. And yet those few words struck Su Yun's heart like lightning, causing his mind to go blank. Su Yun stood there in a daze as though he had become a statue, stunned in place. Big brother, are you all right? Big brother. Xianu immediately shook Su Yun. After a long while, I'm fine. Su Yun spoke dryly. He patted Xianu's hand, and then turned and stared at Su Lixing. Since it is so, where are my parents now? I am not sure, but according to my sources, the carriage that your parents were traveling in were destroyed. All traces of them were gone, and only unrecognizable corpses were left along with marks left behind by beasts. That was why other people said that your parents were killed by beasts. By saying that my parents disappeared without a trace, you mean that there is a possibility that my parents are not dead? Su Yun suddenly had that thought, his face changing emotions and a joy sweeping past his heart. I do not know about this, but if you want to find your parents, you can go to a place to look for help. What place? Your mother's birthplace, which is also your maternal grandmother's home. Su Lixing's voice was now as weak as a mosquito. Outer World Immortal Island. Outer World Immortal Island? That is an absolute forbidden ground outside of Sky Marshal Continent. I heard that even Spirit Star Realm cultivators who enter the Immortal Island are forever gone. And you're saying that my mother is someone from that island? Su Yun's eyes were extremely wide and round, his face was completely filled with shock. You've actually heard of the Outer World Immortal Island before? Su Lixing was surprised as well. There are very few people on Sky Marshal Continent that has heard of such a forbidden ground. Su Yun, so it turns out that I've always been wrong about you. What trash, what cripple, you're not any of those. In the end, you've been concealing yourself for so many years, truly out of my expectations. To even understand spirit medicine, and to be so knowledgeable, even his cultivation is so outstanding, how can he be considered a good-for-nothing trash? However, Su Yun did not care about Su Lixing's thoughts. The Outer World Immortal Island was a stand-alone island outside of Sky Marshal Continent, but it did not belong to Sky Marshal Continent. It was said that immortals lived there and no one of Sky Marshal Continent had ever taken half a step onto the land, regardless of who it was, even if he was a spirit star cultivator. It was said that no one could find the island, which was hidden in the ocean. Of course, anyone who had managed to locate and arrive the island, never came back. The reason why your mother was able to have such a powerful cultivation is also because of her origins from the Immortal Island. But all these information were merely what I've gathered. I dare not confirm that your mother came from there. Your mother had married into the Su family for so many years, yet no one from the Outer World Immortal Island came, so I think that your mother was more likely to be expelled from the Immortal Island. That was the reason I dared to act against you. But now, whether it is the Profound Sky Sect or the Outer World Immortal Island, it doesn't matter anymore. Su Lixing laughed weakly. I am now in this state, so I do not need to care about the anger and grievances they have. Su Yun remained silent. At the moment, his state of mind was in a mess. The information he had received was too out of the world, it was information that was unable to be processed. Maybe my parents are not dead yet. My mother is a powerful cultivator. And I even have a younger sister. Why is it that all of a sudden, I have so many close ties? Su Yun was happy and lost at the same time while feeling melancholic and pained. Big brother. Xianu gently called for him, her expression was complicated. Su Yun, from the start, the Profound Sky Sect never planned to let Qinger go. Even with the annihilation of the Su family, they will still dispatch a large number of experts to find and seize her. It doesn't matter if Blossom Heart Valley shelters all of you or not, they are unable to fight against the Profound Sky Sect. You can continue to stay in Blossom Heart Valley, but you will implicate them. However, if you do not stay in Blossom Heart Valley, the chances of all of you being destroyed is very high. Just then, Su Li Xiong spoke again. Oh? Then what do you think I should do? Su Yun raised his head and stared at Su Li Xiong and asked. Very simple. Su Li Xiong laughed, his muddied blurred eyes flashing a stern look. Kill the patriarch of Profound Sky Sect. Their patriarch? Su Yun frowned. What cultivation does he has? Seeing that Su Yun did not reveal any expression of shock, Su Li Xiong's heart tensed up, but quickly calmed down again. He laughed. You don't seem to be surprised. Why? Don't tell me you always had that thought? Of course. Su Yun said as a matter of factly. Su Li Xiong's weak eyes grew round, then squinted. I have truly looked down on you again and again. With the matters as of now, I have nothing to beg of you. I do not know what cultivation realm the Patriarch of Profound Sky Sect has reached, but Su Yun, take this. Su Li Xiong ripped off a black object from his neck and threw it over. Su Yun accepted it and looked at the weighted locket. What's this? This locket is a signaling device. With it, you can communicate and control the Su family's one and only intelligence unit, Phantom Unit. The Profound Sky Sect had taken action against our Su family. How could I not have done anything? The Phantom Unit has already infiltrated the Profound Sky Sect, allowing me to gain information and reports on the Profound Sky Sect. They are able to observe their every movement. Su Yun, take it. One day, when you want to defeat the Profound Sky Sect, they will appear. Su Yun took the locket, his eyes showing excitement. He had never expected that Su Li Xiong would actually have such a trump card. Su Li Xiong, who was able to lead a team to infiltrate the Profound Sky Sect, was definitely worth being a patriarch. He had his own means. Su Yun, maybe the hatred between us is huge, but I am already dying. I hope you understand the agenda behind the hatred, and that the Su family should not be annihilated. The future of the Su family will be in your hands. How the Profound Sky Sect had treated our Su family, how could we endure that? I, Su Li Xiong, was incapable, and could not take revenge, but you, Su Yun, you can. Maybe you may be taking revenge for yourself, but that itself is enough. Take the locket and quickly leave, go. Su Li Xiong's voice was getting softer and softer, his hand was also becoming weaker, his lower abdomen had stopped bleeding, he was already dried up, and even if the Pill King was around, it would be hard to resuscitate him. Seeing that Su Li Xiong was slowly closing his eyes, Su Yun took a deep breath and stood up. Let's go. Big brother, we are leaving him behind? Xin was startled. Ignore him, let's go. Su Yun said with indifference and lowered his sword. With Xin, they both stepped onto the sword blade and soared into the air. Su Li Xiong laid quietly in the mountain stream, breathing quietly and slowly, until his last breath. Not long after. Boom! A few figures fiercely smashed into the ground beside Su Li Xiong's corpse. A total of 4 people, their profound spirit chi indicated that they were all around the first stage spirit star realm, other than the new inclusion of Lu Xian Hai, the rest were He Ben, Long Zhuangshan and Jia Shi. He Ben looked at Su Li Xiong and walked over to inspect his body. He just died not long ago. What about the rest? Jia Shi asked. From the remnants of Qi, it seems like they are quickly escaping towards the borders of Julian region. They run really quickly. Lu Xian Hai commented, then turned and stared at the person at the back, Jia Shi, and then said, let's give chase and kill all of them. And bring Su Yun back. We need to capture Su Yun, since we can only find Qinger through him. We can kill the rest. Long Zhuangsha said with a hoarse voice. Jia Shi never spoke the entire time, a look of complication flashed past his eyes and his fists clenched tightly. What? Jia Shi, why are you not speaking? Heh, are you not willing to? Lu Xian Hai saw how Jia Shi was acting, and immediately mocked him. Smiling with his bony face, his skinny and withered sinister smile was extremely sinister and eerie. No, Jia Shazi said softly and turned his gaze and looked at Lu Xianhai coldly. Furthermore, what is the meaning of your tone? Are you provoking me? Of course not, Jia Shazi, you are stronger than me by a stage. How would I ever dare to provoke you? I just merely want to remind you not to forget our task here. Lu Xianhai laughed, then turned and leaped up, heading towards the distance. Seeing that, the rest immediately followed along. Jia Shazi secretly sighed, and helpless followed along. But, just as Lu Xianhai was soaring outwards, a black light shot out from the forest below and instantly struck into his body. Bang! Lu Xianhai was immediately flung into the air and smashed into the ground. A hole formed in his chest with evil chi gargling out. He coughed a few times, spitting out blood from his mouth. What? The three people behind immediately stopped. Who is it? Lu Xianhai wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and roared. The person you're looking for. A black figure walked out from the forest. He held onto a blood-red sword and walked slowly, with a pair of evil and cold-looking eyes. He swept across the floor. It was Su Yun. If we continue to run, where can we go to? Blossom Heart Valley. Since this is the case, I will just implicate them. Instead of that, why not halfway on the road, I get rid of all of those that were chasing after us? A sinister look flashed past Su Yun's eyes, his mouth curved into a cold smile. He rushed forward, straight towards Lu Xianhai. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337. Underestimated. Su Yun had initially brought Xianyu to directly chase after the group that was returning to Blossom Heart Valley, but before the two of them had left for long, they caught on to Jia Shazi's profound spirit chi. Relying on his cultivation level's speed to chase would only take less than an incense stick's worth of time to catch up. Su Yun might have been able to throw them off, but Xianyu, Xingyang, and the rest were definitely unable to escape. Since I can't run, then I'll fight. Su Yun thought and took out the evil emperor badge from his storage ring, hiding it behind a boulder inside the forest. Upon activating it, he opened up all the tens of thousands of his evil spirit essences in his entire body, bursting forth with evil chi, enveloping the evil chi released by the evil emperor badge. Jia Shazi and the others did not notice the order badge hidden behind the boulder. Su Yun became extremely imposing, releasing a sword which screamed with a terrifying shriek, and pounced over. Overestimating yourself. He then shouted loudly and activated his spirit essences. Using his spirit chi, he formed two gigantic barriers that blocked against Su Yun's sword. Zzz. A sound that resembled a poisonous snake came out, as large amounts of profound spirit chi surged out from Su Yun's body. They all transformed into different rays of trajectory. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword seemed to be attracted to the trajectories, quickly swerving about and slashing Iben. So fast. Iben was shocked, and immediately activated his treasure. The robe on his body immediately became tough, transforming into a turtle shell-like armor, and as the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword struck onto it, it only produced a spark and a sword mark on the turtle armor, unable to break through the defense. Ha, what a joke, Su Yun. Maybe you are very strong, but don't you think it's a little crazy for just you alone? One Spirit Star Realm cultivator is brazenly challenging 4 Spirit Star Realm cultivators? Iben said coldly. His hand turned into a palm and struck at Su Yun's chest. The palm seemed to be able to cut through everything, as the profound spirit chi around Su Yun's body were broken through. The palm struck his chest area. It's over. I didn't think that Iben, would be able to challenge and win against cultivators surpassing myself. Iben's eyes flashed a fervent look. His face was filled with excitement, as though victory was already taken. But in that moment, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword's blade suddenly released a terrifyingly huge evil spirit. It was like an evil barrier that enveloped Iben, and used its fierce claws to directly strike Iben's body. Kacha! The turtle shell cracked. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of flesh tearing came out. It was as though Ben was thrown into a meat grinder. In just a few seconds, he was ripped to shreds by the evil spirit. He was baited. Lu Xian Hai and Long Zhuangshan were stunned upon seeing what had transpired. Su Yun had used his own body as bait, luring Ben to approach and directly attack him. Then, he used a strange technique to counter him. It was an extremely dangerous method, and if Su Yun had misjudged it by a fraction, his heart and chest would be replaced by a hole created by Ben's palm. If he released the evil spirit too quickly, Ben would have sensed it and would have retreated, causing the evil spirit to be unable to stick onto Ben. He was basically using his life as a wager. Just that, while the two saw that Su Yun was fearless and ruthless, they did not know that Su Yun was forced to do it. It was 1 against 4. If he did not quickly get rid of his enemies, then he would lose, as the enemies would attrite him further. Master Jia Shazi. Just then, Lu Xian Hai turned his head and shouted to Jia Shazi, who was standing in a daze, "You're at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Spirit Star Realm, what are you standing there for? Quickly kill him!" Tian, the Chinese words indicated that Jia Shazi is a spirit soul realm, but that's impossible because when Su Yun first met him, he clearly sensed that he was Spirit Star Realm. "I do not need you to teach me what to do," Jia Shazi replied coldly, and his expression turned sinister as he rushed forward. It has to be said that Jia Shazi's strength and the other three had a disparity of heaven and earth. Upon reaching near, he released a tyrannical pressure that pushed on Su Yun's body, causing his legs to sink down by a few inches, and his movements became rigid. "Su Yun, I do not wish to become your enemy, or rather, I have been against what Profound Sky Sect is doing for the past few years, all the atrocities and outrageous acts. However, as someone from Profound Sky Sect, I cannot just watch as you massacre my sex people without doing anything, so Su Yun, stop resisting and let me capture you back to the Profound Sky Sect." Jia Shazi bellowed, and then exploded out, actually multiplying out 9 by 9, with a total of 81 figures, surrounding Su Yun from his left and right, completely trapping him within. Thousand magnificence shakes the sky. The 81 figures bellowed in unison, their fingers and palms moving frantically. From every finger shot out a large amount of frightening and peerless rays of stings. A total of 810 rays of stings were released in an instant. Following that, the 81 figures all started to converge and transform into the original Jia Shazi, who was holding onto a dark yellow spear, which he thrust out following the rays. It was an attack without any dead angles. Adding his original following closely behind, even if Su Yun could dodge the rays, he would find it difficult to defend against the original's attack. And if he ignored the rays and defended against the original straight away, the outcome would be even uglier. The rays caused a commotion, and unless Su Yun was a 5th stage Spirit Star Cultivator or above, he would definitely not be able to fight against Jia Shazi's rays of stings. "Just die." Jia Shazi shot his spear out. But just in that absolute entrapment with nowhere to run, Su Yun, dressed in his black cloak, actually revealed a cold sneer. "Ha!" Jia Shazi was stunned. He raised his hand up, and revealed a lustrous black storage ring that seemed to shine on his finger. Following that, boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Following that, a stifling scarlet star spirit Chi halberd soared down from the sky and directly smashed downwards on Jia Shazi. Jia Shazi's innards trembled. He immediately turned the direction of his spear towards the incoming halberd. Boom! The spear clashed with the halberd, but the halberd's power was far stronger than what anyone could ever imagine. Jia Shazi was instantly forced down from the sky and smashed into the ground. Lu Xian Hai and Long Zhuangshan, who were at the side, anxiously looked over and saw a silhouette of a gigantic almighty figure soaring down from the sky, brimming with overwhelming power, landing in front of Jia Shazi, and brandished his halberd and attacked fervently. Jia Shazi clenched his teeth and continued to raise his spear to block the attacks, which proved to be extremely taxing on him. Formless Battle God Seal. One of the Sprite Shadow Ring's mystical technique. Boom 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 boom. Su Yun took the chance and flew around the ray stings, and then turned his body and flew out, without any hesitation and without any regards for Jia Shazi. Not good. Su Yun wants to escape. Catch him! Lu Xianhai shouted in anger, and immediately gave chase. But after flying for a moment, he rushed into the forest and landed beside an upright stone, and turned to look at the two incoming people. Su Yun! Don't think of escaping, obediently hold your hand out to be captured. Long Zhuangshan roared. Hold my hands out to be captured? With just the two of you? 2 second stage Spirit Star Realm cultivators? Are you looking down on second stage Spirit Star Realm cultivators? Su Yun, you better not forget, there are two of us. If it was only one of us, then we would be slightly afraid of you, but if the two of us were to act together, even if we cannot defeat you, we can still suppress you, and when Master Jia Shezi arrives, the three of us can cooperate to kill you. Long Zhuangshan roared. So, it seems that you want to bully me by having numbers? We are bullying you with numbers, so what? Accept your fate. Lu Xianhai sneered and rushed over. So. Just as he moved, 2 pitch-black light rays suddenly shot out from behind him and penetrated through Lu Xianhai like arrows, instantly nailing him onto a nearby standing rock. Su Yun took the chance and slashed. Poochie! The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword cut Lu Xianhai's throat and directly cut his head off. Blood spurted through the air, painting the rock red, as Lu Xianhai's body twitched frantically. Su Yun waved his hands again, and increased the number of swords and directly sliced Lu Xianhai's body into pieces. Lu Xianhai had died so tragically. Yet another Spirit Star expert had fallen. Long Zhuangshan was stunned. Just then, a large amount of evil chi floated to his side. Long Zhuangshan immediately regained his senses and turned anxiously, noticing that beneath a huge boulder near him lay an order badge, quietly emitting evil chi, transforming into a vortex door, with 2 figures walking out from inside. Observing the spirit chi, they were first-stage Spirit Star experts. Although they were not comparable to Long Zhuangshan, there were 2 of them. The 2 of them had black skin and red eyes, and evil chi surging out of them. Long Zhuangshan's state of mind twitched. He could not help but ask, they are evil realm beings? It's time for this to end. Su Yun's eyes became extremely calm. He picked up the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword that was dripping with blood and walked towards Long Zhuangshan. When Quan Yusye and Huang Dongzhang snuck an attack on Lu Xianhai, Su Yun knew that he had won the battle. Su Yun had emitted evil chi to mask the evil chi being released by the Sovereign King Order badge, so no one had noticed it. He also deliberately lured them to the Order badge. The aim was to receive assistance from Quan Yusye and Huang Dongzhang and deal with them. Master Sovereign King. Is it this the person you want us to kill? Huang Dongzhang held his cane, his devilish eyes staring coldly at Long Zhuangshan. Master, after we kill them, can you reward your subordinates with their bodies? Quan Yusye stared at Long Zhuangshan greedily, his mouth seemed to be salivating. Don't speak so much, he is a second-stage Spirit Star cultivator, don't be too happy, if you're not careful you'll lose your life. Su Yun roared, then waved his sword, the 1,000 swords flying over towards Long Zhuangshan. Huang Dongzhang and Quan Yusye did not dare be neglectful at all. Although the 2 of them had come over to support Su Yun, they were still weaker than Long Zhuangshan by a stage, and the 2 of them cooperating might still not be enough to fight him. At the moment, there was only one of them. Before Jia Shezi could react, they had to get rid of Long Zhuangshan as soon as possible. Don't look down on me. Facing the onslaught of 3 Spirit Star realm experts, Long Zhuangshan displayed the courage he ought to have. Clenching his teeth, his eyes dyed blood red, he stared at the enemies in front of him and continued to wave his fists. Bang! 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 In a short bout, he had released over 1,000 fists, aimed at the chests of the 3 evil chi cultivators, with Su Yun enduring the most. The fists were not meant to create injuries, but meant to disrupt the profound spirit chi in their bodies. With over 1,000 fists, the mystical techniques of the 3 people were cancelled. It was actually rather difficult. The faces of the 3 men changed. Finally! Just then, a joyous exclamation came out from a distance. the formless battle god seal had disappeared, and Jia Shazi was free. He leaped into the air, his hand grabbing towards his heart, releasing bloodlight from his fingertips, which quickly revolved around the spear in his hands, causing the dark yellow spear to turn red in a moment, and was thrown straight towards Su Yun's head. What kind of splendid attack was that? There were no superfluous movements, no sluggish movements, all of his profound spirit chi were used perfectly well. Roar! When the terrifying spear closed in on Su Yun, it suddenly transformed into a blood dragon. What? Su Yun's heart jumped. He immediately used the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword to block, but at the moment, his profound spirit force was disrupted, and the 1,000 swords were all on the ground. He couldn't even activate any mystical techniques, so how could he block it? Fuck, I've looked down on Long Zhuangshan. Su Yun clenched his teeth, and could only dodge. Instant teleportation. In that moment of life and death, Huang Dongzhang suddenly roared. Whoosh! Black light suddenly appeared beneath the 3 evil chi beings, and their vision suddenly dazzled. When their vision stabilized, they had already appeared around 100 m away. What? Long Zhuangshan was shocked. How can you activate mystical techniques without profound spirit chi? This technique does not need any. It only requires my evil blood. Huang Dongzhang raised his left hand and sneered, his shoulder was bleeding, and pitch-black blood still flowed. I've looked down on Huang Dongzhang too. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief as he thought in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338. The Black Locket. It was 3 against 2, but in terms of strength, Su Yun's side did not hold absolute advantage. Jia Shazi's strength was higher than Su Yun, and Long Zhuangshan was a stage higher than Huang Dongzhang and Quan Yuxie in cultivation. He alone could fight against the 2 brothers. Fighting with Master is truly different, the enemies in front of us are such powerful existences. Huang Dongzhang said softly, but his words were in no sense casual. Senior brother, don't tell me you're afraid? Quan Yuxie's words had a sense of fanaticism in it. His eyes were filled with passion, his boorish face did not reveal any fear at all. Afraid? How is that possible? Huang Dongzhang replied, I am only saying, now we are not as strong as them, so we can only outsmart them, and not fight head-on. Outsmart? How? Quan Yuxie did not know how. This. Huang Dongzhang lowered his head to think, and then with a stern and dignified face, at the moment I have not thought of anything. Su Yun. Quan Yuxie. You handle the 2 evil spirit beings, I'll capture Su Yun. Move. Jia Shazi bellowed, and rushed over. Their speed was so fast that the 2 evil beings could not catch them. Follow me. Just then, Su Yun shouted out loud. Raising his profound spirit chi, he controlled the 1,000 swords to fly at Jia Shazi, and then turned his head and rushed towards Martial Bone Mountain. The 2 evil beings did not dare hesitate and transformed into 2 black smoke and followed Su Yun. You wanna run? Jia Shazi snorted, his body transformed into specks of sand and rushed along with the wind. Master Jia Shazi, wait for me. Long Zhuangshan bellowed, he did not fly, but sprinted, the ground beneath him shook whenever he took a step, forming footprints in the ground where he treaded. Su Yun stepped on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and looked forward, speeding his way. Huang Dongzhang and Quan Yuxie who were behind barely managed to keep up. Master, where are we running to? That mighty cultivator is catching up. Huang Dongzhang turned and looked behind, his expression stern. Just follow me. Su Yun replied. The 2 dare not refute his order, and could only follow. When Su Yun reached one of the mountains in Martial Bone Mountain, he slowed down. Bang! Bang! Behind, Jia Shazi had already caught up, he had struck out with his red spear in his hand, and the 2 rays of spear light flew and struck Huang Dongzhang and Quan Yuxie. The two of them only cared about running, and by the time they sensed the attack, it was too late for them to defend. They were struck, and flew down from the sky. Zhuang Shan. You take those two, I'll take care of Su Yun. Jia Shazi shouted, and ignored the two evil beings and directly rushed towards Su Yun. So, the spear thrusted out into the air once again, the spear's body blinked with red light, and following his movement, it erupted with another ray from the spear tip towards Su Yun. Bang! Su Yun was struck by the spear and dropped from the sky straight to the ground. He rolled twice before stopping, and had difficulty standing. A look on unhappiness was revealed in his eyes. Ha! Jia Shazi became suspicious. Why did Su Yun get hit so easily? The two evil beings are not on par with me in terms of speed, so them getting hit is normal. But he remained cautious, seemingly afraid of a trap. Jia Shazi looked around. They were already close to the cliff, and there were nothing that obstructed his view. The only thing there was a black tombstone. The tombstone seemed to be ordinary, and Su Yun laid near the tombstone. If there was anything strange, then it would definitely be that tombstone. But what can one tombstone hide? Just then, Su Yun stood up. Jia Shazi's hesitation had given him a lot of time to run. He once again released his flying sword, seemingly preparing to escape. Seeing that, he could no longer resist and rushed over with spear in hand. But just as he was about to rush forward, Su Yun, who was preparing to escape, suddenly turned his body, grabbed immortal mystical scarlet blood sword which was floating in the air, then turned around and slashed at Jia Shazi. Oh! Jia Shazi's mind tensed up and immediately used his spear to block. But he had placed all of his focus on Su Yun, and never noticed Huang Dongzhang and Kuang Yusev, who had directly avoided Long Zhuangshan. The two of them immediately summoned out all of their profound spirit qi, converging into their hands. They struck out at Jia Shazi at the same time. Ah! The two of them roared in unison, releasing all of their strength. What? Jia Shazi suddenly turned his head and looked back, but he was not in time. Bang! Jia Shazi was directly flung out and smashed straight into the tombstone. The moment he reached near the tombstone suddenly released an irresistible attraction force, and swallowed Jia Shazi in. Jia Shazi disappeared. Fragmented Void's Gate. Long Zhuangshan was surprised. That's right. Su Yun patted the dust on his body, his expression regained back to normal. He turned and looked at Long Zhuangshan. Jia Shazi will be stuck inside for quite a while, but we can continue. Upon saying that, the three of them gathered around Long Zhuangshan. This time, it was truly 1 against 3. Adding to that, Su Yun was a third-stage spirit star realm. Long Zhuangshan did not have any possibility of attaining victory. His face turned pale white, his entire body shivering. He retreated a few steps, clenching his teeth. He turned around and leaped to escape. At the moment, only by running can I preserve my life. You wanna run? Kuan Yuxia laughed sinisterly, and was about to give chase. Don't chase! Su Yun shouted. The two of them stopped. Master, why do we not chase him to obtain victory? With the three of us, we can easily get rid of him. I also wish to kill him, but at the moment we have already killed 2 spirit star experts. For so many experts to die, it would definitely shock the profound sky sect. I am afraid they will send in even stronger reinforcements in turn. Also, if Long Zhuangshan wants to live, he would head towards the location of the experts, so we will definitely meet them if we chase after him. If we are caught, we will definitely die. Su Yun kept the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword into the sword sheath, and then said indifferently, there will still be a time for us to fight the profound sky sect, don't be anxious. Hearing that, the two of them understood and nodded their heads. Since you two are here, don't be too anxious to go, follow me first. I have a few things that require your assistance. To be able to serve Master is this subordinate's honor. Master, please do not be so courteous with us. The two of them knelt down and said with reverence. Since we are going to battle, then we are not some subordinate and master anymore, we are friends. To ask friends for help, naturally I have to be more courteous. Su Yun laughed. He did not know if the evil beings would accept that, but it is never a harm to be nice to people, and to rely on imposement to subdue subordinates was not a good long-term plan. The two of them looked at each other and did not say anything. After leaving Marshall Bone Mountain, Su Yun rushed for Blossom Heart Valley. Since the two evil beings reeked of evil chi, he could only get them to stay in the forest outside of Blossom Heart Valley, while Su Yun himself rushed into the valley. At the moment, the valley was in an uproar. Disciples were rushing in and out, as the sudden influx of Su family citizens had filled up Blossom Heart Valley. Xinu and Xing Yang had already brought and settled the injured parties. Fortunately, the disciples could treat them, so it was not too stressful. Big Brother Yun. Upon seeing the black-cloaked figure step in, Xinu, who was taking care of the injured, called out in elation. "Ah! It's young Master Su Yun. Young Master Su Yun is back? Did you manage to push back those people from the Profound Sky sect?" Upon seeing him, the Su family's people who were still waiting for their arrangements while seated on the ground all stood up and waved passionately at Su Yun, but even more people were trembling from head to toe, not daring to look at Su Yun. When Su Yun was in his dire situation, many people had mocked and ridiculed him. Evidently, there were many people who humiliated and mocked him in the face as well, and even more came from the inner sect and main house. All of you, life is unpredictable, and a person's ups and downs will not last forever. Do you understand that now? When a person is in a bad state, it is nothing, because sooner or later he will flourish again. This time, if not for young Master Su Yun saving all of us, we would all be dead by the hands of Profound Sky sect. Now, young Master Su Yun is the patriarch of our Su family. If he wants to kill someone, that person must die. An old and frail white-haired man stood up and snarled in anger at the inner sect's people. He was from the outer sect, and always suffered from the torments and bullies from the inner sect, but now there were no differentiation between the inner and outer sects. He became blunt with his words. The old man might have said that, but Su Yun did not have much feelings for these people. They were just people that mocked him when he was in that bad situation in the past. It was not worthwhile to take their lives. Furthermore, with the Blossom Heart Valley's people present, he could not do anything to them. Where is the main house of the Su family? Su Yun looked around and asked. Majority of them died while protecting us while we were retreating. A middle-aged man walked over and bowed towards Su Yun and said respectfully. He was the 7th clan elder of the Su family, but his cultivation was not high. Is that so? Su Yun thought for a moment, then said, "It is not a long-term plan for the Su family to stay in Blossom Heart Valley. 7th clan elder, in a while, I will notify Senior Pill King and get the Blossom Heart Valley people to prepare medicine and bandages for all of you to use. Prepare everyone, we will quickly leave Blossom Heart Valley tonight." Leave tonight? The 7th clan elder was stunned. Many of them are injured. How far can we walk? The matter of Su family staying in Blossom Heart Valley cannot be hidden from the Profound Sky sect, adding that I have appeared. I am afraid that the Profound Sky sect will send experts to kill the Su family and capture me. Blossom Heart Valley is in imminent danger. This place cannot protect all of you either, so we need to leave as early as possible, because once the experts arrive, no one can stop them. Su Yun said, then turned and walked towards Pill King's residence. The Su family's people looked at each other at a loss. Maybe in many of their hearts, they still did not understand how strong the Profound Sky sect was. Su Yun explained the entire situation to Pill King after entering his residence. The power of the Profound Sky sect, although Blossom Heart Valley was publicly known to be fair and just, the world was still a place where the fists and power overrules, and words were nothing much. Although Pill King was not afraid, but if the Profound Sky sect truly fought their way in, Blossom Heart Valley would not be able to stop them. So the plan was to get the Su family to leave quickly, at least to find another chance at survival. After discussing with Pill King, Su Yun immediately brought Kuang Yuxia and Huang Dongzheng away. If he remained in Blossom Heart Valley, he would attract more enemies. Leaving first was still the better choice. After the three left Blossom Heart Valley, Su Yun brought them once again towards Marshall Bone Mountain. Huang Dongzheng and Kuang Yuxia were confused. and were completely unaware of what Suyun truly wanted to do. Suyun brought the two of them to a valley gutter, then took down a black locket from his neck, and imbued profound spirit chi inside it. Ding! In a moment, the black locket released a black light, and was activated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339. Matters pertaining to Profound Sky Sect. The black object flew and formed a dark imagery, and with a very fast speed, it imbued itself into Suyun's mind. The moment the imagery merged into his mind, a noise came out from inside. This chi? Did we change to another owner again? A languid male voice came out. A new owner? It isn't the old man Su Li Xiong? Haha, I don't even know how you look like, who are you? A female voice came out. What happened to Su Li Xiong? Is he dead? How did you obtain the shadow locket? Did you seize it? Stole it? Or did you cheat him out of it? Who are you? Quickly tell us, tell us. Many voices sounded out in his mind, causing him to become impatient. Suyun endured the impatience in his mind and spoke, I am Suyun. Suyun? Almost at the same time, many exclamations came out. The Suyun that Profound Sky Sect is trying to capture? The traitor of the Su family? How did the Umbra locket land in your hands? How? You killed Su Li Xiong? I did not kill Su Li Xiong, he died in the hands of the Profound Sky Sect's people. Before he died, he passed this locket to me. Everyone, since I have this with me now, then, I should be your new owner. Now, can all of you introduce yourselves, and tell me your information? Of course, if you are not willing to vow loyalty to me, you can ignore my words. My only request is that you do not use this to communicate with me any further. Suyun explained his conditions clearly. Your words are truly dog's hit. But I like your personality, and you are much stronger than that old Su Li Xiong. He always acted like a righteous man, but in truth he is not any good person. Su Li Xiong died? We have received information that Profound Sky Sect truly wants to eradicate the Su family, but never expected him to die so early. Alright, stop talking nonsense, the languid male voice came out, then became slightly more serious. We will give you an introduction. You have obtained the locket, so we will pledge our loyalty to you. Although we are impolite, and do not speak of rules, we are devoted and loyal to the owner of the locket. I am called Great Obscure, and am the captain of Phantom, Umbra, unit. The reason for the two names, Phantom, Umbra, is because the previous introduction given by Su Li Xiong was Phantom unit, but Great Obscure introduced the name as Umbra. We will see how it goes. I am Second Shadow, I greet my new master. The female voice previously that was somewhat cheeky sounded out. I am Third Obscure, A straightforward male voice came out. Fourth Shadow. Fifth Obscure. Their names are a play of the word Umbra, in Chinese, where the obscure comes from the first word, and shadow from the second. They just alternate to make things easy. They sounded out one after another, both male and female voices. They were cold and indifferent. Master, if you don't mind, Fourth Shadow and Fifth Obscure's personality is more reserved, and will not talk much, please forgive them, Great Obscure laughed. Suyun did not know what to say, and only regained himself after a moment. He took a deep breath. All of you are already inside the Profound Sky Sect? That's right. We are an intelligence team groomed by the Patriarch himself, and have been in service to the Su family for over a few decades. This time, we were tasked by Patriarch Su Li Xiong to infiltrate the Profound Sky Sect and receive information for the Su family. Great Obscure kept his lazy talk and spoke seriously. I need all of you to gather up all the useful information, and I want to know what their next plans for the Su family are. Suyun said. What Profound Sky Sect will do to the Su family? Master, in truth, this is just but a little plan of the Profound Sky Sect's Lord. Great Obscure said, the Profound Sky Sect had already implemented over 30 courses of actions for Su Qinger, but despite all that, all of them had failed. This made the Lord extremely angry, and thus, he decided to punish the Su family, and destroy all of them. Just because of that? Su Yun was secretly shocked. The current Lord is not the same as the old Lord. He can easily kill the elders who have serviced the Profound Sky Sect for many years just for small matters, and the current Lord is a Lord that is completely fixated on his goals. In truth, that's not all why he massacred the Su family. He also hoped to lure you out, and take the chance to seize Miss Qinger. But he had miscalculated, because you are not who you were in the past. A third-stage spirit star realm you is not that easily caught. Great Obscure laughed. I want to know, how many Spirit Star Realm cultivators are there in the Profound Sky Sect? Su Yun squinted his eyes. In just a short few days, I have already met with 5. With such strength, they should be a top-rate sect. Profound Sky Sect's scale is far larger than what you can ever imagine. Thus, it is reasonable for there to be so many Spirit Star Realm experts pledging their loyalty to them. Master, in truth, we were also shocked when we interacted with them. But don't worry, there are not many Spirit Star Realm experts in the Profound Sky Sect. Those who were sent to find you previously could be considered as their potential clan elders grade. Potential clan elders? You mean, all of the clan elders in Profound Sky Sect have Spirit Star Realm cultivation? Yes. How many elders do they have? 5. Since it is so, there are over 10 Spirit Star Realm cultivators in the Profound Sky Sect? Su Yun's eyes shone. Thinking back at the meeting of heroes, the Profound Sky Sect had only sent a Spirit Soul Realm cultivator to represent them. The Profound Sky Sect did not even see the meeting of heroes as something important. The competition was just to confuse people. If not, they could simply send a Spirit Star Realm cultivator and sweep all the other powerhouses away, and even the master of the Congregative Treasures sect would have to bow before them. This Profound Sky Sect has truly hidden themselves well. The 4 that were chasing after Master, 2 had already died, and to Profound Sky Sect, it is an immensely great loss. The Lord will not let it go. I believe in a short while, the elders of the Profound Sky Sect will take action and directly assault Blossom Heart Valley. Master, if you are still at Blossom Heart Valley, leave quickly, and temporarily hide for a while. Great Obscure said. I understand. Su Yun replied. Following that, Great Obscure told Su Yun about the fundamental information and news regarding the Profound Sky Sect. With that, Su Yun had finally taken a step towards the Profound Sky Sect. What kind of person is the Lord? What's his cultivation, do you know? What is his goal? The Lord? I apologize, Master, although we have mingled in Profound Sky Sect, but we still do not have the qualifications to meet the Lord. Therefore, there is scarce information regarding the Lord. We only know that this Lord succeeded to the position 70 years ago. His cultivation, his background, none of us know about it, not even whether or not he is male or female. But I think his goal is simple, mostly to increase his own strength. Countless of Spirit Star experts have done countless of utterly heartless matters. Isn't the reason for that to increase their strength? Then do you know what the Profound Sky Sect's plan is? The Great Array Formation plan that uses the entire Sky Martial continent as a foundation? Su Yun asked again. When he asked that, Great Obscure and Second Shadow were shocked. I never expected that. Although Master does not come from the Profound Sky Sect, you already know of this plan? Second Shadow muttered. Great Obscure was extremely shocked, and said, regarding the information on this, we have actually spent a great amount of time to gather them. It is said that the construction of this formation had already passed through a few generations of the Profound Sky Sect's lords, and this Great Array Formation is connected to Miss Qinger. This Great Array Formation was formed according to the records handed down by the First Lord, and they had a few specialized experts to conduct the initial layout. In truth, there are many people in the Profound Sky Sect that did not participate in the process, and even more people that does not know of its existence. You're saying, if I break this large array formation, Will Profound Sky Sect give up on chasing after Chinger? Most probably not. Firstly, Master, ignoring how you will be able to accurately locate and find all the thousands of array formation points, even if you find them, it will be difficult to destroy them. Every single array formation points have experts guarding them, especially the higher grade array formation points. In addition, they also have special imprints, which the experts will be able to easily obtain support from, and if Master sneaks an attack on the array formation point, you will only cause the Profound Sky Sect to chase even harder," said Great Obscure. It was truly a wild dream for one person to go and ruin an ultimate great array formation which had been passed down through generations. Even if Su Yun was able to somehow luckily destroy a few dozens, the Profound Sky Sect only needed to ambush Su Yun at the next points, thus, Su Yun will be in even more danger. Su Yun went into deep thought. What? Are you sure it's true? Just then, Second Shadow exclaimed out softly, her voice filled with shock. What? Su Yun frowned. Great Obscure replied, Master, Fifth Shadow had just reported the latest information. The Profound Sky Sect had sent out a team to head towards Blossom Heart Valley to capture you, and have mobilized a clan elder this time. Clan elder? Su Yun was secretly shocked. If Jia Shazi was just a potential reserve clan elder, with that initial threshold, this clan elder definitely has a cultivation of at least a 4th stage spirit star realm. But Master, you do not need to worry about this clan elder. Who you should be more wary of is one man who is traveling along with them. Just then, Great Obscure added. Who? A sect expert dispatched by the Profound Sky Sect, Sly. Sly? Yes, Sly. He is one of the 81 sect experts of Profound Sky Sect. He is extremely cunning and sly, ruthless, and vicious. No one knows his cultivation or how he looks like, and the most terrifying thing about him is not his strength, but his flawless ability of shapeshifting. It is said that he has a shapeshifting treasure on him that allows him to shapeshift, and no one can see through it. With that, he can transform into any person and no one can ever notice it. Furthermore, even Spirit Star Realm experts have difficulty seeing through his disguises. So, Master, you must be extremely careful. Once he moves, you have to be wary of everyone around you. Great Obscure spoke earnestly. Hearing that, Su Yun was extremely quiet for a long time. Master, what are you going to do now? Noticing that Su Yun was quiet for a long time, Great Obscure could not help but ask. What is their approximate time to reach Blossom Heart Valley? Just then, Su Yun asked in his mind. With their speed, they can reach Blossom Heart Valley in half an hour. Half an hour. Su Yun scratched his chin and thought. Just then, an idea swept through his mind. He immediately shouted to Kuang Yuxia and Huang Dongzhang, Quick, follow me. With that, he released his sword and leaped into the sky, stepping onto the sword blade and flying into the horizon. Kuang Yuxia and Huang Dongzhang looked at each other, completely unable to comprehend what Su Yun was trying to do. I look at you, you look at me, both of us covered in perspiration. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340. Sobbing Blood Old Man. Inside Blossom Heart Valley, the disciples carried baskets filled with medicine and shuttled back and forth various rooms. There were wounded everywhere inside the valley, and they have already received processing, but many of them had suffered from severe injuries and had difficulty moving. They could only lie on planks, and have two not as wounded people to carry them around. One after another, the entire Su family converged at an open space outside the valley. As the sun gradually set, following Su Yun's orders, they should be leaving Blossom Heart Valley. Is everything prepared? The 7th clan elder turned his head and asked a few young men. Almost done, clan elder. The supplies are all prepared as well, and we can move any time. A few people voiced out. It was time to leave, but no one knew where they were going, and since the Profound Sky Sect wanted the Su family dead, even Blossom Heart Valley could not help them keep their lives, so what other powerhouse would dare shelter them? Don't worry everyone, the heavens never bars one's way. Our Sioux family has not been totally wiped out by the profound sky sect, so we will not be gone. We can find another place, and rebuild the Sioux family. Fortune will await us after we escape from calamity. The 7th clan elder proclaimed optimistically. A few people laughed bitterly, but no one answered him. I will send a team of disciples to follow and take care of all of you on the road. At the Southern Sea, near the Harmony Mine region, there is a suitable place for all of you. The land is vast with few sections. There are no conflict and people live simply and honestly there. All of you should escape towards there. An old voice sounded out. Everyone turned back and saw Pilking and a few of his disciples walking out of the valley entrance. 7th clan elder and the others immediately cupped their fists and bowed. We greet Master Pilking. No need for the courtesy. Pilking waved his hand. The Sioux family has met with calamity, and it was entirely because of Blossom Heart Valley's timely rescue. For us to be able to survive, this grace will never be forgotten by the Sioux family. 7th clan elder spoke in gratitude. Saving the wounded and the dying is our Blossom Heart Valley's mission. It is just us fulfilling our obligation. You all do not need to put it to heart. Pilking laughed. All right, it is not early, all of you better make your way now. I have received news that the profound sky sect have made some movements. Hearing that, 7th clan elder and the others jumped. Is that so? Then we cannot stay any further. With that said, 7th clan elder shouted out for everyone to make haste and prepare to move out. There were close to 10,000 members of the Sioux family, and majority of them were patients. To bring them all out was extremely difficult. Even 7th clan elder had suffered from injuries, more than half of his spirit essences in his body were crippled, and he had difficulty gathering profound spirit chi. So, just then, a red streak of light fell from the sky and landed straight at the valley entrance. The red light was like a shooting star with imposing aura, and its speed was so fast it caught everyone off guard. The people at the valley entrance did not even have time to react. By the time they heard the red streak of light ripping through the air, the red beam had already landed. Be careful! Pilking roared and rushed forward, a burst of spirit life chi shooting forth from his body and clashing with the red light. Bang! The loud noise from the collision sounded out. The destruction of spirit chi shot out like blades. Everyone around retreated and sought cover. The powerful force was difficult to avoid, and those who were weak were struck by the spirit chi and instantly flung out, and those who were initially already injured instantly died as the place immediately flew into chaos. The Pilking followed the Tao of medicine, and trained in spirit life chi which was not suitable for fighting. When the red streak of light ambushed them, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself to ward off the majority of the damage. The destructive force of the red light was powerful. Even with Pilking negating some of the damage, he was not able to resist all of it. When the red light exploded, the one who suffered the most was Pilking. His frail and weak body was directly smashed into the ground by the chi, forming a huge pit inside the ground. Pilking got up with much difficulty, but upon standing up, he spat out a mouth of blood. Elder! Master Pilking! Everyone exclaimed out and rushed out. The spirit essences in my body have been stunned. The opponent is extremely strong. None of you can do anything. Do not come over. Pilking shouted. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at Pilking, unaware of what to do, when a stern voice shouted out from the sky. As expected of Pilking, although you are not strong, but your strong sense and awareness is truly unprecedented. However, all of you dared to go against our profound sky sect and obstructed us by saving the Sioux family. Good. Very good. You guys stubbornly go against us, then don't blame us for being merciless. With that said, a figure rushed down and landed on the ground. He was an old man dressed in fiery red robes, with a tall and thin figure. He did not look sturdy at all, but he had a fiery red hair and red mustache, and his spirit chi was strong. Compared to Pilking, it was like comparing heaven and earth. You are... Pilking raised his sunken eyes and looked at the person approaching, his face filled with shock. You're Chang Yuxia, clan elder Chang, nicknamed Sobbing Blood Old Man, one of the clan elders of the Profound Sky Sect? Ah, Pill King sure knows his stuff, but because you have impeded me from getting rid of the Su family, you have thus become an enemy of Profound Sky Sect. I cannot keep you alive, so don't blame me for being merciless. Chang Yuxia replied coldly, without any hesitation with his methods. He punched out with his fist that was covered with a blood-red glove, and a tyrannical true divine spirit chi was released. Seeing that, Pill King immediately raised his hand up to block, but it was futile, although he was an expert in the medicine Dao, in which no one could compare to, but his cultivation was not strong enough, and was not even in the spirit soul realm in cultivation. How can he contend against sobbing blood old man Chang Yuxia, who wields a peak cultivation of the 4th stage of the spirit star realm? Everyone around were stunned in place. Senior brother Guamo Ju, who had came down due to the commotion, shouted out in panic when he saw what had happened. But at that moment, was there anyone who could fight against such a tyrannical power? The Su family people were all like statues, stuck in their original position. No one dared to stand up to help, and at the moment, not one person dared to make a sound. Zoo! Just then, a blood-red light shot forth like lightning towards the sky, accurately heading straight for sobbing blood old man's heart, although it was not in time to stop him from releasing his attack. But if sobbing blood old man were to continue with his attack on Pill King, even if he killed Pill King, he would not be able to dodge the red lightning. Attacking the attacker to save your friend? Sobbing blood old man's eyes flashed. He quickly retracted his fist and turned, retreating 3 steps. Crack! The red light fiercely smashed in the position in front of Pill King. Dust and soil scattered, the ground shook slightly, with pure divine spirit chi erupting like a tornado. Is this swift wind spirit chi? Why is this swift wind spirit chi so powerful? Sobbing blood old man looked in shock at the place where the red lightning had landed, to see that it was a sword. He turned his head and roared, "Who is that?" "The person you have been yearning for day and night." Yearning for day and night? Sobbing blood old man was startled. He turned and looked, to see a pale white man dressed in a black cloak walking over. On his back was another pitch-black sword, and a large sword sheath hooked at his waist, with a dense spirit chi enveloping his entire body, and the sword emitting another strange chi. Looking at him, sobbing blood old man spoke with a cracked voice, "Oh, if I'm not wrong, you are Su Yun." Smart! Su Yun walked over and picked immortal mystical scarlet blood sword up, and looked towards sobbing blood old man calmly. "Kid, didn't you leave already?" Pill King looked at Su Yun in shock. The Profound Sky Sect was faster than what I had imagined. The Su family have not left. How can I just leave like that? All along, you haven't gone far? You can say that. Pill King shook his head. He did not know what to say. You are just at the 3rd stage of the spirit star realm, and seemingly not stable. At most, you are probably at the middle grade of the 3rd stage, Su Yun. You wish to fight against me, a lord that is about to break through the 4th stage and enter the 5th stage of the spirit star realm? You truly are naive. If I were you, I would obediently kneel down and surrender, and not resist. If not, you will just suffer worse. Sobbing blood old man Chang Yuxia looked at Su Yun, and released a weird low-sounding laughter. Why can't you guys say something different? Su Yun dug his ear, and with a look of disgust, every single day, every single time, you guys like to say the same time, till my ears are actually filled with dirt. Why can't you guys say something different? He opened his eyes, his expression became focused, as a pair of evil eyes looked straight at sobbing blood old man. He was already mistaken as an evil realm being by the continent. Since it was so, there's nothing to hide. When I killed Shin Hong back at Wushuangju Peak, she also said the same thing. When I killed the Spirit Demon Emperor, he too told me the same thing. But hold up, who's stronger, you or Spirit Demon Emperor? If I fight with you, will there even be a challenge? His words were like swords, piercing the old man's heart. Sobbing blood old man's face changed. Damn it, I forgot that this brat defeated the mighty Spirit Demon Emperor. Although I do not know what method he used, but I can definitely confirm that I cannot treat him as a normal 3rd stage spirit star realm cultivator. So. Just then, countless of figures flew from the horizon and gathered at one point before landing down. All of them stood behind sobbing blood old man. They brandished out their weapons and instigated their spirit force, looking ready to battle. It seemed as though all of them were spirit soul realm experts, and a total of over 100 men. They truly had experts as many as the clouds in the sky. There were so many spirit soul realm experts, Blossom Heart Valley definitely could not match up to them. Pill King's face became extremely ugly. He stared at the people. Profound Sky Sect, don't tell me you wish to destroy my Blossom Heart Valley? The Lord did not give such order. Then what are all of you doing here? Only to capture Su Yun and eradicate the Su family. What exactly did the Su family do to offend your sect? Must you truly eradicate them to be satisfied? So many people have died already, why can't you let them go? Pill King roared. Let them go? My apologies, but the Lord did not give such an order. He is extremely furious, and at the same time, hope that not one of the Su family survives. Maybe the only one spared would be Su Chinger. Sobbing blood old man said slowly and coldly, his face also becoming ice cold. Alright, since we have come to this, let's not waste time. Get your men of Blossom Heart Valley to be tactful, stand by one side and do not move. Today, we are only looking for the Su family. If you guys dare to cut in, we can only take care of you as well. Chanya, since you said it like that, we have no choice but to fight. Let me have a taste of whether your 4th stage spirit star realm is durable or not, or if you are comparable to the spirit demon emperor. Since I can defeat him, and make him run away, I wonder if I can kill you. Su Yun's face turned sinister, dense amount of evil chi leaked out from his body, and a gigantic evil spirit formed behind him, which stared at sobbing blood old man coldly, like a tiger staring covetously at its prey. The profound Sky Sect people were shocked by the weird scene, and even sobbing blood old man was stunned. Su Yun, you truly are an evil realm being. Compared to you, I am not considered evil. However, don't think that I'll be afraid just because of that. Sobbing blood old man clenched his teeth and said coldly, I want to see how strong your 3rd stage spirit star realm cultivation is. He could no longer stop halfway. With so many of the sect people watching, he could not retreat at all. Under that helplessness, he could only harden his skin. Su Yun's eyes tensed up, holding onto a mortal mystical scarlet blood sword tightly, he moved forward. He activated all of his spirit essences, he was ready for war. It was completely luck that he managed to defeat the spirit demon emperor. If he were to once again fight, he would definitely lose. The sobbing blood old man could not be compared to the spirit demon emperor, but he was still not comparable in terms of strength, so if he could not scare him, it would turn into a hellish battle. Fuck everything, I'll fight to the end. Su Yun had made up his mind. The profound Sky Sect is getting more violent, to dare come into my Blossom Heart Valley and behave atrociously. Just as the arrow was about to be set off from the bow, a female voice came out from the valley. Upon hearing that voice, all of Blossom Heart Valley people became ecstatic. Valley Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341. Actors. Valley Lord? Could it be? Su Yun's face lightened up. He turned his neck and looked behind him, to see a middle-aged woman dressed in goose-yellow clothes flying out of the valley. She was beautiful, with a well-shaped body. She had white sideburns and her forehead had some wrinkles. Nonetheless, her facial features were proportioned, and her expression seemed to be able to see through everything. She did not hold any weapons in her hands, and did not have any fanciful ornaments on her body. She looked to be an extremely ordinary person, but who would have known that she was actually the renowned Blossom Heart Valley Lord Hua Lei Xin? We greet Valley Lord. The Blossom Heart Valley people all knelt down and bowed towards the woman. They were respectful and filled with reverence, as though it came from their hearts. In Su Yun's memory, the Blossom Heart Valley's Valley Lord rarely came out. She practically spent her days in closed doors to concoct pills, and the majority of all the affairs of Blossom Heart Valley were dealt with by the elders. In terms of competence, she was definitely not qualified to be the Valley Lord, but in terms of medical expertise, she was unrivaled. Junior Su-Yun greets Valley Lord. Su-Yun immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Regardless whether or not she was competent or not did not matter, because she was genuinely a philanthropist. She carried out the Blossom Heart Valley's goal of saving the dying and treating the wounded, passed down medical techniques, and in the chaotic world, she gave solace and warmth to people who were living but suffering in abyss. Who wouldn't respect a person like that? Maybe it was not only Su-Yun who thought that way, everyone who had received the Blossom Heart Valley's graciousness also felt that way too. Their saviors had always helped people without asking for reciprocation. You are Su-Yun? Valley Lord Hualei Xian turned and looked at Su-Yun, and revealed a gentle and warm smile. Although you have evil chi on you, your heart is not evil. Compared to this group of people, you are more just and right. Valley Lord has overpraised me. Leave the following matter to me, Su-Yun. All these Su family members are at the end of their road, many of them are innocent, quickly bring them to leave. Valley Lord Hualei Xian spoke out. Yes, Valley Lord. Su-Yun nodded his head. Seeing and hearing that, sobbing blood old man Chang Yuxia's face became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and stared at Hualei Xian. Even the Valley Lord is out now? It seems that your Blossom Heart Valley is bent on going against my Profound Sky sect. Good. Very good. Since it is like that, I will report back to my lord, and let him decide. I want to see whether my Profound Sky sect is more powerful, or your Blossom Heart Valley is stronger. Chan Xin. Your disciple is here. A young man walked out from the crowd behind him. You're the fastest. Quickly go back to the sect and seek an audience with the Lord, inform him about the decision Blossom Heart Valley has made, and let him decide what to do. If he wants to destroy Blossom Heart Valley, then ask him to immediately send more experts over, and we will begin today. Yes. With that, he turned and leaped out, rushing towards the opposite direction. In a blink of an eye he had disappeared. Go, go. The best would be if your lord comes here himself. Hualei Xian was not afraid, and said indifferently, I will not hide it from you, Chang Yuxia, although I, Hualei Xian, am just a 5th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator. With my means, don't talk about a Spirit Star Realm cultivator, even a Spirit Master cultivator will be easily dealt with. Blossom Heart Valley is not unparalleled in terms of medicine, but in poison, your lord should know about my strength. If you truly have the capabilities, get him to come here. I would love to test out my newly concocted poison. You. Chang Yuxia's complexion was extremely ugly. He stared at Hualei Xian enraged. Hualei Xian, anyone can brag. Be careful not to bite your tongue. You speak such brazen words, then let me have a taste of your Blossom Heart Valley's poison techniques. With that, he moved, a fist aimed at Hualei Xian, and at the same time he roared, I will handle the Valley Lord. All of you see Su-Yun. The Su family are unable to move at the moment. Su-Yun is more important. Move quick. Go. Yes, Clan Elder. The Profound Sky Sect's experts all moved immediately and rushed at Su-Yun. They split into 2 units. One group went to intercept the experts rushing out of Blossom Heart Valley, while the others surrounded the area. Su-Yun, don't be careless. I felt a few strange spirit chi. Although these Profound Sky Sect people are not strong, they should have treasures that you will never think of. Do not be rash. Pill King shouted loudly. All of them are just at the 10th stage Spirit Soul Realm, and have not even reached the Spirit Star Realm. To dare try come capture me, they naturally have their own means. If not, all of them would be serving themselves up as free food. I got it. Su-Yun shouted, 7th Clan Elder, quickly lead the Su family out of here. These people are here for me. I cannot stay here. With that, he turned and soared out, leaving the Blossom Heart Valley. Not good. Su-Yun is escaping. Chase him quickly. Capture him. Kill the Su family. Shouts came out continuously, and many different mystical techniques flew out like a downpour. Some shot at Su-Yun's left and right, some on his body, but they could not cause any injuries on him. Su-Yun seemed to not want to engage in battle, and kept on running. Without turning his head back, he did not have any intention to fight. Catch him. Use the heaven-locked chain to grab him. Just then, a low roar sounded out. Behind him, amongst the army who were chasing him, a few of them had lowered their heads and started to chant. Their bodies disappeared, and suddenly appeared in front of Su Yun. They held a pitch-black thick and sturdy chain. Staring at Su Yun, they chanted extremely quickly. That is definitely some special treasure. Su Yun thought, and directly brandished the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, prepared to take action. But then, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and rushed towards them. Bang bang! He was extremely powerful. Adding the ambush, he directly smashed them apart and forcibly made a way through. Xingyang? Su Yun looked at him and was immediately startled. Big brother Yun, leave quickly! Xingyang shouted loudly. Xingyang, where's Xinu? Weren't you in Blossom Heart Valley safe and sound? Why did you come here? Xinu and the few clan elders of the Blossom Heart Valley are together safe and sound. Big brother, you are in danger today. How can I do nothing? Big brother, don't worry, Xingyang will fight alongside you. Xingyang said earnestly. Xingyang, it is very dangerous now, for you to come out now, truly make me so touched. Su Yun wiped the tears off his eyes and sighed. Big brother shouldn't say such words, I should be doing this, we are brothers after all. We don't have to say much, in any case we need to get rid of them first. Xingyang, follow me. I know of a place where we can shrug off those dogs. Su Yun calmed himself from the state of adrenaline, and turned to a direction and shot towards a large forest away from Blossom Heart Valley. Don't let Su Yun go. Chase. Profound Sky Sex people roared, and with perseverance, they chased after Su Yun. A group of people rushed into the forest. The trees in the forest stood tall, the branches were filled with thick and large leaves that prevented sunlight from touching the ground. Adding that the sun was setting, the forest was even gloomier. Su Yun and Xingyang rushed into the forest, then flew at the top of the treetops. The profound Sky Sect people who were behind did not have any intention to stop, but continued to chase unrelentingly. Xingyang, who was following behind Su Yun, suddenly had a weird look in his eyes. He stared at Su Yun, the corner of his mouth unknowingly forming a strange smile, but Su Yun did not see it. He slowly reached for his waist. Inside it was a heaven-locked chain. Just then, so. Two black lights suddenly shot from beneath them, and straight for Su Yun. Ah! Su Yun screamed in agony and directly dropped from the sky. What? Xingyang's expression changed. The profound Sky Sect people who were behind were also started, and stopped above the trees, and looked at Su Yun, whose face was covered in pain as he laid on the ground. A numbing spirit star realm spirit chi leaked out and pervaded the forest. Two black figures slowly walked out from inside the dark forest. Spirit Star Realm Spirit Chi, those are Spirit Star Realm Spirit Chi being released. There are two Spirit Star Realm beings here. Who are they? Who are you? Report your names. The profound Sky Sex people all looked on seriously, staring at the two of them when someone shouted. They did not know if the two were friends or foes. Su Yun. We have been waiting in ambush here for 7 days already, and finally have pinpointed that you would travel this path, and finally we have caught you. Hee, this time Blossom Heart Valley cannot protect you anymore, right? I will kill you. And take my revenge. One of the Spirit Star Realm existence held a big blade, and walked towards Su Yun, who was still in pain, and spoke sinisterly. They are Su Yun's enemies. Then they are our friends? No matter what, we cannot let them kill Su Yun. Our goal is to capture Su Yun and lure Qinger out. If Su Yun dies, we will not be able to find Qinger anymore. The profound Sky Sex people started to panic. But just then, the Spirit Star Realm existence holding onto a cane noticed them. Oh? Other than Su Yun, there are a group of trash? Heh, I never expected for Su Yun to actually gift us such a big gift. Not bad, not bad. Let's treat them as dessert. Let me handle all of them. They are just a group of spirit soul realm beings. Why the need for a 5th stage spirit star realm being like you to take action? The person holding the cane laughed out. 5th stage spirit star realm. The group of profound sky sect people were completely stunned. But they actually used one technique to get Suyun sprawling on the floor. How could they be fake? Suyun is a 3rd stage spirit star cultivator. Sneaking an attack on him also required strength and power. To actually have 5th stage spirit star realm existences appearing here, and what's more, 2 of them. The situation has changed. Everyone do not stay here, retreat immediately. Move. One of the profound sky sects person bellowed, then turned and rushed off immediately without turning back. Why would the others hesitate? They immediately turned tail and ran. Want to leave? Not so easy. The spirit star realm being wielding a blade moved. He soared into the air and swung his blade. A powerful chi of blade cut through all the trees. Seeing that, the profound sky sects people ran even fiercer. Xingyang, who was closer to Suyun, watched everything. His face became extremely ugly, his eyes turned wide. He looked at Suyun, who was on the ground feeling unreconciled, then turned and escaped. He did not expect his plan to be thwarted, to suddenly have 2 powerful beings appearing. Spirit star realm cultivators were not people that the profound sky sect could control. However, just when he turned his body, a hand suddenly clamped down on Xingyang's shoulder. Hey, don't leave so quickly, the matter ain't over yet. The man holding the cane was right behind Xingyang, smiling. Why you guys, who exactly are you? Xingyang was terrified. He wanted to move, but the palm was releasing a bizarre chi that stopped his body, making him unable to move. Then, a familiar voice sounded out from behind him, which was not from the man with the cane's mouth. They're my men. Xingyang heard that sentence, his entire body trembled. He turned his head, only to see that Suyun, who was initially lying on the ground, had already stood up. He had no injury, no distorted pained look on his face, everything was per normal, as though nothing had happened. Then, Xingyang finally understood. Everything was all feigned and acted out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342. Shapeshift Bone Piece. Big Brother Yun, so you're alright? That's great, that's truly great. Xingyang was startled for a moment, then became ecstatic. Big Brother Yun, you say that they are your people? How did you manage to employ them here? Did you already plan to scare of the profound sky sects people? So it was like that. Big Brother Yun is truly powerful, but also, can Big Brother Yun ask your friend to let me go? Let you go? There's no need for that. Suyun's mouth turned into a strange smile. He walked over, and he looked at the Xingyang in front of him, and laughed. They are not people that I employed to scare your profound sky sects people away. They are here because of you. For me? Scare my profound sky sect away? Xingyang was stunned, and revealed a look of bafflement. Big Brother, what are you saying? What profound sky sect? You think that I have surrendered to them? That's truly strange. Big Brother, don't tell me you don't trust me? Don't you know how I am? Of course I know how Xingyang is as a person. Suyun folded his hands across his hands and laughed, but I do not know about Sly. With that said, Xingyang's face changed, his eyes grew wide, and he looked at Suyun. What are you saying? You don't need to act anymore. Really? How did you notice me? My eyes are sharp. Impossible. Needless to say, my disguise is flawless. Even many people in the profound sky sect do not know that I have participated in this. You cannot break through my disguise just by looking. Xingyang snarled in anger. I just know. How can you possibly know? Sly widened his eyes. Suyun extended his hand out, and placed it in front of his eyes. Sly, huh? I calculated with my fingers. Sly. Alright, I'll stop bullshitting. Suyun put his hand away and sheathed his swords. I heard that you have a perfect treasure to disguise yourself, take it out. What did you say? I don't understand. Sly lowered his head and clenched his teeth while saying, Don't tell me you want me to illuminate you all the way? Sly, for me to know that you have participated in this movement, to know that you disguised yourself as Xing Yang and plotted against me while I was escaping, I naturally know that your shape-shifting ability is obtained from a treasure, so stop acting dumb in front of me. If you don't have it over, I can only do unto you what you have done unto others. Do unto me what I have done unto others? It is said that you are the fastest and most hard-working one to mobilize amongst the 81 sect elites of the Profound Sky sect. Regardless of whether is it a big or a small mission, you would yearn to participate, because in this way, you can truly leave the sect and kill people with reason. Suyun walked over and closed in on Sly. You yearn for the Russian killing, regardless of whether your victim is a man, woman, elder, or a young child. You wish to have the rush from killing to satisfy your cravings, and so badly want to hear people screaming and mourning, and desperately want people to die painfully in front of you. You do not want anything, but yearn for this pure torture, am I right? Sly was stunned. After a moment, his Xing Yang's face started to change, and became a face covered with a mask with yellow eyes. But in that moment, the look in his eyes started to change as well. Ha ha ha, I never thought that. I truly never believed that there would actually be people that understands me so well. Haha, you are too powerful, Suyun. You are truly powerful, not even the close senior and junior brothers of mine know about this. I never expected you to understand me so clearly. It seems that I have a whole newfound respect for you. Sly laughed out loud. His voice and expression revealed that he was not afraid or panicked like just now, as though his entire personality and soul had changed into another person, and was completely different from just now. He is a real lunatic. I like that. Ha ha ha. Just then, Quan Yu Xia walked over with a sinister laugh. Sly stopped laughing and turned to look, only to see Quan Yu Xia with his blade that was dripping with blood walking over. Where are the Profound Sky Sect's people? Suyun turned and asked Quan Yu Xia. Reporting to Master, I managed to kill some, but the others ran away. Did they return to Chan Yu Shui? Tian, the names are similar in English, but sound completely different in Chinese. Suyun's subordinate is called Quan Yu Xia, while the Profound Sky Sect one is called Chang Yu Shui. Yes. That's good. Suyun nodded his head, then turned and looked at Sly with a serious look in his eyes and said sternly, Sly, I am giving you one last chance. Hand over the treasure to me, or you will regret it. Even if I gave it to you, I will be killed. Unless you want to let me go? Sly laughed. I will not let you go, but if you give it to me, I will let you die happily. Suyun replied earnestly. He. Sly suddenly brought his face closer to Suyun. His yellowish eyes flashed a look of ridicule. Suyun, since I am still dying, I will not give it to you. Let me see, what will you do? Ha 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 ha. The fanatical laughter sounded out. Suyun remained expressionless. Master. Quan Yu Xia's arms were trembling. His eyes released evil chi, as he looked at Sly with a burning look in his eyes. Clang. His hand loosened, and the blade that was dripping with blood dropped to the ground. Ha! Is he angry? To the point that he cannot even lift his blade? That's good, it's good to be angry. Ha ha ha, seeing you angry makes me happy. Ha ha, Sly laughed even more recklessly. No, he is not angry. Suyun cut his laughter, and revealed a devilish look on his face. He is longing and begging me. Sly was stunned. Longing? Suyun looked at Quan Yu Xia and nodded his head. You may begin. Thank you, Master. Quan Yu Xia replied with a trembling voice. He nodded at Suyun, and then like a famished tiger pouncing for food, he rushed towards Sly. Why you, what are you doing? Sly was completely stunned. He tried to retreat, but how could he? His enemy was Quan Yu Xia, and in a moment he was grabbed by the neck by Quan Yu Xia. At that moment, the two of them removed their disguise, and revealed their pitch-black skin and sinister appearance, and a large amount of evil chi surged up like smoke. Evil realm beings? The two of you are actually evil realm beings. Sly's eyes were wide opened as he looked in shocked. Yes, they are evil realm beings, and my subordinates. Sly, don't tell me you don't know? Evil realm beings are born with the gift to erode the brain and seize memories, and this subordinate of mine loves to eat people like you, who have good cultivation. Since you are not willing to give up the treasure by yourself, I can only use him to eat your brain, take some of your memories, and then he will hand me the treasure. Suyun walked over to a boulder and sat down, and said calmly, "What?" Sly was shocked. He regained his senses and screamed fanatically, "No! I'll tell you, I'm willing to gift the treasure to you, let me die happily. Please." Crack! Sly's arms were torn apart, blood spurt everywhere, gushing out like a water fountain. Too late. Suyun said indifferently. His voice was cold, his expression did not fluctuate. Facing Sly, who was wailing in anguish, he sat there unmoving. Absorbing your memories will smash your consciousness. The pain is the most intense, since a life's most powerful thing is the consciousness. Please enjoy it, food. Kwang Yuxie growled, and smashed his hand through Sly's lower abdomen, pulling out a kidney, and stuffing it into his mouth. Ah! The painful cry screamed out. Evil realm beings were naturally masters of anatomy. They knew how to remove organs off a person without causing them to die, and even understood where the positions are with the most spirit essences, that after eating, would benefit and amplify their own strength. Ordinary evil realm beings that devoured corpses to gain power were extremely few, but Kwang Yuxie and Huang Dongzhang are high-rank evil realm beings, and knew of different evil technique. For them to be able to obtain the first stage spirit star realm relied on devouring bodies. However, there were countless of disadvantages as well. Devouring was not an immediate gain in cultivation, but required a long process of digestion through a long time, and devouring high-grade cultivators' bodies had the possibility of having their minds corroded by the spirit of the dead person, with a minute chance of the other party taking over their body. In other words, the two of them were actually betting with their lives to obtain cultivation. Sly was completely overwhelmed in the pain, his eyes were filled with fear, the yellowish mask also fell off, revealing a distorted skinny face. But very quickly, the screaming died down. Sly's body laid limp on the ground, his consciousness was growing thin, his life was gradually slipping away. Blood flowed out from him, the terrifying bone-cracking sounds sounded out, and the body continued to become smaller and more ripped apart. Huang Dongzhang did not even have the intention to have a bite, and just stood to the side. After half an incense of time. Oh! Kwang Yuxie, who had absorbed Sly's mind, was startled, as though he had found something, and retrieved out a red bone piece from Sly's forehead, and handed it over to Suyun. "It's this?" Suyun took it and looked at it. "And here I thought he would have kept it in his storage ring." Huang Dongzhang, who was at the side, said. "I thought so too." Suyun looked at the bone piece in his hand and asked, "How do I use this?" "Just by imbuing it into the bone in your forehead." Kwang Yuxie pointed to Suyun's forehead and said, "From Sly's memories, I have learned a lot. This is called the shapeshift bone piece. Inside it, there is a portion of the immortal monarch shapeshift. It is said that it is the immortal monarch shapeshift's original bone piece, and does not belong to any category of treasure, so it has no grade. In order for it to be used, you only need to think of the image you want to become, and activate a bit of profound spirit chi, then you'll be able to shapeshift." "So it's like that." Suyun nodded his head. Without hesitating, he directly released a bit of pure divine spirit chi and cut the skin on his forehead, chipping off a bit of his own bone. He placed the shapeshift bone piece inside. Huang Dongzhang immediately activated a mystical technique to heal him, but was stopped by Suyun. "No need. This look is perfect. Everything is according to plan." Suyun exhaled, and said, "You two will continue acting with me, and then go to Blossom Heart Valley to wait. As long as Blossom Heart Valley has any problems, you two must definitely help them." "Yes, Master." The two of them cupped their fists. "All right, I have to go." Suyun laughed, then turned and rushed towards Blossom Heart Valley, at the same time activating shapeshift bone piece. In an instant, a strange energy seeped out from the bone piece, and wriggled all around him like calluses. After a few breaths of time, the calluses split apart, and Sly was born. He rushed forward very quickly, and produced explosion sounds once in a while. The spirit chi all around were like turbid dirty mud. It was chaotic. Su-Yun, who had transformed into Sly, was running frantically. Reaching Blossom Heart Valley, he screamed, "Help me! Save me!" Outside of Blossom Heart Valley, the profound Sky Sex people who were still fighting with Blossom Heart Valley experts all turned to look. It's Master Sly. He's not dead? Oh my God, what is that behind him? Everyone looked at the black cloud behind Sly, and exclaimed out loud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343. Profound Sky Sect. An evil realm being reeking of evil chi and dressed in black robes was slashing his blade and chasing Sly. The chilly and bizarre evil chi dyed the sky black, and the originally dark sky became even darker. Evil realm being. That's an evil realm being. Someone exclaimed out. Why did an evil realm being appear here? What's going on? Is he a companion of Su-Yun's? He might be. If not, why would an evil realm being suddenly appear here? The experts of the Profound Sky Sect were all discussing. There were already a few 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivators that rushed forward trying to block off the evil realm being Quan Yu Xie. Previously, when they mentioned 5th stage spirit star realm, it was meant to scare off people. Quan Yu Xie's true strength was just at the 1st stage, and although he was not afraid of the 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivators, killing them instantly was impossible. Furthermore, definite fighting capabilities was not purely just on cultivation. Treasures had to be considered, and Quan Yu Xie, who used to be a wandering cultivator, his treasures could not be compared to the experts of the Profound Sky Sect. Bang! An intense vibration occurred in the sky, causing undulations to ripple out in the air, and two figures separated. When people looked, the two were sobbing blood old man Chang Yu Xie and Blossom Heart Valley's Valley Lord, Hua Lei Xin. Sobbing blue old man retreated a few steps, and mixed into the crowd. He looked on cautiously at the steady and calm middle-aged woman, with a look of unhappiness. Valley Lord truly lives up to her name, he said in a low voice, and quietly raised his skinny hands, and noticed that his palms were green. Seeing that, his eyes enlarged. I was truly struck by poison. Don't worry about that poison, it will only nibble and feed off of your spirit essences and weaken some part of your cultivation, it will not take your life. Of course, if you continue to hang around here and not go, then as the Lord of the Valley, I will have no choice but to cripple your entire cultivation, and find a few procurers to tie you up and send you back to the Profound Sky Sect. Hua Lei Xin smiled and said. The smile seemed to conceal some poisonous needles. You! Sobbing blood old man was so angry, his entire body was trembling. Boom boom boom. Just then, explosions occurred by the side, and great amount of evil chi pervaded towards them. A few of the Profound Sky Sex people were struck to the ground, their formation immediately becoming a mess. What's going on? Sobbing blood old man shouted out anxiously. Master, an evil realm being appeared at our right flank. His strength is at least of the spirit star realm. We cannot block him at all. Sly screamed. Why is there a spirit star realm evil being? Sobbing blood old man was shocked. He grabbed Sly's collar and asked, weren't you chasing Su-Yun? Why did all of you come running back? Where's Su-Yun? Su-Yun Su-Yun was killed by those evil realm beings. Sly clenched his teeth and said unwillingly. What? Sobbing blood old man was shocked. There were two evil realm beings, I do not know where they came from, but the other evil realm being is a 5th stage spirit star realm being. They were hiding in ambush in the forest outside of the Blossom Heart Valley. They took the chance to sneak and attack suddenly when Su-Yun was escaping. He was struck, and was caught by the evil realm beings. As he was being eaten by that evil realm being, I took the chance when they were killing Su Yun to escape and come back. Sly spoke with a trembling voice. That's right. They also killed Senior Brother Li and Junior Brother Zhang. They killed many of our men. A few of the profound sky sex experts who escaped from death all spoke with fear. Clan Elder, what do we do now? Take care of them? Or take care of the Blossom Heart Valley? Someone by the side asked. You still need to ask this? Stupid. Sobbing blood old man stared fiercely at Hua Lei Xian, and then released a palm towards Kuan Yu Xie. Seeing that, Kuan Yu Xie immediately retreated. The surprisingly powerful spirit chi caused him to perspire in cold sweat. Sobbing blood old man was ultimately still a peak 4th stage spirit star realm cultivator, and was much stronger than he was. Seeing that Kuan Yu Xie was retreating, sobbing blood old man immediately waved his hand and shouted, "We will leave." The profound sky sex people did not dare to continue fighting, and uniformly soared backwards to leave. They left super abruptly, and in a blink of an eye, everyone had scattered. The departure of sobbing blood old man allowed the chaotic valley entrance to once again become calm. But the Blossom Heart Valley's people were not relaxed, as everyone turned their gazes towards the evil realm being. Although the profound sky sex people had left, this Cheng Yao Jin who had so suddenly appeared prevented them from relaxing. Tian, Cheng Yao Jin was a Chinese fictional general. Wiki him up, they're just trying to say that Kuan Yu Xie is powerful. Why did evil realm beings suddenly appear out of nowhere? Pill King, who was being supported by a few disciples, mumbled. Gue Moju looked around, and then walked forward and shouted at Kuan Yu Xie, "Who are you?" Kuan Yu Xie turned his head and looked at them, but did not say a word. An evil realm being is still an evil realm being, we should not converse with them, Valley Lord, we need to destroy it, we cannot let it go, if not it will harm even more lives. Chen Mu Yun, who took the head of the clan elders, walked over and bowed to Hua Lei Xian and said respectfully. But, before Hua Lei Xian could speak, Kuan Yu Xie began to move. He turned to leave, transforming into black smoke and soared into the air, disappearing in a blink of an eye without saying a word. What is going on? The people of the Blossom Heart Valley were perspiring. Pill King, Hua Lei Xian and a few others were quiet for a moment. We cannot let it run, we need to chase after it. Gue Moju spoke up. That's right. Evil realm beings are more cruel and ruthless than the spirit demons and demons. If we allow them to stay and move about in Martial Sky Continent, it will only bring about more disasters. We need to inform the other sects to be wary of the evil realm beings. Chen Muyun said persistently. No need for that. Just then, Hua Lei Xian suddenly said. Chen Muyun and Gue Moju were startled and looked at her in astonishment. Hua Lei Xian smiled, let that evil realm being go. Everyone, do not be bothered by it. Just treat it as though it had never appeared before. Alright, go and check on the Su family and the injured disciples. Quickly arrange for the Su family to leave. The profound sky sect will not let this rest. From today on, Blossom Heart Valley will be in a state of emergency and act with caution, understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Chen Muyun was still suspicious, but the Valley Lord had set an order, how would he dare to refute her? He didn't ask any further. In the vast sky, under the command of Chang Yu Xie, the group of spirit soul realm experts sped towards the profound sky sect. Everywhere around them were clouds. The group exhausted their profound spirit chi to speed and hurry back. The torrential gust of wind swept against them. The injured people consumed even more spirit chi to travel, and swayed left and right as though they could fall any moment, but no one cared about them. Sly. Just then, Chang Yu-Xie, who has been flying ahead, roared. Su Yun, who was disguised as Sly, frowned, but did not dare hesitate and immediately flew forward, and sounded out, Clan Elder, what orders do you have? What is going on with the two evil realm beings? Why didn't you capture Su Yun successfully? Chang Yu-Xie's pale face was extremely sinister, as though he was extremely unhappy. Reporting to clan elder, this subordinate is not clear on this, but I heard one of the evil realm beings speaking. It seems that they have always been waiting and lying in ambush. They should be Suyun's enemies. Suyun is a Sky Martial Continent person but knows evil techniques. He should have interacted with them before, and it is not surprising that he has enmities with them. Not surprising? Humph, Suyun is dead, and the connection to Chinger is also gone. Sky Martial Continent is so big, I don't even know how to find her. How will I account this to the Lord? Sobbing blood old man roared softly in annoyance. He did not question Suyun any further, and instead sped up and headed back towards the sect. Their speed were extremely fast and did not stop at all. Suyun did not know how the tired and injured people could last so long, but surprisingly, not one of them fell behind. After going through 3 regions, they finally arrived at the sea by the south. Profound Sky Sect. Regardless if it was his previous life or his current life, it was the first time Suyun had finally touched upon their territory. It was a place hidden behind a gigantic mountain range overseeing the sea. Because the mountain ranges were extremely high, it was like a utopia separated by the rest of the world. Who knew how the ancestor of the Profound Sky Sect was able to find such a hidden land to base their sect in? As they went closer to the vast mountain range, and was preparing to close into Profound Sky Sect, suddenly, the people ahead all stopped. Seeing that, Suyun immediately stopped. Chang Yuxia, who was in the lead, shouted, "I am the 5th clan elder Chang Yuxia. Guardian disciple, quickly open the enchantment, and allow me into the sect." Disciple greets clan elder Chang. "I will now open the enchantment." A melodious and loud voice came out from within the mountains. Following that, ripples started to undulate in the blue sky, and a strange energy was scattered out of the ripples. Suyun wrinkled his nose, and carefully took a whiff of the spirit chi. Enchantment? Doesn't seem to be just one layer. The enchantment opened, and the group opened up. Chang Yuxia led them straight into the mountain. Suyun flew slower. He felt the energy undulation in the sky, and the further they went, the more alarmed he became. There is actually a total of 570 odd enchantments. Is this just the defensive enchantment of the Profound Sky Sect? Isn't that too many? Why are they so secretive? Master Sly, what are you doing? Please come through quickly, the guardian disciple is closing the enchantment. Someone inside shouted. Suyun trembled. He regained his senses and quickly flew in to catch up. After going through the enchantments, he arrived at a grand scene. Behind the mountains was an extremely vast land, with the ocean to one side and a vast land at the other. It was extremely vast. The ground was covered in jade-colored rocks, and various structures spread it out all around, and were where all the initial ranked disciples stayed and cultivated. In the sky above the structures, floated glittering and dazzling jade platforms that were uncountable. All of the jade platforms were of different sizes, as though they became bigger and bigger the further and higher he flew in. Every jade platform had houses and formations. The jade platforms emitted bright radiance. They were extremely dazzling. And above the jade platforms floated an extremely huge and vast jade stone island. It was a floating rock that seemed to cover the sky above Suyun. He could only see the jade stone beneath the island, but could not see what was above the island. He could not even see the sky. Such mystical jade platforms, how are they actually floating? And, who owns that gigantic jade stone island at the top? This is Profound Sky Sect? From the looks of its scale, it seems that they have millions of citizens, so robust. Compared to them, the Immortal Sword Sect is so small. Suyun, who was flying, looked around, and periodically looked down onto the ground, and looked at the jade platforms floating, exclaiming in shock. I will go and report to the Lord on this mission. All of you return to your cultivating residences. Chang Yuxia turned and shouted to his disciples, then leapt up and went straight towards the gigantic jade stone island. So that's where the Lord of Profound Sky Sect is? Suyun stared at the place and thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344. Unbreakable Gold Body, Part 1. Inside the area of the Profound Sky Sect's elite jade platforms, in one of the floating jade platform. Bone-forging blood pill? Good stuff. This is a treasure that cannot be bought with spirit coins. I never expected one to be here. Standing in front of a huge cabinet, Suyun picked up the blue and white porcelain glass and took out a pill from inside. After taking a whiff of it, he swallowed and chewed it, then continued to rummage through the other bottles. Invigorating Chi Pill. Consuming it will strengthen spirit essences and allow a more steady production of profound spirit chi. Although it is not as expensive and precious as bone-forging blood pill, it is also good. Oh. A life immortal pill? Yet another pill to increase profound spirit chi. But right now I need to refine my flesh body, and not cultivate profound spirit chi. I should not consume so much. Even the power from the spirit demon emperor hasn't even been consolidated well yet. I shouldn't be too impatient. Perennial mind pill? Not bad, not bad. Glazed immortal pill? He, I'm truly lucky. Suyun continued to rummage through the cabinet, and took all of Slice's precious treasures. The majority of the pills in this cultivation area were all kept by him. He would either consume them or throw them into his storage ring to be kept, and soon enough, 8 of his storage rings were filled up. Slice's plundering of high-quality pills were bountiful. Even Suyun was dazzled by them. He sighed and felt that it was a worthwhile trip. But what made Suyun feel extremely disappointed was that although there were many pills, there were extremely few treasures. The majority of the treasures were linked to Sly, and after he died, all of the treasures would automatically implode. What was fortunate was that although the remaining treasures did not amount to much, they were all useful, and Suyun spent a day of time familiarizing himself with the treasures, many of them being things he had never seen before. Silent Traceless Talisman. After activating, I will be completely concealed, but it will be useless against existences stronger than me, and the consumption of spirit chi while being invisible is great. Weak cultivators cannot sustain it for long. Mortal Survival Bead. 5 prints inside. Every consumption would consume 1 print. Before using it, I will need to specify a location, and upon using it, I will be teleported to its location, an essential treasure for escape. Sly truly was a crafty rabbit, with many plans to fall back on. All of these things were good means for escaping, but it was no wonder. After all, he was the Profound Sky Sect's excellent spy, able to escape from all situations in all of his missions. If he were to be exposed, he would definitely die, and preserving his own life was naturally the most important. Suyun took a look at the previous location set in the Mortal Survival Bead. It was the exact same jade platform. With all these, I can be more brazen inside the Profound Sky Sect. Suyun thought, and then kept all the treasures into a bundle. Master Sly. Just then, a clear voice came out from outside the jade platform. Suyun was startled. He got up and walked out, and saw a man clad in silver armor floating above the jade platform. The jade platform had an enchantment installed, and only Slice Order Badge could activate it. Without Suyun's permission, no outsider could come in. But who is he? Suyun became suspicious, but opened the enchantment. He did not say anything, and watched the person fly in. Master Sly, I heard that you were defeated in the mission and suffered from severe injuries. Upon hearing it, Dongfeng's heart flew into anxiousness and immediately rushed over to specially visit Master. But seeing that Master is safe and sound, Dongfeng can rest easy. The man bowed respectfully, and retrieved an exquisite box from his storage ring and handed it over with 2 hands. Master, this is a top-grade clear immortal Tricent pill. It will help Master recover. Please take it. Clear immortal Tricent pill? Hearing that, Suyun became ecstatic, but he accepted the pill calmly, and carefully sized up the man who did not look to be over 20. He looked at the Sect Elite's badge on his waist, and then laughed. Master Dongfeng is truly good to me. I only suffered slightly, and it is nothing. You don't have to give it to me. He is also a Sect Elite, and most like has a close relation with Sly. Master, why are you being so courteous with Dongfeng? The man called Dongfeng looked at Sly in surprise, secretly thinking, when I gave him things in the past, he will always accept them without thinking. why doesn't he want it today? Or does he not think the pill is worth it? I have spent a great deal of sect contribution points to exchange for it in the profound sky treasury chamber. It is something that no ordinary person can obtain. Or is he still vigilant against me? Suyin himself was also very quick-witted. Seeing the surprise in Dongfeng's face, he understood that declining the gift was violating Slice's conventional self. A twinkle flashed past his eyes, he laughed out loud, then extended his hand out and accepted it. Since Master Dongfeng insists, then I won't refuse it. Humph, to actually use this cheap method. Dongfeng thought in despise, but his face still maintained a smile. Master, since you have taken this pill, then quickly consume it and recuperate. Ha, no rush, since you're here, how can I go recuperate by myself? I must first entertain you. Come into my home. Suyin feigned a passionate look, but he was wearing a mask, so Dongfeng could not see his expression. No need. Master Sly, actually, Dongfeng came here today was for two matters. One is to visit Master, and seeing that Master is safe and sound, the heavy weight in Dongfeng's heart is lifted, and for the second, is that I hope that Master is able to fulfill the promise you made last time, and help Dongfeng obtain the crystal stone. Dongfeng said earnestly. Crystal stone? Suyin frowned. That is something only the most dangerous place in the profound sky sect can produce. Even a spirit star realm cultivations can't have it. How do you want to obtain it? Master Sly is overthinking it. I have a treasure which can help me, but the crystal stone is being guarded by the flaming lynch beast, and it is hard to obtain. I still require Master's shapeshift bone piece to obtain it. Is that so? Then what treasure do you have? Master wants to see it? Then follow me, I will bring you to see the treasure. Dongfeng laughed, and a strange luster flashed past his eyes. About that, can we do this another day? I am still injured. Master, are you going against your words now? Dongfeng's face changed. How can you go against what you promised? You should know that Master Bailey hates people that do not keep their promises the most. If you are not willing to go, I can only go and request Master Bailey for help. Fuck you, you flip faces faster than flipping a book. Suyin was startled for a moment, then understood that Dongfeng was not someone easy to deal with. He looked around for a moment, then replied, Master Dongfeng, don't be angry, since you put it like that, then we will go now. Good. Dongfeng nodded his head, and then turned to leave, revealing a sneer on his face, and he directly soared into the air. Suyin followed along, but he was not anxious. He touched the shadow locket hanging on his neck, and quietly activated it. Great Obscure pays his respect to you, Master. A soft and weak voice sounded out from the locket. Great Obscure, let me ask you, what is the relationship between Sly and Dongfeng? Suyin secretly transmitted into the locket. Sly? Dongfeng? Master, how do you know about the two sect elites? Great Obscure was startled. Don't ask too much, just tell me everything you know. Suyin said, there was no time to explain. Great Obscure did not delay, and spoke. Sly is not the most powerful of the 81 sect elites in the Profound Sky sect, but he is extremely despicable and likes to take lives, so he is quite infamous. Compared to Sly, there is another person with equally matched reputation, and that is Elite Dongfeng. He is not someone that loves to kill like Sly, but is an extremely lecherous person. It is said that he holds 7 different types of dual cultivation techniques on him, specially to differentiate between different ages of women, and he steals their cultivation using those dual cultivation techniques, harming who knows how many female cultivations the past few years. The grievances between them came about 2 years ago, on a mission. This subordinate does not know much about the mission, but I do know that the both of them saw and fell for the same female cultivator. Dongfeng paid particular attention to this female cultivator, and planned to steal her cultivation, but was one step too late. She was cheated by Sly first, and then brutally killed, thus causing a fierce battle between Dongfeng and Sly. Afterwards the clan elders rushed over and punished the two of them, so the matter was left unsettled. You mean to say that the two of them are scum? Why did the Profound Sky sect recruit these two as sect elites? Su Yun secretly clenched his teeth. Master, you do not know about the rules in the Profound Sky sect. Inside, strength is law. The sect does not care what kind of person you are, as long as you fulfill two criterias. 1. You have absolute loyalty to the sect, and 2. Hold definite power, enabling you to gain everything in the Profound Sky sect. In the Profound Sky sect, there are a lot more people that are worse, it's just that you do not know them. That means, Sly and Dongfeng are sworn enemies? Su Yun asked again. It is reasonable to say that there should be friction between the two, and recently, people saw that Dongfeng would always run towards Sly's location, as though he is trying to gain Sly's favor. I also do not know what Dongfeng is trying to do. Great Obscure said. I understand, alright. You've worked hard. Su Yun nodded his head, and then deactivated the shadow locket. Obtaining information from Great Obscure, he became more cautious of Dongfeng. Dongfeng led him through a few layers of jade platforms and reached one of the floating pavilion at the side. At the moment, there was a man and lady standing at the front of the pavilion. Su Yun secretly activated Heavenly Scale Divine Eye and sized them up. The two of them were 8th-stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivators with Elite Disciple badges hanging on their waists. The man was dressed in a gray armor, looked to be thin and scrawny with hollow eyes, as though he had no spirit in him, while the lady's face was covered in thick makeup. She was more on the plump side, the peaks on her chest seemed to be on the verge of bursting out, dressed in a very revealing outfit, with merely a wrapping over her chest. Her big thighs were even more revealing compared to her chest, seemingly unafraid that the man beside her kept on staring at her body. When the two of them approached the pavilion, the man and lady immediately went forward and bowed to the two of them. Disciple Zhao Ru, Ouyang Ke, greets the two masters. The two of them landed. Dongfeng smiled and walked over and picked Zhao Ru up, with a gentle look on his face. Rest easy. I am not one to put on airs. Next time, you guys don't have to act so formal. Zhao Ru looked at Dongfeng with seductive eyes, and let off a yes. Ouyang Ke did not say anything, but frowned. Dongfeng turned to look at Su Yun, and said, Master Sly, the treasure was actually supplied by Zhao Ru, and is currently kept in her cultivation grounds. Let us quickly go in and look at the treasure. Oh? You're not taking it out? Su Yun looked at the pavilion in front of him, and noticed that there were a few enchantments inlaid secretly inside the pavilion. All of them were cleverly concealed and have not been activated. If he was careless, he would not be able to sense their existence. Hearing that, Dongfeng smiled and walked over. Suddenly, he activated a burst of mystical force enveloping his hand and used this hand to grab Su Yun by the waist. The mystical force locked his spine, and with a push, the force immediately wrecked his backbone. Of course not. Dongfeng chuckled, just go in obediently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345. Indestructible Gold Body, Part 2. Dongfeng, what are you doing? Su Yun frowned and asked. What am I doing? Sly, you truly thought that I brought you here just to obtain that so-called treasure? You are so easily deceived. I just wanted to deceive you to come here. Dongfeng revealed a sinister and dark smile. Oh? Just to deceive me here? Then why did you give me so much things previously? Su Yun laughed. He was wearing a mask, so they could not make out his expression. If I did not give them to you and sweet-talk you, how could you relax your guard against me? Furthermore, if I did not gift those gifts to you, how can I get an excuse to force you to come out? Dongfeng chuckled, and then pushed Su Yun. Let's not waste time, Master Sly, this can be considered settling the debt between us. Must it be at this time? Su Yun was depressed. He had just become Sly for one day. To encounter this was truly unfortunate. Time waits for no one. Dongfeng stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The three of them pulled Su Yun straight into the pavilion. Su Yun then realized that Dongfeng's true aim was not the most dangerous grounds of Profound Sky Sect, but the pavilion. Sly's strength was comparable to Dongfeng, but at the moment, Sly was being held tightly by Dongfeng. and with the other two sect elites as guard, it tipped the balance of power. Master Sly, please do not be angry with us. This is just the matter between you and Master Dongfeng. We are just listening to Master Dongfeng, so we are doing this. We actually feel bad about this. Zhaoru spoke sweetly towards Su Yun. Zhaoru, why are you speaking such nonsense to a dead man? Ouyang Ke said with a somewhat unhappy tone. Hearing that, Su Yun became surprised. He stared at Dongfeng. You guys want to kill me? If you are not willing to cooperate obediently, I will truly kill you. Anyway, no one will know that I did it. Dongfeng snorted, a sinister look revealed in his eyes. Su Yun did not say anything, but secretly activated his spirit essences. Upon entering the pavilion, he noticed a large ancient cauldron in the center of the hall. The ancient cauldron was being burned with 3 types of fire formations, causing the cauldron to be at an extremely high temperature, turning the bottom of the cauldron scalding red, and at the lid of the cauldron, surging green smoke was released. Su Yun was pushed by Dongfeng into an enchantment at the right side of the hall, and upon entering, the enchantment was activated, releasing many chi hands that grabbed Su Yun's limbs. Any 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator would definitely not be able to get free. It was obvious that Dongfeng was meticulous in planning everything for Sly. Sly, you are an understanding person, you should know why I brought you here today? Dongfeng folded his hands across his chest and looked at Su Yun with ridicule. I don't know. Hee hee, why are you acting? It's okay, I will just say it out. Now, remove the connection between you and the shapeshift bone piece in front of me right now, and give it to me, understand? You want the shapeshift bone piece? Are there anything else on your body worth me noticing? There is, I have many things on my body. There is the heavenly crystal, the everlasting stone, sprite's shadow, heavenly scale divine eye. Su Yun laughed and told them of their treasures. Dongfeng and the rest started to perspire, hearing those treasures. Heavenly crystal? Everlasting stone? All of them seem to be top-grade treasures, but I heard that they are all in limitless hands. Why do you have them? Dongfeng regained his senses and asked. Because I'm limitless? Heh, Sly, stop acting in front of me. It's fine that you don't want to hand over the shapeshift bone piece, since I know that you will not automatically hand it over. Now, we will calculate the debt from the past. Dongfeng's face became distorted. You truly are trying to kill me. Kill? It is not that simple. Dongfeng raised his hand and pointed to the cauldron, and said, Do you know what that is? I don't, please enlighten me. 7 months ago, I chanced upon a dead almighty being's cultivation cave on a mission. There were not many treasures inside, because most of them were destroyed along with the death of the almighty being, but most importantly, this almighty being left behind a cauldron capable of casting an indestructible gold body. Indestructible gold body? Su Yun was startled. That's right, to mold an indestructible gold body pill. This cauldron already had the prescription imprinted on it, and every materials and ingredients needed are worth cities. For the sake of these ingredients, I had spent a great deal of wealth and treasures, and even made me lose my family's fortune. But all of them have been prepared, and only one is now lacking to complete the refinement. Dongfeng explained. Left one thing? Don't tell me. That's right, it's you. You plan to throw me into the cauldron to refine the pill? Su Yun was shocked. This method was something only demonic or evil realm beings would do. Hee, it lacks a strong spirit force material ingredient. Initially I can replace it with any other thing, but I already do not have enough treasures or energy to look for them, so I have no choice but to use you as a replacement. Dongfeng's eyes revealed a sinister look. He said coldly, Now, quick. Give me the shapeshift bone piece. I can promise you, as long as you hand it over, I can give you a comfortable death. If not, I will boil you inside the cauldron alive. You truly are perverted. Hee, do you have the right to call me that? Comparing how we kill people, your methods are many more times worse than me. However, Sly, you even dared to touch the woman that I wanted. You truly think that I, Dongfeng, is that easy to bully? Today, I will let you know what happens when you provoke me. Dongfeng. Dongfeng laughed gloomily. Whatever, Master Dongfeng, let's not waste time. Since he is hesitating that much, let's just throw him straight into the cauldron. Zhao Ru laughed and said, compared to the indestructible gold body pill, what is one shapeshift bone piece? After the refinement, there will be 3 pills, each of us will have 1 each. After consuming it, our body will become much stronger. Diamond-like hard indestructible bodies, increase strength. We will definitely improve in the profound sky sect. Master, your ranking in the elites will definitely soar, and rush to the very front. At that time, whatever treasure you want, you can get it, isn't that right? What you said is very reasonable, but there is one part that is wrong. Dongfeng squinted his eyes. Suddenly, he raised both of his hands and with the mystical burst of energy, he grabbed Ouyang Ke, who was the side by the neck, and threw him directly into the cauldron. Ouyang Ke was shocked. He immediately tried to retaliate, but he was just an 8th stage spirit soul realm cultivator. He was not Dongfeng's match, and before he could do anything, he was boiling inside the cauldron. The lid was once again closed, and a seal was immediately placed on the cauldron. Ouyang Ke tried his best to open the lid, but it was futile as the seal had completely shut off the cauldron. Very quickly, the cauldron started to shake frantically. Ouyang Ke screamed at the top of his lungs, Dongfeng. Why? Let me out. Let me out. Didn't you say if I did this for you, you will reward me with the indestructible gold body? Why? Let me out. His voice gradually became weaker, until the cauldron became calm again. It was obvious that Ouyang Ke had been refined. Zhao Ru was stunned. She stared blankly at what had happened, completely unaware that Dongfeng would actually do that. Su Yun was also shocked. According to the records, this recipe will only produce 2, so one of us will not get it. Of course, I do not wish for my darling to be left out, so I could only sacrifice Ouyang Quebec. Dongfeng laughed, and then grabbed Zhao Ru by her breast. In a while, the pills will be refined, we will each have 1, and with my dual cultivation technique, my cultivation will definitely soar. The crazy laughter filled the entire pavilion. When Zhao Ru regained her senses, a trace of fear swept past her eyes, but she maintained a smile, and continued to seduce Dongfeng. Master Dongfeng, you have truly scared me. Relax, I will only do that to Ouyang Ke. You are my darling, I am not willing to throw you in. Dongfeng licked his lips. Alright, Master, the time is late. If he is not willing to hand over the shapeshift bone piece, then don't be courteous, and throw him in. Zhao Ru covered her lips and laughed. He is refusing the goodwill I am extending to him, so he cannot blame me. A cold intent swept past Dongfeng's eyes. He immediately walked over and took out a blue sharp dagger, and directly stabbed towards Su Yun's chest. The position he aimed for deviated slightly away from the heart, landing it where the artery and main qi channel was. This strike would not kill Su Yun, but severely injure him, and cause the profound spirit qi in his body to go into a mess, harming his cultivation. This brat's cultivation is the same as mine. I will first cripple him, then throw him into the cauldron to be refined. With that said, the dagger shot forward. But in that instant, a powerful hand grabbed onto the blue dagger in a flash. The dagger was immediately stopped. Dongfeng's face changed. He raised his hand, and noticed that the person in front of him had already struggled free from the qi hands, and was smiling right at him. He struggled out? The array formation was truly useless against him. What? Impossible. Even a cultivator in the first stage of the spirit star realm cannot break free from the shackles of this array formation. Master Sly, when did you achieve such a cultivation? Zhao Ru, who was already horrified, screamed in shock. What is going on? Dongfeng was equally shocked. First stage spirit star realm cultivators cannot break it, but what about cultivators of the third stage spirit star realm? Su Yun's expression turned sinister. He swung his hand and struck Dongfeng by the arm, and the spirit force that was being transferred into the blade pervaded into Dongfeng's body and spread around like water, going through his entire body, shattering all the bones. Dongfeng's body became limp and he instantly fell to the ground. The pain from the shattering of his bones almost made him faint. Ah! Zhao Ru frightened to the point that she dropped to the ground, staring in fear at the person who walked out of the array. Why you? Who exactly are you? You're definitely not Sly. It is impossible that Sly's cultivation can reach the spirit star realm. Who are you? Dongfeng cried out in pain. Didn't I tell you? You just didn't believe me. Su Yun replied. Hearing that, Dongfeng's eyes shrunk, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Why you are really limitless. You're Su Yun? Now you believe me? Su Yun grabbed Dongfeng's body and carried him up. He waved his hand, and instantly opened the lid of the cauldron, and threw Dongfeng inside. Su Yun! No! Stop! Let me go, let me live, please I beg you, let me live! Dongfeng was in despair and screamed at the top of his lungs, the fear and despair in his eyes growing more and more. You already know my identity, I have no reason to let you go. With that said, Dongfeng was flung into the cauldron. Ah! The anguish scream came out, but the cauldron did not move. Without his bones, Dongfeng was just a pile of meat, and was instantly boiled to death alive. Indestructible gold body pill? Good stuff, at least I did not come here for nothing. Su Yun muttered. He then turned and looked at Zhao Ru. The current Zhao Ru was so scared that her entire body was trembling. All the spirit chi around her body had automatically dissipated. She did not have any strength at all. Why you want to kill me? Zhao Ru screamed in tremble. What do you think, should I kill you or not? Su Yun asked. He had some thoughts of using Zhao Ru, since she looked easy to control. But at that moment, Zhao Ru pulled the disciple order badge at her waist. She wanted to imbue spirit chi into it and seek help from the profound sky sect. Seeing that, Su Yun did not hesitate any longer and unsheathed the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and pierced through Zhao Ru. Zhao Ru's body twitched and fell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346. Indestructible Gold Body, Part 3. Boom! A low resounding sound came out from the pavilion. The cauldron in the middle opened up, and green smoke pervaded out. Su Yun was ecstatic. He anxiously removed the formation beneath the cauldron. After which, he leaped to the cauldron and looked down. Inside of it was one golden yellow pill. Indestructible gold body pill. Su Yun was ecstatic. But why is there only one? Ah, maybe Dongfeng was lying to the both of them from the start? Maybe Zhao Ru would most probably be killed by Dongfeng in the end. Currently, Zhao Ru, Dongfeng and Ouyang Ke are dead. I can't stay here for long. Luckily, no one saw when Dongfeng came to find me, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Su Yun thought. He took the pill and quietly slipped out of the pavilion and rushed back to Slice Cultivation Jade platform. Upon reaching, the enchantment activated and he soared into the house. He activated all the cultivation formation arrays in the middle of the house, and then consumed the indestructible gold body pill. Although the scent that it produced was extremely fragrant, but in the end, it was concocted with 2 corpses, so it had a strange stench and taste, causing him to feel uncomfortable. The indestructible gold body was what Su Yun needed the most at the moment. With it, his body would strengthen, and he could consolidate the power that he absorbed from the Spirit Demon Emperor. After that, he could completely use his 3rd stage Spirit Star Realm cultivation, and could then start progressing towards the 4th stage. More importantly, he could continue to remove the seal on the Death Sword. Su Yun stayed in the house for 3 full days, before completely digesting the pill. At the moment, the skin on his body was emitting a set of gold light, and the veins, arteries, organs, bones, and muscles had all obtained perfect growth. Having reached an all-new peak, his current body's strength was at least 50 times stronger than his old body, and he felt that if he were to face an attack from the Spirit Demon Emperor now, it would not even be fatal to him. Very good. Suyun stood up and stretched his limbs, feeling extremely happy. Your flesh body has strengthened so quickly? It seems that you had some fortuitous encounter again? Just then, Ling Qingyu's voice that hadn't appeared for a long time came out from the sword sheath. Suyun took the sword sheath out from the storage ring. A white light flashed from inside, and flew out, landing in front of Suyun, quickly transforming into a beautiful lady. It was Ling Qingyu. She was still in the simple snow-white clothes, yet she was intrinsically beautiful. Just by standing there, her delicate figure emitted a sense of obscure heroic spirit. Her chest was moderate, lightly wrapped around by the clothes, and her long black hair dropped over her shoulders to her back, as though it was about to touch the ground. Regardless of what angle she was viewed in, she was flawless and beautiful. Such a person could only appear in the heavens. Suyun was caught in a daze looking at her, but who could blame him? Any man would become like that just by looking at her. He pushed his thoughts back and laughed. Xingyu, long time no see, you've recovered? Humph, you only remember me at times of need? Every time, I will be exhausted by helping you and need to go back in to recover, and just as I recover, you will use me again. If I knew this will happen to me, I should not have cared about you at that time. Ling Qingyu folded her arms around her beautiful breasts, and snorted, showing her displease. Are you regretting it now? A little bit. I am sorry, there won't be a next time anymore. Suyun laughed in embarrassment. Ling Qingyu looked at him, then looked around and asked with suspicion, this place is? The Profound Sky Sect? The Profound Sky Sect? Ling Qingyu was shocked. Aren't you enemies with them? Or have you been captured? If I was captured by the Profound Sky Sect, I think I would be locked in a cell for questioning, forced to disclose Qing'er's location. Would you still be able to see a perfect me? That. I've infiltrated the Profound Sky Sect. Suyun laughed. Ling Qingyu was stunned, and said, do you think the Profound Sky Sect's people are idiots? To so easily let you infiltrate them? They are not idiots, but I obtained a treasure that allows me to flawlessly shapeshift into one of them and sneak in. Suyun then told her everything about Sly. Upon hearing that, she was extremely shocked. She never expected Suyun to take the chance and sneak in. So what do you plan to do in the Profound Sky Sect? It isn't to destroy them, right? Truth be told, if you shapeshift into the patriarch of the Profound Sky Sect, it might work. What's the use of shapeshifting into one of their elites? Shapeshift into the patriarch? Then I need to kill him first. But if he dies, the Profound Sky Sect would not even chase after me or Qing'er anymore. Aren't you saying pointless things? Furthermore, I have never seen the patriarch before. How can I impersonate him? Suyun sighed. Then what do you plan to do? In here, at least I am able to gather new information. And the most dangerous place is the safest place. I do not need to worry about them having to chase me. Of course, if there is an opportunity, I naturally wish to end this whole thing. Suyun laughed. Opportunity? Ling Qingyu did not understand, but she suddenly thought about something. Her face revealed a look of astonishment, and looked at Suyun in shock. Don't tell me this guy wants to. Oh yes, Qingyu, I have raised currently my strength to the 3rd stage of the Spirit Star Realm. My power has increased greatly and has also improved greatly. Now, all that is left is to train in the last sword of the 4-sword master stage. Upon learning that, I will be able to control 10,000 swords. However, at the moment, I have not subdued enough swords from the everlasting sword sheath, so I plan to enter the sword sheath world to take a walk. Hee, even if you didn't say it, I would have pointed it out to you. In the period when I was resting, I met many primal swords. Suyun, you are currently strong enough, and with Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword and Death Sword, you can subdue other primal swords without difficulty. I have an extremely unique primal sword. If you are able to obtain it, it will definitely increase your personal strength substantially. Tien, in real terms, is twin swords, whereby one sword can split into 2 or 3, and which the subswords are called. but in LSG, was originally called Origin Sword by Yao's and Twin Swords by me, but in truth, its real explanation in LSG is what I called, which is primal swords that can control other swords. I will stick with primal sword because mother sword or twin swords are not apt for their description, whereby the primal swords can control not 2 or 3, but thousands. I apologize for the confusion. Oh? Su-Yun was roused and asked, "What sword is it?" "It is a primal sword called the Desolator, just follow me and see." Ling Qingyu said, and then transformed into a light aura and returned back to the sword sheath. Su-Yun swallowed his saliva. Without hesitation, he placed the sword sheath on the ground, activated it, then immediately entered. Whoosh, the scene before him dazzled with white light, his surroundings changed, and he appeared in the place where he had long not visited. All around him was a boundless blue sky, clouds floated all around with a gentle breeze blowing. One after another, palaces that had swords as their foundation floated across the horizon. "Follow me." Ling Chu called out to Su-Yun, and moved lightly, soaring like a dove. Su-Yun brandished the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and leaped up, stepping on the sword. When the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword appeared, all of the sub-swords that were subdued by it flew over, as though they were loyal bodyguards protecting Su-Yun. The 1,000 swords flew together, forming a grand scene. Su-Yun followed Ling Qingyu tightly as they sped through the horizon. "Oh, Su-Yun, I wanted to ask, do you think you understand the limitless sword art?" "Understand?" Su-Yun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head bitterly. "My understanding is too shallow. Currently, I am just controlling the swords based on the imageries displayed, but it should be sufficient for now, since I am controlling so many swords to attack. So far, out of all of Sky Martial Continent's mystical techniques, the limitless sword art is definitely at the top." "Then have you learned of sword formations before?" "Sword formations?" Su-Yun was startled. "You should not have learned it before, right?" "Sai, although you can control so many swords, you don't even know of sword formations. One simple sword formation is always able to produce a might far stronger than the sword itself." Why did Sword Elder die so early? You have not even learned about understanding the sword yet. When there is time, I will teach you a few simple sword techniques. Ling Qingyu said in a helpless tone. She was sort of sighing twice, but I didn't want to leave it as sigh. Think of it as someone sighing, with a pause somewhere. "I will have to thank you, Qingyu." Su-Yun laughed, and said with gratitude. "I am just repaying my debt to Master Sword Ancestor." Ling Qingyu snorted. The two of them continued to fly, passing countless of sword dows that were covered with sub-swords. All of these glistening and dazzling swords caused Su-Yun to open his eyes wide, always exclaiming throughout the journey. The world inside the everlasting sword sheath is not something people could ever imagine, and I wonder how many more mystical places there are in this world that I've not seen. Suddenly, Su-Yun became somewhat looking forward to seeing the world. "We're here." Just then, Ling Qingyu suddenly stopped. Su-Yun stopped and looked ahead, only to see a black square-shaped sword palace floating. The sword palace only had one sword dao. The sword dao was only about 10 m long, and the sword palace itself was not big, much smaller than the sword palaces that he had seen before it. "Is this the sword palace that you said the primal sword Desolator is in?" Su-Yun asked. "Yes." "Why does it feel that it has subdued very few sub-swords?" "It truly didn't subdue much, only 300 sub-swords." "Ha! It is 3 times lesser than the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. The might of the primal sword is not proven by the number of sub-sword it has, but by its power." Ling Qingyu revealed a strange smile, and then extended out her pure white arm, indicating Su-Yun to go ahead, and laughed. "You can test its power." Su-Yun stared at the sword palace and took a deep breath. He suddenly raised his hands, and activated all of his spirit essences, erupting with profound spirit force. Buzz 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 buzz. At the same time, the 1,000 sub-swords around him all started trembling. His cultivation level was currently sufficient to challenge all of the primal swords inside the sword sheath, and he was no longer clumsy like in the past. Su Yun focused himself and stared at the seemingly simple and crude square-shaped sword palace. He had a thought in his mind, and he rushed forward. In a blink of an eye, the 1,000 sub-swords transformed into 1,000 rays of lightning and rushed towards the sword palace. The powerful sword chi opened up like a web and surrounded the sword palace. But in that moment, the sword palace displayed a strange action. A set of gray ripple emitted out from the sword palace. Su Yun's eyes contracted. He was about to move, but suddenly heard a whoosh sound. The entire sword palace was gone. What? Su Yun's heart tensed up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347. 8 parts 8-hole formation. Sword formation. The 1,000 swords had lost their target, and repeatedly shuttled back and forth in front of Su Yun. The wind and clouds slowly drifted before him, as though nothing had happened. Su Yun looked at the scene in astonishment, his heart feeling shocked. This desolator, could it be? That's right. Ling Qingyu, who was by the side, raised the corner of her lips and laughed. This sword is different from the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword. The immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword is good at leading as it is a leader-type sword, and when the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword cuts an enemy, it leaves behind a mark that would attract all of its sub-swords to attack, unrelenting attacks. It is extremely terrifying, but it is not the strongest. If you want to talk about a killing-type sword, then this assassination-type desolator is the best. Not only can it cut through steel like mud, it can easily cut apart the enemy's profound spirit chi and treasures. It also possesses the ability to become invisible. Invisibility? In battle, it can release a type of sword concept, allowing the desolator and all of its sub-swords to easily kill people without any form. The opponent wouldn't even know how many swords you control, the length of your swords and the strength of the profound spirit chi on your swords, so in the end, how could they fight you? Maybe even those that are weaker in sensing would not even know if you're controlling swords or not. You tell me, is that scary or not? Suddenly. Poochie. Su Yun's arm had a large hole in it, blood spurted out and an extremely weak sword concept pounced over. Not good. The desolator is coming. Su Yun tensed up. He quickly retreated, and retracted all the 1,000 swords back to his body, forming a defensive sword wall. Ding ding dang dang. Just then, the sword wall seemed to be struck by somebody, and released many sounds of collision. A great number of sparks and sword concept burst forth. Su Yun felt as if he was in a torrential storm. He clenched his teeth and looked around, but he could not sense the desolator's position and its other sub-swords. This completely formless and silent sword, how could he fight against it? The only way to capture the desolator's position is by clearly understanding its sword concept. Just then, Ling Qingyu revealed. Understanding its sword concept? How subtle and quiet is that thing? How can I even calm myself down to understand it? Then you have to test the quality of your mind. A true expert cultivator, when facing an enemy that is countless of times stronger than him, is able to calm down and look for the way to defeat his enemy. If you can't even do this, then don't even think about subduing all of the 18,000 swords here. Ling Qingyu's voice became stern. Hearing that, Su Yun frowned. Qingyu is right. If I were to face this type of situation, I cannot panic. I must calm down and find a way. That is the only way to survive. The constructed wall pillar relied on profound spirit chi, and the spirit chi formed a defensive state around each and every sword, but when the sword pillar was struck, the first thing being consumed was naturally the profound spirit chi. Thus, being focused by such rapid attacks, Su Yun's profound spirit chi was being deflated like a balloon. The constant leakage was making it impossible for him to last for long, and even with the support of the monarch occult force, he still had difficulty resisting. Time was running out. The more it is like this, the more I need to be calm. He closed his eyes and focused on his surroundings. His spirit essences were activated, releasing zzz sounds of streams of air, but mixed inside it were other sounds. Su Yun could still remember everything that he learned in the Devil's Sect in his previous life. Psyche hearing. It was a type of sensor solely belonging to the spirit. The body sensors were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin, etc., and the brain was the central region. The spirit's sensory organs were the psyche vision, psyche hearing, psyche smell, etc. The heart was the central location of where all the spirit sensors were, and the spirit the medium. People who were able to temper themselves and refine the spirit sensors were all hailed to have perverse sensory capabilities, and in battle, when their enemies were making their moves, they could immediately sense the way their enemies were about to attack, enabling them to use the most fatal counterattacks, thus achieving the true know yourself, know your enemy. This was one of the terrifying ways to use the human senses to judge the enemy's strength. The Devil sect was one of the places that had a few people with such ability, and only those geniuses that were about to reach the heavens would be able to temper those spirit sensors. Suyun did not have the unreasonable request to be able to temper all of the spirit sensors like the psyche vision, psyche hearing, psyche smell, etc. He only wanted either the psyche hearing or psyche vision. The sound of clanging on the sword wall were still occurring, and the weak sound of the profound spirit force released by the spirit essences were still occurring. Suyun calmed his heart down, and focused completely inside, ignoring everything occurring around him. He only maintained his spirit essences, and he entered a state of blankness. His mind was in a blank state. He did not think about winning or losing the battle, just feeling everything naturally, feeling the spirit in him. Silence. I need silence. Discarding everything that he did not want to hear, he started to automatically filter all his senses. Assimilating all of his senses into his mind and heart, he placed all of his focus and attention onto psyche hearing. Gradually, the intense sounds of the sword striking silenced and calmed down. Slowly, the sound of the spirit essences releasing spirit chi also disappeared. His surrounding became quiet, and became empty. Suyun felt as though he was no longer in the world of the swords anymore, but instead, in a world that belonged only to him. Whoosh! So. Just then, slight sets of sounds that sounded like intruders barging into his world came out. It was not loud, but he could hear it clearly. That's the sword concept. Suyun suddenly opened his eyes. Holding a mortal mystical scarlet blood sword, he threw it into a small hole in the sword wall. Dang! A gray image gradually appeared. It was an unremarkable-looking gray sword that was struck out. In that instant, the radius of 1 kilometer around it started to shake, and many sword images suddenly flickered in the air, after that quickly disappearing again. Powerful! To actually be able to catch on to the Desolator's location. Even striking the Desolator to make it appear. Ling Qingyu, who was watching by the side, could not resist but to exclaim and continued, "But if you were just relying on that, you will definitely not be able to defeat the Desolator. To subdue it, you must keep on capturing its position and force it into being unable to form a sword formation. That is the only way to do it. Suyun, I will now teach you one of the basic sword formations. It will help you to defeat the Desolator. Are you willing to learn it? Changyu, quickly teach me." Suyun clenched his teeth and shouted loudly. Such an anxious person. Ling Qingyu muttered, then started to speak like a chant. This formation is called 8 parts 8 hole formation. It is very simple. With your current cultivation and talent, learning and mastering it is not a problem. You have to remember this chant. With the bone as the core is the blood is the Tao, and the Tao is the bone. Congeal the head, and grab the vanishing crux. This sword formation requires at the minimum 16 swords to activate. You are able to control 1,000. So the sword formation you can form with it will be even more terrifying, but we have to see if you are able to. The 8 part will be used as defense, and the 8 hole will be used to attack, separating them to withdraw for defense, forming them into a hole to advance for offense, but regardless whether it is offense or defense, as a whole or as parts, you require an appointed point, a point to guide them, and this point will be you yourself. Ling Qingyu spoke quickly, but her words were articulated clearly. Suyun immediately understood when he heard it, but it was extremely difficult to form the 1,000 swords that were currently battling into a sword formation at the moment. He took a deep breath, forming a sword wall with the 1,000 swords, and then he quickly retreated. and formed a distance between himself and the invisible desolator, and then following Qingyu's chant, he divided the 1037 swords into two parts, one for the parts formation, another for the whole formation. The swords in the parts formation spiraled around his body and became a defensive parameter, and the swords in the whole formation revolved at a 100 m distance away from Su Yun, waiting to be commanded. The initially messy 1,000 swords all formed together, and with Su Yun as the center, they began to display their own uses. But even so, the profound spirit chi flowing from Su Yun's body poured like torrents. The consumption was 4 to 5 times more than normal. Even the monarch occult force was completely activated. Bang bang bang. The clear sounds of the flying swords clashing sounded as though they were pouring down onto the tiles of the roof of a home, continuing endlessly. The great amount of sword concepts moved wantonly, and the terrifying pressure formed from both sides clashed and produced large ripples every time they clapped. Just then, the desolator's swords formed a flow and struck toward Su Yun's chest like an invisible mystical dragon, roaring with rage. If not for his spirit sensor catching onto this invisible dragon, Su Yun most likely would have died without knowing what had happened. Parts. Su Yun waved immortal mystical scarlet blood sword bravely, releasing a large amount of profound spirit Q into the swords of the parts formation, and the swords of the parts formation formed together, forming a square sword shield, blocking at Su Yun's front. Boom! The desolator fiercely smashed into it, causing the swords of the parts formation to scatter, but the desolator's invisible dragon was also shaken and the 300 sub-swords immediately scattered. Chance! Su Yun muttered under his breath, and immediately controlled the whole formation to smash towards the desolator that was right in the center of the invisible dragon. Immediately, the swords of the whole formation were all around the desolator. It was incapable of escaping. Buzz 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 buzz. Suddenly, the desolator's sword blades suddenly shuddered, and released sets of sword hums that rippled out into all directions, causing the swords of the whole formation to waver and become powerless. You can't do that, Su Yun. You are controlling too many swords, so your power is split among them, which isn't enough against the desolator. As long as it knows about this point, it would rely on sword pressure to break the attack of the swords from the whole formation. You need to concentrate more into them. Ling Chengyu called out loudly. Concentrate? The look in Su Yun's eyes turned serious. Locating the desolator from its sound, he instigated profound spirit chi and controlled the whole formation to attack. However, it was once again ineffective. The whole formation swayed. The closer they got to the desolator, the stronger the sword pressure became, causing them to sway more, as though flying was extremely taxing, much less attacking the desolator. So, just then, the swords of the parts formation around Su Yun suddenly moved. They gave up on defense and formed a crescent shape, clashing towards the whole formation. Su Yun, what are you doing? Ling Chengyu exclaimed. The parts formation moved out simultaneously, while Su Yun retreated backwards, dodging the attacks of the desolator's subswords. The desolator did not anticipate that Su Yun would completely give up on defense and use the parts formation to attack it, so it immediately called back the surrounding subswords to defend. Clang 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 clang. The swords of the parts formation struck the subswords that were protecting the desolator, causing huge ripples, but the most unexpected was Su Yun's true goal. The whole formation behind caught the gap of the desolator and struck forward. However, the place where they struck was not the desolator, but the swords of the parts formation. Ling Chengyu's eyes widened. Clang! 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 The sword tips of the parts formation touched the whole formation's sword hilts, transferring their power over, and the swords of the whole formation that was being stopped immediately released a powerful might, causing the sword blades of the subswords to strike the desolator. Clang! 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 The swords of the parts formation directly hit onto the desolator's blade. Clang! 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 The sound of swords clashing came out endlessly. In that moment, the sword pressure emitted by the desolator immediately disappeared, and the surrounding subswords were defeated, as the desolator had completely lost control. Xiao! Then, the Desolator and its subswords all flew into the sky and remained still. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348. The Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon. Ling Qingyu was still in midair, looking at Su Yun with her blank look. Only after a while did she close her mouth, then said, "P powerful, to actually be able to use the two different types of sword might of the parts and whole to form a collective movement." Su Yun, in the 8 parts 8 whole formation, there never was such a move, but you who literally just learnt it actually improvised. I truly do not know if I should call you an idiot or a genius. Do you know what would have happened if you failed? I have no other ways left. Su Yun laughed bitterly. To be forced into such a predicament, if I do not take the risk, how could I win against this sword? Ling Qingyu opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. The Desolator was still hovering in the air, but it did not move anymore. It did not become invisible either. Su Yun knew that it had been subdued by him. He flew over, and with one hand, he grabbed onto the Desolator's hilt. Practically at the same time, the 300 subswords around flew over, and revolved above Su Yun. Su Yun was moved. He scrutinized the sword carefully. The Desolator's blade was not considered long, it was shorter than average swords by an inch, and the sword blade was a dim gray color. The sword hilt did not have any gems or decorative features, the entire sword did not have any luster, and looked to be extremely unremarkable, but this seemingly unremarkable sword was able to produce an invisible threat to others. Su Yun activated his profound spirit chi and imbued it to the sword body. The Desolator trembled slightly, and a gray halo rippled out in all directions. In that instant, including Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword and all of its subswords, all of the swords disappeared. But Su Yun could clearly feel their presence. 1,300 plus swords were all completely invisible. How terrifying is that? With the assistance of Desolator, even if I meet with a 4th stage Spirit Star Realm Cultivator, I have the ability to put up a fight. Su Yun was ecstatic. You better not look down on 4th stage Spirit Star Realm experts. Ling Qingyu said with a serious look, these existences are not poor people, they naturally have many strong treasures on them, and all of them have 1 or 2 trump cards, so you better not be too complacent. A Spirit Star Realm Cultivator will have a lot of difficulty in cultivating, and every single one of them have experienced far more dangerous situations that you can ever imagine. You better remember that. Ling Qingyu had interacted with all the powerful figures before, and her knowledge was much richer than Su Yun. Regarding this warning, Su Yun naturally nodded his head in acceptance. After obtaining the Desolator, Su Yun did not put it on his back anymore. The Desolator was not as violent and did not have a temperament like the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword or the Death Sword, and after being subdued, it was so terrifyingly quiet. Su Yun decided to keep it inside the Everlasting Sword Sheath, and left the sword world. Ling Qingyu remained inside the Everlasting Sword Sheath and found a place to cultivate by herself. Back inside the house, Su Yun felt extremely good. He currently had 2 primal swords in his hands. With a total of over 1,300 flying swords, his strength had increased substantially. But compared to the Desolator, Su Yun was even more pleased towards the sword formation that Ling Qingyu taught him. Although it was a preliminary sword formation, he could feel the might behind it. Sword formations were much more effective than him relying on random control and slashes. He also remembered that the Sword Elder had also mentioned before that there were sword techniques for controlling swords, but sword techniques were too scattered, while a sword formation was one system. A stack of chopsticks were definitely harder than just one chopstick. Su Yun composed himself and sat down cross-legged, comprehending the 8 parts 8 whole formation while tempering his profound spirit chi. After an unknown period of time. Is Master Sly in? Just then, a respectful voice came out from outside. Su Yun opened his eyes. After thinking about it, he ignored it and continued to train, but just at this time, another voice came out again. Master Sly, we are the disciples of the law enforcement unit. Please open the enchantment, we would like to ask you a few questions. Enforcement unit? Su Yun was startled. Suddenly, he thought about something, and tensed up. Could it be about Dong Feng? If I brush them off, I will definitely make them suspect me. He took a deep breath and walked out of the house. Upon exiting, he saw 4 cultivators floating with matching green blades, they all dressed in the same attire, black robes with yellow linings, and with some golden armor on places which were more prone to danger. They looked suave and powerful, with order badges hanging on their waists that were not ordinary disciple badges, with a golden print law written on it. Seeing Sly walking over, the law enforcement people cupped their fists, but their actions did not seem extremely respectful. Seeing that, Su-Yun thought in his mind, it seems like to the law enforcement people, the sect elites are not powerful people. Master Sly, I am Qin Song from the law enforcement unit, and am responsible for investigating sect elite Ying Dongfeng's disappearance. Can I ask if it is a convenient time for Master now? Qin Song wants to ask Master Sly some questions if it is possible. What? Dongfeng is missing? But what does it have to do with me? Are you all thinking that I captured him? Su-Yun feigned an angry look and snorted at the 4 of them. Master, please do not be angry, that is not what I meant. Qin Song immediately replied. Although the sect elites were not considered powerful to the law enforcement unit, the law enforcement unit's position was still beneath the sect elites, so Qin Song's proclamation of Master showed that Su-Yun was still able to feign a temper. Master, I only thought that Master Dongfeng and you have a good relation, and thus came to ask a few questions. We do not have any other intentions, I hope Master will not think wrongly. Humph, I figured you guys dare not either. Su-Yun chided, then waved his hand and removed the enchantment. Qin Song and the other law enforcement members flew in. What happened to Dongfeng? Why is he missing? Su-Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating and asked. With regards to Master Dongfeng, we do not have any idea either, but the disciples in the location hall caught sight of Master Dongfeng's order badge information. We tried to establish communication with Master Dongfeng but to no avail, and we do not know about his location either. The guardian disciples guarding the entrance also said that Master Dongfeng did not leave the Profound Sky sect, so the clan elder ordered us to investigate. So it was like that, Su-Yun calmly muttered, but his heart tensed up. Never thought that the Profound Sky sect's order badge will have some sort of seal, or upon being destroyed, the Profound Sky sect's people will find out. I should have taken his order badge before taking care of him at that time. Everyone in the Profound Sky sect knows that Master Dongfeng and Master Sly have a good relationship, so we specially came to ask. Master, when was the last time Master Sly met Master Dongfeng? Qin Song laughed. But after saying that, Su-Yun's face immediately became ugly. Dongfeng and Sly have a good relationship? I think they should be investigating Sly because of their grievances, right? Moreover, Su-Yun did not know if others knew about Dongfeng coming to visit him. If there were people who knew, and if he said that he had not met him, wouldn't it lead to suspicions? After thinking for a bit, Su-Yun replied, after coming back from the mission, Master Dongfeng came and visited me once. Because my injuries were serious, he gave me a clear immortal Tricent pill to aid in my recovery. After consuming it, I stayed here to recover. Master Dongfeng then left, but as for where he went, I do not know. Hearing that, the law enforcement unit secretly looked at each other. Qin Song's eyes revealed a trace of being at a loss. He finally sighed and cupped his fists. Since it was so, then we have disturbed Master. We still have other places to investigate and will not stay here any further. We will take our leave first. I have not fully recovered yet, and need to rest. I won't send you all off. No worries, Master. Qin Song and the rest replied respectfully, then turned and left the jade platform. When they left, Su-Yun's tensed mind finally relaxed. From the looks revealed in Qin Song's eyes, he should not be suspicious of me anymore. After all, Sly had just returned from a mission and was heavily injured, so how can he have time to act against Dongfeng? If he wanted to, even the injured Sly cannot do anything to him. However, if someone sees through my identity, I will truly be dead. Su-Yun definitely could not escape from the hundreds of enchantments sealing the mountain range, not only would he be unable to escape, he would most probably be destroyed by profound sky sect experts. Suyun's eyes twitched. He activated the shadow locket and established a communication with Great Obscure. Master. Great Obscure's voice came out. What happened to Dong Feng? Suyun asked. Dong Feng? Master, how do you know about Dong Feng? Great Obscure's shock voice came out. The matter had not been publicly announced, but Suyun knew about it, as though he was in the profound sky sect. Don't ask so much, tell me what is happening to Dong Feng and what's happening in the profound sky sect now. Great Obscure became focused and said, according to Second Shadow and Third Obscure, the disciples in the location hall had confirmed that Master Dong Feng is already dead. Now the law enforcement unit is investigating his death. Because the Guardian disciples had not activated the enchantment, Master Dong Feng could not have left profound sky sect. The law enforcement unit reckons it was someone on the inside that harmed Master Dong Feng. Oh? Seems like it is a very serious matter? Sigh, it is not really that serious, but it is also not light. The profound sky sect is a place where the strong feasts on the weak. In truth, there will be people dying in here every day. Because of seizing resources or the different small group conflicts, there are friction between disciples here. The higher-ups of profound sky sects seldom care about all these, so the death of disciples are a common thing here, but this time, a sect elite had died. The law enforcement unit who have always been slacking had no choice but to personally step up and investigate, but from the looks of it, it seems that the law enforcement unit is only doing it for a show. Maybe after a period of time, everything will cool down. Hearing that, Suyun frowned. From the way you said it, the profound sky sect is very messy, right? But why is it so strong today? Master, could it be that you don't understand this logic? What logic? The more people there are, the more chaotic it is. Why is profound sky sect so chaotic? That's because the sect scale is larger than you can imagine, made up of many smaller sects. The lack of management creates chaos and mess, but today, no matter how chaotic the profound sky sect is, other sects cannot fight against them. Great Obscure said seriously. Suyun kept quiet. Oh yes, Master, Fifth Obscure found a secret, and was about to report to you. It is a secret regarding a treasure of the highest quality. This subordinate thinks it is obtainable. Master's cultivation is in the third stage of the spirit star realm. With this treasure, you'll be like a tiger with wings. What treasure is it? Suyun asked. The Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349. The Elite Sect Rankings. Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon? What's that? Suyun was perspiring profusely while asking. It is said that it is a treasure with terrifying killing power. After activating it, it can absorb the surging spirit profound chi from the surroundings in 10 breaths of time, converging it into one of its interior part, and in 10 breaths of time, it can launch an attack. It is said that the treasure is able to go through the defense of a spirit master cultivator. Master, if you want to face off against the Lord of the Profound Sky Sect in the future, you definitely need this treasure. Great Obscure said. Spirit Master Cultivator? Suyun could not think clearly. His heart was suddenly beating really quickly. He only regained his senses after a long while and asked, where is this treasure currently? Demonic Skeletal Death Cave. Demonic Skeletal Death Cave? Where's that? A demon spiritual cave that Profound Sky Sect have recently found. Great Obscure paused for a while, then continued, inside the cave, there are many skeletons of the dead. It was said that 1,300 years ago, Paleomine Nation waged a war with Proud Moon Nation, and both sides put in 300,000 worth of fighting strength, and slaughtered each other in the plains. All of the soldiers were cultivators, and because Paleomine Nation had a high-grade general leading the battle that turncoat at the last moment, it resulted in the assassination of the Marshal of Paleomine Nation, and his head was beheaded on the day of the decisive battle. The general of Proud Moon Nation raised the marshal's head up high and shouted for everyone to stop fighting, causing the morale of Paleomine Nation's soldiers to drop. The soldiers were defeated, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were kept as prisoners of wars, but Proud Moon Nation did not fulfill their promise that they made for surrendering. Instead of killing the soldiers of Paleomine Nation, they buried the army alive, and the corpses were laid inside the demonic skeletal death cave for many years, until one day, a skeleton king demon came out from nowhere, and used its mystical techniques to revive the army, thus producing the demonic skeletal death cave of today. It is said that the great negative Yang immortal cannon is an immortal object carried by immortals. Its grade is at least of the star level or maybe even higher. This subordinate does not know how the skeleton king demon obtained the treasure, but without a doubt, it is a treasure that everyone will seek after. What does that treasure have to do with Profound Sky Sect? Su Yun asked. Profound Sky Sect have sent a force consisting of over 3,000 disciples a few months ago, under the command of an elite sect to the demonic skeletal death cave. They have started a war, and recently the cave have been conquered, and the elite sect in command have a treasure bestowed by the Lord, and is on his way towards the skeleton king demon for the last battle. I reckon in a few days' time, the skeleton king demon will be defeated. At that time, the great negative Yang immortal cannon must be presented to the Lord, and thus Profound Sky Sect will send a small force to the cave to retrieve the cannon. This subordinate have already received the map and route. Master can wait on route and intercept it. Oh. Su Yun was roused, and said, that means, Profound Sky Sect really wants to obtain that treasure? But come to think of it, why can't the skeleton king demon win Profound Sky Sect's elite sect with that treasure? The skeleton king demon was caught in the trap of Profound Sky Sect. In truth, before all of this, Profound Sky Sect had already sent 2 elite sects to attack the skeleton king demon, and forced it to use the great negative Yang immortal cannon once. The immortal cannon can only be used once every 5 days, that means in the 5 days, the skeleton king demon cannot use the cannon anymore. So Profound Sky Sect is taking that opportunity to kill their way in, and not giving the skeleton king demon any chance. So that's why, then, do you know who will Profound Sky Sect send to retrieve the great negative Yang immortal cannon? A total of 4 elite sects, 10 elite disciples. The 4 elite sects are as follows: rank 30 Jieshui, rank 43 Guanzihu, rank 45 Su Yulang. Oh, and that's right, because of Sly's shapeshifting ability, he was also chosen to be part of the retrieval team. Oh? Sly is going too? Su Yun was surprised. He never expected that it would be his turn to act. Yes, Sly can disguise really well. If there are anyone intercepting the treasure, Sly could easily bring the treasure back to Profound Sky Sect. Master, if you want to take the treasure, you must be careful of Sly, he is extremely crafty. I understand. Su Yun laughed. He suddenly thought about something, and asked, oh right, Great Obscure, do you know what rank is Sly in the elite sects? Sly's strength is not very high, and thus he is rather behind, rank 73. That's low. Master, you must be cautious of the people around you. Alright, we'll leave it as that. If there's anything else, I'll contact you again. Su Yun finished his conversation and cut the communication of the Shadow Locket. In a training room of Profound Sky Sect, Great Obscure placed the locket in his hand down, and then placed it back onto his neck. He took a deep breath and looked in front of him. Seated in front of him were Third Obscure and Fourth Shadow. Third Obscure had a prominent look, he had a big head and average appearance, but his sturdy and huge build made it a point that people would remember him. Fourth Shadow was a beautiful lady. She seemed to be around the age of 27 and 28, with light makeup on her face and black eyeliner. She was dressed in black type robes, with a ponytail tied. She looked extremely capable and experienced, and somewhat charming. What's wrong? Why do the two of you look unhappy? Great Obscure caught the unhappiness on their faces and asked. Big brother, it is not that we are unhappy, just that we do not understand. Third Obscure said dryly. Great Obscure raised an eyebrow. Don't understand? What do you not understand? We do not understand why Big Brother still wants to help Su Yun. The Su family patriarch is dead, and the entire Su family are on the run. The Julian region Su family does not exist anymore. We can say that our debt have been repaid, and maybe we do not need to live for the owner of the Shadow Locket anymore. We can leave Profound Sky Sect and live the lives we want to live. Fourth Shadow looked at Great Obscure and said with an earnest expression. Great Obscure was quiet for a long while. He turned his head and looked at Third Obscure. Do you think so too? Third Obscure. Third Obscure hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head. I understand. Great Obscure heaved a sigh of relief. There were no anger or hatred on his face, but there were no smiles. He nodded his head calmly, then extended his hands out to the two of them. Hand over the locket used for communication to me. Big brother. Give them to me. Great Obscure insisted. Third Obscure and Fourth Shadow looked at each other. In the end they could not hold back anymore. They took down their lockets and placed them in Great Obscure's hand. All right, the two of you can leave. Leave the Profound Sky Sect and live the lives you want to live. Great Obscure kept the lockets into his storage and said quietly. He then turned around and continued to read the reports he had compiled. The two of them stood there blankly, completely not understanding Great Obscure's meaning. Big brother, why you're not leaving? Third Obscure swallowed his saliva and asked. I'm not. Great Obscure revealed a weak smile. My entire family was saved by the Su family, and I have obtained their grace. Without them, I would have died long ago. Although Su Yun was a traitor of the Su family, but he is currently the true successor of the locket. Su Li Xiong did truly say such a thing, so I will continue to be loyal to the Su family and help Su Yun. Of course, this is my own decision. If all of you wants to live your own life, I will not stop you. Go quickly. Don't hesitate. When he said that, the two did not leave, but instead knelt onto the ground and displayed self-reproach expressions. Big brother, if you do not go, how can we go? Third Obscure said bitterly. Since Big brother said it like that, we will continue helping Su Yun. Fourth Shadow lowered her head and cupped her fist. She clenched her teeth and said, but Big brother, are we going to live our whole lives for the sake of the Su family? Will we forever be the Su family's puppets? We respect you greatly, but we do not wish for that. We are also humans. Big brother, when can we ever have our freedom? Great Obscure looked at the two of them calmly. After a long time, he stood up and walked over to them, supporting them up. There will be an end to this. When will that be? When Su Yun return us the locket. Great Obscure said lightly. Fourth Shadow was startled, and asked, will there truly be that day? Of course. Under the blue bright sky, countless of islands floated in the air. All the island were filled with jade palaces, glorious gold and jade structures and dazzling white light filled the air. In front of sliced training jade platform, Su Yun, who was dressed in black and wearing a mask, held onto a golden slip of paper and read the contents. It was an order sent by a disciple from the clan elder's palace, and it was regarding the mission for retrieving the great negative Yang immortal cannon. It truly came. Su Yun read the contents of the order carefully, a glint shining in his eyes. I'm actually sent to participate in the mission. This makes obtaining the great negative Yang immortal cannon much simpler. It would be better if they would hand over the great negative Yang immortal cannon to Sly for safekeeping. With that I won't even need to do anything to get it. Su Yun thought, when a plan appeared inside his mind. After pondering about it over and over again, he no longer hesitated. He kept the golden paper into his storage ring and leaped up, flying out of the jade platform with profound spirit chi and going downwards. The ground beneath the jade platforms have a 27 tall statue, which was covered with enchantments all over. It was said that the statue itself was a mystical object, and that ordinary disciples could not approach it, but the elite disciples where the elite sects could enter. In Profound Sky Sect, the class system was extremely strict and rigid. No one could overstep the system, if not they would be trialed as cheating and would have their families extinguished, as it was viewed as a betrayal. There were no banishment, a merciless place that instantly killed those who did not follow the rules. So in Profound Sky Sect, many disciples dare not act recklessly. When he approached the 27 statue, he could hear laughter. Master Sly, you're too slow. Ha, sadly there isn't any wine here, if not I would have punished you with a few drinks. The one who spoke was a big sturdy man with a huge and broad back, dressed in a brown robes with decorative lines. His muscles were bulging out, with sideburns grown out despite his short hair, and a pigtail dropping down at his back. He had an extremely queer sense of fashion. Master Guan, wherever you go, you always want a drink. After we leave the sect later, let us gather along the way and see if we can find any good wine, and we shall drink before retrieving the treasure. Isn't that better? A young man dressed in a red gown and a dark red eye patch over his right eye laughed and said, Master Jieshui is right, he is right, ha 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 ha. Guanzi who laughed, while the big sturdy man sighed. Another man with a unibrow did not speak at all. He stood there leaning against the statue with his hands crossed around his chest, and watched Suyin who walked over. The 10 disciples standing by the side were in a neat row. No one dared to move, or much less speak, and waited for the elite sects to dispatch them like statues. Alright, everyone, Master Sly is here, everyone has gathered, let us be on our way. Jieshui and Guan Ziai who spoke a few words and then walked over and gestured for everyone to move. A group of people followed behind Jieshui, and slowly headed out of Profound Sky Sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350. Purged Phoenix Blood. Jieshui, Guanzihu and Suyulang were all 10th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivators. Out of them, Jieshui was already at the peak of the 10th stage, and was just a step away from the Spirit Star Realm, and with his methods, he could already fight on equal grounds with a first stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator. He had robust strength and held the highest rank out of the 4 sect elite rankers. The leadership of the team naturally fell onto him. Out of the enchantment, Jieshui led the group towards the north. For this mission, the sect has given us exactly a month's time, and with our speed, we can reach the demonic skeletal death cave in 2 days. We have sufficient time, so everyone, don't worry. Jieshui turned his head and smiled towards the other 3 sect elites. Now what we should do is find a restaurant to sit down, have a drink or two before we continue. The weather is cold, so if we don't warm our bodies up, how can we travel? Tell me, am I right? Guanzi who laughed. Weather is cold? With your cultivation, how can you guys freeze? Suyin secretly looked at Guanzi who with disdain. He truly is an alcoholic. But what surprised Suyin was that Jieshui, who was acting as leader, actually agreed to Guanzi who's strange words. Jieshui gave a thumbs up towards Guanzi who, and laughed. That's right, it's already winter, we have to travel for 1,000 li. It would be better to have some warm alcohol to be comfortable. Ha ha ha, Master Jieshui, we share the same sentiments. Go go go. Let us find a good restaurant in a city and have good food and drinks. Guanzi who laughed out loud and immediately flew downwards. Suyulang did not say anything, and followed them. Suyin thought for a moment, but did not say anything. He looked at the 3 of them, then looked at the elite disciples, then followed Guanzihu and the rest. The group arrived at Maple Leaf City, which was about 300 li away from the Profound Sky Sect. It did not have a lot of citizens, but it had a big restaurant. The restaurant was filled with people and was extremely crowded and rowdy, which Guanzihu seemed to enjoy. Upon entering the restaurant, he shouted, "Waiter, serve us your best alcohol, give me 10 jars of it."